In the pitch darkness of the starless night, something sinister fell upon a young girl. The girl's heart pounded in her chest like a bird caught when she, clinging to a cold stone, begged an unknown monster to leave her alone. Fear fogged the mind. She could not understand who or what pursues her in this damned darkness. Perhaps these were ghostly perfumes, eager for human blood, and maybe the ancient creatures awakened from centuries-old sleep. When a demonic tree, curved by anger and saturated with dark magic, discovered her refuge, the noble Virgo again threw herself. The brave defenders that covered her retreat fell one after another under the claws of the creatures of darkness. Only she alone managed to slip away from the deadly embrace, but it was not possible to hide for a long time. The whole pack of monsters was relentlessly pursued the unfortunate. Suddenly, in this chaos of horror, a silhouette of a man arose in front of her. Fate seemed to mock the girl. It was in that fatal moment that she lost her balance and almost landed directly in the open mouth of one of the demonic animals. In the last moment, before the inevitable death, she looked at the stranger, not knowing whether he was actually a man or another insidious monster in the guise of a mortal. However, the mysterious warrior stood on her defense, and his blade flashed in the moonlight. With one powerful wave, he crushed several monsters at once. The surviving creatures demanded that this daring mortal name his name, but the mysterious fighter only grinned coldly. He believed that there was no need to know the name of the executioner during the execution to the half-decomposed expense. In the next instant, the crazy Sansons rushed into the attack, and the young mistress lurked breathing with horror. But Sahe literally in a second chopped off all opponents into the smallest particles. His movements were so swift that the blade turned into deadly lightning. The last survivor was a demonic tree, which began to pray for mercy, swearing that it would never devour human flesh again. However, the ruthless warrior still destroyed him, calmly explaining that the dead people do not eat. After these words, the girl lost consciousness from the shock, and the mysterious savior carefully raised her in his arms. Bringing the lifeless body, he quietly asked her to forget about this nightmare. The wise fighter knew that such horrors would be repeated again, but it was not worth clinging to these painful memories and allow them to poison the soul. When the girl came to, she found herself near her home. The frightened mother hugged her daughter tightly, believing that she had lost her forever. The girl was silent, escorting the eyes of the savior. She did not hear his name, but deep down, Healy wanted to thank the mysterious hero for his best life. As every educated resident of the kingdom is known, stone spirits live in harsh mountain ridges. Earthen Sansins live in the vastness of the mainland, and water spirits inhabit rivers and lakes. The people called them Sansin, and these creatures manifest themselves in a variety of guises. Sometimes they can even provide assistance to mortals. But most often only troubles and destruction are brought. Ancient perfumes fear people and try to stay away from them, hiding in wild, untouched by civilization places. Somewhere at this very time, our tireless hunter tracked down a new booty, a huge boar Sansin, whose carcass was the size of a combat horse. The beast flew into a warrior with a furious roar, but fell from the only blow of a ruthless blade. Having fallen to the ground, the dying spirit prayed to the hero to spare his life, not understanding what sins he was destined to die. However, the cold-blooded young man calmly explained that the unfortunate did not do anything wrong. The fault of his death lies exclusively on the hunter himself. After these words, he finished off the suffering boar and absorbed his life energy. But even this power was not enough for him to saturate, so the warrior decided to find a few more Sansons to fence off their power. In addition, this time he needed more powerful opponents for a real test of his abilities. Soon the mysterious fighter rested in the wilderness of a dense forest near the cracking bonfire. A strange traveler, who asked a little food, began to sneak up to him. After all, he allegedly had not eaten for several months. Hearing this voice, Sahi immediately armed himself with his faithful blade, and not in vain. Sanson, pretending to be a hungry wanderer, decided to make a warrior his prey. However, an experienced hunter easily intercepted the initiative, grabbing the monster by the throat with an iron grip, after which he easily pierced it with his dark blade. The dying creature tried to explain that it was simply very hungry, and forced to attack for the sake of survival. The hero was well acquainted with these feelings. In the last moment of life, he saw the memories of this creature. It turned out that once he was a man who died of hunger during a long siege, and finally implored at least something to eat. Looking at how the spirit leaves this unfortunate, the young man promised that from now on he would not know the painful hunger in the afterlife. At this moment, a well-known middle-aged man approached the parking lot. He only laughed awkwardly, noting that Sehi hid so skillfully that it was difficult to notice him even in the light of flame. However, suddenly, sniffing, the satellite felt a terrifying smell of decomposition. The warrior, as if nothing had happened, pointed to a fresh corpse, next to which he was still standing. Therefore, they decided to leave this place and refresh at the nearest river. At the murmuring stream, an elderly companion spoke about rumors about 3 powerful spirits that lived in mountain caves. But Seihei calmly explained that these sansins are already over, and now it's time to move on to the following goals. Then the man remembered the story of a ghost nuclear who appeared only in pitch darkness, and a man who died of hunger during the Great War. But his restless soul continued to torment the living. Seihei asked to miss such legends. Everything that was left with the satellite in his memory concerned stories about cannibals. In addition, one of the orders demanded to join the accompanying. Recently, a royal convoy passed through the city gate. The elderly informant wanted to find out what exactly the august persons were transported. The caravan was heading through the mountain passes, and they had enough guards. But the hero still had to join the escort. But this has not yet answered the main question. What kind of cannibal has wound up in those parts? An experienced conductor explained that lately dozens of travelers have died in the mountains. That monster devoured not only animals, but also people, for which he received his sinister nickname. The local priest sent hundreds of mercenaries in search of hundreds, but so far no one knew who was this mysterious killer. This information turned out to be enough for the warrior to rise and proceed to the task. However, his comrade was very interested in why the young man continues to hunt Samsonov, because he could get into serious troubles. Without explaining, the young fighter only said goodbye, which surprised the old man a lot. He was sad that Seihei was so hastily left. An elderly man hoped that they would go down from the mountains together. It was very scary for him to travel to these wild places. By the morning, Seihei reached the meeting place according to the instructions received, but did not find anyone there, although the letter clearly indicated that here, at the foot of the second hill of the mountain, they should gather. The young man even thought to go back when he heard a suspicious rustle in the thicket. The warrior immediately accelerated and ran to the sound source. There he discovered many bloodied bodies scattered in the meadow like broken dolls. An experienced hunter knew very well that in 9 cases out of 10, hunting Samsonov, nothing special was happening. This time he also did not expect anything supernatural. However, looking at the little girl in front of him, he realized that he had found exactly what he needed. Sei recalled a recent conversation with his uncle, who clearly wanted to find out the plans of the nephew. But the warrior looked down and made it clear that he had a job, and asked his uncle not to climb into his affairs. At that moment, the mysterious fighter was slowly approaching a strange girl sitting among the corpses. Looking at all this horror around, it was hard to believe that in such a place a person without a drop of fear in his eyes was able to live. In addition, his magical sword did not react to the presence of the child, but it was still necessary to maintain vigilance. Stepping closer, the warrior decided to find out from the little witness that she had forgotten here. Without explaining anything, the girl only pointed to a man who was still wounded, but alive. Looking at the torn wounds, it was clear that they remained after the attack of a wild beast. Sai understood. If he looked at the state of the victim and the number of lost blood, he would die soon. But still, the hunter decided to check it, simultaneously thinking who could make such a massacre. Approaching the dying man, the warrior introduced himself, explaining that his uncle sent him here. The wounded person immediately understood, according to the stranger's understanding, that he was one of them, a hunter for Samsonov. After which the man introduced himself in response. He was called 52nd because he caught 52 Sansin in his career. Sei only joked gloomily. Judging by the deplorable state of the interlocutor, it is unlikely that he would be able to catch the 53rd. The dying only coughed, trying to laugh at the bitter irony of fate. At that moment, the warrior decided to inspect his wounds more closely, and while conducting an inspection, he asked the surviving to tell what happened here. As a result, the wounded calmly told that they had to raid on the royal convoy heading to the palace. It all started earlier than expected, but it ended surprisingly smooth. Then he seriously wounded one of the royal guards and decided to find out what exactly was transported with him. The mercenary even explained to the prisoner that if the answer satisfies him, then he may preserve his life to the wanderer. However, the dying guard asked him to kill him, but finally warned that the mysterious box should never be opened. For some reason, an ice shiver ran from these sinister words over the body of the robber. But his comrades insisted on opening a mysterious container. First, in the box they found gold bullion, and there was also an iron box, which the royal servants ordered not to touch under any circumstances. At that moment, the surviving guard admitted that his people made a fatal mistake, deciding on this dangerous task. He said that Huimori was in a metal box, a sacred rhythm. The rest of the mercenaries considered that the wounded crest from blood loss. But if there really was this rhythm, it means that Joji and the good corps should be nearby, other elements of the ancient ritual. By this moment, the royal guard had already caused the spirit, and the captain of the gang understood that at first they needed to decide what to do with the discovered treasure. Given what happened, they should have opened a mysterious box, but one of the comrades began to doubt the rationality of such a decision. Emerging rumors about all special objects reached him, but he never heard about things that need to be stored in an iron container. In addition, the deceased was a royal guard. These people defended the personal property of the monarch and had to deliver precious cargo to the august palace. With tearing a sheet, the robbers noticed that the soldiers used incredibly powerful talismans in order to reliably seal the box. To get one such amulet, it was necessary to spend 100 gold coins, and here these magic seals were as many as 10 pieces. As a result, curiosity prevailed, and the leader still decided to open the damned box. When they opened it, everyone around exposed their blades, preparing for the worst. The most amazing thing is that the same girl was inside. It was extremely strange that such a parcel was sent to the king. The mercenaries believed that the secrecy was that as soon as it became known that the monarch was amused with the children, the angry subjects were immediately overthrown. However, the leader objected. There was no need to put the child into the box if the king was about to have fun with her, because she could die in this iron prison from suffocation. At this very second, the girl, as if nothing had happened, jumped out of the wagon and calmly made it clear that she needed to return home. The captain considered this a strange answer, so I decided to find out where her home was. But as soon as he held out his hand and touched the child, the girl immediately began to ensign him with her brightly glowing eyes. A frightened man in horror allowed her to leave. Then he did not immediately realize that he had made a fatal mistake. To let her go an unforgivable miss, but the leader could not admit it to his people. He asked several comrades to track the girl, and the rest had to stay and protect a place from other bandits. The mercenaries tried to explain to the leader that the mysterious girl left in the direction of the mountains, and it was extremely risky to meddle there. But the commander only got angry and explained that he would completely take responsibility, asking his comrades to silently follow him. Of course, he heard legends about the cannibal from these mountains, but did not take the tales seriously. He did not know that he made decisions for which he could not be fully responsible, but the excitement of hunting for the treasure clouded the mind of an experienced robber. At this time, Sahe tried in every possible way to sew the wounds of the victim, still thinking about the story he had heard. The wounded shouted from unbearable pain. It seemed that he was about to give up the spirit, but Sahe insisted on continuing his story. This would help him be distracted from painful suffering, piercing the whole body. The robbers managed to find a mysterious girl, and the leader only hoped that this mission would pass smoothly and not turn into a demonstration of his military skills. However, the comrades doubted perhaps this baby was Sansin, or in general some insidious monster in children's guise. The leader calmly reminded his subordinates that if this is true, his nickname would be the 53rd instead of 52nd. With a sword for the extermination of spirits in his hands, not a single monster was afraid of him in these damned mountains. At that moment, the comrades just saw a girl standing in a small clearing among ancient trees. One of the men asked her to stay in place. They would take her home whole and unharmed. However, they warned that if she again tries to escape from them, she would be punished for her stubbornness. At that moment, the girl screamed loudly, demanding that these people do not follow her. It was after this ominous warning that it all began. Of course, the subordinates insisted on grabbing the obstinate child before she disappears again in the thicket. To stay in these wild mountains for a long time was not the best idea. However, instantly after these words, one of the mercenaries demolished their heads from the shoulders with invisible power. Frightened by a sudden attack, the leader ordered his fighters to take defensive positions. It was completely incomprehensible from where and how death strikes were delivered, so the commander ordered simply to evade an invisible enemy. But not everyone succeeded. One after another, his faithful comrades lost their limbs and fell dead. The creature that attacked them was not a cannibal at all, but incredible sizes of a choki with burning scarlet eyes. Then the monster attacked a wounded man, which is why he had a huge lacerated wound bleeding. However, when the monster tried to finish off the victim, the same blonde girl stood up to defend the unfortunate. Her fragile body shone brightly with an unearthly light, and as a result, the frightened monster immediately disappeared away in dense thickets. At that moment, the wounded considered that this baby is an angel who came for their sinful souls. However, it seems that the girl did not even hear such a word before. Even the hero became embarrassed by the fact that 52nd thought about some angel. However, it seemed to him that anyone, seeing such a radiance, would have thought exactly the same. Thanking for a detailed story, the warrior invited the wounded to try to get up. The man was surprised. Just a couple of minutes ago, Sahe said that it was better not to move with such wounds. However, looking at himself, he felt much better and realized that the young man was most likely trained in healing art. Then they began to think about what to do with this mysterious girl. But the hero was of little interest to the hero. Raising the victim, he decided to take him to the nearest settlement. At the same time, the warrior noticed that the baby silently followed them, as if tied with an invisible thread. Finally, before hit the road, The wounded bowed to the bodies of the fallen comrades, thanks to them for everything. He also promised that he would soon return with people who could take care of their burial. Then they headed for the nearest settlement. Sei still carefully studied this girl, the so-called angel. It was surprising that even after all she behaved so calmly. The warrior also suspected that this same Choki could be the same cannibal from local legends. The girl could be one of the monsters hiding in human form. And if he really turns out to be right, he vowed that these Sansins would become his prey in the very near future. Soon they sat down to rest at the murmuring stream, and 52nd even dozed off a little from fatigue. When he saw the sunlight breaking through the crowns of the trees, he again remembered the angel, and thought that he might have come for his soul. However, this heavenly messenger was only a dream, and the girl stood above him, demanding that she was fed. At that moment, Sahe calmly greeted the awakened man. Due to the fact that he lost consciousness, the warrior decided that it would be best to arrange a halt and let his friend restore strength. Of course, the wounded man immediately began to crumble in apologies and thanks, but the young hunter recalled that mercenaries always help each other. He had nothing to apologize for. However, the man was still bitter with his own helplessness. Nevertheless, he was 52nd, but he could not stand up for himself now, not only to meet a real danger face to face. After which, Sahi decided to find out if something Great Elder said about the iron box. But he only said that some person came, and he was ordered to join the accompaniment of the cargo with him. Then the warrior suspected that perhaps the child in the box and the cannibal from these places were not interconnected in any way. The wounded man also thought so. He certainly did not see the cannibal. At that moment, when they were attacked, everything happened so rapidly that he did not even manage to respond correctly to the threat. However, the man was still sure that Sansin was behind everything. After that, he demonstrated his blade to the hero. He was the best in the whole region. This is a sword for fishing ghosts, sophisticated from sacred willow, but it broke after a meeting with that spirit. The usual evil spirits are certainly not capable of this. The hero became even envious, because he knew that Ivus was the best material in the world for weapons against the Sansins. However, without explaining anything, he asked these two to wait until he was going for food, because they were all hungry after a long journey. The wounded tried to explain that they could simply continue to go down from the mountains, and it was not necessary to arrange such a halt. But the young hunter knew very well that mountain trails were very dangerous at night. In addition, at the next fainting of the old man, the hero will be extremely difficult to carry him. Of course, the man was very sorry about his deplorable state, but the warrior only smiled and promised to return soon, asking them to stay near the fire. As soon as he disappeared in the thicket, the smile abruptly slept from his face. The wounded himself was amazed that the young man really ventured to leave alone. It seemed that he was not afraid at all, or the old man himself was old and became much weaker and more fearful. He understood he just needed to leave his position, because of his stupidity all subordinates died. 52nd, I even wanted to throw everything and go to the temple to beg for forgiveness for sins there, but I did not know if he would do that. After all, firstly, with a great elder, it will not be possible to talk directly. Perhaps he should discuss this with the elder Moon Sang-sik. In addition, as far as he knew, the young hunter knew the great elder very well. What was even strange, among ordinary mercenaries, hardly anyone met him personally. At that moment, the man heard the rustle of branches and thought that Sahe was returning. He even decided that the young man was lucky. He managed to quickly catch a rabbit or other game. However, I was mistaken. It turned out to be a huge size of the chorek, the one that the girl managed to drive away then. First of all, the wounded man rose to his feet and knelt down in front of a powerful beast. He wanted to know what the Great Spirit was needed from him. The Choki was clearly amazed that the man was so polite and respectfully welcomed him. Sansin also honestly admitted that when he first saw a sword capable of harming spirits, he realized that this man was unusual. However, he promised the man that he would spare him if he did everything right. He had to go down the mountain and not tell anyone about what he had seen here. The wounded person understood that it was a deal and death, but did not understand why the spirit offers it to him. As it turned out, Horik did not come at all for his soul, but for this mysterious child. Looking at the girl, he decided to calmly find out what her name is. However, the baby did not even know her name. Then Korek decided to at least find out what she was with, where her house was. But the girl could only remember that they had a lot of trees and a strong wind, and also constantly snowed. This, of course, is not the description that Horik wanted to hear, but this was enough for him to understand. In the end, it was not so important from which mountain she comes. All he needed was her flesh and blood. After thinking a little, the baby realized that the beast wants to eat her, but calmly explained that she did not like this idea. But the Great Spirit was completely on her opinion. He only apologized to her and promised to quickly swallow so that she would not suffer. However, at this very moment, the spirit felt some frightening energy. It appeared Sahe, who calmly explained that for Sansin it is not enough just to eat people. He must also devour other similar ones to survive. The warrior was still on philosophical reasoning, because in the end he needed only the body and soul of the monster in order to saturate. And angry from such insolence, the monster growled loudly. He recalled that he was the master of this mountain for 3 whole years, and did not understand how someone like this little man dared to tell him like that. However, Sahe calmly took off his hat from his head. Now he appeared in his true form, and he could not believe that this spirit still did not recognize him. From the strength that Sansin felt, he even cringed a little, clinging to the ground. Following the ancient instinct, he finally understood that he was in front of him the black tiger, although many considered him dead. Obviously, the spirit wanted to know that the great tiger forgot here. Sei calmly explained that he came in order to absorb his vital energy. Horok reminded the warrior that he penetrated this land 300 years ago, so that in the end the mouth of someone's hand. However, the guy did not care how many years the rules were here. Of course, he understood that the beast would not sit back, because the monsters like him simply never gave up. But the warrior himself was ready to battle not for life, but for death. At that moment, getting angry finally, Horok tried to attack his daring enemy. The black tiger was not inferior to him at all and attacked him with his shining blade, after which he spent several attacks in a row, during one of which he managed to cut his ear. At that moment, the insidious chokes aimed at the weakest link, a mercenary resting under a tree. He grabbed him and threw him into the air, hoping that Sahi would go to save him. At that moment, falling from a height, the wounded realized that he would finally die. He was ready to accept his death with dignity, but the young hunter did not allow this to happen, gently lowering his comrade to the ground. At that moment, Sahe ordered a man to stay here and not go anywhere. While the warrior was distracted to salvation, the insidious spirit dragged the child with him. After that, the Sahe immediately disappeared in the pursuit, and the wounded realized that everything happened due to a sudden stop. If he was in the best condition, this would never have happened. At that moment, the bloodied Chorek took the girl far enough, but along the way he looked around, trying to see the dark tiger. This spirit, who ate the monsters of this mountain, was considered the most powerful creature that no one could cope with. And it was true. After all, Chorek could not even stick his fangs into the enemy, despite all efforts. But the ferret believed that this monster would never be able to catch up with him. Now everything will be fine with him. He will feed his children with this unhappy child and then turn his puppies into the same Sanzin as himself. Therefore, at all pairs, the monster rushed into its den, and Sahe followed him, tracking the smell of blood and the radiance of his magic blade. Soon, Chorek finally ended up in his hole, still holding a girl in clawed paws. Then he calmly lowered the baby to the ground, and she carefully looked Sansin in the eye. Suddenly, she noticed blood on his face and realized that he was injured. She became very sorry for a huge creature, so the girl hugged him, wanting to console him. However, even despite this manifestation of kindness, the Great Spirit apologized to the child. After all, he could not do anything. To kill her was the only way out to survive his children. The girl, it seems, was not offended at all, and only with curiosity asked why the spirits eat human flesh. At that moment, the Sahe was already at the entrance to the cave. He realized that Chorek wanted to feed his children with the flesh. Perhaps she believed that in this way she would make babies with spirits, as powerful as she herself. At this moment, the warrior sent his blade to the cubs, but he did not respond in any way, unlike the reaction to the presence of Sansin. Then Sahe gave the Great Spirit to understand the harsh truth. Sansins are born in a special way, and she will not be able to turn other animals into spirits for just like that. However, even knowing this, Horok still wanted to try his hand. She only screamed with despair because she was sure that her children were special, and they could definitely become the same powerful spirits as she herself. In addition, she had been watching the deaths of her kids one after another for 300 years. She had only one cherished desire, that her children were the same strong and live as long. For this, she was ready to do absolutely everything, even sacrifice her own life. Sei perfectly understood. There is nothing wrong with the fact that predators feed on other animals, following the laws of nature. However, he could not accept the fact that the Great Spirit believes that he could do everything that would please her, including eating innocent children. The furious Horn only got angry and promised that if Sahe does not let her children go, then she would kill this child right now. But the warrior on this girl was absolutely all the same. The spirit could do with her everything he wanted. After that, the young hunter recalled that it was extremely stupid to calculate to intimidate the black tiger with some ordinary child. At that moment, the desperate predator gave up and cried with bitter tears, because I realized that this innocent child could not kill. Then she only humbly asked the warrior to promise that he would not touch her children. However, the black tiger killed only the spirits. Her kids did not belong to them, so he did not intend to harm them. Then he promised her on behalf of the ancient clan to keep his word. But Sahe warned that he could not take responsibility for the consequences of this battle. If suddenly, in the process of fighting, one of the puppies would die by chance, then the exhausted beast decided not to resist the inevitable fate. Therefore, she asked to kill her carefully, without harming her children. Korek looked at her puppies for the last time, mentally asking her children to live happily after her death. After that, Sahe sent his blade to her and instantly inflicted a mortal blow. When he killed this Sanson, the warrior saw her memories. He saw how many children she lost over these centuries, and what unbearable despair she experienced. In an instant, he became really very difficult for him in his soul from what he saw. However, restraining emotions, he simply took out his blade out of it, intending to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Obviously, the girl was wondering why the young hunter still did this with his motherly spirit. However, without explaining anything, the warrior disappeared away from the cave. As a result, the baby had nowhere to go, and she decided to go after the mysterious savior. But finally, she saw how little puppies gathered around her murdered mother, whining from grief. Somewhere at the same time, reinforcement of the royal guard arrived at the scene with a robbed caravan. They did not find anything particularly strange, only the open box, and did not know what to do with this mystery now. It is clear that it will not be possible to just return what was in the box. In addition, a meeting with the local monster could weaken them. It will be enough for them if they at least grab the mercenaries. Suspecting that the robbers were hiding somewhere nearby, the royal guard went to look for them. At this time, Sehi already picked up a wounded man by the arm, and they continued to go down the mountain along a winding path. 52nd felt quite tolerant, so at that moment he decided to go on his own to his base. Sei only calmly thanked him for the service and asked to be careful on the mountain paths. And of course, he promised that in the future, they would still see on some task. The wounded was surprised how much the young hunter was respectful of simple mercenaries. In return, he promised to pretend that today he had not seen anything, including the supernatural abilities of the young man. However, finally, I wanted to know what the guy was going to do with their little angel. But turning around, he had not discovered anyone behind him. All that he had left was only to go to his comrades in order to take the bodies of those who fell with him and betray them to the land. However, at that moment he was already watching the royal guard, which intended to seize him. Sei continued his journey with the girl. He himself did not understand why he still dragged her with him. Perhaps he still hoped that the girl would show her true forces. Only then he could find out her real name, take his abilities, and absorb. However, the black tiger inside the warrior asked him to hurry. It was necessary to demonstrate his cruelty to the child. Then her hidden forces would appear from fear and rage. At that moment, the girl, walking after the hero, with children's spontaneity, asked why the guy killed that spirit. As soon as the warrior looked at her, the monster in his head ordered to eat this girl for the sake of a great goal. Then he will gain the true power of Sanson. Of course, the 52nd treated this child as an angel, but Sahi was sure that she showed her true power of the monster, for which he had not yet killed it. Therefore, he asked the black tiger to quench his spiritual famine at least for a while. However, at that moment the girl herself was hungry, so Sahi decided to eat with her first. But they needed to go down to the nearest city. Merchants often appeared there, and it was possible to eat even at such a later time. At that moment, the 52nd finally reached his native village. Calmly entering the yard, he greeted his comrades and apologized that he was late. He also made it clear that he was the only one who returned alive. Things went extremely badly. However, a complete emptiness reigned to his huge shock in the courtyard. Only an ominous howl of winds between empty houses was heard. Suddenly, he saw someone's silhouette peering out from behind the doors of one of the buildings. The man joyfully greeted the old comrade, not understanding why no one went out to meet him. However, at the same moment, the lifeless corpse of his friend fell to the ground, after which the mercenary from all sides was surrounded by members of the royal guard. The wounded was amazed. There were a lot of guards, while they did not even find their presence in advance, as if materialized from the air. At this moment, they decided to ask 52nd two key questions. Where the monster from the box was now. This was the first of them. The man in response wanted to know where his comrades who lived here went. However, the officer recalled that he was asking questions here. The second question was, who was their elder? 52nd, he calmly explained that the elder was called someone who was older than they themselves, and did not see anything special about it. However, the guard commander only grinned from such a naive answer. But since the prisoner had amused him, he decided to answer the question asked. All his friends were already dead by this moment. Then the guards offered a man a tempting deal. He will tell them everything he knows, and then he will survive. Of course, the mercenary understood that it was a false lie. It is unlikely that he will be just allowed to escape. In addition, he was already on the verge of death. He is unlikely to survive even another day. He still had a small dagger, with which he was going to kill spirits, and he could slaughter at least one of the guards. However, to begin with, he decided to find out whether he will definitely be left alive if he tells everything. After that, with a bitter smile, I decided to find out what to tell in the first place. Then he sharply rushed forward, noticing how the nearest guardsman was rushing behind him. Grabbing his small blade, he immediately struck one of the fighters in the heart. However, as he expected, he was immediately caught, piercing his body with his blades. The commander initially assumed that such a stubborn person would not tell anything. The commander simply wanted to see his reaction when he spoke of the dead, so that he was easier to kill morally. At that moment, an assistant with a report approached the officer, who brought a little girl to one of the neighboring villages. She was very similar to the description from secret documents. However, the commander considered this a real nonsense. No one in his right mind would have to carry Huimori openly with him. As a result, they decided to make sure of this delirium and track the suspicious couple. At that moment, 50 Seconds slowly lost consciousness from blood loss. He apologized to his comrades for everything and hoped that his failure would not lead to a terrible outcome. Remembering the hero and their little angel, he hoped that they would be careful and leave this town as soon as possible, until they were caught. Right in front of this entrance to the village, Sahe noticed that the girl, as if frightened by something, moved away from him. And then he saw 2 wooden amulets of Jansen, who stood in their path. Her reaction caused him a short grin. Therefore, the young hunter approached her in order to calmly explain that these were just miserable wood, which should not be afraid. While he was going to the girl, one of the royal guards carefully watched them from the side, hiding in the shade. At this time, one woman was sitting in her tavern. In the morning, there was not a single client, and she realized that she had committed stupidity, opening the institution near the mountain where the cannibals were found. The hostess was about to close, as Seihi suddenly approached her. Therefore, she immediately joyfully greeted the guest, promising generously and diligently serving. The warrior, saying hello back, calmly explained that he would like to order a simple breakfast. However, at that moment, the woman looked at the girl next to him with a maternal look. Obviously, she was indignant, not understanding why the child was in such a deplorable state. The hostess was indignant. The girl looked as if for several days she was hung in hunger. She immediately put 2 very satisfying portions in front of them and ordered the hero to immediately feed this child. The woman was indignant, not understanding how her father could be so on her own daughter. She believed that young parents did not know how to take care of children properly. In addition, she did not understand why the girl was dressed in rags, as if they had no money at all. And if they really did not have funds, at least it was worth washing her old clothes. Such a beautiful baby should not have walked in dirty clothes. The girl literally in seconds swallowed her portion of food with the eagerness of a hungry animal. At that time, Sahe had not yet managed to touch his ease, so he decided to provide his portion to her. And then in a moment the baby swallowed, and his whole food. Therefore the warrior called the hostess of the tavern and asked him to bring him another portion. But he looked at the particularly hungry girl sitting next to him, and having changed his mind, he asked to bring them 2 more portions. As soon as a woman went out to cook displeasedly, Sahe looked around, not understanding why an unfamiliar man was watching them so closely. From the very beginning, he noticed that he followed them from the entrance to the village. The royal guard himself understood that he apparently met the same Huimori from secret reports. However, she looked like the most ordinary hungry child. At that moment, the Sahe approached the observer. The man was immediately wary, and the warrior directly asked him to honestly admit why he was following them. Indeed, for a simple passerby, he has been following them for too long. However, the guardsman ordered the guy to simply dump and not run into trouble. Then he demanded to leave the girl here and leave himself. Sei pretended that he did not know what kind of child he was, and explained that he had found this baby on a mountain trail, and she got behind him. The military decided to tell the young hunter the truth simply because he looked like a good person. This child was a monster named Huimori. She killed dozens of inhabitants of the village, and although she looked completely harmless, she was actually a terrible monster. And they were hunters who are able to cope with such creatures. Therefore, he asked the guy to step aside and leave to the skewer, because they just wanted to save his life. The young hunter was really amazed at such a terrible story. Looking back at the hungry girl, he understood. Most likely, he was better off just to escape from here. However, from the story of a man, it immediately became obvious that he came here not alone, and there were still some kind of hunters with him. At that moment, while the warrior was distracted, the guard tried to attack him with his blade. However, the Sahe easily dodged, and then he grabbed the attacker by the scruff, throwing towards the tables. Obviously, the man was angry that he ran into such a strong enemy. However, he noticed that he had fallen right next to the girl's desired girl. In order not to frighten her away, he calmly explained that he simply passed by, and she had nothing to fear. However, the clothes of this man seemed to the girl painfully familiar. She remembered how people in exactly the same clothes tried to drag her into the iron box. They also promised that when she wakes up, a great fate in the palace would wait for her. Therefore, the baby screamed loudly with horror, and a thick white smoke rose around her, filling the whole tavern. Even the hostess was frightened, not understanding what was happening in her eyes. Seihi, on the other hand, tried to see the girl through the veil of the fog. At that moment, she took her true appearance of Sansin, angrily hissing on the royal guard. After that, the baby rushed to run away from the institution. In the end, she gave the hero a sad look full of despair before hiding completely. The royal guardsman finally understood how lucky they were to discover the goal. He also did not forget to remind the young hunter that if it were not for his involuntary help, the guy would have died a long time from the monster's blade. After which he asked the young man to get out in a good way, and he promised to figure it out with the monster on his own. In fact, the guard was looking for a suitable moment for a new blow, to finally kill an unwanted witness. However, Sahe calmly explained that he had already seen such behavior twice. When it comes to a person who attacks only from behind, he does not want to deal with such cowards. He was even sorry to waste precious forces on this man. Then, exposing the blade, the guardsman attacked the warrior, believing that the boy was carrying some nonsense. The hostess of the tavern opened her mouth wide in surprise, trying to warn the hero about danger. However, literally a moment passed, and in some incomprehensible way the attacker's blade was already in his throat. Obviously, he did not understand how this happened at all. The speed of the warrior was truly supernatural. When the guard fell to the ground, the guy understood that it was too late to ask who this mysterious man is, and why the girl was so frightened. After which Sahe looked at the shocked aunt to make sure that she was not injured in a fight. He also laid out several coins on the table in order to compensate her with expenses on damaged furniture and customers, which she lost due to the incident, and also warned that if people suddenly come in the same form as this man, then it is better to contact the city administration and tell everything that she saw. Also, a young hunter would be very grateful if she handed over to the authorities that there were no cannibals on the mountain. The danger has passed. The woman tried to comprehend everything that was said by the disappeared hero for a long time. Then she jumped to her feet in order to do everything exactly how she was ordered. After all, this was the first time that a man was dying in her establishment. At that moment, Sahe walked along the girl's trail. The closer the power of Sansin was, the more energy of the black tiger came out of the depths of his soul. And the stronger the spirit was, the more intense this dark energy became. When this force surrounded his whole body, the warrior turned into a real black tiger. Now he found a girl who hissed angrily, hiding behind a thick tree trunk. From her icy power, even the leaves around were covered with hoarfrost and slowly froze. The black tiger felt this energy. It was incredibly clean and powerful, not comparable to nothing that he met before. And of course, the ancient spirit pushed the hero to absorb this girl, until she showed all her hidden power. The warrior sent his sword to her. However, the baby with tears in her eyes bit his hand, not allowing him to budge. The black tiger tried to explain to the hero that now is not the time for pity and sympathy. He should not spare Sansin just because he looks like a child. Before that, he mercilessly destroyed all the monsters whom he met in the way. However, this was not the point. The girl did not have a real name, but if she received it, she would immediately calm down and gained inner peace. In addition, the black tiger was still fed after the previous victim, and could not absorb it at the moment. In addition, the girl's strength was now simply incredible. But if she received a name, she would have acquired even more power and became truly dangerous. At that moment, the baby, letting go of the hero, finally burst into tears with bitter tears. She sadly explained that she did not want her to be locked somewhere again. She did not like to sit in that damned box in pitch darkness, not knowing what would happen to her. The dark energy of the warrior began to gradually disappear, and the girl came to her senses. Therefore, the guy was able to stroke her on the head with a soothing gesture. After that, Sahe hugged the baby and promised that no one would sharpen her against the will anywhere else. Instead, he will take her home, to where she can find peace. This house will become the place where she can find her true name and purpose. Soon, as expected, the rest of the royal guard came to the tavern. Finding the corpse of one of his people, the commander ordered to immediately burn the body. It was also necessary to fix everything destroyed in the institution and go for a monster in pursuit. Of course, it was difficult to understand where it was best to head, given that there were almost no traces left. However, they roughly imagined where this mysterious girl could go, and decided to move east. By this time, the Sai reached one of the distant residential buildings. The old grandmother was amazed that the young man was about to climb the mountains with a small child in his arms. As a result, she decided to shelter travelers at least at night so that they would not sleep in a cold forest in the open air. However, the warrior politely abandoned the knight. He was sincerely grateful for her maternal care, because a kind woman gave them children's clothes, and also fed them to be added to a long road. At this moment, the baby was already having fun in her new outfit. The woman, looking at her, only laughed good-naturedly, because the size was still a little small for the girl. However, the child was grateful to these kind people. The old woman was also happy, because she had long forgotten what it was like to talk to someone and take care of loved ones. In addition, the elderly woman guessed that the boy was a doctor. In his road knot, there were only healing herbs and potions. However, Sahe calmly explained that he wears them for emergency cases if something happens on a long journey. The woman sighed heavily, because at first she thought that the young man with her daughter was going to the capital to pass the exam for a doctor. However, apparently, I was mistaken in my assumptions. As a result, the old woman decided not to dissuade them from the dangerous path, but warned that if they find an abandoned house in the mountains, then it was better not to stay there for the night. Of course, the hero was interested in the reason for such an ominous warning. The point was that every night a vengeful spirit appeared there. They said that in that house the daughter-in-law turned into an embittered ghost, killed the whole family, and still catches careless travelers. Only terrible rumors reached the old woman, but she did not know any details. All the witnesses disappeared without a trace. Soon they reached that very house under cover of night. And although not even a year has passed since the death of the family, the structure has almost collapsed from desolation. Sai decided to check whether the Sansen ghost lived there, or it was only the superstitious rumors of local residents. However, for starters, he decided to get drunk after a long road. An old well stood in the courtyard, at the bottom of which water splashed. But the warrior definitely needed to check whether she was suitable for drinking after all the bloody events. For this reason, he called the child to help to get water out of the depths. However, suddenly Sahe thought that he did not know what to call the girl correctly. In order not to arise misunderstandings, it was necessary to come up with some temporary name. At that moment, the warrior noticed that the baby behaves very strangely, and when he came closer, he realized that she ate all the food that they took with them to the reserve for several days. Then Sahe remembered the recent conversation with her. The girl did not know what her native mountain was called. She only remembered that there was a lot of snow and a strong wind constantly blew. She also did not remember her real name. The only thing that remains in memory is that she came from the east. The warrior realized that the forest valley led to the east, and heavy winds and abundant snow were characteristic only for Mount Finn. This information was enough for him to plan a trip. He did not suspect at that moment that he would begin to rack his head over a suitable name for this mysterious girl. The hero was very interested in what kind of special child was this. In addition, she knew how to use various household things, for example, a well. Apparently it was because she used to live next to some village and watched people. However, at that moment, stretching out a heavy bucket, the girl noticed something strange in dark water. Pulling him closer, she saw a pale woman peering out at her from the very bottom of the well with empty eye sockets. At that moment, the ghost grabbed the baby by the face with bony fingers and, taking her for his deceased husband, decided to drag with him to the bottom into the ice embrace of death. However, not at all afraid, the girl instinctively tried to push the ghost back into the well. By this, she angered a revengeful spirit a lot, so she immediately completely crawled out of the stone vent. Then she began to slowly get to the child, ominously inviting her to go down together to the bottom of dark, cold waters. However, the baby only repeated evil that she would not go anywhere. After all, she could not stand the darkness after imprisonment in the box. Sage realized that it was completely useless to explain to the spirit of anything, so he only calmly pierced her skull with a sharp blade. After that, his strength began to absorb the soul of this unfortunate ghost. He did not like to eat ghosts, all because their painful memories caused suffering, but did not add spiritual strength like the memories of real Sansons. Rumors of ghosts were often associated with the activity of spirits, so he quickly reacted to them. But the warrior was not interested in hunting miserable ghosts. Everything that cared was more great and powerful perfumes. As a result, absorbed his memories, he asked the girl not to drink this damned water. Instead, they could go further to find a pure mountain stream, after which Sahe decided to give the baby the name Sori. This is the first thing that came to his mind, looking at her. In addition, it reminded him of the power of hoarfrost and winter cold. Of course, this does not at all look like her real name, but so far they could call her that way. Soon the travelers reached the murmuring stream, but Sori realized that he still did not know the name of her companion, so Sahi decided to introduce herself to her. So they were near the third largest river in the region. It was fast and deep, in which it is easier to drown than to get out of the shore. For some reason, the girl pushed there a knot with everything necessary, after which, looking away, she awkwardly indicated the place where he fell. There were spare clothing and sewing accessories, money as well as their provisions in the knot. There was also a healing ointment, just an irreparable loss, and medicinal herbs for all occasions. Barely restraining the growing anger, Sahi decided to find out why she did it. As it turned out, the girl saw a large turtle and wanted to catch her, throwing a knot like a network. However, the reptile dodged and sailed down the flow. The hero understood that the knot could no longer be able to get, so he decided to forget about him forever. After all, firstly, they will not be able to safely cross the stormy river, and secondly, this area was completely unfamiliar to them. An hour later, when they got to the far crossing, they found a local boatman who could transport them across the river. However, there were a couple of serious nuances that the man decided to begin to explain to the travelers. He began with the events of 3 years ago, when the fish unexpectedly stopped pecking in these waters. It seemed that the river spirit was angry with people for something. On the way back from fishing, water began to ooze into his boat. The fuels of the fuel were gone, and he could not even stick to the shore. Therefore, the carrier did not let the boat into the water more. It stood tied to the shore, covered with mold. The local shaman ordered a person to sacrifice to propitiate Sansin, but people could not do anything about it. Obviously, the hero clearly did not like the idea that the river could not be crossed safely. Then the boatman offered to go upstream. Perhaps someone still had good boats there. And if not, then the river has significantly narrowed at the top, and it could have been overwhelmed. As a result, since there was no choice, Seihei asked Sori to forget about that turtle and move on along the route. However, he himself became curious, for which the girl generally needed a turtle. It turns out that she wanted to cross the river on her riding, as on a living raft. Then the hero thought that perhaps the reptile was very large and powerful, but when he realized that she was small enough, he realized it would definitely not be possible to swim on her. When the hero was interested in where she generally found such a large turtle, the baby suddenly pointed to the shore for a large boulder. At this moment, someone's mysterious silhouette stuck out from behind the stone, but he quickly disappeared out of sight, only fluttered the grass. The hero, of course, seemed to the hero that it was not a turtle but a disguised Sansin. Therefore, he immediately joined in that direction, but along the way he landed in a viscous swamp, along which you really do not run, so as not to get bogged down. In addition, in thick reeds it was easy to hide from the persecution. It was unlikely that he could catch this insidious Sansin in such conditions. However, Sori explained that she could do it on his own, and thought that Kansaha also wanted to ride a mysterious turtle. The baby also stood on all fours and rushed towards Sansin, whom she considered an ordinary turtle. Of course, Kansaha was struck by the fact that on the 4 limbs she ran so rapidly. She probably was even faster than the ferret with whom he recently fought in the cave. At that moment, the girl already jumped behind the boulder, where the same turtle was hiding. And then she joyfully called the hero, because she was able to catch her with her bare hands. Kansaha was not in a hurry, because he needed to find a place where it was better to go in order not to get too much in the quagmire. At that moment, he heard a loud cry and thought that Sori decided to kill Sansin. The warrior hoped to be in time in order to absorb the spiritual energy of the monster himself. Soon, stepping closer, he asked the girl to stop killing everyone in a row. However, looking at the caught creature, he realized that he first saw such an unusual Sansin. At this moment, the baby laid the turtle on the damp ground and strictly ordered him to lie quietly, not to move. Only then did the hero look at his blade. A very weak energy emanated from the prisoner. Even the ghost from the well was much stronger. Even if he killed this turtle, there would be very little benefit from it to restore strength. Therefore, he suggested Sori first to release this baby into the wild. Usually, Sansins of high mountains and powerful rivers are much stronger, but there are rare exceptions. Apparently, this river was just a similar exception to the rules. At this moment, the turtle began to tear out frantically, so the girl slightly hit him on a hard head. However, the captive immediately fell in a muzzle in the mud and stopped showing signs of life. Obviously, Sori was even scared and decided that the turtle had died of her blow. But very soon, jumping like a spring, he tried to fly back into his native water. But before that, he grabbed a long stick, explaining that he could also hit someone if he would be angry with proper. Then he swung and hit the girl with a stick right on the forehead and then tried to hide in the thicket. The turtle was sure the girl would never catch up with him on land. However, after a couple of seconds, she caught up with him, even very slowly. Then the desperate fugitive understood. He will have to use his secret combat equipment. Therefore, he threw out the water with a powerful stream right in his face, after which the turtle continued his desperate race at speed. However, Kansaha blocked his path. Of course, the resourceful prisoner tried to repeat the same trick again, but the hero directed his formidable blade at him, after which the warrior looked around and saw the lying bones, which disappeared from local fishermen. Therefore, realizing that in front of him the very thief decided to find out what he had completely forgotten here. Obviously, the turtle wept bitterly, not understanding how this little man knows about his tricks. However, Kansaha calmly explained that he was the legendary Black Tiger. Hearing this formidable name, the turtle immediately sat down in the mud, and after that she cried even more, not believing that Mr. Black Tiger really returned to these edges. And of course, he was sure that the formidable hunter came precisely for his miserable soul. However, Kansahi wanted to know what this baby was hunting here, realizing that because of him, the fishermen were now afraid to swim the river. The turtle only tried to awkwardly to make excuses, they say. He had good circumstances to do this. The hero shouted loudly, forcing Sanson, frightened by scared, to fall to his knees. Then the prisoner spoke, but he stuttered greatly from an irresistible fear. This was even more angry with Kansaha. He demanded to get rid of stuttering, otherwise he would not be greeted. Then, speaking as confidently as possible, the turtle explained that he did all this because of the burr. But the hero did not know anyone with that name. As it turned out, it was a local Sansin in this river backwater, the strongest of all spirits on these lands. However, Kansahi heard this name for the first time. It was not strange, given that the turtle himself called him so much that a lot of a warrior was angry. He considered this cowardly Sansin a complete asshole, because he only confused him. From the menacing gaze of the hero, the captive pressed into the ground again, believing that now the Black Tiger would probably catch him and ate ruthlessly. But Kansahi explained that how he was completely useless as prey, and given that the story of the turtle helped him, he will allow him to survive. However, Sanson was supposed to immediately tell who this mysterious burr is, and that the turtle had forgotten here at all. Then the baby, in order to stop nervous, decided to sing a song and tell everything in this way. So in the song, he told about this burrs. He had a black scaly skin, his teeth sharp like razors, a long mouth of a predator, as well as bone spurs on a powerful tail. This villain also erased all the surrounding animals. Even the smallest tadpoles did not dare to blink once again. Not only water residents, but also people became his easy prey, and the turtle could not close his eyes to it. Sori picked up his strange song, and in the end they began to dance under the melody together. And Kansaha was already thinking about just eating this singer and ending with business. But in the end, he decided to give him the last chance, and rudely ordered him to be tied with this amateur performance. So it became clear to them that the holes in boats and stolen lugs are the hands of this particular baby. However, the turtle calmly explained that he did not want people to fall into the clutches of the burr. All these events began about 3 years ago. Then the burr was just a wild beast that lost in a foreign land, and now it has grown and has become much stronger and more dangerous. Kansaha decided to find out where he could find this burr. However, the turtle tried to warn him. A meeting with him will bring real trouble to the hero. This bastard is not even afraid of the Black Tiger. As far as the turtle knew, this predator was now somewhere in the depths of the river. Soon Kansaha noticed a monster floating on the water. However, when the hero looked intently, he realized that this burr was the most ordinary crocodile, no more than a log in size. But the turtle was sure that underwater his body is much larger. Now this burr began to approach them with the flow. Kansaha asked the turtle to throw him closer to the predator. With the rest, he would figure it out on his own. However, the baby was so frightened by the upcoming that he almost lost his feelings, falling his face into a viscous dirt. The hero began to remember he once heard of a swamp beast of distant edges, similar to a huge lizard. It was amazing that he got here, but from him, Kansaha felt the undoubted energy of Sansin. Somewhere at this time, the boatman was indignant. The next day was wasted. He will return home and will only get a bit from a grumpy wife. However, at that moment, royal guards approached him to find out how much he takes money for crossing. Of course, the boatman made it clear that his boat is faulty, and there is no strength to repair it. The guards began to resent that all the boaters here were so useless, and downstream the boat was with holes. Then, in order to explain to the soldiers what happened, the old man suggested listening to his song. However, they only got angry and decided to rise to the upper reaches, hoping that at least they would find a working fishing boat there. Also, one of the guards decided to find out whether the old man with a girl in an obstacle saw. However, the boatman could not recall anything like this. It was not in his memory, just no one really went to these lands. As a result, the disappointed guards decided to retire away in search of the upper river. The old man watched them and again began to hum his sad song. However, unexpectedly, one of the royal fighters took him on a suffocating capture and put a blade to his throat. He saw that this man lied and began to interrogate him with addiction. As a result, the old man admitted that some guy with a child passed half an hour ago. Then he prayed for mercy. He did not specifically lie to the guards. The boatman was very lucky, because at that moment other fishermen found him, who suggested a comrade to leave them to drink. The same guard glanced at his boss. expecting to find out what to do. As soon as the commander gave the order to retreat, he immediately threw the old man unharmed. However, he ordered the boatman to hold his tongue behind his teeth, otherwise he would die with his friends. At the moment, half an hour has passed, but they hoped to have time to catch up with the fugitives. Judging by the fugitives leisurely, they were not in a hurry, which means they could not go far. Of course, all the guards knew that some powerful Sansin lived in this water, so they simply decided not to come close to the river so that nothing happened. At this time, swimming on the water, the turtle was indignant. Why should he go with Hansaha to his faithful death? However, the hero struck his handle with a sword with a firm head, asking the baby to stop chatting in vain. In addition, if they do not find out who they are dealing with, he will not be able to help the turtle in any way. At that moment, Sori screamed, asking the hero to take her with her, because she also wanted to ride on the water. However, Kansaha made it clear that it was very dangerous in the river, and asked her to wait on the shore, looking after their things. At that moment, from anger, the girl began to swear with swearing words. The turtle immediately realized who taught her this, and looked reproachfully at the hero. However, he quickly regretted when he expressed his assumption aloud. Therefore, changing the topic, the baby decided to clarify whether Hansahi would really spare him if he helps him. The hero calmly makes it clear that it is much more profitable for him to eat one such crocodile than 100 weak spirits like a turtle. Thinking, the baby remembered that in the past, Mr. Black Tiger also refused to eat him. Kansaha became interested and found out that the baby had already met with the Black Tiger earlier. At that moment, the turtle decided to sing a song and tell about their meeting. However, the hero asked him to be silent, because their formidable opponent was already very close. Therefore, approaching the predator, Kansaha decided in all its glory to look at this legendary burr. When they sailed closer, the hero decided to find out what kind of mysterious beast it is and what he is doing in these muddy waters. Of course, it was hard to believe Conchar that it was not Sansin, but a simple animal. Now he realized why he never answered when the turtle tried to talk in a friendly manner. However, Kansaha noticed that after all, this animal perfectly understands their speech. Even if the crocodile was silent like a fish, it was definitely Sansin. In addition, looking at how his magical weapon reacts, we could conclude the beast was quite powerful and dangerous. Approaching, the hero did not understand what the name of this mysterious creature is. Unlike Sori, who did not have a real name at all, apparently, the crocodile arrived here from distant edges, where he probably had his own name. In addition, Kansaha saw his predatory eyes. They did not just think thoughtlessly, but as if they were carefully calculated and analyzed. Therefore, the hero asked that the conjured swim closer to a potential enemy. Obviously, the turtle was extremely frightened by such a request. Crying with fear, he slowly sailed closer, thinking that if he was not killed by a fierce tiger, he would definitely kill a bloodthirsty burr. The poor man was indignant at his bitter fate and cursed the day when he agreed to help. At that moment, Hansaha realized this beast was much more cunning than it seemed at first glance. Just seeing their approach, the predator made it clear with his whole body that he was going to fiercely attack the uninvited guests. However, at that moment, the crocodile suddenly disappeared somewhere underwater, as if dissolving in muddy depths. Obviously, the Conchar was frightened by his unexpected disappearance. Perhaps the beast was afraid of the formidable power of the legendary Black Tiger and decided to retreat. But Kansahi felt the predator simply went under the water, preparing an insidious ambush. Therefore, he asked the frightened Conchar to freeze and not move for an inch. At this moment, the baby decided to dive deep into it to see exactly where this dangerous beast hid. And immediately he saw how he quickly rises and was approaching directly to the surface of the water, aiming at the turtle. Noticing a sudden attack, Conchar in a panic began to spin in the water, desperately trying to sail away from mortal danger. Kansaha, only indignant, he asked this asshole not to move, but he still acted in his own way, violating the plan. As a result, the hero at the very last moment jumped off the shell of the turtle. Thereby they both left the path of the rapid throw of a huge crocodile. However, the warrior saw, even from such an uncomfortable position of the predator, it would be easy to attack in a vulnerable place. As a result, after a lightning attack, he, along with a crocodile, fell deep under the water, clinging in a deadly battle. But Kansahi felt that the blow was not as strong as planned. The enemy's skin was much stronger and thicker than he expected. Perhaps he would have managed to defeat the monster from the first blow if the cowardly Kanheri did not jerk like stung. However, the hero could not blame the baby in cowardice. Anyone in his place would be scared no less. However, it will definitely not be possible to use the turtle as a living boat. In addition, Kansaha tried to understand where the Insighty burr suddenly went. It does not seem that he sailed somewhere after the wound, most likely. He was preparing a new vile attack. At that moment, seeing the approaching danger, The hero shouted loudly that the burr was attacking again. Indeed, a predator with a ragged mouth tried to swallow the turtle entirely. Soon, the frightened baby was already between powerful teeth, which had stuck deep into him into a solid shell. After that, the crocodile was spinning in the water, ruthlessly pulling the prey to the very bottom of the river. Kansahi understood. If the predator aimed precisely on Konchar, then he decided to start the battle with the most easy and defenseless prey. Therefore, the hero tried to inflict several powerful blows after the monster. As a result, a strong blow which struck the head of the crocodile made him spit out his unfortunate victim back into the water. Konchar understood by this moment that his painful death was already quite close. He did not understand why he tried so stubbornly all this time, if he was still destined to die in the mouth of the monster. The crocodile at this time, whole and almost unharmed, slowly circled around the hero, choosing the best moment for a decisive attack. Kansahi understood. Floundering in the water, he would definitely not catch for anything and would not win this slippery monster. However, the beast was completely not scared by the legendary power of the black tiger, and already confidently sailed to meet him for the final battle. Since nothing scares him, the hero decided to fight a predator in his native water element. As a result, he managed to hit the crocodile with his sharp blade right in the soft belly. Having received a painful wound, he screamed in pain and tried to sail somewhere back to lick the wounds in safety. At that moment, Sori from the shore admiredly watched this epic battle of two powerful warriors. However, suddenly she felt someone's sinister approach from the sushi. Therefore, running away from the open shore, the baby immediately crouched and hid in high reeds. Kansahi, when he finally sailed to the surface, realized that he had lost sight of the insidious burr. Although he aimed at him right into the ragged mouth, the blade of the blade could not break anything serious in that thick skin. In addition, the warrior did not see the turtle nearby and even worried. Perhaps the poor man still died from the wounds received. And only at that moment he noticed that on the shore of Sori was no longer visible. At that moment, Han Saha heard unfamiliar, formidable voices, demanding that he immediately get out of the water. These were people in black and red robes who wanted to talk seriously with him. The hero at first glance realized these warriors were at the same time with the man whom he killed in the inn. Apparently, they walked for a long time along their trail, tracking the fugitives. The hero could not stay in the water. He did not know where the wounded monster had gone, but he could not go anywhere without Sori. Of course, he could have entered an open battle, while the powerful power of the black tiger remained in the blade. However, the warrior did not know what these unknown opponents were capable of. Therefore, attacking could immediately be too reckless and stupid decision. It is better to scout the situation and find out their true intentions. Thank God these people did not notice that he had just fought with a powerful burr in a deadly battle. At this moment, the leader ordered his assistant to hit the guy as soon as he leaves the water. However, it should not have been killed, only to immobilize for interrogation. Finally, getting to his feet in small water, Khan Saha decided to find out what these suspicious people wanted to discuss with him. The leader only laughed contemptuously, seeing how funny a wet guy with a sword in his hands looked funny. The commander decided to find out what exactly he was doing in this dirty river. However, the hero did not see any point in giving truthful answers to some unfamiliar insoles. Then the chapter decided to directly ask where the boy's muzzle is. But with the most incomprehensible look, Kansaha politely recommended that they visit the local shaman community, they say. He does not understand how he should know about something like that. Then the man suggested that, perhaps, to hide the girl was the personal order of the elder, whose title is literally translated as uncle. However, Kansaha made it clear that his father was the only child in the family, and persistently pretended that he did not understand what exactly they wanted to chat with him. As a result, the pursuers did not have a way out. The head even generously agreed to show the hero their official documents. Hansahi became very interesting. It seemed to him that behind these words something completely different and more sinister. But still, the assistant really came closer, holding out a folded sheet of paper. However, at this moment, this document stuck to his wet body from river water. At the same moment, the man took out his battle blade and tried to suddenly attack the unsuspecting guy. But Kansaha, even with his eyes closed, was able to easily avoid an insidious attack, jumping to the side. Then they finally became convinced. This is exactly the same guy who was in the inn and killed their comrade. The leader calmly explained to the assistant that it was not worth particularly to stand on ceremony with this experienced fighter. He was a strong enough and skillful warrior, so no matter how they try, they are unlikely to be able to easily defeat him in an honest battle. The commander even suggested that they attacked all together at once. It would be much faster and more effective. However, the assistant wanted to deal with this mysterious person one-on-one, proving his strength. The comrades only laughed, realizing that their friend had finally met a really worthy opponent. Kansaha already saw in the eyes of this guy a dangerous confidence that did not add optimism at all. However, he did not know what to do with the enemy. For the past 3 years, he fought exclusively only with different spirits and is unlikely to cope with a person without the energy of a mighty black tiger. As a result, the warrior immediately entered a tense battle, deftly fighting off the swift attacks rushing into him. From the next blow, he was forced to just jump away, which could not but surprise an experienced fighter. Kansaha, although he escaped deadly attacks, he understood, without the internal forces of the tiger, he could not win a convincing victory over such an enemy. All that he could is at least pretend that he is fighting for all the remaining forces. However, at this critical moment, a man, busy with a tense battle, did not notice at all how the insidious Sansin got silently behind him. The comrades screamed loudly, trying to warn about danger, but it was already too late. The monster had already opened his huge mouth, intending to swallow the whole. As a result, right in front of all those present, he began to furiously torment the unfortunate man, trying to drag him into deep water. Kansaha was sincerely surprised. This mighty spirit managed to completely hide his sinister presence, remaining underwater. If the hero was also in the water, he would also suffer from a sudden attack. However, this was a great chance. While the monster got out of his native element, you can safely attack him. But at the same time, the warrior did not want unfamiliar enemies to see his true power of the legendary black tiger. At that moment, the crocodile said something in an unfamiliar language. The hero had no idea what this could mean, because what was said was clearly in some other dialect. But he suspected. Perhaps the predator liked the human treat. At that moment, Hansahi saw that the crocodile had drawn his close attention to him. It only remained to pray so that these scum would take him for some dark caster capable of managing spirits. Therefore, he looked at the crocodile rushing at him and decided to cut it with one powerful van. However, to his surprise, the burr ran past, heading directly to the remaining crowd of pursuers. The hero thought again. The predator decided to start a feast with a light snack. The warrior even suggested that the monster thinks too primitive and simple. However, in that moment, when the beast was ready to devour the next man, he quickly untied his scarlet belt. Then he demonstrated the red fabric of the burr, who was ready to absorb him without a trace. At that very moment, the crocodile suddenly calmed down, and the man explained that they did not come to fight the mighty spirit. Therefore, he respectfully asked the crocodile to step aside and not interfere with the execution of their important mission. For a moment, the predator carefully examined the man, as well as all his comrades, who unleashed their red scarves. As a result, indifferently turning away from people, the bird decided to calmly go back to his native water element. Of course, all those present were very struck by such a strange and inexplicable behavior of the mighty Sansin. The pursuers were happy that this dangerous monster would not interfere with the defeat of the guy who stole a valuable girl from them. However, at that moment, the crocodile again slowly passed by the hero. Looking around, he gave the baby with a careful look at the baby, hiding in high reeds. Kansaha immediately realized. The monster aimed precisely on the defenseless Sori. Therefore, the warrior shouted loudly, ordering the girl to immediately flee. At that moment, the pursuers understood. It was the very legendary Hivimori, for which they have been hunting for so long. The enemies did not understand what she forgot there, and how long she secretly watched them from thick bushes. But it was more important than another. If it now dies from the fangs of the monster, then the guilt for the failure of the mission will be hung on them. Kansahi clearly understood that he was late when he was distracted by these morons. In addition, it was very difficult to flee on a viscous swamp, laminating his feet in a quagmire. At this moment, when the torn crocodile's mouth was less than a meter from a frightened girl, the hero considered that everything was hopelessly over. However, the baby, angry with the impudent predator, attacked this reptile with the help of her icy power. After that, Sori took her true form of Sansin and violently attacked this vile crocodile, in which the tail was thin, like a sprout of young beans. Soon the half-dead burnt fell heavily at the feet of an amazed hero. Kansaha did not even know how to react to this correctly. But first I decided to deal with urgent business, and then seriously talk to the girl. Soon he absorbed the memories of a dying crocodile. In visions, the hero saw that someone kept this predator for a long time locked up in a tight cage. And then someone decided to brutally torture him and force him to do what was ordered from above. The main order was to methodically destroy all living things in the river, except for people. Then this water artery will become his constant refuge and hunting grounds. Obviously, Kansaha was sincerely surprised. Who could specifically release such a predator into a peaceful river? It seemed that it was simply impossible to conceive and implement. But the main question was, who needed it? The warrior even suspected perhaps this was somehow connected with those people who came for the soul of an innocent girl. At this moment, having retreated to a safe distance, the pursuers tried to understand what they had just seen before their eyes. But the captain ordered not to cool in vain. You need to call all the remaining guys and take combat bows for long-range battle. Kansahi, of course, was very interesting to find out who these mysterious people are. But the main goal was to reliably hide his true personality, so he decided not yet to climb into the wolf without extreme necessity. After that, the hero carefully approached Sori, who was still stinging in the wet grass. She really hoped that these evil people would finally go away and leave them alone. However, the enemies are now actively preparing for a decisive attack. Kansaha was clearly surprised that the baby was so easy to defeat a huge monster, but she was afraid of some ragged people. But in fact, the guy understood. They really should hurry with a retreat. He could once again attack enemies, while the precious power of the legendary tiger remained in him, but it was risky. Therefore, the warrior invited the girl to ride a right turtle for a quick retreat. At that moment, the royal guards finally prepared their long-range bows for shooting, and Kansahi put the girl to his palm and threw her deeply into the river, in the direction where the faithful Conchar sank. Next, the warrior fled and rushed into the water after her, diving to the very bottom. Obviously, the mercenaries became furious, not understanding where their important goals disappeared, and decided to shoot as soon as they show up on the water surface. However, to their great shock, the fugitives seemed to evaporate without a trace. There was a strange feeling, as if they simply drowned in muddy depths. But literally, a moment passed before they suddenly appeared on the other side of the river. During all this time, travelers never emerged to the surface to swallow air, and swam quickly enough for ordinary people. Kansahi understood that the opponents had no suitable boats, which means that this gave a precious time in order to finally break away from annoying surveillance. And, of course, the hero sincerely thanked the faithful Conchar, who helped them quietly get underwater on the safe side. However, it was the turtle that was grateful for the fact that the Khan of Saha did not eat him generously, and he also figured out a bloodthirsty burr. Hey. The warrior calmly nodded to this touching gratitude, and decided to continue his long way. However, finally, the turtle asked him to wait a bit with his departure. At that moment, Sori was delighted, believing that he could once again ride a funny turtle. But when the hero forbade her, she was very angry, deciding that Khan Saha wants to ride in Conchar without her. At that moment, the turtle threw something onto the river shore, and the hero recognized his lost white knot. The kid took him recently when he was at the bottom during a fight with a crocodile. Having thanked for the find, Khan Saha also decided to ask the turtle about the black tiger that he had previously met in these parts. He was wondering why the former legendary tiger then did not absorb him without a trace. However, that tiger did not see any sense in killing him. Too weak prey for such a mighty hunter. And of course, the turtle was surprised that Khan Saha did not remember how he himself explained this last time. Not explaining anything further, they only calmly said goodbye to the grateful end, after which they slowly left the dangerous place. The turtle with warmth in the heart dreamed of a new meeting with a magnificent black tiger. However, the harsh words of Khan Saha echoed in memory. The mighty beast will no longer appear on these shores. And if fate still abandons him to the river, then it is better not to appear on the surface, hiding in safe depths. At that very moment, when the night shadows thickened over the dark forest behind the river, a small figure rushed through the thickets. The girl rushed with all her might, tightly pressing an ominous burden on her chest, a human leg that belonged to the evil Sansi. The monster persecuted the fugitive on the heels, violently wanting to return the stolen part of his body. Suddenly, the baby tripped in the dark. The earth seemed to disappear under her feet. It did not notice the cliff and rolled down the slope. A sharp pain pierced her body, but consciousness did not leave the young warrior. First of all, she checked the precious burden, and her heart shouted from relief. Her leg was still with her. Frightenedly looking around, the girl hastily hid behind a massive boulder. Sanson still hunted her, and in despair the baby began to pray to all the gods. Tears flowed down her cheeks while she asked heaven about the protection and salvation of her beloved mother. When she raised her eyes through a veil, she saw an unfamiliar face in front of her. The scream was ready to break the lips, but at the last moment the girl restrained herself, afraid to attract the attention of the pursuer. Having quickly introduced herself, she asked what Sori was doing in these dangerous places. In a calm voice, the stranger explained that some people follow her on the heels. The baby decided that evil spirits are also pursued by the fugitive. Sori, as if nothing had happened, looked out from behind the stone, wanting to see the pursuers of the unfortunate girl. At this moment, the warrior had already dealt with the sinister Sansin, while the young savior explained the need to hide from mortal danger with a new acquaintance. It turned out that the house of Sori was in the east, on the same side where the peasant family lived. Curiosity swept the baby. What made her friend wander through the forest at such a late hour? Sori calmly admitted that she was lost, and the girl was struck by her courage. Lost in foreign lands, she did not shed tears and retained amazing calm. This courage inspired the young peasant woman. After all, she knew the way home and had no right to be weaker. The decision was ripened instantly. She will lead Sori to her to provide her with a safe refuge. At that moment, Sori fell on the hero who wandered nearby in night darkness. A light wave of her hand, and she showed him her shelter, as if inviting to join. So two friends went through a forest thicket to the village, where a kind-hearted baby lived. Now that the danger has passed, they could go to full growth, no longer crawling on the ground from fear. It was then that Sori drew attention to a strange burden in the hands of a new friend. A peasant woman told a heartbreaking story without hiding. Her mother was seriously ill, and yesterday night in a dream a mountain spirit appeared to the girl. A mystical vision indicated the path to the saving medicine. It was necessary to dig a dead man, cut off his leg, cook the potion, and feed the patient so that the ailment retreated. Sori thought in horror that her companion is a cannibal who devours human flesh. But the baby, having bored with bitter tears, explained the true state of affairs. She was ready to accept God's punishment if only the mother recovered. After the death of her father, the woman spent all her strength on raising the only daughter, and now the girl was the turn of the girl to protect her native blood. For the sake of maternal life, she was ready to make any sacrifices, even understanding all the sinfulness of her deeds. Suddenly, the peasant stopped as if dug. The road home seemed to dissolve in the night darkness. According to her calculations, a wooden bridge was supposed to be here, but apparently she turned in the wrong direction. Something was clearly looming behind the trees, but what exactly was impossible to discern. Shame covered the baby with an iron grip. She beat herself in her chest with her fist, reproaching for arrogance, but did not dare to admit sorry that they got lost. Turning to her friend, the girl with horror found that she had disappeared. Panic squeezed the heart of a young peasant. Obviously, the first thought was the ghost that pursued them all this time. Finally grabbed Sori and dragged them into the unknown. Loneliness among the night forest became even more frightening, especially when an ominous rattle from the depths of the thicket came to the ears. The memories of maternal warnings surfaced in memory. Jackals lived in these mountains, attacking people under the cover of darkness. The desire to run was huge, but first it is necessary to find a missing girlfriend. To her great relief, Sori soon appeared nearby. It turned out that she simply went away by natural need. The girl immediately began to apologize for the fact that they went astray, and offered to return to the familiar place in order to find the right road. It was necessary to hurry. Dangerous predators roamed in the district. The baby did not suspect that Sori, under the pretext of going to a secluded place, methodically dealt with all the predatory animals in the district, providing them with a safe path. On the way, the peasant decided to learn more about a new friend, but her questions about the house and family were embarrassed. When it turned out that Sori had no shelter or parents, the girl hastily changed her subject, not wanting to waste old wounds. At that moment, her gaze fell on the outlines familiar. They reached the coveted wooden bridge. It was only worth crossing it, and the house would be very close. However, caution needs to be taken. After the rains, the current intensified, and even the adult threatened the danger. The girl often crossed this bridge, but each time she was covered by excitement. Having decided to go the first, she was going to find a rope for Sori, but to her amazement, a friend rushed to run along slippery logs without a shadow of fear. The fright of a new familiar was so strong that the baby released a precious leg from her hands, mined with such difficulty. The ominous trophy fell into seething waters and was carried away by a ruthless current. When the girl safely moved to the other side, Sori with horror noticed the loss of the human limb. Flapping with tears of repentance, she admitted in her negligence. After all, the mountain spirit indicated precisely this medicine as the only salvation for a dying mother. But Sori still could hardly believe that the human leg served with medicine. For some time the girl tried to argue, but in the end she decided that she probably went crazy, believing in such visions. It doesn't matter whether there was a ghost or some other mystical essence, most likely. All this was an illusion woven from its desperate desires. Through tears, the baby invited her friend to go further to spend her to the village. Along the way, she told Sori the sad story of her family. The father died of a cold. At first it was only a light cough, but he continued to work without rest, and the disease grew into lethal pneumonia. If he took medicines and allowed himself to be peace, perhaps everything would end well. However, the family could not afford such a luxury. Their land was struck by crop failure. The old people in this village whispered that the spirits of the earth are angry with people for their many sins. In such circumstances, the girl only dreamed of feeding her mother with meat and getting real medicines for her. At that moment, Sori handed her a small rivet, wanting to help at least somehow. But the baby did not have time to figure out the contents, as she heard the alarmed voice of her mother. The woman ran through the forest all night, not understanding where her only daughter could disappear. Mother explained how much she was worried, waking up and not finding the child nearby. The girl only asked for forgiveness, explaining that she tried to help her. The most amazing was that a sick woman could stand on her feet. Strange changes clearly occurred with her. The night before, not finding her daughter in the house, her mother went in search, not understanding where she could go. Suddenly, a man appeared in the dark, who named the name of her child. The woman decided that it was the Reaper of Death for her soul. However, the stranger calmly explained that he was following the girl, and asked to convey that he would wait for her return. At that moment, he noticed that something was wrong with the woman. Her cough sounded menacingly. Having decided to help, the mysterious healer offered his services. The widow at first hesitated. It was wrong to stretch the wrist to a stranger, but a man in dark robes made it clear that he was able to alleviate her suffering. After several acupuncture procedures, the woman's breathing became freer, and the pain retreated. For the first time in a long time, she could walk without torment. The healer advised her to eat better, buy meat and cook nutrient porridge. To do this, he handed some money for the first time, after which he was going to leave. He understood that a man is ugly to stay in the widow's house. The hero left, not even allowing himself to thank himself, only asking the woman to enter the house. In her state, the cold wind was contraindicated. She had to wait at home and not worry, because the daughter would definitely return to the hole and unharmed. After these words, the mysterious savior disappeared in the night, and the woman really felt much better. After telling all, the mother asked what made her daughter go on a night walk through a dangerous forest. The girl decided to introduce a friend whom she met along the road, but Sori disappeared somewhere while they talked. At this moment, the mother's gaze fell on the sneak lying on the ground. Turning it around, the woman almost lost consciousness from what she saw. Inside was a wild ginseng. For such a treasure, it was possible to help out as many 200 coins. It was an incredibly expensive and rare medicine. Hearing about the value of the gift, the girl immediately rushed back to the forest, wanting to catch up with her generous friend. Seeing Sori in front, the baby asked where she was going, and she offered to stay with them at least for a short while. But smiling mysteriously, Sori replied that she also had to return home. She overcame hundreds of meters with a light jump, as if hovering over the ground. Only then, the girl realized that she had met a good Sansin, and with all her heart thanked her for her help, promising to continue to live a righteous life. After that, as if nothing unusual had happened, the baby returned to her mother, and together they headed home under the starry sky. Sori quickly found Khan Saha. The warrior dozed under a sprawling tree. With a displeased tone, he reproached the companion that they were still pursued by enemies, but for now they circled in one place. They could easily grab them. The hero decided not to hesitate anymore and continue the path immediately. Naturally, he asked where his precious ginseng suddenly disappeared. Sori could not confess her good deed and awkwardly lied that she had lost him along the road. When the travelers stopped in the depths of the forest for a short rest, the warrior suddenly heard the voice of the dark tiger in his head. The ominous Sansin condemned the young man for the fact that he clearly did not realize the seriousness of his position. He could absorb Sori when the girl dealt with the burr. That moment was perfect for such an act. Everything else was only miserable excuses on his part. Even now, the warrior was waiting again, pretending to be the right time. The tiger suggested recalling the past 3 years. Never before such an easy chance fell out to the hero. Having made tremendous efforts and spending countless days in an attempt to catch a worthy victim, he met only small bipods, barely suitable for the same tooth. Many times suffered crushing failures, faced with unworthy opponents. The tiger did not believe that the warrior was going to wait until the girl grows up. Indeed, by the time she finds her true name, she can pass for years, even for centuries. But the hero was going to wait, justifying this conditions of their contract. The sinister Sansin recalled that if the young man does not destroy doubts about his heart, his revenge will never happen. Then he will not have the right to hold this blade in his hands, and the sword should be thrown away forever. At that moment, the warrior woke up from an alarming sleep, hearing a suspicious rustle in the night. In the distance, someone's silhouette flickered, and the hero instantly broke off, bringing a blade for a decisive blow. He was ready to deal with the one who dared to sneak up to their camp. To his great surprise, only a black cat appeared in the moonlight. However, the warrior's sword shone brighter than ever before, so he continued to pursue the mysterious creation with all his might. The beast turned out to be incredibly fast. No matter how much the hero was approaching, the cat invariably remained at a distance. Of course, this could be just a spell of some ghost, but a warrior would hardly succumb to illusions so easily. In addition, he clearly felt Sanzi's energy. This was not a trick. He even thought to leave Sori with things and go to reconnaissance alone. Just at that moment, the sleepy girl approached him. She grabbed a knot with belongings as soon as she heard that the satellite was going to run away somewhere. So they continued to pursue the mysterious cat through the night forest. The beast stopped every time they lost sight of him, and as soon as the travelers approached, he rushed again into the distance. It seemed that he carefully lures them into some kind of trap. At some point, the hero stopped abruptly, which is why Sori even crashed into his back. The one saw struck both to the core. They reached a place shrouded in a dense fog, which swirled right in the middle of a remote night. Even with the sharpened feelings of the Black Tiger, the warrior could not see anything in this impenetrable darkness. He was absolutely sure. Sansin's energy pulsed in the fog, but the meaning of such catch-ups remained a mystery. In the end, the hero suggested that the girl carefully find out what was happening in this place, and who is trying to lure them into a trap. While the travelers wandered through the thick clubs of the fog, both now and then looked around, trying to understand the nature of the surrounding anomaly. Suddenly, Sori noticed a gate behind her in a settlement, tightly closed with yellowish amulets. From one glance at the protective talismans, the girl was immediately muddied, and cold sweat rolled down her face. Covered by panic, the baby clung to the hero and shook from growing fear. When Hansaha came closer and saw the expelling talismans, he calmly explained that they could not harm Sori in any way. The warrior was clearly surprised the girl won huge spirits with her bare hands, but she was afraid of some pieces of paper with spells. Once she proudly stated that she was not afraid of anything. Kansaha asked him to let him go. In an iron grip of a frightened companion, he could not take a step forward. At that moment, the hero noticed how one of the inhabitants opened the door of his house to look at the strangers, but immediately slammed it back. An oppressive silence reigned on the street. It became obvious. Local residents are not at all happy. Moreover, something is clearly scary of them. At that moment, the girl saw several dark silhouettes running ahead. They looked like children, and their faces were hidden by a strange fabric. Suddenly, the child, who was running behind, stopped and carefully looked towards Sori. Then he kindly smiled at the girl who attracted his attention and offered to join their company. They could play together. Kansaha perfectly understood that a foggy night in an unfamiliar place was not the best time for games. In addition, he guessed that these children are far from simple. However, Sori clearly liked the opportunity to have fun with someone of his age. The children had already begun to run away, calling the girl behind them. This time, the hero decided not to stop her. He understood that while Sori would have fun, he would be able to find out everything about this place. In addition, given the girl's power, here it is unlikely that anyone can harm her. The baby joyfully ran for new friends, but soon lost sight of them in a thick fog. Stopping, she saw a crowd of children crowding around a large tree. It seemed that they were waiting only for her appearance. As soon as the guys noticed the girl, they realized that she would play with them. The rules were simple. The one who would be caught will drive in the next game. After the explanation, one of the children approached the tree and began to slowly count to 10. Sori noticed how the other guys began to scatter in different directions, warning her about the need to run away and hide. When the score reached 10, the driver finally went to look. First of all, he drew attention to Sori and realized that she had not escaped, which means she would be caught. However, the girl resolutely stopped the masked creature, explaining that she did not like this stupid game and she is not going to play. But this did not force the driver to stop at all. He attacked a girl with clearly aggressive intentions. First of all, the monster grabbed Sori's little hand, trying to bite his fingers. The baby, frightened, pushed the monster away with force. Only then, looking at her hand, she saw a bleeding wound. Sansi, with the destroyed mask, only laughed, realizing that now, when she was caught, the girl should eat. Soon, children from all sides began to get to her. From the fog, they whispered the same phrase, "Today it will be eaten." Of course, the girl was nervous. As the predators were getting closer, from the tension, her eyes shone with wolf light. She last warned that she would not allow herself to eat. However, the monsters continued to slowly get and surround the victim. Having decided that the girl was defenseless, they decided to tear her body at all in abyss at once. Sori did not plan to give up so easily. Having accumulated her chilling power, she immediately rushed forward in the true form, grabbing one of the monsters in a mask with her. After that, the baby easily pulled her head off her villain. Having risen, she hoped enough to scare these strange children, and repeated that she would not play with them. However, the monsters were not at all scared and decided to crush in number. Sori immediately prepared to deal with the prefixed children. But suddenly she felt her consciousness clouded. Using this chance, all the monsters rushed at it at once, wanting to tear the weakened body. However, at that very moment, the hero hastening to help them. In one swing sword, he cut the bodies of several Sans at once. The survivors immediately turned their necks, turning to an unknown stranger. At that moment, the warrior literally boiled them with his hating look. After that, he danced between the opponents, killing monsters one after another with cold-blooded accuracy. Finally, only one demonic child survived. From one glance at the hero, he realized that he was not concerned. The monster in spotted clothes immediately tried to escape, but the power of the black tiger quickly caught up with the fugitive. All this time, the baby was sitting on the ground. Her consciousness was still clouded. When the hero came closer, he immediately decided to look at her wounded hand. Then he realized that the poison entered the girl through the bite. He had to neutralize as soon as possible, otherwise she could die. At that moment, turning around, the warrior saw something incredible. The body of one of the destroyed monsters crawled to its head and immediately hoisted it in its rightful place. Other Sansons, whom he chopped off, began to gather in the same way. All this looked extremely suspicious. The hero understood that it was better to retreat. He explained to Sori that they would return to the same road that they came and treat her there. However, the girl in delirium kept repeating that she did not like these children. In addition, she wanted to undress, as she felt a strong heat from poisoning. No matter how much they go in the fog, again and again came to that rhinus tree. Monsters in masks were waiting for their return. They knew that the travelers left for a while, and in one voice repeated, "The one who was caught should be eaten." Realizing that just these demons would not let them go, the warrior decided to show them that they attacked the wrong person. However, at that moment, Sori, addressing the hero, explained that something strange was happening to her. She stopped seeing it all. The poison acted more and more. Taking a girl with them, they again went forward. The monsters seemed to be waiting for them, getting closer and closer from different sides. To the sounds of their rumbling stomachs, they demanded that the guy give the girl to be torn to pieces. But as soon as someone dared to come a little closer than the permitted, he was instantly cut by the hero's sword. But just as easily gathered back, such wounds were in any way. The warrior quickly realized that with the usual rough power to not cope with these monsters. In addition, although they went a different road, they returned to the place where they came from. If the first time it could be a mistake, then the second time, definitely not. The girl began to gradually lose strength. The hero asked her a little more. As soon as they get out of here, she could rest. He decided to try to go another road again. In fact, the warrior understood that he had made a huge mistake coming here, not even understanding who their opponent was. He relied too much on the strength of the black tiger. But now it has become clear. In order to get out of the trap, it is necessary to destroy the source of the spell. If the spell covered the whole village, then the hearth should have been considerable. In search of a source of magic, fog, which was easily shot down from the way. But the hero knew that in a place where the fog is the most thorough, and there would be a concentration of the charms. In addition, if the forces forced them to return to the tree, perhaps the hearth was there. Only now the warrior decided to take a closer look at the tree, which they were no longer the first time. As soon as he began to approach the tree, the monsters surrounded them from all sides. While the hero fought off some, others attacked a defenseless girl. However, Kansaha did not allow them to harm her somehow. Fighting monsters that recovered so quickly was extremely problematic. In addition, they interfered in every possible way. While the warrior fought, the hero lost his way again. However, at that moment he saw a cat who was sitting on the roof of one of the houses. At the same time, the girl opened her eyes with her last strength and also saw the silhouette of the cat. But before she had time to rejoice, she instantly lost consciousness because of a strong heat that gripped her whole body. Of course, the hero understood that such a strong fever could be dangerous even for Sansi. In addition, now he had no doubt, she was poisoned precisely with poison. However, it was difficult to find treatment, especially when the nature of toxin was unknown. At that moment, the cat suddenly reached out, after which she went somewhere, as if calling the hero behind her. Of course, it was a tempting proposal to follow it, especially when they were surrounded by different monsters from all sides, from which it was not possible to get rid of. The warrior still could not get rid of the thought that this was a trap, but in any case, he had no other choice, so he still followed the mysterious animal. In addition, along the way, watching the cat, the hero realized that they got into this village with the help of the same cat for the first time. Perhaps it was a trap, but even so, he deliberately again decided to lead for it. Although, perhaps, the cat that they saw in the forest was not at all this creature. Suddenly, the cat disappeared from the field of view of the hero. The warrior realized that I had to go faster and stop doubting, so he hurried after him. Soon the animal stopped near the fence of one of the houses. Then the gap through which it slipped into the courtyard was calmly found. Of course, the hero was amazed that such a low fence was in the place where the ghosts are walking around. Such carelessness aroused suspicion, but he had no other choice. Soon, when he went into the yard, he saw many cans with unknown contents, as well as 2 cats that were peacefully dozed at a distance. At that moment, cats informed their mistress that guests came to them. The young girl immediately opened the door of her house and invited them inside. However, she asked the guests to lock the gate more tightly. At that moment, ghosts began to crowd near an unclosed gate. But as soon as she slammed shut, as if the trail caught a cold in an instant, The girl understood that after what she saw, her guests should be in shock, and asked them to go to the house to explain everything. After that, she greeted Mr. Black Tiger, from which the hero came into great amazement. The hostess introduced herself to Tan Yen and honestly admitted that she was glad to meet him. Soon, the girl laid sorry to sleep and sympathetically noticed how hard the travelers had to look for the path in this thick fog. The hero calmly explained that it was the cat who brought them here. Now Tan Yen finally realized where her cat ran away. Apparently he ran to meet the guests and must have done something worthy if the animal brought them. Speaking about this, the warrior became interested. In the mountains they met a beast, similar to panther. Perhaps the lady knew something about this initially? Tanyena considered that they probably had been revealed by confusing a cat with a panther. Such predators were not found in these environs, so she did not even know what to tell them. Although the girl helped to put the baby to sleep, she could not particularly help her. She was not a doctor. However, judging by the fact that the girl finally fell asleep tightly, the medicine began to act. The hero honestly admitted that he did not want to doubt the mistress of the house, but the correct medicine can only be prepared if you probably know which poison was used, and each drug is prepared individually. Therefore, he wanted to know how so coincided that she prepared the right medicine as soon as possible, and even late at night. Tanyen immediately realized that the hero doubts her skills. Kansahi, of course, had to apologize, if the mistress seemed like that. However, in this situation, he could not lose vigilance. Then the hostess calmly explained that the medicine was prepared in advance. What they experienced today happened more than once or two, so you need to always be prepared. Moreover, she still foresaw something. The girl already knew that they would come. After all, the threads of fate told her so. The warrior was amazed. The girl moved as naturally as if she had seen. However, the reason was that she was used to putting things in the same place. But if you move even to a centimeter, it will be difficult to find them. After that, the girl offered to drink the hero of the medicine. Although he was not bitten, the poison was also scattered in the fog. And even now, everything was in order with him. Soon he could begin to cramp. Then, looking at the bowl, the warrior decided to find out from the beauty what is happening in this village. He wanted to understand where the fog came from. This evil spirits and spells that did not allow to leave the settlement, despite the protective talismans. However, Tan Yen did not understand what the point of explaining anything, given that the hero did not believe her. The girl somehow guessed that the warrior did not drink a decoction. He only made sounds similar to the fact that he was drinking tea. Obviously, he doubted that the eyes of the mistress of the house really did not see. Tan Yen only smiled and decided to find out from the hero if he saw a huge old tree in an empty field. There lived a guardian spirit that protects the tree. A month ago, it did not look like that. It was a beautiful tree, pleasing to his eyes with juicy foliage. Since the tree has become so ugly, fog sank to the ground, be it day or night. All whom the poison touched took a tree. At first it touched cats and dogs, then cows. After the target, people became. Then she protected the houses at home with talismans and ordered residents to sit at home. However, not all houses were ready for prolonged isolation. Everyone who briefly went beyond food, water, or medicines caught dolls and pulled them to a tree. After that, people disappeared. The hero immediately realized that under the disappearance, she most likely refers to death. The sad mistress could not argue with this conclusion. In addition, among the remaining houses, few were able to hold out at least a little longer. Some insects were also found on the tree. She did not know what kind of creation it was, and never met such, so it could only be assumed, perhaps these were monsters. Of course, the girl understood that the hero still did not trust her. Even during her story, he did not let out a sword from his hands, ready for battle at any time. The warrior immediately asked how it turns out that she sees everything. However, Tanyena explained, she did not see her eyes, but with a special feeling that helped to read everything around. She saw even strangers through and through. The guy asked the girl to tell everything that she sees regarding him. However, she distinguished his past very vaguely, as if it was covered with a black veil. Nevertheless, she knew one feature. His fate was cut off. This means that he had to die for a long time, but he was still alive. The guy considered that he had two fates that were superimposed on each other. However, the matter was different. His share was always one with a sword that he held in his hands. After what he heard, the hero already believed the girl and immediately drank the proposed bowl. After that, he put her on the place where she stood and explained that he would return soon. The warrior decided to deal with this misfortune. After all, he could not give anything more in return for the fortune-telling that she provided him. Of course, the hero understood that she could be a monster luring him here. And he, in her speech, drank poisoned tea and will soon die. It would be a literally perfect lie that even he believed. Therefore, as a joke, Khan Saha even invited the girl as a reward to eat a child whom he brought with him. 10 yen only laughed at such an ridiculous joke, after which she handed the hero the nephritic bead. As you know, the poisonous fog deprived the guideline. No matter what the path the traveler chooses, he will lead him wherever he wants. But with Basina, he will be able to leave the village with any road. Then, with this bead, the guy realized that this nightmare would definitely stop. He did not know which of what was said by this girl can be believed and what was not, but the effect of the bead really was. Therefore, going to the tree, he decided to see what insects play with human lives. After that, the warrior tied a protective talisman on his neck and remembered the girl's words that it was the most ordinary tree. In his appearance, it was clear. If it continued to grow, it would have stood for another 100 years, protecting the village. It became so clear that the tree was the first victim. At that moment, monsters were observed from behind the corners, who did not understand what he was doing. They believed that he wanted to play hide-and-seek with them, and invited him to hide first. But with one condition: if they find it, then they will eat it alive. The hero calmly warned that if they loved this game so much, then it would be better to hide themselves. And he recalled that he would eat everyone to whom his hand will reach. Then he instantly rushed forward, cutting the bodies of wooden dolls in half. At that moment, a few more survivors flew up from his back, trying to grab. However, the guy easily chopped them, not even allowing him to touch him. But he perfectly understood that this battle was only a waste of energy. From the very beginning, his goal was not these dolls, but a tree. Of course, if it were an ordinary tree, the hero's strength would not be enough in order to cut it. However, if a ghost took possession of the tree, then the sword will help him. Therefore, he immediately hit with all his might, and the tree scattered into the smallest chips. However, the guy understood. Even when he cut down a tree, it was unlikely to end. Sansi's power remained the same. In addition, he did not absorb memories, and these guys, whoever they were, still stood on their feet. At that moment, he heard someone's voice emanating from the stump of a tree. The ghost realized that Mr. Black Tiger himself visited them. The hero immediately ordered the spirit that hidden inside to show himself. However, the ghost calmly explained that no Sans would dare to appear in front of Mr. Black Tiger. Therefore, he asked the master to leave or to remain in his fog forever. After all, his dolls would not let him get bored. At the same instant, the dolls climbed onto each other, gathered in one large, frightening monster, similar to an indigenous multi-piece. The ghost, rejoicing inside the tree, hoped that he had pleased the tastes of the Black Tiger. He would like a similar toy. Of course, the hero was unpretentious, but this was already, in his opinion, too much. But the dolls spoke in the voice of their master, making it clear that he was fun enough with him. And while at least one another is always alive, no matter how much the Black Tiger tried to beat them, he will not be able to destroy them. The warrior understood perfectly well. The dolls move with the help of spells, and even speak the voice of the ghost. The ability of some insect would not be enough. Therefore, he decided to find out who gave him such power. As soon as the hero heard the name Tachon, at the same moment he was already moving. He did not seem to believe the words heard, and the dolls only laughed, realizing that they seemed to be accidentally spent. Then, also smiling cheerfully, they rushed to attack the hero. However, the warrior easily dodged all attacks, simply jumping over this huge wooden insect that rushes on it. Then the wooden creature began to laugh. It wanted to show the power that Tachon granted him. It seemed that even Mr. Black Tiger himself was powerless before this power. In addition, the insect saw that in front of him was only a miserable fake, which only imitated the true Black Tiger. The hero, of course, became furious from such words and immediately destroyed one of the dolls sitting at the very top. However, the remaining dolls immediately continued to attack. The strength and speed of these puppets clearly increased. In addition, he still could not understand how they can be crushed so together. While the warrior thought about it, another batch of insects flew to him, which he easily chopped. But that was not all that the hero was going to do. He brought his blade. It was time to finally put an end to this story. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he hit the ground with a sword, a huge hole formed. Then it began to tighten it somewhere in the most dark depths. When the hero finally opened his eyes, he realized that he was in some deep cave. And the insect living there calmly explained that the hero should stay with his dolls, or just retreat. The creation did not even know where the guy got so much courage to stick directly into other people's possessions. In addition, the insect saw that the fortune teller handed the hero a nephritic bead. However, such a thing is impossible to destroy her spell. Therefore, Sansi calmly warned that Mr. Black Tiger would be very regretted that he had contacted her. The hero was only happy that this insect finally decided to appear. Then he calmly escaped from his captivity and went to the mistress of the dungeon. However, when she began to go further and further deep into the cave, she laughed calmly. She was not going to get involved in battle with the Black Tiger. Let him follow her if he has the courage. Of course, the hero saw absolutely nothing. Even the vision of the black tiger was not enough to discern at least something a few meters forward. If not for the bead given to him by a fortune teller, he would not distinguish anything at all in this pitch darkness. At that moment, the beetle finally disappeared around the turn of the cave. Therefore, the hero rushed after her, suspecting that she wanted to lure him somewhere and attack from an ambush. However, soon following her, he realized that he was on a large interweaving of roads. The trace broke off just in this place. Perhaps Sansi only pretended to lure him, and she decided to hide. Or she disguised her presence, although the warrior doubted that she was capable of something like that. At this critical moment, the warrior suddenly felt his breath after a short run. Even being in the cool bowels of the cave, such shortness of breath seemed extremely suspicious. Looking tightly around, the young man noticed how a wooden monster beetle rushes rapidly to him. Surprise covered the hero. When did this creature manage to get here from the outside world? Continuing the battle, the warrior finally realized the anxious truth. Never before in the battles he was fueled by the forces of the black tiger for such a long time. Usually all the confrontations ended with one powerful swing of the sword. For all 3 years today, for the first time, the young man used this dark power for so long. At that moment, an attempt to attack a terrible creature fell upon the hero. When the guy deftly dodged, the opponent sighed heavily. She longed to give the master the body of the black tiger as a trophy. However, her enemy already inhaled her poisonous fog in full chest, so that he could hardly stay on her feet for a long time. The evil creature did not even see the need to overstrain. It was enough to just wait until it has lowered forever. In return, she promised to keep his body in this cave until the moment when the time comes to present the gift to the master. However, the warrior calmly explained that some miserable poison would definitely not stop him. The opponent clearly did not like such impudence. She thought that since he had the power of the tiger, she was no different from the rest of the victims. Of course, she knew that the black tiger is incredibly powerful. He caught all the sanctions of the mountain. However, even in this case, he is unlikely to have immunity to her toxins. In addition, as she observed, the current carrier of the power of the black tiger was much weaker than the previous one. Mr. Tang will probably be very happy if it brings the black tiger in human form. The hero did not doubt and did not even object to Juchika to lead him to the Lord right now. The girl realized that Khan Saha was trying to conclude a deal with her. Then she invited the guy to start listening to her offer. He had to leave the cave, get out of the village, and continue to live as before. Perhaps even to catch Samsonov further. She did not care. Otherwise, he will have to enter into an endless battle with her. And obviously that Khan Sahi, being poisoned, will like to lose. She was kindly ready to show him the path leading from the cave. However, without listening to the end, the hero released his forces of the black tiger, creating a powerful wave of energy that formed after his blow. The girl regarded this as a refusal of the transaction, so she only asked that the warrior would not bother her. Let him just lose consciousness, and later she will pick up his chilled body. However, the guy made it clear that he would not let her go. Although he really already felt strong weakness, he needed to complete the duel as soon as possible. The beetle only laughed. The hero said so loudly that the poison would not work on him, but he was already starting to give up. She continued to call him to fall asleep, but warned him to move more accurately, because with sharp movements, toxins spread faster through the body. The opponent understood. No matter how much he was in a hurry, she would still not be able to catch up with her, because the caves were her elements. In general, it would not be possible to keep up with her in any way, and the warrior had to regret that he did not agree to their deal. At this tense moment, the hero closed his eyes briefly, wiping them with fatigue. Then he instantly rushed in pursuit. The girl believed that the tiger, despite her strength, was probably stopped moving. The whole cave was saturated with poison, and somewhere after 20 breaths, toxin will fully fill its lungs. It was only worth hiding and waiting. However, the hero continued to chase her with non-consulting determination. Of course, she was amazed at how he managed to catch up with her. Cave mazes had to knock him down the way. But the warrior only laughed. Perhaps this is a worthless creature, as she called Tan Yen, much stronger than Juchika expected. Or the essence that endowed her with force explained something incorrectly to her, since she considered herself invincible. In any case, the hero managed to get on time to injure her body. The girl published a piercing cry, not used to pain. The warrior only reminded, even if she received strength, it was foolish to believe that he could resist him, because her master was just a coward that was hiding with fear. At that moment, the girl began to beg the hero to stop. She was ready to tell where the master was hiding all this time. However, Khan Sahi was unnecessarily necessary. He himself would find him. In addition, the memories that were stored in her head will soon belong to him. In the last moment, the hero's power stopped literally a centimeter from her face. Juchika was delighted. This meant that the poison still worked. Using this opportunity, she immediately attacked a warrior. Despite this, he managed to grab her with his own hands, after which he reached out with a blade in order to pierce her body. However, her paws immediately grabbed him, preventing the sword from leaving. The hero broke out of this vice and rushed at her. The militar tried to confuse him, releasing poisonous smoke. Then she aimed at his eyes to finally disorient the enemy. However, the warrior easily repelled the attack, after which he went straight to the girl. At that moment, the dolls blocked the hero the path, taking the whole attack on themselves. Then the guy, as if nothing had happened, threw off his blade away. His body itself contained the power of a black tiger. Having exposed the claws from his bones, he inflicted a deep wound from the opponent's face and down. After that, the warrior looked around and saw that the monster was standing near his sword. Although the hero could use the power without a blade, he was not sure that he would last a long time. Therefore, the young man decided to hurry and reunite with his weapons. He immediately threw the monster, who pulled his paws to him, after which he reached for the blade. The warrior understood. It will be enough to cut the mother of the dungeon. Then all the dolls will stop. However, at that moment, puppets attacked him from all sides, digging into his body. The hero did not expect this, although it was obvious that not only the doll was set off in pursuit. From the bites of this hero's bite, they began to get dark gradually. All that he needed was to get to his blade, rather. However, when everything was completely blackened, he realized that he seemed to be late. Of course, the warrior suspected that his obsession would someday lead to death. However, he did not think that he would die in a similar place and from such miserable dolls. The militar laughed at the loser, although she could admit that he still lasted enough for someone who had to fall long ago. But it was too late. Another breath and he would die. However, this was not necessary. She could simply tear his limbs with the help of dolls and give the rest to the master. But at that moment, Sori appeared, who loudly called a hero by name. Then one after another attacked the monsters by the power of her ice. At that moment, the warrior finally came into consciousness. Looking at Sori, he wanted to know how the girl got here. First of all, the young man did not understand how she could move at all. As it turned out, she still felt not in the best way, but she came to help. Also, the baby handed the Consach his sword. Thanking the heroine, the warrior asked her to remove her hands from the blade. As soon as she did this, the hero no longer restrained the strength of the dark tiger. At that moment, Sori saw a terrifying picture, how the angry black tiger actually looks like. In the end, the hero looked around and saw the corpses of cattle and even human bodies. Slid, this creation of darkness, could no longer wait. The girl asked him to stop. She could tell everything about the owner if he spared her. However, the warrior recalled that he had already issued his verdict. He does not need it. He will learn everything from her memory. In the memoirs of these monsters, paintings flashed. A certain person found a multi-piece and began to think about whether she could become Sansin. Then the same person decided to give her a chance to come true. He provided her with a village that she had to destroy. It was just a test for her. She could choose any way she wishes. In return, she was given a black worm. It could be used to control small animals. In addition, this village was famous for miniature dolls, which she could force. The millipede could act as much as my heart, so that rumors about this damned village scattered throughout grief. However, the girl decided to do everything slowly so that the rumors did not spread prematurely. She acted at her discretion and so, without rushing, planned to move until she would eat the last person in the village. After the hero saw in his memoirs a woman whom he met more than once, he was interested in her personality. Finally, the militar died, and the warrior decided to find out from Sori how she got here. As it turned out, she was allowed to go and said that he would hardly return himself, so they sent her to the rescue. However, it was not a girl storyteller cat turned to her, who spent her here. The girl, of course, did not know that they were faced with the same cat, which led to the fortune teller. Therefore, without explaining anything, the warrior simply said that they need to get home. In fact, although the hero did not show, as soon as the power of the black tiger weakened, he again began to lose his eyesight. Perhaps, although an indigenous thing was dead, her spell was still remaining here. It is good at least that he has preserved a necklace given by Tana. However, if he, God forbid, will get since the way, then they both rot here. At that moment, the warrior saw a black cat calling them from afar. It was not clear whether it was the same predator whom they met in the forest, or a cat, which led to the house. In any case, she possessed the power of Sansin, and the hero followed her. Now, looking at the deplorable situation in the village, the warrior realized what this cat was. It was the spirit of this village, which led the saviors behind him. As soon as the cat evaporated, the hero realized that they had found a way out of the cave. Therefore, he jumped out and landed at the place where the tree split into parts. After that, the warrior took out his blade, which was still brightly shining with the power of the dark tiger, and he drew attention to Taninu, who did not really try to hide her true personality. However, The girl only thanked the warrior, who returned whole and unharmed. Kansaha ordered this woman to shut up. He was going to absorb her strength and memories. However, at this moment, the black tiger lost consciousness. The girl looked at him, recalling how all Sansins tremble, hearing the name of this man. She wondered how much he was strong, but could not imagine that only a boy with a heart, to the brim, filled with longing, would be a black tiger. She even felt sorry for the young man. After some time, the hero finally came to his senses in an unknown place. Looking around, he calmed down, seeing a sword next to his bed. The warrior also noticed the same fortune teller that came to feed him. She apologized. She could offer him a little, but hoped that he would like the treat. The hero immediately poured into a corner, preparing his blade, because he remembered that this girl was one of the spirits. However, Tang Yen, not at all afraid, went into the room and calmly explained that poison was still in the guy's body. His throat was most likely dry, so she offered to pour water to him. Kansaha ordered her not to pretend. He already knew very well that she sees everything. However, the girl calmly explained that she did not see anything, but she knew everything. In addition, with her forces from the Black Tiger cannot be escaped. She will allow the hero to act as he considers necessary. Doubts here were useless. Kansahi was extremely interested in why Tan Yen saved him, even knowing that he would absorb her. She could kill him at any moment while the warrior was unconscious. As it turned out, Tan Yen is not one of those people who kill, preventing all threats to life. Of course, she was not a man, but Sansin, but the situation did not change. Understanding that Kansahi is interested in learning about her closed eyes, the girl made it clear that she closes them only because open eyes see too much. After that, as if nothing had happened, she invited the hero to eat. At that moment, the baby Sori appeared just as naturally. Tan Yen recalled that the girl recently ate her food, but was still hungry. Just seeing the portion of the hero, she wanted to taste her. However, this time, Hansaha banned such behavior. Soon, the warrior finished and sat down to talk with Tannen, because for the first time he saw the spirit living among people. The girl seems to have a special reason for this. She calmly explained that she was a simple cat who lived in this house with a fortune teller, like all other cats in the district. For a long time, absorbing the forces of the soothsayer, she received the ability to predict the future. Although the hero knew that the cats living with a man receive such forces, but no one became Sunsin from this. He suspected that she was difficult from the very beginning. Then Tan Yen admitted that she had not thought about anything before, because in the house of the fortune teller, no one was worried about her appearance. During her life, she found more than one generation of this family, the first daughter and first mentor, the second daughter of the first daughter and first daughter of the second. Living with them all from generation to generation, she herself became a fortune teller. However, unfortunately, decades of the years ago, the last soothsayer died of illness and not having time to give birth to a descendant. Following their will, the cat stayed here and continued to take care of the house. On this, the story ended. She did not know what to say more. However, Tanene was interested. Does the hero want to eat her after what the story he heard? At that moment, the baby saw a cat wandering around the yard. Therefore, she also rushed to her to play. However, the cat only awarded her pair of scratches on her face and, as if nothing had happened, went away. Looking at this, the warrior decided to find out whether Tan Yen knows his future. However, there is no fortune teller in the world who reads its own fate. The hero suggested that he would most likely eat Tan Yenu, but before that he wanted to offer something. She could say if there is Sansin stronger than she. If he answers, then he will spare her. Tanyena understood that the warrior asked the wrong question. Now he was not looking for at all who was stronger. He needed Sansin that he would answer his questions and heal his soul. Therefore, she asked the young man to change his mind. Because, according to her predictions, a child named Kansahi does not kill for his benefit. However, in order to get answers to his questions, he sheds blood, deceiving himself. He considers himself a hunter for Sansanov and a black tiger. Hearing this, the hero grabbed the girl by the neck, pressing against the wall, and ordered to stop carrying nonsense. He warned, either she will die, or tell him the place where another spirit lives. It was easy to guess which choice is better. However, Tanyena recalled, cats do not make a good choice in nature. They choose what they like. The Sansins, whom she knew she liked, she was not going to exchange their life for her. Therefore, she only asked the hero to kill her painlessly. Unfortunately, the warrior could not do anything, so he admitted that he had lost. On this, he decided to retreat. Then Tan Yen invited him to stay for a while, because they did not heal to the end. But the hero was going to leave anyway. He had already rested enough. Then in return that the warrior left her life, the girl decided to tell where Sansin was, whom he wanted to find. After he finds him, the young man will be able to dispel his doubts and perhaps finally find a solution. As a destination, she called Mount Bokvan. Therefore, the hero immediately went with the baby right there. In the end, the warrior explained to Tan Yen that this time she was released, but asked that the girl would no longer catch his eye. However, nevertheless, as a Khan of Sachet, he was grateful to Tan Yin who helped him. The girl also bowed to the hero and his little companion, promising that they could come to her home at any time, and she would accept them with warmth. Then she looked at these two. Then she turned to her cat, who scratched the girl. Although she was a child, but still it was necessary to have the courage to swing at such a terrible killer. Then the hostess invited the pet home. When the village finds out that fear is already scattered, they will cover grief for dead relatives and friends, and then her deeds will increase very much. In fact, the cat hoped that Khan Saha, and without unnecessary words, understood that she wanted to tell him. In addition, the pursuers are already heading to the place where he was in a hurry, so he had to be careful. Events moved to a cold mountain strewn with snow. There, a shaman sat on a stone thinking about something. At that moment, one of the guards came to her to greet her. He also bent to find out what she was doing in such a cold on the street. In addition, he could not find warriors who disappeared somewhere. However, the mistress calmly explained that the cold was in the way, and the warriors interfered, so she sent them. Then the man gloomily explained that what was said in a letter sent to the shaman is true. The girl was really released, and if his guesses are true, they went in this direction. Of course, the shaman was amazed that after all the incident they decided to return here. Perhaps the reason is that somewhere here was her house. However, she was not even against caught a fugitive for the second time. The first time it turned out to be very easy. Soon the mistress began to guess on the stones. Soon she remembered the report. The rabbits who took the girl had a suspicious sword. She also saw that the murder of that Sanson was the work of this girl. However, Sanson decreased in size to normal only after contact with the sword of that guy. It seemed that the sword draws power from the blood, but it was impossible to judge with confidence only by these signs. Also, as it was known, in a battle with ordinary people, he had a completely human power. Then the shaman remembered. The Sansons after death sometimes return to their original form. Perhaps this guy is one of these. Her predictions did not indicate a special threat, so they should not have worried about this person. According to her divination, these two will necessarily be separated. Then they will eliminate them one at a time. However, at that moment, the shaman felt something unusual around, and I realized that I still managed to track down the owner of this mountain. The man immediately whistled, calling his people. He immediately ordered the first detachment to move to the ridge, while the rest should follow him. The shaman was glad that her assistant commander arrived. Without it, the army of soldiers was nothing more than a gathering of people with swords. Of course, the man was glad to be useful, especially considering that he served one of the most powerful shamans. He did not see anything bad in fulfilling her whims. However, at that moment, the commander decided to rightly ask how Sansin, who owns this mountain, looked. After all, for the months of hunting, they did not see him. It seemed to them that the owner of the highest mountain should be some kind of tiger or dragon. However, this opinion was erroneous. The height of the mountain is in no way connected with the size of the owner. Then the shaman indicated in the direction where the owner of this mountain was. But even it was really hard for her to believe that it was this Sansin that was the mistress of the mountain. Having stepped closer, the shaman greeted the snow roe deer with a smile. But obviously the mistress of the mountain wanted to know why she was caught. The shaman made it clear that she was only a lower link, and such as she was not supposed to know anything. She only complied with orders from above to capture the roe deer. However, the spirit saw perfectly well that the woman is definitely not the lower link. She was Madame Shamanka from the community. She had the right to decide and act of her own free will. Kosulya asked the woman to let her go, because if she does not leave the mountain, a huge misfortune would fall on this place. The man immediately realized what kind of spell had this soul. Only when he saw the spirit, he already originated in him the desire to release the captive. A sense of guilt for an unforgivable sin appeared in his soul. However, the shaman calmly explained, if the disaster collapses to the mountain, then everything will go exactly as they planned. She also asked Kosul not to worry about grief because she would not return here anymore. All that was required of it was to sleep tightly in the prepared iron cage, after which the soothsayer ordered her fighters to prepare for the battle. At that moment, a snowstorm rushed to them, and the commander immediately ordered everyone to concentrate. A huge brown bear also appeared from the snowy curtain, who came to defend his mistress. The Kosul girl immediately asked him not to approach. It was impossible to fight these people. However, this did not stop the bear. He ended forward, following the shaman itself. The woman was surprised. This bear knew exactly who to attack in this situation. Therefore, as soon as the beast got close enough, she laid the talisman on his head. The shaman was sincerely amazed when he saw this bear here. He was famous enough, even looked like the owner of the mountain. Kosul, however, tried to explain that the hunters came for not him, so she asked to let this cub. However, the soothsayer of the shaman recalled, The gallbladder of the bear and the power of Sansen was a great value. With his help they will take possession of incredible power. However, they had nowhere to put such a giant, so she ordered the soldiers to deal with him in place. The fighters took out spears and began to stab the bear right here. Kosulia screamed, begging them to stop such atrocities. However, at that moment, hunters have already begun to think how to transfer such a carcass. Probably they will have to cut it into pieces. And given that it was quite late now, until the evening they could not get to the base camp with him. Therefore the shaman ordered to divide the bear and to take the roe deer like that. However, at that moment, the beast ripped off his talisman along with his flesh. Obviously, everyone was surprised that he was so decisive. He ripped off the amulet with his wool and skin. Therefore, everyone immediately rushed after him in pursuit. It was impossible to allow the bear to get to the snow roe deer. At that moment, the girl asked him to run away, then he would not be caught. However, the beast could not leave his sister in trouble. Therefore, he tried to eat the chains that restrained it. However, the shackles were so strong, plus reinforced magic that he broke their teeth broke them. The bear perfectly understood that they were not destined to survive too. Therefore, he asked the sister to be more accurate when landing, because he would abandon her as far as possible. Thus, the beast threw the roe deer from the mountain and asked her to run away, promising to detain the pursuers as long as possible. In the end, he only said goodbye to his sister and went to the last battle. The battle was completed soon, and the bear fell, battered by spears and arrows. The shaman ordered the soldiers to check everything again. Before that, they said that the bear was dead, but the beast got out. Because of this, they lost a snow roe deer. The captain was only guilty. He could not think that such a monster could move after his heart was pierced 3 times with a sword. After that, the shaman put an amulet on the bear, because of which the body began to burn, and ordered the soldiers to follow her. They were divided into different groups to find the escaped roe deer, which they must have caught today. Somewhere at this time, the hero, along with Sori, had already reached the most snowy mountain. Therefore, stopping, the warrior decided to find out if any memories of the girls surfaced in the girl's head. However, the baby, sniffing, pointed in a completely different direction, at the nearest house. It turned out that she was hungry, so they went to eat. While the hero was talking to her, the girl honestly admitted that nothing comes to her mind. She cannot recall these places. Of course, Kansahi understood that she was unlikely to know absolutely nothing. He remembered last night, then he slept tightly, but woke up when he felt that Sori was leaving somewhere. He saw that she had gone to a cliff in the mountains. The girl looked at the snowy peak and cried, although she could not explain her reaction. After that, the baby ran to the Khan of Saha to hug him. Although the young man did not tolerate such tenderness, he stood with him before pulling the girl away from himself and demanded that she go to bed. After all, tomorrow they will have to walk a lot, and she had to gain strength. Apparently, now the lost memories have not yet returned. Of course, he did not expect that with the advent here everything would be decided in an instant. But there were still some hopes in him. But in an extreme case, all that is required is to go around every corner of the highest mountain so that it finally finds her house. Soon after eating, the girl, as if nothing had happened, ran away to the restroom. At this moment, the hero noticed that the braids that Tanyena covered on her head already completely blossomed. About 5 minutes passed before the girl finished with her affairs, and the baby returned back to Hansahi. However, along the way, she met the wolves, surrounding her from all sides. However, the animals did not want to attack. Going closer, they calmly gave the girl to stroke themselves. After that, turning around, the wolves immediately began to run away somewhere, clearly calling it behind them. In the end, Sori looked at the house where the hero called her all this time. However, not paying attention to the cries of Khan Saha, she ran along with the wolves to where they lead her. Soon the girl was near a spacious cave. Going inside, she saw a lying hay as a bed. Therefore, the baby immediately flopped there, rejoicing, finally returned home. The hero continued to sit at the table, wondering why Sori was gone for so long. Of course, he should not have worried that the mountain animals could drag her, but the warrior still decided to go to see where she could go. However, at that moment he heard the rustle of boots walking on the ground, and then he saw people in black and red robes, which drove some kind of box covered with tarpaulin. All the inhabitants of the village were crowded, looking around these people coming away. With a sigh, the man realized that he apparently appeared again with Himori, who decided to catch. However, the hero looked at the procession with curiosity, and he asked the man to explain to him what this name means. Himori, because he was not from these places. A local resident calmly told the story. One rich man found a little girl on the mountain and wished to pick her up to raise her. However, this girl, who did not know gratitude, killed that rich man and cut out the whole family. All hunters of nearby villages were collected, but the losses only grew. The people covered by fear began to talk about that monster, Himori. Initially, the name came from an evil spirit with red hair, destroying many people. When he killed, he sang a song on the motive of Huimori, for which he was called. When that girl was caught, she was put in a similar cage, which was taken now. However, then the two was accompanied by a woman who looked like a shaman. Then they quickly figured out this business. From the locals, no one saw her with their own eyes, but everyone believed that these people caught Huimori. Obviously, Khan Saha considered that they caught Sori and decided to transport her, so he found out that these people led a real hunt for Samsonov. Uncle recognized the information first, after which he called all the nephews and began the investigation. Already convinced of reliability, he told the others about it, so the warrior believed the words of his interlocutor. At that moment, the man noticed that the daughter of Khan Saha disappeared. Therefore, the guy hastily justified himself that she went to inspect the surroundings. However, a frightened man explained that there were many wolves in the vicinity. Therefore, Khan Sahi pretended to go in search. In fact, the hero was surprised. The man told the story of Huimori so, while not recognizing that Sori was one of the Sansins. However, this was even logical. No matter how loud the incident may be, a simple person who did not see his own eyes, it remained to be content with only rumors. At that moment, the hero glanced at the walking people and noticed that the man was looking too closely at him. The warrior considered that perhaps this man guessed everything, so, hastily covering his face with his hat, decided to leave. At this moment, the commander was reported that all preparations were completed. At this time, the captain ordered to wait until new orders would come. Also, the assistant decided to find out whether now the command of the command was transferred to the mentor Honshiku. However, the man only viciously threw a look at him and ordered to be more careful with the words. There were many curious ears. The assistant calmly explained that the whole detachment was indignant. They plowed here for so many months, but then this man suddenly appeared. It was not clear why he constantly mistakes near the shaman. However, the man only reminded him of displeased. If they are not so happy with this, they could refuse this matter. And if they do not want, it is better to return to your duties. In fact, the man himself was angry, recalling the last words of the commander. He decided to accompany the shaman himself and ordered his comrade to engage in a cage. Obviously, he was surprised. The man had to catch Huimori and return home. However, the commander made it clear that his business was not finished yet, because someone brought this Huimori back here. The man reminded the captain that he was on this task and saw the face of the girl who needs to be caught. But the commander calmly explained, "If he so wants to do something, then he can go to catch this fugitive, but he will still not allow him to engage in accompanying the shaman." And he ordered his subordinates not to argue, not forgetting whose order would be above all. The man was obviously angry. All this time he was in every possible way in front of the shaman. At this time, the captain only did that he guarded the cage, and now because of him the prospects did not shine only the role of a subordinate. If he doesn't do anything right now, then this geek will take everything from him. Therefore, he planned to at least do something. Somewhere at this time, Kosel tried in every possible way to escape from the pursuers. However, her leg was very ill, and in the end she stumbled on the stone and fell. Tears rolled down her cheeks when she tried to rise again. At that moment, having awakened from sleep, little Sori woke up. She had a dream about her mother. Therefore, she jumped out of the cave and began to flee towards the mountain. Only then the girl looked back at the village for the last time, realizing that she had completely forgotten about the Khan of Saha. But now she had no time to explain everything to him. She decided to go to the aid of her mother, but promised to return. At that moment, the hero in search of the girl began to look at the snowy mountain, believing that she could be there. However, at that time the same captain, armed with his sword, approached him. He demanded that the warrior tell what he has to do with Huimori. The baby herself at that moment, along with her wolves, was already running along a snowy mountain. However, she ordered the beasts to wait, and she went towards the snowy caves. There, as expected, she found a snow roe deer, whose leg was still immobilized by a trap. Then the girl neatly approached her and calmly called her mother. The woman immediately cried and could not believe that the child she was looking for was still alive. After which they put each other in arms, rejoicing that they could finally reunite. At that moment, the hero and that commander had already agreed in the fight. Looking at the warlike expression on the enemy's face, Saha was surprised. The warrior climbed on him with a weapon, although he did not have time to say a word. The captain even thought better of it, and considered that perhaps he really forgot about questions to the guy. He wanted to know why the boy asked the owner of the institution about Huimori. The guy calmly explained that he was curious. However, now I guessed that it was a crime to ask this. The captain calmly explained. He was informed that some stray warrior fearlessly took Huimori and leads her to a snowy grief. He had black clothes, and he was just about the growth of the hero. He also had an ordinary sword on his belt, so the commander recognized the hero of that warrior. The young man perfectly understood. Judging by the fact that the man attacked so much without warning, he was unlikely to believe that he had noticed. Then the commander offered to apologize to the boy in advance. In fact, if he guesses and Kansaha turns out to be the very person, he will receive an increase. And if not, then he will only have to hide the corpse on a huge mountain, which was completely easy. Apparently, that's why he waited for the Khan of Saha to leave the village to eliminate him without unnecessary witnesses. However, the hero was still curious why the man did not bring his subordinates with him, but he was convinced he would cope with such a guy and alone. In fact, the warrior just liked the fights on the swords on an equal footing. After that, these two came together in close combat. At this time, the snow roe deer, crying, explained to the girl that after her disappearance, not a day passed without anxiety. She missed her very much. The girl, sobbing, explained that she could not remember this place, so the memories had just returned to her. However, Kosulya perfectly understood. The girl could not stay with her and had to leave. Scary people may come here, then the baby may suffer with her. However, the girl asked not to worry about anything. She was strong enough to drive them away. Of course, Kosul had no doubt about this, but this time she did not want the girl to intervene. At this moment, the baby drew attention to the trap, which squeezed around the mother's legs, and tried to open it. I had to attach my strength to the spirit to open it. However, unfortunately, the cherished spell struck her with a blow, because of which the girl was thrown away, and the trap again slammed shut again, causing unbearable suffering of a snow roof. Frightened, the girl immediately began to apologize to her mother, and she tried to pretend that everything was fine. However, suddenly both heard some steps approaching here. Kosul demanded that the girl leave as soon as possible. She could not escape with her from behind a trap. However, the baby was ready to pick up and to incur her, but without her she would definitely not go anywhere. Then Kosul smiled sadly. She could not do anything. Dad Sori was also that stubborn. Sori did not even know that she had a father. She was sure that her real mother was a snow roe deer. Although this was not so, but the mistress of the mountain took care of the girl, like a mother. Leaving the cave, Sori smiled and asked her mother to leave soon so that she carried her. She drove Kosul, realizing that the enemies were already getting closer. However, soon the baby saw glimpses of silhouettes in the distance. These were the same people who imprisoned her in that cage, because of which she immediately sobbed and shook. At that moment, the battle continued. The warrior decided to find out whether a girl named Huimori really killed the rich man. And it was true, however. History was different from what was among the people. This rich man couldn't resist the girl's seduction. Therefore, finding her in the mountains, he took her just for that. The situation was quite logical that scoundrel was about to make something vile, and the baby simply rebuffed. However, for an ordinary person, what she managed to do has become fatal. Therefore, everyone immediately rushed after her in order to kill this monster and avenge the master. Of course, she did it for survival, not to harm someone from the goal. And so the history of Huimori ended, which people talked about. All the time, sitting in a cage, the girl cried and wanted to return home, stay with her mother. Having told this story, the man invited the hero to put questions. This was as a gift for killing him. However, Kansaha only grinned from what he heard. He was already more than enough. The commander enhanced the battle, using different techniques of the Tunshin sword, which had many different forms, as well as their merger. Most of all, the enemy was confident in the technique, where he takes a deceived step of the second formation, and suddenly moves to the fourth, from which no one had yet fought back. This murder technique made it possible to cut the throat for each enemy. This is a high-level skill. Throughout the residence, only Chan reached the level of the mentor. It was difficult even with complete information about every step. But the hero managed to repel the attack. In addition, all this time he looked at his enemy as if it were just a training. Initially, the man believed that he would not lose to anyone in the residence, except for the senior mentor. However, now it seemed to him that he had obviously touched the wrong enemy. He hoped that, having heard the ringing of swords, subordinates would come running. The commander pulled as much time as possible, talking about Huimori, but now he did not hear anyone approaching. Perhaps they went too far, and the comrades did not hear him. Initially, his idea was to fight away from the village, but perhaps the hero lured him specially here. Kansaha already understood. His opponent was a warrior from the residence, and the shaman, who led Huimori hunting, most likely belonged to the shaman's community. The man was perplexed, not understanding the purpose of this issue. At the same time, in his head, he understood that he could use only the 11th form of the sword technique, which he had not yet fully mastered. And if he does not help him against the enemy, he will have to spit pride and just call his subordinates. However, Kansaha calmly explained that he had asked this question because he was in thought. Despite the atrocities committed by a man, he still wondered if he had the right to kill a person. But if he had a warrior of the residence, then he had no more reason for doubt. Moreover, The man participated in the hunt for that child. At that moment, while the hero said, the enemy saw the perfect moment for the attack. Therefore, he carried forward, using the 11th form of the sword technique, a cloudy hurricane. However, seeing this technique, the warrior immediately realized that the man did not seem to have trained her. Against the background of the rest, she looked completely inept. The man only got angry, realizing that he needed to kill this geek with his own hands. The hero admitted to himself that he was not sure when he exposed the sword. Infrequently, he had to fight people. Besides, with such a talented warrior, and without using the power of the Black Tiger, it seemed impossible to him. However, looking at how a man is fixated on forms and techniques and attempts to win, the hero realized that they were at completely different levels. Kansahi was more concentrated on the movement of, so to speak, the rhythm of the battle. The most amazing thing is that in comparison with the hunt for Sansin, it was much more accustomed to fight people. Therefore, the last attack, he struck the man's head, because of which blood began to leak on his lips. Then he threw him right on the road, thanking him for reminding him of what it was, to fight people. In that fateful moment, the snow roe deer caught a trembling of anxiety, penetrating the fragile body of Sori. She ordered the girl to concentrate and absorb her every word with the imperious gaze of the ancient keeper. The baby only recently stated with a childish courage that she could carry her adoptive mother in her arms through any obstacles. And now the roe deer strictly instructed her, act only by signal, and until then freeze and wait. Suddenly, the shaman felt something sinister, which made her instantly stop her captain. At the same instant, the magnificent snow roe deer began to pronounce an ancient spell, turning to the very grief as a living creature. In a voice full of mystical power, she prayed to the stone giantess, so that she turned her powerful body and covered the fugitives from the impending trouble. The shaman watched with horror as a frantic stream of snow avalanche collapsed on them from all sides, as if nature itself rebelled against the invaders. It was the very moment when young Sori had to save her named mother. However, the experienced sorceress did not succumb to panic. Her hands were already wearing protective spells, and the voice ordered the soldiers to hide behind her. At the same moment, the desperate girl was already racing away, tightly clutching a priceless burden. The shaman, without wasting time, activated the powerful amulet, sprinkling it with her own blood. Scarlet drops scattered along the snow cover, and the sorceress began to read the sacred mantra, calling for her dark deity. As soon as the last words of the spells fell from her lips, fiery barriers rushed around her, turning everything around into a glowing hell. But even such powerful magic was barely enough to restrain the frenzy of the snow elements. The snow-white avalanche continued to pursue the lining of the whole Sori. However, the baby still managed to dive at the last moment to protect the massive cliff. She clung tightly into the cold stone, allowing the snow stream to carry past without touching them with her mother. Meanwhile, Kansiki, standing at the foot of the holy mountain, was tormented by painful doubts. The young man suspected that as soon as Sori stepped on this land, lost memories returned to her. Perhaps she has already forgotten about him and will never return. The dark-haired warrior did not know whether it was worth going in search of. He just could not wait and wait either. The body of the person who he killed will soon be discovered, and he no longer returned to the village. However, suddenly the voice of his patron spirit severely forbade to step on the holy mountain with his feet, stained with the blood of Sansinov. Therefore, Kansiki decided that it would be right to just leave. His mission was completed on this, as he could search for such a huge mountain, and Sori had no reason to return to him. At this moment, the black tiger literally boiled with rage. It seemed to the predatory spirit that his ward was only looking for miserable excuses to let the girl go. Perhaps the young hunter was imbued with compassion for his prey. When the hero explained that he simply missed the target, the angry tiger reminded him of the obligation to find a child who was not even trying to hide his tracks. The young man calmly objected that he could not enter the sacred land because of the blood of other perfumes on his hands, but the tiger was only angry more strongly. The formidable predator growled that there was no world in the world of such a place where the black tiger could not step. Therefore, he ordered his ward to immediately go in pursuit, because if the girl finds her memories, she will remember her true name, and they wanted to get such precious prey for too long. At that moment, the gaze of the hero attracted the roar, and he noticed how a powerful avalanche had gone on the mountain. At this time of the year, snow collapses are a common occurrence, but something made him be alert. Just at that moment, wolves ran out of the thicket, surrounding him with a dense ring. However, the warrior immediately realized that they did not come with hostile intentions. They have something to inform. These creatures did not look like spirits, rather resembled ordinary forest animals. They persistently called the hero along, and he followed them, led by a foreboding. Soon the avalanche subsided, and the snow roe deer, along with Sori, finally came to their senses. The girl again picks up her adoptive mother in her arms, and they continued their way. At that moment, the baby said that her name is Sori. This very person gave her this name. She explained to her mother that Kansiki was those who could cure her, because he saved the girl and brought here. Although sometimes he seemed terrible, deep down, he remained a good person. In any case, it was not so important. Sori was ready to turn even to the devil himself in order to protect her mother. Kosulia only smiled gently, trusting the determination of her named daughter. However, she soon asked to make a halt and hide from the piercing wind. The baby understood that it was better to continue moving, but the woman wanted to at least restore strength and tell something important a little. In addition, despite all the efforts of Sori to carry her as carefully as possible, every step caused painful pain. Soon they took refuge in a small cave, and the girl stood on guard, sincerely hoping that all those evil people died in an avalanche. The snow roe deer also hoped for this. The snowstorm was truly fierce, and if it were not for the help of Sori, this spontaneous force would have absorbed even the mountain man. Noticing how the girl again wants to try to get her damaged leg, the snow roars gently stopped her, and instead she suggested carefully to listen to an important story. She was sad that she could not spend more time with her baby. She was still so young, and so much happened to her for this short life. But it was impossible to postpone anymore. Fortunately, before her death, she will have time to tell the girl about everything. Sori was embarrassed. Why her mother talks about death because she is near and can save her. However, the hostess of the mountain asked not to interrupt. She was going to tell the story about the father of the girl, who was a Sangguardian of these lands. More than 200 years ago, he was the brave and most beautiful of all Sansins in the world. Kings revealed him, and even dragons, soaring in heaven, could not resist his indestructible authority. Once he found an abandoned human baby, whom his parents mistakenly took for evil spirits because of a strange wool that covered the whole body. The generous Sansin just wanted to grow this child, but over time he became attached to him with all his heart and decided to leave it with him. Years later, this baby turned into a beautiful girl, and these two fell in love with each other. The fruit of their love was just Sori. 20 years ago, when the clouds of death thickened over the mountain, the girl's mother passed away, leaving behind a not understanding baby. At that mournful moment, the father came to the snow roe deer with a prayer to take care of his daughter. Kosulia tried to explain that her body was simply not able to surround the child with love and care he needs. However, the heart of grief, the father asked only one thing: to protect his child, because this baby from birth possessed the power of Sansin and could stand up for herself. He himself had to fulfill his sacred duty. Kosulia tried to stop him, realizing that he could not defeat that monster alone. She begged to wait until the elders were returning, but the mighty Sansin understood. If he delayed, all the animals would die on the mountain. In addition, none of the Sansin could stop this threat. Therefore, he asked his sister and daughter to live happily ever after. At that moment, little Sori, scaredly looking at Dad, decided to find out where he was going. The trembling ran through the entire body of a man, and he, barely restraining tears, returned to his daughter. Hugging her for the last time, he asked to be happy and live well, after which he turned and left with tears in his eyes. Only then, the girl realized that he was going to the top of the mountain, where all this time some ominous shadows resembling dragons were hiding. Having reached the enemy's den, the brave Sansin soared into the air to fight with all of them. The dying roe deer asked the girl to never forget the last moments of her father, because now that she herself leaves this world, Sori will become the new mistress of this mountain. After these words, Kosul let out the last breath, and the girl with tears still tried to wake her. At that moment, the shaman's hand appeared from under the deep blocks of snow. She fiercely ordered her soldiers to get out and immediately rush in pursuit. The hero was also in a hurry, rushing behind the wolves leading his trail. The higher he rose uphill, the more difficult he was to breathe. But in an instant, he felt that the vital energy of the mountain changed, and his body was seized by some bad foreboding. Then he looked at the wolves, hoping that among them was at least one spirit. Then he could use the power of the black tiger and become faster. But he quickly realized how delusional his hopes were. Therefore, having thrown off the knot and hat, he rushed forward at all pairs. At this time, Sori was still sobbing over the lifeless body of her mother. She promised to protect her, but still could not. But now she remembered her father and mother and snow roe deer, as well as all the words that she told her when she was very small. The snow Kosulia admitted that she did not want the girl of the same fate that her father, who took on the burden of the mountain protection, fell on. She wanted the baby to become a wandering Sansin, and not the mistress of the mountain. Everything in order to live freely. And if someday the girl finds her true name and wants to stay on the mountain, then she will be able to bear the load of this responsibility. However, Sori did not understand what it means to find a name. Until now, She did not know her real name. She only knew that her name was Sori, the name given by Kansiki. All she wanted is just to live next to her mother. But at that moment, something grabbed her leg and pulled out. Obviously, it turned out to be the same shaman who tracked the fugitive. A woman with a cold triumph looked at this baby, letting her know that she would not just leave her unpunished. The girl only trembled helplessly, looking at the man because of which her mother died. At that moment, she again remembered the time spent in the iron cage, and horror chained her whole body. The shaman only grinned contemptuously. This girl could not even have a miserable resistance, because of which it was extremely bored to play with her. Therefore, she tied the captive hand and foot so that she could no longer escape anywhere. At this moment, the soldiers searched the cave and found that the snow-road deer was dead. The shaman realized that she could have used a too powerful trap, but it was impossible to catch the mountain mistress in a different way. Of course, if they grabbed her at once, everything would end without incident, but now nothing to change. At this moment, the captain asked what to do with the body of snow-road deer. Would there be a problem if they take it with them? However, the woman still ordered to take the remains because they may not believe their words at the top, so good evidence was needed. The girl only screamed desperately, ordering these discharges not to touch her mother. However, the shaman only pressed it into the ground more strongly, ordering it to shut up. Otherwise, right now she will enclose the baby in something worse than that iron box. Either she can lock her there for decades, and since the girl was a spirit, she will not even have the opportunity to die. At that moment, Sori cried, desperately appealing to the Khan of the Siki for help. The shaman did not understand who was talking about, whom this girl calls for help. And at this time, the captain guessed that it was perhaps the same guy who defended her all this time. But according to the prediction of the shaman, that person had to die a long time ago. How wrong she was. After all, this young man was already flying right above her head, bringing his blade for a deadly blow. In the next instant, he scattered the shaman and her captain off the girl. Then he ordered his teeth to clench tightly. He will help her escape. Grabbing the baby, the hero immediately abandoned her as far as possible into snowdrifts. The shaman believed that the boy was doing some kind of stupidity. However, the girl certainly landed on the backs of her faithful wolves. The hero himself ran a different path so that they could meet somewhere in the middle. At that moment, an angry shaman immediately ordered to grab this daring and immediately kill. Meanwhile, the subordinates crowded near the commander, whose face was dissected by the hero of the hero. However, he ordered his comrades not to pay attention and live vividly in pursuit. The shaman decided to do the girl herself, and her people had to catch that geek. As soon as they left, the sorceress was literally in rabies. These insignificants really believed that they could withstand her. Running away, the young man understood that it was a mistake. He still made a mistake. When he arrived, Sori was already captured, and then the plan, folded in his head, was incredibly simple. Attack and use the girl to call the power of the Black Tiger. However, he should not wait for the baby to act according to his instructions. In addition, the shaman scared her, and given the experience of the last times, she could not do anything. Therefore, he explained to the wolves with gestures that he would save Sori and throw her in their direction, and they should catch her and run away. The wolves understood his signs, and immediately rushed to the place where the girl was supposed to land. Then the hero believed that there was too little time for thought. However, now he understood. He should have thought better. He did not expect the shaman to stop his sword with his bare hands. In addition, he did not assume that the people pursuing them would be so fast. At that moment, one of the warriors already caught up with him and tried to strike around his neck, but the hero dodged. The assistant shaman calmly explained that for the capture of the snow-road deer, they ran around the snowy peaks for a month, so it seemed ridiculous that the hero really hoped to escape from them. Kansiki understood. They were right. These people are used to moving in the snow, and although everyone had a different speed, if he would hesitate, he would quickly be surrounded. For this reason, having beaten off another attack, he immediately rushed to run away from these thugs away. Mercenaries chased after the boy, waving right and left with their blades, and he fought back and continued to run away. However, soon they had already begun to shoot from bows, turning the pursuit of mortal hunting. In addition, the spears directed to it made it clear that it would be much more difficult to escape from long weapons. At this moment, the young warrior realized the combat abilities of these people are much superior to ordinary soldiers, and it was mortally dangerous to relax in a fight with a whole crowd. A strange sensation swept the hero. Usually it was he who was used to squeezing opponents, but now the situation has changed dramatically. Suddenly, a dark-haired fighter realized that the enemies lured him into a cunning trap. At that moment, the attack of the next fighter hit him on top of him. The commander calmly laughed at the young man, who deftly evaded, and mockingly explained that from the very first meeting he wanted to kill him. At least now, when his people surrounded the boy with a dense ring, he will be able to kill him without any problems. The hero understood that his deeds were bad. Despite the fact that he dodged the blow, the wound on his back was deep enough and mercilessly bleeded. Meanwhile, the faithful wolves carried the girl into a safe shelter and immediately began to unravel the ropes with their sharp fangs, connecting her fragile arms and legs. The baby immediately rushed to hug her four-legged saviors. Now she clearly remembered. After the tragic death of her father, it was they who always protected her from any dangers. However, a strange feeling tormented young Sanson. She nevertheless remembered something, but at the same time she forgot something extremely important. She still did not know what her real name was and how she was really called. Of course, she was called Sori. That man gave her the name, and now it belonged to her. At this fateful moment, an insidious shaman was already crept up to the girl. The baby fled desperately, and the sorceress believed that the prey climbed far enough but managed to catch up with amazing speed. In any case, be that as it may, since the Beglianka failed to hide from her, this young man committed great stupidity when he brought her here. Of course, it was very unfortunate that she could not kill Sansin. He was intended for their master. It remained only to cut off the girl's arms and legs, and then deliver her alive to get a well-deserved reward for the capture of such valuable prey. At that moment, the captain, standing over the defeated hero, recalled that according to the predictions of their shaman, Kansiki was supposed to die by the hands of Yonsoka. It seems that even her magical divination did not always come true. The hero, thinking, vaguely recalled, it seems he had already met this mysterious assassin. At that moment, the soldiers offered a stubborn guy to surrender. After all, their main goal was the capture of little Sansin. They preferred not to kill ordinary people. If he allows himself to tie, they will let him go at the foot of the mountain. The main thing is that he no longer interferes with the sacred hunt. Obviously, it was only an insidious maneuver, and one of the spearmen immediately attacked a gullible young man. Therefore, the hero awarded them a couple of deep cuts from his blade. In addition, he was struck by the technique that the enemies used. It was nausea obvious and primitive. However, the captain calmly explained, despite its apparent simplicity, this technique has always worked without fail. Only Kansiki was special and constantly managed to evade deadly blows. The hero himself, staring at the opponents from afar, understood. If he lingers here for a short while, new reinforcements would resort, and he needed to urgently intercept the initiative. Therefore, he calmly took a deep breath and made a fighting cry. At that very moment, the young warrior intercepted one of the enemy blades, now fighting with two hands at the same time. Then the captain tried to stop the daring youth, using his proprietary technique, Swift Hurricane of Swords. However, the hero was ahead of him and immediately blew his head with one powerful blow to one warrior. Then he dealt with a couple of opponents in the same way. But at that moment, the captain, aiming at his chest, managed to injure him with his blade. Despite this, the hero fought back from the attack, but the wound was extensive and was very bleeding. The commander laughed calmly. He did not think that this boy could resist for so long, and now everything was over for him. However, he was amazed that with such a heavy wound on his back, he could still stand firmly on his feet. At that moment, the shaman laughed angrily, looking at the miserable face of Sori. She hoped that the girl would decide to run away, as the last time, and indeed, the baby immediately rushed away. She hoped that the wolves would run after her, but the faithful animals rushed right onto the sorceress, giving their little mistress a chance to escape. But the insidious shaman threw the glowing fire shells into them, which is why the wolves whined with unbearable pain. The baby immediately cried, desperately demanding that this evil witch immediately stop harm to her faithful friends. At that moment, young Sansin realized that the wolves should not have protected her. Everything should be exactly the opposite. Indeed, from this moment, she became the full mistress of the Holy Mountain, and the responsibility for all its inhabitants lay on her fragile shoulders. At that moment, Kansiki was aware of the severity of his position. He had his back and side. He was inflicted on death wounds. He could still move, but over time, whether he wishes it or not, the muscles will begin to refuse. So it was better for him to hurry if he wants to eliminate at least another enemy. However, at this critical moment, fresh reinforcement arrived at the commander. These people came running from the bamboo village. They did not find the commander Yongsoka, and when they began to look for him, they realized that he was killed. At the site of his death, there were clear traces, which brought them to this area. In addition, they went to the sound of a fierce battle. Then the commander guessed that it was Kansiki who killed their comrade, but was not at all upset. He only ordered his warriors to join forces, to put an end to the case here and to return to the bamboo village vividly. At that moment, several more fighters joined them, clearly late because of a heavy run in deep snow. They promised that the next time, as soon as they finished with the mission, they would intensively hone their training in order to become much faster. The commander secretly hoped that Kansiki had already changed his mind to resist. In addition, it would be much less troublesome if he simply humbly bleeded and died without extra fuss. However, the hero still rushed into a desperate battle. Of course, he could not imagine how much strength was left in this wounded body. But even if he was destined to die, he was going to take the commander with him to the afterlife. The military leader was amazed. This stubborn asshole decided to arrange the last battle, to give the heat in the end. Therefore, he has already prepared to use his crown technique, the 11th style, Cloud Hurricane. However, this technique was well familiar to the hero. He already knew how to resist it. As a result, the young warrior killed the commander in the same way as he had previously dealt with another warrior. Looking at the motionless bodies of the enemies, the hero was happy. He was afraid that the forces would leave his hands ahead of time, but the blow was quite powerful. However, he will not stand this anymore. Nevertheless, paradoxically, it was much better to die in an honest battle than from the poisonous bites of monsters in dungeons. Of course, he would like to stretch out a little time to prevent the remaining enemies to unite with the shaman, but only had enough strength for this. Now he could only hope that the girl managed to hide in a safe place. At that moment, the shaman looked around the child in complete shock, not believing that what was happening was a reality. At that moment, sparkling with a furious look, the girl imperiously ordered to let these wolves go. Instead of obedience, a woman only hit one of the animals with a foot, which is why he rolled somewhere far away and fell from a steep mountain slope. Using this moment to distract attention, the insidious shaman threw her blade directed straight in the baby's neck. In the last second, young Sansin managed to evade, although her delicate cheek and hit with a blade. But it turned out that the shaman could control her weapon at a distance. The blade hung in the air, and then began to attack by her mental command. With incredible dexterity, the girl continued to dodge and fight off the deadly blade flying into it. But for the first time, when the shaman grabbed her, she was so frightened that she could not even show the slightest resistance. At that moment, the angry Sori rushed forward on the sorceress, moving on all fours with primitive rage. The woman immediately put her amulets forward to protect herself with fire magic from this impudent girl. Looking at how the baby without hesitation rushed at her despite her risk, the shaman finally became convinced. This baby really matured in such a short time. However, nevertheless, she will not be able to cope with her. The shaman honed her deadly power for many years. Therefore, she ordered young Sansin to come closer. Then she will show her what it feels like to experience a real, chilling fear. At this moment, the hero mentally turned to the Black Tiger. Now his grandiose plan to destroy all Sansanov scattered to fluff because of his own rash acts. He did not know how a predatory spirit plans to do further. Perhaps he would leave this sword and find another suitable vessel for his ancient soul. And perhaps it will remain to the end. And with the death of the hero, the life and revenge of both of them will end. However, to his great surprise, all this time enemy warriors stood like stone sculptures, not approaching him. Perhaps they simply waited for him to bleed and die a natural death. In addition, these fighters did not look at all demoralized, despite the fact that their commander died. But at that moment, the murdered leader rose like a living dead. After making sure that the hero really killed Yongjuice, he realized. This was still not a happy case for the enemy. Of course, Khan Siki was extremely surprised. How did this man manage to survive? After all, the hero definitely felt how he broke his skull with his powerful blow. The commander calmly explained, he will not be able to die with his special body even if he wants it. Inside him, Sansan's power was pulsed, about which Khan Siki could not even dream. He preferred to deal with the boy without her, but the current situation ordered him to show this hidden power. At that moment, the shaman saw that the girl was clearly diminished, and the excitement appeared to the attack. Therefore, she turned her huge fireball into a small light and threw it towards young Sansin. From the detonation that had occurred, a powerful explosion threw the girl a few meters ago. It was unbearably hot, and besides, it is very painful and scary. At that moment, a ruthless shaman continued her attacks. The baby, of course, tried to run away, desperately looking for opportunities for retreat, but the sorceress only cruelly laughed at her miserable attempts. She explained that this was far from the end, and reminded of her intention to cut off her arms and legs. The woman began to attack the baby from all sides, applying painful and bleeding wounds. At that moment, crying from unbearable pain, Sori asked the Khan Siki to come to her aid. However, at that moment she remembered her dead mother and, despite her tears, was very angry. At that moment, the shaman understood. Although she wanted to play with this spirit longer, the amulets were almost over. Therefore, she decided to cut off the girl with one hand and put the arrest spell on her. But at that moment, right before her eyes, the girl seemed to evaporate in the air. Then she again attacked the sorceress, squeezing the amulet in her hands. The shaman was struck by the naivety of the baby. She was clearly not an experienced fighter and had to understand that such straightforward attacks would not lead to success. However, a cunning baby crept up from her back and inflicted an unexpected attack in the most vulnerable place. Despite the fact that the shaman fell, she had a couple more powerful amulets to create an arrest spell. She scolded herself for frivolity. It was worth being careful after exhausting contractions with the rest of the spirits. In addition, after they lost the snow roe deer, the life of this girl ceased to represent any value. Therefore, the sorceress decided not to spend precious time on her anymore and just kill a brazen baby. At that moment, the hero, standing in front of the revived captain, decided to find out. Did he accidentally embody the power of the black worm in himself? Only then did the captain realize that this boy is a clearly much more dangerous opponent, since he knew about this secret. Remembering the other enemies that the hero faced, he was agitated. Perhaps other warriors endowed with such force could also be resurrected after death. But the captain only laughed contemptuously. He did not resurrect at all, but just did not die. And this rare ability can only be chosen. Judging by the fact that Yong Sok did not possess such force, even rising to the high rank of captain, it was extremely difficult to get this ability. However, the man calmly explained that his power had long gone beyond the usual rank of captain. Only he alone among all those present here possessed a true power of spirit. The captain was amazed. Despite the fact that it was long to die the hero from the wounds received, he decided to arrange an interrogation with addiction to him. But the young man only calmly explained that he needed to find out which of the enemies was best to kill in the last turn. The commander was stunned. After everything experienced, the hero was still smiling. It seems that he was completely crazy, since even having seen his supernatural power, he continued to behave so brazenly. Therefore, he decided to save the impudent youth from torment and simply kill him with one blow. However, the hero with amazing ease stopped his blade with his bare hands and calmly explained that he did not need to make his life easier. After all, only now he felt a real, intoxicating the joy of the battle. Then he sincerely thanked the man for deciding to become a spirit, because now he was finally able to awaken true power in himself. At this moment, the baby felt piercing pain. Her whole fragile body seemed to pierce invisible blades. However, if she dies, then all the inhabitants of this sacred mountain will die, and she could not allow it. Therefore, young Sansin at least tried to stop the deadly arrest spell, rushing in her direction at a murderous speed. Obviously, the shaman was struck by the stupidity of a girl who dared to devour people. However, the baby only loudly reminded that she was not some kind of monster, and never did anything like that. The sorceress only laughed ominously. As you know, the Sansins were notorious cannibals, hungry for spirits. She claimed that they all ate human flesh. However, the girl, only tightly squeezing the blade in her hand, resolutely reminded she was not anyone from this list. She was a full mistress of the holy mountain. The woman only laughed mockingly. Since now the snow roe deer is dead, when she kills this girl, he will die, and the whole mountain with her. The baby understood no matter what, she should hold out and prevent anyone from perish because of her. She remembered a distant childhood when her father went out to show her the sacred place that she would ever have to protect. This will happen on the day when she herself is able to find her true name. But the father promised that the girl would understand everything herself when her time will come. And at that moment, the baby clearly remembered the last words of the deceased snow roe deer. The woman asked the girl to never forget. She was a noble keeper of the mountain and the daughter of the noble Sansin. She was the true mistress of the holy mountain, as well as the heiress of the snow roe deer. And her name was an Iron Wind. At the same moment, the wounds on the hero's body already began to gradually drag on, and vitality began to return to his wounded body again. The captain could not believe that this guy uses the forbidden power of evil spirits. However, the hero calmly explained, in front of them was the strongest of all Sansin. The commander carefully retreated, explaining that if the Khan Psyche was really a spirit, then they definitely had to catch him. He immediately ordered his hunters to immediately attack the enemy. However, the hero with the power of the Black Tiger was not subject to these miserable little people. He easily dissected their bodies into pieces, and in the place where he inflicted his blows, a huge explosions occurred. Having dealt with the pawns, the hero calmly explained that only one true hunter for Samsonov was all over the world, and this is he. Then he grabbed the man by the head and threw him away, like a boring toy. Obviously, the captain was not particularly affected by such an impact, and only with chilling horror looked at the monster in front of him, trying to understand who he really was. Of course, Kansiki was amazed that the man did not recognize him even after he saw his true appearance. However, this was not so strange, given that a simple mortal was not worthy of his real name. Therefore, he decided to mercilessly kill this little man once and for all. The hero himself was struck by the powerful energy that enveloped his body. This has never happened. Sori had the same situation. When the shaman grabbed her for the first time, she suggested that the girl is just an unclean creature that could not even be compared with the usual spirit of the lower rank. However, for some reason, now it seemed to her that she could not stand against such a powerful Sansin. Perhaps the lady warned her about this when she called her in front of the mission. After all, restless forebodings tormented her soul. She wanted to say a few important words and asked to listen carefully. The eldest knew that the art of witchcraft shaman reached one level with herself or even higher, so she could be easily overwhelmed by snow roe deer. The remaining without a patron on these lands, there were only 3 spirits, which cannot be defeated. 2 of them are already dead, and nothing is known about the existence of the latter. But if we take into account that during the hunt, unforeseen changes often arise that cannot be predicted, it will not be an exaggeration to say that they still do not really know anything about local Sansin. Therefore, the mistress asked, in which case the shaman should not be stubborn, forget about pride, and immediately return home. Now the sorceress understood that she needed to get out of here at all costs and report what happened. If you bring all the shamans, especially the mistress itself, they will be able to win. Therefore, she immediately threw out the last amulets. The woman applied a chain of the spirits subject to her to protect her body. The first talisman will create a barrier that does not even ram the furious elephant. The second will be able to chop 3 bears. The third will push even fierce tigers. The fourth will burn 2 bulls to the ground. The fifth will increase the action of all the others. Then she threw a couple of amulets, ordering them to illuminate the flame of the heavenly chain. With these powerful attacks, she tried to crush young Sansin in front of her. The treacherous shaman wanted to wait for the moment when the girl was confused and covered by a pillar of the all-expanding flame, and then take the moment to escape. And perhaps if you try, she would even have managed to seriously injure the opponent. However, the girl was not at all afraid of this hellish fire and immediately rushed through it straight on the shaman. All amulets that protected the witch's body, in the blink of an eye, were torn to shreds. After that, the baby with her sharp claws instantly demolished the head of this woman. Only after that, having calmed down, she cried and apologized to the deceased mother for showing her true power only now. At that moment, the hero cautiously got up to the girl and realized that she finally found her real name. The Black Tiger rejoiced. The expectation was worth it. Mosquito came to their hands, capable of contrary to any powerful enemy. Therefore, he ordered Khan Siki to stop hesitating and attacking her, starting his long-awaited hunt. About 3 years have passed since the power of the Black Tiger joined the training sword received by the Khan of the Psyche from the Blue Waters. During this time, he hunted a lot of Sansins, but this is not what was worth proud of. Someone like foxes, someone like martens was infrequent, and this was completely not enough to make up for the true power of the Black Tiger. Therefore, he needed some particularly powerful opponent, or the precious pearl. It was as valuable as to absorb it as much as the strongest dragon Sansin. But then prey appeared, surpassing the vital energy of the dragon. Having absorbed this pearl, even the energy of the Black Tiger could not completely heal his wounded body. Therefore, the hero doubted very much that he could suppress the force equal to the power of the dragon in this state. At this moment, the tiger reminded. The hero promised to wait until the girl gains her true name. This moment has come. Only by absorbing such a tremendous force, he will be able to twice, even 3 times, to resist their enemies. And the predatory spirit reminded the hero. Why did he pick up the damned sword of the Black Tiger at that fatal moment? At that moment, the girl was approaching him, and the hero understood he must somehow respond. The baby on 4 paws already darted towards him. However, at that moment, the image of a cat surfaced in the memoirs of the hero. She admitted that according to her predictions, a child named Khan Siki would not make evil for his own benefit. To get answers to his questions, he shed blood and deceived himself. Then he remembered how the girl cried, clinging to him. He wanted to stroke her head, but he forced himself to push the baby. Now it was already too late. She rushed to him at all pairs. His opponent was a lightning Autic Sansin, not allowing a moment of delay. But he was enveloped in such an amazing calm. He expected the girl to attack him, and everything would finally end. However, at that moment, she firmly hugged the hero by the waist and, crying, explained. Her mother died, protecting her, and Dad also died. Now she was left completely alone. She did not know what to do and what best to do. The Black Tiger in this hero's head immediately reminded, this is the perfect chance to cut her into pieces. However, the young man understood that this was wrong. He could not do that. The tiger was angry with such nonsense, believing that the guy finally forgot, for which he picked up this sword. But Khan Siki understood. There were many other ways, because there were many other Sansins. The predator was indignant. They spent for the search for this production for 3 whole years, and it would be an exaggeration to say that only they had been waiting for her all this time. The tiger did not want to put up with the fact that he would have to wait even longer. He ordered the guy not to succumb to senseless feelings. He absorbed so many Sansins, but cannot eat only one because it is a child. However, at that moment the hero immediately noticed. the power of the black tiger began to change. It was already a human silhouette. He recalled the words of the young man that he would take revenge, even if he has to dry all the Sansons in the world to the bones of all. But it was a lie. But apparently he already forgot the smell of the blood of people dying in front of his eyes. After these words, the guy completely plunged into his memories. Then, on the scorched earth, he looked at the lifeless bodies of his comrades. At that moment, the girl, running towards him, asked the Khan of the Siki to run away and not stay in this damned place. The hero ran to her, hoping to touch her hand, but a deafening explosion sounded between them. And when he looked around, he realized the girl was killed by huge dragons flooding the earth. The black tiger reminded, this was the last chance for Khan Siki. If now he does not cross his side finally, he will have to abandon the strength of the black tiger. And then he will return to those desperate times when he was weak before disgust. As a result, having heard all this, the young man brought his blade over the girl's head. After that, a loud blow sounded, and soon the vision of the baby began to clutch. Having cried, the baby did not understand why Khan Siki decided to injure her. Having fallen to her knees, she apologized. Maybe she did something wrong. However, the hero, looking coldly at her, only quietly apologized for everything that happened. The story returned several years ago, where a little boy stood on the slope of the snowy mountains. The mentor was surprised to see his young ward, not understanding what he had forgotten here at such an early hour. The kid honestly admitted that he did not want to miss the sacred moment when the legendary ascension of the dragon would begin. The mentor only smiled wisely, thinking about what was the will of the Almighty, who sent him such an unusual child. The sage was sure that someone was so talented to take the position of a statesman, to save his country or become the king's close. But the boy became a shaman, and everything that really fascinated him was the contemplation of nature and heavenly phenomena. Even the master with 40-year-old experience of solitude was not given to understand him. At that moment, looking at the mirror surface of the lake, the boy saw how the process of the holy ascension of the dragon finally began. Around the lake, a real storm dizzy, as if nature itself triumphed the upcoming miracle. And soon in its depths they saw a magnificent dragon. Then, finally, the boy with his own eyes managed to see the ascension, which he had been waiting for so long. The mentor reverently explained that the water snake finally managed to get a precious pearl of power. Now he has become a true dragon, and will never go down to the ground again. From now on, he will soar in heaven and observe from heights to everything that happens below. The sage noticed that the boy was crying. The thing was that the young shaman was completely delighted with the incredible beauty of this dragon. The mentor was surprised. His student also had such an emotional side, because he was always bothered by the innate peacefulness of the baby. However, at that moment, the boy noticed a black tiger, carefully getting closer to the holy lake. The next second, unceremoniously interfering with the ascension process, the predatory spirit clung to the dragon straight in the neck of his deadly fangs. The master only with horror explained the shocked young man. This greedy villain, the black tiger, planned to devour the dragon. He and the boy needed to urgently leave, otherwise they would also fall into this deadly trouble. However, the boy was furious when he looked at the predator directly into the eyes, so he did not leave anywhere. As a result, he saw how, under the onslaught of the black tiger, a magnificent dragon began to fall to the ground, like a broken bird. Of course, the master could not believe that the black tiger would still prevail in this battle. At that moment, his little student began to quickly go down from the mountain, approaching the defeated dragon. Soon he reached the clearing, which was completely flooded with the scarlet blood of the celestial creature. The master ran after the boy, not understanding where his usual courtesy was. After all, he did not obey his mentor. At that moment, the same black tiger appeared in a bloodied glade. He seemed to be grinning, looking at the boy directly in his eyes, as if throwing him a daring challenge. However, soon, having lost any interest in him, the predator immediately turned around and slowly killed in a thick thicket of the forest. Then, from fright, the boy flopped straight into the mud, mixed with dragon blood. The young shaman looked at his trembling hands and could not believe that he could not do anything. The black tiger mercilessly destroyed the ascension of the dragon, whom he was waiting for his whole short life. Now the killer stood right in front of him, but the boy did not succeed. Nevertheless, the young shaman believed, once they will meet again, and then he will certainly take revenge on this blasphemy. So this young man grew up, turning into a young man. Now he and the shaman stood at the entrance to the temple and offered to continue his sacred work. Bottle calmly explained to the monk, if the culprit of the murder was a really evil spirit, then they need to get evidence and prove the innocence of the temple. However, the monk was more worried that the authorities would not dare to go inside. Then there would be even more victims. But the master asked him not to doubt, and also friendly asked the monk to stop calling him so respectfully. Then he went inside, feeling like some kind of fraudster who hunts for easy money and naive girls. Fortunately, the monk did not hear his words, so the guy managed to calmly go inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his face instantly changed. Inside, in addition to the disgusting smell of decomposition, he saw traces of blood sprayed everywhere. He also noticed the body of the monk. His pose during death clearly indicated that this was not the evil spirit. The shaman was already preparing to expel evil spirits, however. It seems that here they had a real sansin. Obviously, the spirit was amazed that the boy did not run away, even knowing who he was, really. Then the young man bowed calmly, introduced himself as Shaman Bottle, and decided to find out why the spirit decided to enjoy the sinful human in this god's forgotten place. However, the monster only calmly asked whether the shaman Sansin called the Black Tiger is known to shaman. At this moment, the hunter was already armed with his amulet and a blade, making it clear that he had been looking for a black tiger for a long time. He ordered Sansin to tell everything that he knew about this legendary spirit. However, the spirit only laughed contemptuously. What can an ordinary little man do him? He could only dutifully accept his inevitable death. But the shaman immediately threw his enchanted amulet in his direction. Sansin believed that some kind of stub of paper would not be able to harm him in any way, after which he immediately rushed at the man, wanting to enjoy his flesh. However, at that moment when the monster got closer, Bottle activated his talisman. Due to the powerful spell, Sansin turned out to be tightly connected by invisible bonds and experienced unbearable pain. The shaman promised him to help him if he tells him why he went down here and killed innocent people in anything. In addition, it seemed that he knew something about the Black Tigre. The hunter promised to dispel the spell if the spirit tells about everything. Then Sansin explained, the Black Tiger wandered around the mountains and devoured other spirits. Therefore, out of fear of him, many had to go down to people in search of food. They simply did not have a way out. However, he promised the shaman, if he lets him go, he will not return here anymore. And at that moment, as promised, Bottle scattered the spell of his talisman. Then Sansin decided to go away, as he promised the hunter. However, he suddenly wounded him in his neck, making it clear that he could not let go. After all, the spirit was a predator who had already tasted the humanity. Since they were in the holy temple, Bottle decided to pray so that Sansin was reborn into paradise. Soon after completing the assignment, he, as if nothing had happened, returned home. Of course, he was puzzled by the fact that the Sansins descended to the habitat of people. It was necessary to catch the Black Tiger, rather, while everything was not even worse. 10 years ago, after they saw the battle of the Black Tiger and the dragon, the teacher suddenly leaned from a serious illness. After his death, Bottle followed in the footsteps of the Black Tiger. Many years ago, these traces were interrupted, but rumors reached him that the Black Tiger returned again. So he set off in pursuit of him, during which 2 mysterious facts surfaced. The first, on the bodies of all the Sansins who fell from the Black Tiger, traces of not teeth, but a sword were found, and the dead returned their original form. The second, he discovered the presence of Sansin, who was dragged somewhere against his will. Judging by the footsteps, he was ready to assume that this was an abduction, and he came to the conclusion that these 2 cases are somehow connected with the Black Tiger. Most likely, a large group of people abducted Sansina. Then it turns out that the one who uses the sword is a real Black Tiger. Therefore, the young man continued to carefully study the behavior of spirits. At that moment, an uncle appeared. The old man shared the story of Sansin found in the mountains. The local rich man brought this child to the village, which became the source of all troubles. Nevertheless, the man came clean. The rich man was known for his immoral behavior. Perhaps because this child grew in the mountains, this fact only steamed his unhealthy appetite more strongly. Who would have thought that this girl would be Sansin? So the rich, at the same time his whole family, she took revenge. They wanted to kill her. But the opposite happened. Obviously, Bottle was interested. Did the shamans really catch this spirit after that case? After all, usually you need to be in place. It was not necessary to captivate it or take it somewhere. However, his uncle did not really know anything, so he insisted that the girl was killed. But the hunter clearly felt something was missing in his uncle's information. Still, he paid him for information. The next time they agreed to meet in a city where the old man planned to see his nephew, who also asked to obtain information about evil spirits. Obviously, Bottle wanted to get to know this guy. However, in this request, his uncle refused to him and only asked the young man to be careful that no one would scout that he had entered such a dangerous business. However, the boy knew well what could happen to him when he began to delve into this matter. After that, he continued to track the Black Tiger. But he managed to find a decisive fact in the most unexpected place. Then the turtle said that the warrior in black clothes was indeed a Black Tiger, and with him there was a girl with an incredible force who frightened even hardened fighters. Then he drew an approximate portrait of how these two looked. However, the guy understood the drawing is so unclear that he is unlikely to be able to find someone on him. But this at least made him understand that the traces of a Sansine girl and a black tiger were connected. Now his goal is the village in the bamboo grove, where this girl was captured. However, at that moment, Sanson blocked the road to him. A girl in a bird's guise, who greeted a friendly bottle and greeted him with a return. Of course, the guy was embarrassed. If Madame Soroka turned to a person, nevertheless one should remember human decency. However, the girl constantly forgot that she walked naked, because people usually did not see her. Then, clicking her fingers, she calmly put on normal human clothes. Then Bottles said that he had just killed Sanson because of the black tiger. He went down to people in search of food. However, as soon as Magpie heard about the black tigre, she immediately froze. But still, whatever one may say, Bottle was right. And in this matter it was necessary to make sure. Therefore, making sure that his actions were correct, the guy immediately rushed to run towards the bamboo grove. Somewhere at this time, young Sanson collected mushrooms, cheerfully singing a song. He did not even know that a black tiger carefully watched from his shelter. As soon as the spirit relaxed enough, the hunter immediately attacked him. However, unfortunately, in the guise of the victim, he suddenly saw the face of little Sori, because of which he stopped at the last moment, after which the hero released this little spirit, allowing him to hide. At that moment, dizziness began from the hunter's illusion, which was due to which he had to be interrupted. Looking at the hero's so miserable state, the black tiger decided to find out how great his desire to take revenge. He asked to mentally return 10 years ago when he was a stupid and helpless child. From these words, the hero became so furious that he began to frantically attack everything, like a wild beast that lost his mind. After that, he screamed loudly, and his roar echoed throughout the district, forcing even the trees to shudder. Somewhere near this place, Mrs. Sansin Lisitsa decided to take a refreshing shower in a crystal-pure mountain stream. Cool water washed her elegant body, washing off the dust of a long journey when suddenly she was discovered by her old friend. The snake, wrapped around the ancient tree, with curiosity decided to find out why the girl did not go to the sacred mountain Bon Juan but remained to have fun here in this wilderness. The fox calmly explained that she was not at all entertained. Some insignificance attacked her first, and she decided to stay in order to teach him a harsh lesson for such audacity. However, the snake accepted the human form and reminded with reproach that the girl herself hunted for this person. This even a little offended the mistress. After all, she was just a peacefully bathed, and the man first attacked her. The reptile warned that such a behavior could defeat their overlord. Of course, she didn't care if her friend died, but she did not want her to pull him into the abyss. However, the fox only mockingly asked the snake not to show her poisonous teeth so recklessly before her. No one knows, perhaps she will be angry and by mistake to kill someone in a fit of rage. After which the predator returned to its victim and, it seems, would be sorry for the deprivation of his life too quickly. However, nevertheless, she killed a man, and with her sharp-clawed paws decided to get to his fresh liver to enjoy this delicacy. In fact, the lady was a little indignant. Why did they give such boring tasks? Hunting Sansonov was not interested in her, because hunting for people was much more entertaining and exciting. However, there is an order, so she promised that she herself would catch the spirit on Mount Bon Juan, and asked her sister not to even think to interfere in her personal affairs. After that, they calmly went to fulfill their tasks. Somewhere at that time, a hero was resting near the crackling bonfire, realizing bitterly that he could not kill anyone again. Everywhere he saw Sori's sweet guys, and it became for him like a curse that gravitated over his soul. He painfully tried to understand at what moment he made a fatal mistake. Perhaps he should not rise to that sacred mountain, or was it not worth dating the girl? Or maybe he should cut her at that very moment as soon as he saw her, and not wait until she gains her true name. As if hearing his tormenting thoughts, he heard the mocking words of the spirit, considering him a fool. Looking around, the hero realized that a stranger was sitting next to him all this time, but he did not even notice his appearance. At that moment, the wanderer dried his cup over the fire and kindly offered to drink to the hero. The young man agreed, realizing that he could not kill this spirit. After all, confusion would rise again inside him. Therefore, he decided to at least get drunk from the hands of this mysterious creature. Then the stranger decided to find out why the hero is tormented by restless thoughts. He asked not out of idle curiosity, but was simply ready to listen to him if necessary, like an old friend. However, the hero sharply demanded that the spirit would not be arrogant. They just drank together, nothing more. Then he ordered the man to immediately go away. But at that moment, the wanderer wanted to measure his strength with the hero in a friendly duel. The warrior calmly made it clear if he wants to fight like that, he better go to the village and find himself some lame drunkard for entertainment. At that moment, the man calmly threw the hero the usual stick to the hero, and he himself armed himself with the same wooden weapon. He made it clear that while the swordsman was breathing, 9 out of 10 his problems are hidden in his blade, and he wanted to help the hero deal with it. Of course, Kanseki tried to explain that his problem was not at all in the sword. But looking back at his last failures, I realized perhaps this mysterious warrior was still right. Nevertheless, he did not understand why the stranger handed him a stick. He considered her too light weapon for a serious duel. Then the man calmly explained that he once had a chance to kill a man with an ordinary wooden sword, so he chose just such a gun. The hero intercepted the stick in the same way as he usually held his steel sword. However, for some reason, it seemed to a strange warrior quite unusual. Obviously, the hero was angry that this type was so arrogant. He dared to laugh at him, giving a stick behind a full sword, but the young man is used to a real battle with a sharp blade. Then the wanderer realized that he was mistaken in assessing the hero. He seemed to him an outstanding swordsman. He also apologized for the inconvenience and, at least usually did not take the words back, admitted that the duel with the hero would be quite boring. Then the warrior ordered the insolent to turn around and looked into his eyes. However, the man knew that Kanseki could not defeat him in such a spiritual state. Furious after these words, the hero violently pounced on the outgoing spirit. In an instant, the enemy with amazing ease intercepted him and took the blade from his hands, putting the tip directly to his throat. Then in an instant it became obvious. He lost this duel with shameful ease. Only after that the man handed the blade back into the hands of the hero. After that the wanderer introduced himself. His name was Sarib. The hero introduced himself in response and asked him to fight him again. The warrior was glad that now the young man really tuned into a serious battle. Soon the hero brought his stick into the battle order, imprisoning its tip like a blade. Waving the impromptu weapons and checking his balance, he realized, if he was destined to die from a wooden sword, then his fate is to die in a foreign land. He no longer remembered how to handle a wooden blade. For some reason, now even the usual steel sword in his hands seemed to him a stranger, as if he had lost his way. Sarib, watching the preparations of the enemy with a wooden sword, realized that all the preparations of the hero were finished on this. The longer the hero studied his enemy, the more he hit him. It was just a wooden sword, but he had even more weight than a real steel blade. As a result, exhaling calmly, the young man invited the enemy to start. Immediately after that, a rather cruel and destructive duel ensued between the two warriors. However, at some point from the incredible strength of the enemy, the hero dropped his stick out of his hands. However, he managed to get closer to her, although he admired the monstrous power of his mysterious enemy. At that moment, Sarib calmly explained that he had knocked out the hero's weapon twice. However, he was only angry. In such a tense battle, the enemy still manages and count points. As a result, he tried to attack from above with a wooden sword and wanted to hit his palm on the side. However, the man easily intercepted the hero, preventing him from conducting a similar combination. But when even this did not bother the young warrior, he continued to attack with double fury. Sarib was convinced that this guy really had true skill. The hero himself was amazed. Who was this spirit since he could do this? He beat off the attacks with amazing ease, and although the blows were aimed at the whole body of the enemy, there was a feeling that he had beaten a huge boulder. At that moment, an experienced warrior noticed that in the soul of the hero a void gaped, and at that moment a wooden stick scattered into many small chips. The hero recalled the events that occurred on that sacred mountain. When he came to free the mistress of the snow roe deer, breaking the shackles, he took the body of Sansin with him. He apologized to the lady guardian of the mountain that he was so late, and decided to conduct it. So they reached the highest point of these mountains, where the grass was bright green. Putting it on a soft earth and looking at the late woman, he realized how long he wandered in search of an answer. However, now the image that appeared before the snow roe deer was its final choice. He understood that most likely the keeper would be disappointed with him, but he could not do otherwise. Looking at the majestic mountain, he promised that sooner or later he would definitely return here. Soon the hero finally came to his senses after this strange dream. It seemed to him that the meeting with Sarib was also just a dream. However, he saw his bottle as well as broken wooden swords. He remembered how, after the words about the void in his soul, he was so confused that he allowed him to break his weapons and even get a blow to his forehead. Rising, he took his steel sword and put on a hiking hat. At that moment, he realized that he had some strange but peaceful mood. He did not even remember how much time passed since he lasted the last time beaten by an ordinary piece of wood. However, he was very late, so it was necessary to rush in urgent matters. At this time, the arrivals of the body and 40 discovered the fresh grave of Mrs. Snow Kosuli. They did not know who made her, but decided not to dig out. After all, it would be a huge disrespect for the former mistress of the Holy Mountain. However, at that moment, Bottle felt a distinct smell of iron and blood. It was highly likely that it was people who killed the mistress, not Sansons. Then Magpie remembered that recently there were alarming rumors. The Shamanov community actively caught local Sansonov. Of course, it was difficult for the guy to believe it, but these rumors were true. Bottle finally became furious to his colleagues, who dared to touch such respected and noble creatures. He came to the conclusion that it was precisely the shamans that created the like with the mistress of the roe deer. Nevertheless, he more wanted to believe that this was done by a black tiger. Although Bottle claimed that the murder was committed by people, he was sure that the man only imitated the habits of the black tiger. Having collected the information received, he came to the conclusion that the purpose of the community is the living Sansons, and the black tiger uses a sword to kill them. Therefore, since Madame Snow Kasulia was killed, and the smell of steel was vulgar around, perhaps it was the same villain, imitating the black tiger. And since the predatory spirit was looking for prey according to well-known mountain peaks, they also had to go there. Of the nearest in this district, Bonhuan and Mekian were such, where it had to go down for a long time. In addition, these two were surprised that the mountain, even without the owner, still retained life. It was truly amazing and spoke of the power of the deceased keeper. At that moment, Magpie took her true bird form and decided to fly to Mount Mehian, while Bottle would be reached on foot to the nearest Mount Bonhuan. Just at that time, the hero was in the same village at the foot of Mount Mexicoist. He purchased everything necessary, paying 12 silver coins for this. Also, before leaving, the good-natured old man explained to the young man that the healing herbs that he were looking for could be in another shop at Madame Sori. It was a lonely woman who lived a hermit. The hero was very interested in how to find her in these wild places. Then the merchant invited the warrior to go to the foot of the mountain. As soon as it gets dark, Sori leaves an inflated signal fire so that the travelers do not get lost in the dark. However, while the hero was about to follow the mountain, suddenly he heard a loud female cry. Some armed warriors, pretending to accidentally hook the girl with a sword, brazenly tried to look under her skirt. Obviously, the poor thing did not know what to do against these arrogant bandits, who recently returned to their peaceful lands and had already managed to lead the fear of local residents. At that moment, they approached the old trader and explained that they wanted to get a fee for the past month. Immediately, the man dutifully gave them 20 copper coins and asked everything to carefully count. Judging by the appearance of these people, they were clearly not state troops. They were more like ordinary robbers. These insolents had just taken the money that the hero gave to the old man for goods, so the young man had a feeling that he was robbed himself. However, at that moment, one of the bandits realized that he was seeing the hero for the first time, so he ordered him to come closer. After all, if he bought something in the village, he had to pay them a special tax for the right to buy their territory. I must say, the hero was sincerely grateful that these arrogant people decided to touch him first. Now he has a wonderful occasion to deal with this robber gang terrorizing civilians. However, at that moment, one of the bandits suddenly flew away from someone's powerful blow. The girl was extremely disappointed that these geeks dared to cling to ordinary people, and threatened that today they would seriously go for such impudence. Obviously, the robbers immediately began to shout indignantly at this reckless idiot who attacks, without even knowing who they were and what power they possess. However, the brave girl instantly beat a healthy man who dared to open her filthy mouth against her. She knew very well, these bastards were the real parasites, robbing an honest village to a thread. At that moment, the gang leader looked at her intently and realized that it was the same rebellious girl who had not paid a tribute to them for 6 months. He promised that today she would pay everything to the last penny with interest. However, the brave girl only resolutely warned, it was they who will return all the money today, which shamelessly stole from the locals. Then the angry leader rushed into battle, intending to cut off this insolent jump to her long hair as a lesson. However, at that moment he realized that in his hands there was no familiar blade. The bandit's weapons suddenly ended up in the hands of the hero, who put the point straight to the throat of the robber. The warrior demanded that these bastards immediately return all the money that honest people stole today. The leader only laughed contemptuously, realizing that the visiting traveler was not aware of who their older brother is and what ties they have in these parts. However, the hero only pulled the blade to his throat and warned ominously, no need to make him repeat twice. If he ordered the money to return, then he needs to do so, and he will not listen to any objections. As a result, the leader was so much frightened by the cold determination in the eyes of a stranger that he immediately threw a bag of money and shamefully ran away with his accomplices. The girl delightedly praised the hero for how cool he figured out these crooks, and introduced herself. Her name was Sori. The old trader calmly explained that this young guest was looking for a rare stream grass, as well as dried ginseng, so he wanted to send the young man straight to her for these valuable medicines. It turned out that Sori really had a dried ginseng of the highest quality, However, there was no stroke in stocks, but she promised to look and let the hero know later, either in the evening or tomorrow at dawn. After that, the girl pointed to a winding path leading to the top of Mount Mahayan. If he goes up the slope, then after half an hour he will see a straw roof. This will be her modest house. Then she returned the hero a bag full of money. Since she went to look for the necessary herbs specifically for him, Sori asked to divide these funds between injured people. If he brings this noble business to the end, then this will become a fee for the grass that she will provide him. Looking at this decisive girl, Kanseki had a feeling that he was stuck into some kind of serious trouble. But he could not refuse after all. Without this healing grass with his companion, something bad could happen. At night, as agreed, he began to rise uphill. The slopes were very steep, and it seemed to him amazing that this woman lives alone in such a hard-to-reach place, although the girl herself turned out to be a very unusual person. At that moment, seeing a crystal-clean mountain stream, the hero decided to go down and quench his thirst with cool water. But then he noticed a graceful woman standing there. She was sincerely surprised that so many guests granted them today, and warmly greeted the warrior. Kanseki calmly explained that he was not her guest and simply passed his business. However, the girl was clearly surprised at his words. After all, everyone who comes here was already by default become her dear guests. In addition, she began to circulate gracefully around the hero, admiring his noble face. He had good eyes, inside of which the great and mysterious power was hidden. She wanted to find out from the young man where this amazing power came from. However, at that moment, the hero resolutely armed himself with his sword, preventing the stranger to come closer. Obviously, the lady was amazed. In this world, there were still men who were not amenable to her enchanting spell. But the warrior calmly made it clear that some cunning fox could not draw him around his finger, after which he called a girl by name. Of course, she thought that he knew her name because she was so famous in these parts. However, at that moment, seeing the dark power dancing around the guy, I realized that rumors about the black tiger hunting Samsonov were true. Then she admitted that they were also spirits hunting for other spirits. However, it was a secret that she was not going to reveal. The hero, forgetting about her words, pointed to a bunch of human bones, realizing that this was probably the matter of her hands. The girl only innocently explained that she was very hungry and could not do anything with herself, and asked the master to spare her imploringly. However, Kanseki was not going to forgive Sansin, hunting defenseless people. In addition, he saw, even in the face of death, she does not repent of her bloody sins. Then the fox only released sharp claws and asked with interest what kind of liver the legendary black tiger tasted. After that, a furious battle ensued between these two predators. The hero attacked without even giving the opponent a respite, because of which she only laughed cheerfully and carefree, enjoying the fight. However, at the moment when the warrior was ready to kill her, the vision of little Sori again got his eyes. Because of this, he almost allowed this insidious fox to demolish his head from his shoulders. Even the predator itself chuckled at the indecision of the Mr. Black Tiger. The woman managed to apply a couple of deep, bleeding wounds to the hero himself with her sharp claws, after which she disappointedly stepped back. It was difficult for the fox to believe that the black tiger was always so weak and indecisive. She was afraid that she would have to fight, exhausting the whole power of those people that she absorbed during this time, but it seems she was worried. However, the hero only got angry with her shade, and ordered the arrogant fox not to think too much about himself. The girl, rushing at him with double fury, understood. It seems that it was the black tiger who imagined the excess about herself. The warrior tried to recover to focus on a deadly enemy. At that moment, the predator awarded him a couple of painful scratches on his chest and face. But the next instant, the hero's gaze changed dramatically. He greatly wounded the girl, and the next attack was followed after her to finally finish off. But at that moment, preventing him, a huge python dug into the hero with his poisonous teeth. After which he took a human form, and the hero recognized him at some point. The snake itself gave a hand to her wounded friend, making it clear that you need to kill the enemy as soon as you catch him and not play with him, bringing himself to such a deplorable state. But the fox proudly rejected the help of Reptile. She had to gut all his insides from this impudent guy and chew them well. Then her righteous anger will subside. However, at that moment the hero shouted so loudly that the power of the black tiger inside him began to literally demolish everything in his path. Even the snake was amazed. How is such a monstrous creature still freely walking on the ground? She could not even think that the legendary black tiger is just a young swordsman. It was hard to believe that he crossed with them in a similar dull place. He did not expect to see them here. However, at that moment the picture before his eyes began to gradually blur. Then he realized that the poison from the snake, biting him by the shoulder, spread in his body. He could not even think that he would be poisoned, like his late teacher on that fatal day. So he had to have time to destroy the opponents before the poison is finally spreading through his body. At that moment, the snake suggested retreat. However, the fox did not want to leave until she was erupted and would eat the liver of this daring puppy. But the reptile made it clear that this is not so important. In an hour or two, this guy will have a heart attack, and then it will be possible to tear out his heart or liver from him. He will not even be able to resist. Of course, the fox did not want to retreat. After all, then it would be extremely uninteresting. But still, under the gaze of her friend, she agreed to temporarily retreat. As soon as the enemies moved away, the hero realized that the power of the black tiger does not help him recover from poisoning. Most likely, predators left in order to wait until the poison is finally spreading through his body. However, at that moment, he saw a flickering fire in the forest. The warrior remembered the words of that old grass. It is better to climb the mountain in the evening, when Sori lights signal lights for travelers, so that they do not get lost in the dark. He understood. Most likely, the girl has an antidote. Although it will be difficult to completely withdraw this snake poison, but at least first aid will not hurt it. Therefore, the hero decided to go to her while he still had the strength. However, the further he fled, the more he began to stumble even in even places. He gradually lost consciousness. However, he almost reached, because he saw the last lantern in the distance. But the warrior felt. The opponents were nearby. They patiently wait for the poison to kill him. At that moment, the fox felt that this stubborn puppy finally stopped. Therefore, predators decided to kill him while the poison acts most effectively. The fox only laughed anticipatingly, dreaming of seeing how the liver of the legendary black tiger looks like. At this critical moment, the hero's body finally weakened, and he fell without strength on the cold ground. And at that moment, he was discovered by the same herbalist, who had followed the trail with the help of her faithful foxes. When the hero woke up, his wounds were already neatly rewound, and he himself was lying in a cozy bed. He saw bright sunlight, and then he heard a melodic female voice, singing a song somewhere outside. Then he noticed a herbalist who hung the linen, and her foxes played playfully. Sori was surprised to see that the hero came to his senses so quickly, so she hastened to explain. Last night the foxes were very noisy. She went out to see what happened, but they brought her straight to him. Of course, Kansiki understood that he should not stay here. He should already go his own way. However, at that moment, the girl took out a delicious fried chicken for breakfast and offered her guest. She asked the hero to eat a bit before setting off. To his great surprise, this simple food seemed incredibly tasty to him. It turned out to get such an exquisite taste. Sori added 34 types of rare medicinal plants. Even on the table, the king did not have such an exquisite delicacy. The girl herself did not understand why she prepared something so valuable for a random traveler, and even embarrassedly considered that she was completely crazy. Then she pointed to the hero's shoulder, for the treatment of which very expensive healing agents went. Hearing about this, Kansiki awkwardly asked how much he had to pay her for such generous help. Of course, the girl was surprised that he was going to give money for saving his life, and the last time he was too teaching without reason. Then the guy embarrassedly explained that he simply did not know how to repay for such kindness. Nothing else came to his mind, but if Sori has some kind of task, she could voice him. And then the girl slyly suggested that the hero repay for her help with her strong body. Soon he was already sitting on the roof, bandaging with straw ropes so that it became stronger and more reliable. Sori looked at the hero with admiration, thanks to such the necessary and difficult work. She was glad that Mr. Warrior came and helped her with the household. In fact, although the hero did not give a look, he understood. Being in this house, he is not in complete safety. If he remains here longer, then the snake and the fox will threaten Sori. Therefore, going down the roof, the young man explained that he had to leave. Of course, the girl tried to object. At least 2 weeks needed so that his wounds were completely healed and strengthened. The herbalist even considered that a noble warrior wants to quickly leave her cozy dwelling only because she does not want to do the remaining job. Therefore, she viciously reminded the unlucky guest that he was obliged to work out properly an expensive medicine that saved his life. Kansiki readily explained that he would gladly do anything for such a generous mistress. He just really needed to continue his journey. However, it seems that the girl only liked the fact that this mysterious guy was in a hurry. She knew very well, since he was in a hurry, she would very quickly do any work that she would entrust him. After these words, the decisive Sori dragged the bewildered hero into her medicinal warehouse. A smart herbalist knew that this guy was versed in healing plants, so she asked to help to decompose all precious medicines by species. After all, with 4 hands, they will manage much faster than separately. Having no choice in this delicate situation, the noble warrior agreed to help with this task. To the considerable surprise of the observant girl, while the hero sorted and cleaned medicinal herbs, he coped with amazingly quickly and skillfully. She even suggested that the young man was a skilled master of the sword. However, Kansaiki calmly explained to the modest mistress that he worked in most of his life in the fields, then to wave the blade. When they finally finished sorting everything, it was time to carefully turn the canvases into dense bags so that the precious grass remains completely preserved and does not lose its healing properties. However, at this calm moment, the friendly girl asked that the noble hero stops contacting her so respectfully. She would have a simple dorm instead of some exalted lady or young lady. Kanshaki did not want to call an unfamiliar girl simply by name, so he continued to politely call her mistress. The herbalist was sincerely amazed. She believed that this mysterious hero was somehow too serious and boring. She even rolled with laughter when she realized that she was thinking not alone. Seeing how carelessly the girl laughs at him, the warrior even thought that she was openly mocking his manners. However, the mistress thus sincerely made him a compliment, although it seemed to the hero that in this way compliments were usually not made to men. But Sori could not do anything with herself. After all, Kanshaki behaved really insanely cute and touching. So working quietly, they waited for late evening, and the hospitable girl went to set the table. Of course, the noble hero tried to dissuade her from unnecessary trouble, but he realized that he was really thoroughly hungry for the day of hard work, and as soon as he eats, he will immediately go on the further path. Soon, the welcoming hostess returned with her mouth watering food and twisted in front of an embarrassed guest, demonstrating her gracefully changed outfit. Of course, Kansiki immediately, with a sincere smile, made the girl the compliment on which she was counting on. Satisfied, Sori immediately proudly explained that she had recently bought this lovely outfit, and Lucavo added that if the hero had not praised him, he would be left without a hearty dinner. Then she offered the hero to calmly eat in a cozy atmosphere. Soon, when a pleasant dinner ended, Kansiki embarrassedly dared to ask his delicate question. The warrior wanted to know whether the wise herbalist is in the course of dangerous sansins living on this ancient grief. In addition, he was interested in why such a young girl lived so far in the wild mountains in the company of only wild foxes. But it turned out that there was a good reason for this. There was already a ready-made house here, so she simply took it for her own needs. And to the fluffy foxes, she surprisingly quickly got used to, like them to her. Of course, the mysterious hero was interested in a mysterious woman living in complete solitude in the middle of a dense forest, and the insightful Sori also guessed that it may be like some kind of mythical nine-tailed fox of ancient legends. However, she calmly explained that many residents of the surrounding villages suspected her of this. However, she was not going to dispel this mysterious myth. After all, she did not harm anyone, and extra curious people did not climb to her. In addition, the good grandfather Tradle affectionately called her Goddess Fox. However, the hero only laughed cheerfully. He will not believe that she is a real goddess of fox, until she showed him her luxurious tail. Sori was sincerely amazed at how shameless the scoundrel was, this hero who so frankly asked him to show his ass. Obviously frightened and reddened Guy immediately began to make excuses that this was not at all under the tail. However, at this awkward moment, an attentive girl noticed a characteristic scar that showed off on the noble face of the hero. He looked old enough and deep. A curious herbalist wanted to know when the warrior received this noticeable mark. He awkwardly justified that he was scratched with an angry tiger. However, the trace was more like a scratch from ordinary claws, so the embarrassed hero had to explain that he had his good reasons to hide something from outsiders. And then the wise mistress finally became convinced how this mysterious guy was still an unusual and mysterious person. After that, the thoughtful girl silently began to look intently into the face of an embarrassed hero. She noticed his unusual bright eyes, as if woven from moonlight. His eyes were clean and clear, as if illuminated the darkest corners of the soul, as well as all his deep hidden sadness. The insightful Sori saw his inner confusion, painful conflict, severe suffering, some complex feeling that could not be collected into a single whole. A whole whirlpool of conflicting emotions raged in it, something so deep and multifaceted that it was difficult to describe in one simple word. And she became very interested in what difficult life this young warrior lived. Although the wise herbalist did not know the true reasons for his internal torment, she gently asked that the noble young man would not try to put everything on her shoulders. Indeed, sometimes even a strongest person just needs to relax before going further along the thorny path. At this touching moment, a moved hero gratefully bowed his head and thanked the good girl for comforting his wounded soul with her wise words. However, after that he calmly explained that he still needs to continue his dangerous path. Of course, the sensitive Sori was very sad. She thought that the hero did not like so much. However, the reason was completely different. He sincerely considered her a very kind and wonderful girl. Hearing these warm words, the lady only laughed melodically, after which she asked the hero to collect hung bedding. In return, she will give him promised medicinal herbs, as promised earlier. However, she warned that the hero would definitely have to pay her generously for this. So, on the street, gently collecting fragrant bedding from the ropes, Kansiki began to figure out how much gold he should good for all of her invaluable help. After all, his wallet was far from unlimited. However, if he remains a debt, then this will be an excellent occasion to return here again. At that moment, while he was taking off their linen from the ropes, an evil snake suddenly rushed at the warrior, trying to dig poisonous teeth into his neck. However, unfortunately, there was no sword near the hero, so he rushed to hide in the house. But the path of an angry fox clung to him, clinging with sharp fangs straight into his throat. The predator only hissed in irritably. After all, the pungent smell of other foxes thoroughly confused it. She, for a long time, searched for Mr. Black Tiger throughout the district. Noticing that the guy does not resist at all, the insidious fox realized perhaps this is because of the poisonous residues in his weakened body. But she was too boring and uninteresting to fight with such a helpless adversary, so she contemptuously threw him away. The predator ordered the sister heel to deal with this miserable person herself. The snake, without losing a successful chance, immediately wrapped around the hero's body, starting to blow him slowly with steel rings. Obviously, the hero felt his ribbons crunch ominously under inhuman pressure, and the snake, it seems, only enjoyed the beautiful sounds that this suffering person makes. However, at this critical moment, the alarmed Sori jumped out of the house at desperate screams, frozen in horror from the nightmare scene. Having sneaked to her, the evil fox mockingly advised the girl to sit quietly if she did not want to get a couple of ugly scars on her sweet face. The hero immediately looked at the fox with difficulty, imploringly asking that she would not touch the innocent person. After all, these creatures came for him. Obviously, the surprised Sanson was amazed. The hero had already managed to fall in love with this beauty and was ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of an ordinary person. The insidious predator realized that this red-haired girl is the very famous healer who knows very well where all the Sansons are found on this grief. Therefore, she invited the girl to tell them everything without hiding. The hero was desperately trying to intercede the defenseless herbalist, but the snake only squeezed his throat more difficult, brutally reminding, even if she kills Kansiki, nothing would end with his painful death. At this difficult moment, looking at the guy's unbearable suffering, the girl lowered her head sadly. Then she calmly explained, the Sansins on this ancient grief were so stupid that they did not remember their house even when they were alive and could not find it. The fox did not understand that the girl wants to say this mysterious statement, so she roughly demanded an explanation. Then Sori patiently explained to the stupid fox that all the Sansins on this mountain were long dead. Then she resolutely turned to the snake, imperiously demanding that she immediately let go of an innocent guy. Then the angry fox realized, by all means she would kill this impudent girl for such audacity. Only then did the cautious snake felt this fragile woman was some kind of very unusual and dangerous. But it was too late to do anything. At that moment, the angry Sori had already broken his hand to the fox, and with such a monstrous force that dark blood began to pour abundantly from all sides. And all because the herbalist finally realized what kind of evil spirit for a long time caught the innocent men from the village and mercilessly devoured them. Finally, the frightened fox guessed that this modest woman was one of them, the powerful Sansin. However, the arrogant nine-tailed fox was disappointed. How dares this miserable squeal to compare it with you? After that, the harsh girl calmly looked at the frightened snake, imperiously demanding that she immediately release the guy. Or she can continue to hug him, and at that time he will rip off her belly and get all the guts from there. Immediately, a frightened snake hastily threw a Kansiki away from herself. Then she began to crawl desperately. But it was clearly visible. Sori is clearly not going to let her go alive. However, at that moment, the angry Sanson Lisa joined the battle. The predator knew perfectly well, eating mossy people alone, you won't get much. But if you eat the liver of this nine-high fox, you can strongly strengthen. Of course, the wise Sori understood that such a self-confident squeal could certainly not be able to open her belly with sharp claws. However, this only angered the arrogant fox. How dare to underestimate her so much? Leaning the deadly claws, she immediately fiercely rushed at the opponent, wanting to rip off her beautiful face. However, a powerful girl literally with one careless movement tore her head from her body, after which she only sighed displeasedly. There were so many problems because of these miserable creatures. She worked so much to bring her cozy house in perfect order, and now she will have to do everything again. At this tense moment, the hero was already menacingly armed with his sharp sword. Now he finally understood. In front of him stood the legendary nine-tailed fox, and not at all dear Sori, as he naively thought. She only calmly explained that she always honestly called her real name before people. However, for some reason, people are stubbornly used to call it abbreviated and differently. However, the hero was very angry with her calm explanations and immediately menacingly ordered the treacherous girl to shut up. At that moment, she clearly felt his true power, the power of the legendary Black Tiger. She, in principle, was not even surprised at such a discovery, because she assumed in advance that Khan's psyche was the same Black Tiger. However, the wise fox did not know that the ancient spirit was in the body of such a good and naive young man. At that moment, the angry hero solemnly vowed to kill this insidious fox for all her atrocities. However, she only laughed mockingly. Is he really going to kill her like an ordinary sword? In addition, she affectionately reminded him of the wonderful time spent together in her house. After that, the mysterious girl calmly took her true human appearance, and the dark energy in the hero's blade immediately went out. Thus, the fox made it clear that she is not hostile against the hero. And Kansiki himself resolutely was about to immediately leave, without even staying for the night in her house. He did not understand how a girl could generally offer him a bed with her, given that she was a dangerous fox devouring innocent people. However, she calmly explained, if she wanted to eat it, she would have done it a long time ago on the first night. However, she never tried human flesh in her life. But the hero was still hastily going on the road. He needed to check something important. Then, quickly leaving the house, he ran away somewhere to the night darkness. Looking in the direction where the guy rushed, the insightful fox guessed. He went to catch the remaining Sansons on the mountain, and she decided to go after him to help in this difficult matter. Soon, a determined hero reached the very top of the ancient mountain, where he saw a huge stone bird, frozen like an eternal statue. The wise Sori explained, this bird has been in this condition for 200 or 300 years, which is why the mountain was left without reliable protection. Earlier, the hero heard mysterious rumors that the powerful owner of the mountain rose from the dead, but it turned out to be only empty rumors and speculation. Even despite this, Kansiki theoretically could absorb the soul of the owner of this mountain, but his ancient soul would be completely tasteless and useless. Therefore, finally calmed down his soul, he allowed himself to find out. Why did Zori stubbornly followed him on the heels? As it turned out, the prudent girl grabbed his scattered things and brought with her a backpack, which the hero constantly carried with him, and also grabbed a couple of valuable drugs just in case. However, the hero only got angry. Was Zori so stupid and naive that she believed that he would not dare to cut it? Or that he does not have enough determination and strength to do it? The girl was sincerely disappointed with such a harsh and cold tone of the hero in relation to a man who carefully collected all his things. When the hero took the armful of things and immediately ran away somewhere to the night darkness, he painfully recalled the mysterious prediction of the wise cat. According to her, he had to find all the answers on this ancient grief. However, it was unlikely that these fateful answers should have given him some insidious nine-tailed fox. The girl only calmly watched the hero after, realizing both the Black Tiger and the innocent person with whom he took over were equally miserable and helpless. It is not clear what he can do in complete solitude, so she generously decided to help him. Sori asked the wise advice from her fluffy foxes, but they seemed to have not understood her complex words at all. However, she readily perceived their silence for the complete support of her noble idea. So a decisive girl immediately followed the hero to help him in a dangerous path. Meanwhile, the escaped snake finally reached the forbidden part of the dense forest with difficulty. As soon as the exhausted reptile crawled through sharp, thorny spikes, she began to gradually take her human appearance, painfully transforming after heavy wounds. However, at that moment, a huge tiger with burning eyes raised violently on her. The frightened girl immediately turned to the formidable master and introduced herself as worried, hoping for condescension. However, the angry tiger only growled with displeasure, recalling that he categorically ordered her not to walk along this dangerous road. She only deftly justified herself. The matter was extremely urgent. She did not come here on purpose, but if necessary. After that, the frightened snake reported a stunning news. The legendary Black Tiger rose from non-being. She met a student of the School of Swordsmen of Blue Water, and, it seems, he possessed the true power of the Black Tiger. She was absolutely sure of this. And the mysterious warrior met with a powerful high fox named Sori from Mount Mexicoist. They could not resist them and were forced to stop the persecution, fleeing. However, the wise tiger did not need to listen to all the little things and details. He immediately understood the main thing. A black tiger and an insidious fox now act at the same time, which makes them extremely dangerous opponents. However, the frightened snake could only say one thing. They only recently met, and she also could not predict their further movements with accuracy. The formidable gentleman admitted that he was very worried when he saw the ominous signs that the black tiger rose from the dead. The fact that the ancient spirit accepted the image of an ordinary person was only at his hand, so it is easier to track down. But the power tiger was more interested in completely different. What happened to the legendary pearl in the dragon's mouth? As well known, the black tiger will probably hunt for this priceless pearl, and it will be extremely difficult to defeat it. Especially considering that the powerful nine-tailed fox has now intervened. They all will not be enough to defeat such a formidable alliance. As a result, the harsh gentleman ordered to take 2 strongest Sansons with him for reinforcement. But if the situation begins to critically deteriorate, the snake had to immediately come and report to him about everything that was happening. After that, the powerful tiger growled loudly, imperiously calling someone to himself. At that moment, a powerful tornado threateningly spun around them, after which the majestic silhouette began to draw clearly in it. This ancient dragon needed a new order in order to effectively resist the nine-tailed fox. Not necessarily they had to get a pearl. There are other ways to become much stronger. Somewhere at the same time, the hero's uncle painfully sat in imprisonment in some raw and cold room. He did not even remember exactly how much time passed since he was brutally locked in this gloomy place. The exhausted man did not understand what ruthless jailers planned to do with him. He even thought that perhaps something went wrong with a secret letter to his nephew. Perhaps someone saw him received him from a mysterious intermediary. The captive did not even know what was written in that fatal letter. Perhaps he was simply suspected of something and therefore grabbed him. However, there really was no logical meaning in this. It was also possible that he was mistaken for a suspicious merchant, a dressed spy, or a secret exchange participant with secret letters with outsiders. In general, the exhausted man rackled his head, completely not understanding what was happening around him. He desperately wanted to know at least the reason why he was originally seized and cruelly beaten. Initially, he agreed to meet on Thursday with Khan Siki, and on Friday was supposed to meet with the nephew of Bottle. And as luck would have it, it was on Wednesday that unknown people caught him. At this alarming moment, the heavy door slowly began to creak and open. The prisoner knew very well, every time they came to him, he was first mercilessly beaten with heavy sticks. Therefore, he closed his eyes in fright before seeing the 3 sinister silhouettes entering his cell. He saw these people for the first time in his life. In addition, some strange and pungent smell of expensive spirits came from them, which gave out their high position. At this moment, the strangers imperiously ordered the prisoner to introduce himself, and he, stuttering with fear, named his real name. Then he tried to crawl to them on his knees, begging that at least these people would tell him the true cause of conclusion. However, the leader did not answer and coldly ordered a miserable prisoner to shut up. At first, he had to honestly answer all his questions, and if he carries nonsense, they would meet again in 5 days. However, the old man also warned ominously. In 5 days, the unfortunate will no longer have a physical opportunity to answer, because he will come with skilled doctors who will cut off his tongue completely. In addition, these saddles doctors literally dreamed of finding out that a living person has a belly under his skin. At this nightmare, a ruthless man showed him a familiar letter. After reading the first lines, the shocked warrior understood. This was his secret order, the addressed Ken Siki. And now the ruthless old man menacingly demanded that the prisoner tell in detail why in this mysterious letter the name Yan Jukon was mentioned. As far as the unfortunate knew, this Yan Jukon is an influential person from the very top of the authorities, sadly known for his cruel crimes and gambling. Its powerful grouping was larger than any royal army, and even the government allowed the imperceptible wealth. Therefore, the frightened prisoner began to swear desperately that he completely did not know the content of that letter. It was reliably sealed, and he had no right to open it without permission. Then the disappointed old man decided to leave, believing that the stubborn man really wants to meet again 5 days later in the company of the executioners. However, the unfortunate begged the cruel jailers to believe him. He was only entrusted with transmitting a letter. He had no reason to lie in such a critical situation. Then the cold-blooded old man considered that the prisoner did not take him seriously at all, and demonstrated him a wooden box with the 50 severed human hands. These bloodied hands belonged to the poor thing who brought him a letter. This unfortunate also swore that he knew nothing, even when he was slowly cut off his hands in pieces. However, he really did not know anything, so the ruthless executioner wanted to find out whether this new captive really had no idea what was being discussed in the letter. But the man really first heard what was said in a fatal letter, and sincerely did not understand what these cruel people want from him. Somewhere at the same time, the hero already carefully wandered around some noisy and lively town. Uncle said that they would meet in the legendary house of a good aunt. The warrior wanted to find out what the wise man recognized during this time. At that moment, the curious Sori circled around him, staring at the beautiful city buildings fascinated. The buildings were tall and amazing, and the merchants around sold truly beautiful and outlandish things. However, A suddenly embarrassed girl realized that she looked as if she had just come out of some kind of deaf wilderness, looking around in confusion here and there. And looking at her naive reaction, the hero regretfully remembered. What a mistake was to take her with him to a civilized city. Shortly before, the noble hero remembered the arrogant bandits from the looted village, and realizing that they would continue to mercilessly rob the innocent residents, decided to finally end them. He also reached a stone house which served as their secret base. Of course, the warrior could set fire to this damned house late at night, or fight the robbers face to face in an honest battle. However, at first I decided to follow these vile people in order to better study their habits. However, about that house, the prudent Sori was already awaiting him. She knew very well that Kanseki would definitely come here. However, he was a little late with the implementation of fair revenge. The worried hero immediately ran into the house, guessing that the mysterious girl could do there. However, going inside, he saw that all the men lay beaten and dragged on the ground, like miserable worms. Sori only explained with a satisfied smile that she had already dealt with everyone, and their impudent leader would be the rest of his life to urinate blood. After which she joyfully proposed to compose the hero company in his dangerous journey. From surprise, the puzzled guy agreed, and even sincerely thanked the powerful companion. Of course, this was a completely expected reaction. When such an unusual young lady agreed to go with him, it was interesting to know the true reason. But Kanseki simply could not but be grateful for the fact that the dangerous Sansin would be next to him in difficult times. However, he strictly ordered that the insidious girl in no case dare to show her supernatural power in public. Otherwise, he will instantly cut it in half with his sharp sword. But she was not at all upset by such a serious threat, but only laughing carelessly, promised to obediently follow him on the heels. Only then did the curious girl decide to find out where exactly they were heading first. That's how they began to travel together along unknown roads. And now the hero stubbornly tried to pretend that he did not know the eccentric Sori, and diligently looking for the same mysterious house of a good aunt. The warrior noticed how surprised citizens eloquently look around his back. Turning around, he saw how the girl decided to whimper right in front of everyone in the middle of a noisy street. She believed that she should behave humanly, so she decided to put herself in order as a civilized lady. The hero, of course, embarrassedly tried to explain that noble people did not do this in public. However, naive Sori objected. She saw how different secular ladies behave like that, and she wanted to do exactly the same. After that, the caring girl decided to put in order, and his appearance, so that the satellite was not very different from the locals and would not attract excess attention. To do this, she carefully removed his hair from his face, which prevented him from seeing him properly. Earlier, when the wise fox looked at his noble face, she constantly became sad and dreary for her. However, now she realized that the reason was covered precisely in these hair falling over her eyes, hiding his expressive features. As a result, the hero agreed to wear this neat hairstyle, but on a strict condition that Sori would no longer pester him with such liberties. After which he resolutely followed further in search of this mysterious house aunt. At this moment, the insightful old man understood. The man in front of him most likely really knows nothing about the content of the letter. But despite this discovery, ruthlessly ordered his henchmen to chop off the prisoner on one finger for an ostrand. Then the desperate man made it clear to the outgoing executioners. He does not know what was written in that damned letter, but knows very well who this letter should receive. Then he explained in detail that he had to deliver this message on Thursday. He agreed in advance with this person. He could be met at exactly 7 in the evening, and the destination was the house of a good aunt in the city center. As a result, the intrigued old man agreed to listen to the valuable words of this accommodating man. He even ordered the prisoner of rice and wine to be given to the prisoner, so that he could have a good eat-up and pray that he would come to an important meeting in time. After that, ruthless jailers demanded that the man call the full name of this mysterious recipient, and he readily called the name of the hero, hoping for mercy. At this moment, a carefree girl rushed around in search of shopping, buying up all the cosmetics and jewelry in a row. Of course, the hero was sincerely surprised that she had so much money. She bought so many expensive products, especially considering that prices in this prosperous city were much higher than village. However, it turned out that the wasteful girl did not have a single penny behind the soul. And then the shocked hero found that his wallet was somewhere suddenly and without a trace. Obviously, he also got angry and, grabbing the thief by the screenshot, did not understand menacingly. What is she doing so outrageous? At this awkward moment, noble local men decided to stand up for the lady. However, she only embarrassedly explained to the well-wishers that her dear husband was always a little nervous and hot-tempered. Obviously, men have become sad such beautiful girls for some reason love just such unbalanced villains who grab them by the collar in public. At this tense moment, the hero decided to find out why the girl was in this journey at all. However, she calmly explained, any woman follows a man only because she sincerely likes him. But Khan's psyche clearly did not like her daring words, and he immediately grabbed the hilt of his blade threateningly. Sori was slightly disappointed, given that he himself allowed her to go with him. However, the warrior reminded his strict conditions someday. He will certainly cut it off if she violates the contract. Then the wise mistress explained, she will not use her supernatural power, then the black tiger will not manifest itself. In addition, without magical help, he will definitely not be able to cause her serious harm. However, the noble hero was ready in this unequal battle to even die from her claws, but only if someone else of innocent people does not die. As a result, angry from a similar attitude, the proud girl left, not enduring the arrogant behavior of an ungrateful guy. He only hid the blade and looked thoughtfully after the retreating high fox. The hero knew very well she was a dangerous opponent whom he could not be overcome alone. As a result, he simply decided to go the other way, hoping at least the next time to find this mysterious house for a good aunt on his own. That evening, the young body also got there. He found a luxurious 3-story building and immediately realized that it was a very rich and prestigious place. Even inside, everything sparkled and shimmered, exquisite music played, and there were a lot of well-dressed people. At that moment, an elegant menu was handed over to him, and Bottle immediately began to study him carefully, hoping that he would not betray himself as a provincial. However, at this moment, the courteous waiter explained it was necessary to order a minimum of 2 lands on 1 table. Then the guy looked scaredly at the menu, not even knowing what to expect there. For some reason, it's the house of a good aunt. Prices were not at all kind, and the young man was even upset that he did not accept additional money when he was offered. As a result, he asked to give him 1 cheapest vegetable soup, for which Liang paid. He also decided to find out for the night, but the price began with 6 linen. However, he could not afford it, because he had only 5 linen left for everything. As a result, saying goodbye to the waiter, the guy was indignant. Why did his uncle told him to meet in this road place? After all, he will not pay for their joint meeting. In addition, the young man wanted to reunite as soon as possible with the 40 Olgachi. He also needed to meet with the old man. What if he had an important order from his uncle? At a minimum, he decided to patiently wait here until tomorrow, as they agreed initially, and think carefully about the current situation. While he was going to this city, Bottle entered another village and recognized interesting news. Some other warrior coped with local bandits, but it was not known whether this mysterious person was the legendary Black Tiger. He also heard about a woman who lives high in the mountains. They say that the mysterious warrior met her to find rare medicinal herbs. But when the locals went to her house, there were obvious traces of Sansonov's attack, but nothing more and remarkable. So it was also impossible to say with confidence this is the work of the Black Tiger or someone else. After that, he met with a wise 40, which followed another mountain in this region. However, there was no specific information about the hunter for Sansonov, but something else appeared, very alarming. It was bored not so long ago that the Takabe village was rolled up. Red lightning. They also say that this terrible arson was an attack by some powerful group. Bottle believed them this was probably a matter of the hands of a Black Tiger. Only he was capable of such destruction. However, the Black Tiger usually did not act so cruelly, and did not eat Takabe. But still, Bottle was angry. After all the northern Sansins will be exterminated at the hands of the Black Tiger, and they must have been ahead of him, predicting where the predators would go further. And then the smart 40 thought, what could their next goal for hunting be? As a result, they came to one logical conclusion, the nearest mountain in this area. However, before going there for intelligence, the guy decided to meet with the old man, as he planned initially, and for this he returned to the noisy city. Of course, now he was inwardly indignant. After all, he was in a hurry and in a hurry. He urgently needed to be in that mountain for an important business. He did not notice how in deep thought he ate all his food and drank all the expensive alcohol. At that moment, the courteous waiter again approached him, presenting a new menu, and politely recalling, if he wants to sit here, he needs to order at least 1 more liang. The boy did not know what he did in such an awkward situation. He even thought maybe to earn extra money, doing some kind of black work. However, at this very moment, another guest entered the luxurious institution, and the gaze of the puzzled Bottle immediately rushed at this unfamiliar guy. However, he did not know that the name was, but the alien's face was definitely familiar and relatives. Finally, the guy, carefully peering into the noble features of his face, happily recognized in this master his old friend Khan Siki. However, the expression on his face became somehow severe and closed over these many years, even too gloomy for such a young age. At this moment, the respected master had already begun to serve the exquisite wine, Bosun. It was an expensive elite alcohol of the highest grade. Everything eloquently pointed out that Kanseki became a real rich man. Therefore, the delighted bottle immediately jumped up, deciding to join his solemn meal. Of course, the boy was sincerely surprised that Kanseki recognized him so easily and quickly, despite how many years had passed since their last meeting. It seemed that the whole 1,000 years have passed since then. Therefore, he decided to sit down with a dear friend and sincerely talk to a cup of expensive wine. Also, the resourceful bottle, with relief, explained to the waiter that now they were sitting together and hoped that they would not have to order 2 lands separately. At that moment, the thoughtful hero considered it. Exactly 3 years passed, as they did not see each other. Therefore, Bottle rightly considered this a great reason to thoroughly discuss everything and recall the old times. Kanseki immediately insightfully remarked that Bottle became a completely different person. He seemed to look more absent, minded, and careless than he was before. The boy could not believe that he was once different and more serious. However, the hero colorfully described his former character, as if the cut of the sword was always directed at him, and much has changed in it for the better. The curious Bottle decided to find out what the hero has been doing all these years. Judging by his tired appearance, his life seriously padded, but it seems that he still continued to study the complex art of the sword. In addition, for sure during this time he also managed to become much stronger and more experienced. The young man decided to carefully find out where the master of the boy, from whom he studied mysterious shamanism and martial arts, went. However, he only restrainedly said that the mentor had died a long time ago. That's how they chilled carelessly until the guy finished the whole bottle of fragrant alcohol. He was clearly surprised that there was so little contents in such an impressive bottle. Kanseki only embarrassedly sighed, seeing his disappointed reaction. And Bottle laughed merrily. Although the hero claimed that his friend had changed, he himself remained the same modest and shy. However, Kanseki calmly reminded even recently a comrade admitted that he somehow recognized him, but the matter was not at all in appearance or manners. A friend remained his former characteristic awkwardness, no matter what happened to him over these heavy 3 years. He asked his comrade not to pretend to be a severe strongman. He was quite vulnerable from birth with both his soul and body, and now he has not changed at all. But for some reason he stubbornly tried to deceive everyone. Although Kanseki began to possess a sword much better, but the same kind person remained soft, which could not but rejoice in an old friend. However, the hero only got angry from such words, grabbing the handle of the blade menacingly, and suggested that the comrade immediately go to check which of them was really weak and helpless. Bodil calmly explained that he was reluctant to fight with anyone for no good reason. In addition, he completely did not understand the sudden anger of a friend. After all, he had in mind that his soul remained the same kind and responsive. After that, the peace-loving young man decided to order another bottle of luxurious bosun wine in order to discharge a tense atmosphere. However, at this critical moment they were surrounded by some suspicious people in bright red robes from all sides. Immediately one of them confidently approached the hero, calling him a complete name. However, he cold-bloodedly explained that they had been revealed and confused with someone. But it was extremely difficult to cut off, given that he was exactly the same like an wanted guy. In addition, the sword in his hands. The stranger could even argue that the blade of the blade was a characteristic black color. Obviously, the hero became curious. Who are these mysterious people, since they even knew so much about his unique blade? At this tense moment, one of the men imperiously ordered the guy to take out his blade and demonstrate it. Then Kanseki grabbed the sword with lightning speed, and his smart friend aptly threw heavy dishes from under alcohol. Thus, they deftly immobilized the 2 closest enemies, after which the decisive hero powerfully pushed the men surrounded by the flat side of his blade. On this, the resourceful Bottle offered to finish a peaceful conversation, and Kanseki was only happy with such a proposal. After all, he had nothing to talk about with these types. Soon the brave hero deftly scattered around him 3 more hefty men. Bottle was even surprised. He did not know that Kanseki learned to fight people so masterfully with people. After all, he used to be afraid to do this and avoided conflicts. However, when he saw another enemy who was still standing on his feet, a smart young man suggested bringing a noble cause to a logical end. After all, if such stubborn people simply let go, they will definitely return with reinforcement. The man, trembling with unbearable fear, sent his blade to formidable opponents and reminded, if they touch him, they will not be able to leave this city alive. Then Bottle, with obvious curiosity, decided to find out who sent these persistent people to search for them. However, neither Kanseki nor Bottle himself never heard the mysterious name Jan Juhon. Of course, the frightened man was sincerely amazed. After all, literally every dog in this big city knew about this influential person. However, he had no idea why the hero needed this powerful master. Unfortunately, these ordinary men did not know anything significant. They were only the humble performers of his formidable instructions. Therefore, the hero immediately turned to a smart guy, hoping that he could help him find out more valuable information. And Bottle immediately deftly pulled out 2 mysterious amulets from his pocket. The blue amulet ruthlessly pulled hidden memories, but had an unpleasant side effect in the form of a fatal diarrhea. The red amulet burned with hellish fire for any deception, the best means for brutal interrogations. After him, almost no one survived. Of course, Kansiki was shocked. Both funds were not very humane. One thing was just disgusting, and the second was extremely cruel and sadistic. However, nevertheless, they generously decided to provide a man with the opportunity to choose which talisman he wants to experience on himself. As a result, distraught from chilling horror, he hastily named the name of the man who reported to the master that the hero would certainly appear in this place. Bottle immediately became furious, wanting to immediately find out where his uncle was. So they found out. He languished in the gloomy imprisonment of the almighty Mr. John Jukon, and the interrogated man himself simply blindly followed his orders and knew nothing more. However, Kansiki had no idea why this John Jukon hid such an insult at him, and the frightened man really did not know anything about the motives of his master. The hero suggested using amulets on the captive, for example, red, so that he did not have to clean up this man later while he screams and dies in agony. Bottle put the amulet straight on his head. However, he lost consciousness, and they quickly became convinced. The man really knew nothing and told the pure truth. Kansiki, of course, suspected that the amulets were perhaps a skillful fake. However, fakes on such amulets simply do not exist. They were all real. They simply had different levels of power that differed from each other in color. That's how these two arranged a real splash and soon quietly disappeared from an expensive institution. However, the stubborn body continued to follow the hero, heading for the den of Yan Jukon. Of course, Kansiki made it clear that a friend did not need to help him, because it was his purely personal matter. However, Bottle also needed this mysterious uncle, so they both unexpectedly found out that this captive man was an uncle to both of them. For some reason, the hero immediately turned resolutely and went further along the wide street. Although he did not know exactly where this influential villain lived, he already understood everyday logic. Such people live in the largest and most luxurious mansions. Then the impatient body rushed to run first. It was necessary to urgently hurry and not lose precious time. As a result, they began to rapidly flee to the richest house race, as in childhood. At the same time, the upset girl counted her meager money. They definitely lacked to rent a decent room for 2, and she was very sorry that she did not take with her a couple of her valuable healing plants for sale. However, Sori tried not to be too upset, hoping that she would somehow survive and without unnecessary means. But unexpectedly, the miserable coins remaining in her deftly grabbed the thief running away. The girl perfectly understood. For such impudent theft, it could be cut on the spot. Therefore, immediately accelerating, she rushed with loud shouts to pursue this arrogant villain. The guy himself was gloatingly rejoiced that he caught such a naive idiot, who thought that he could walk with money in his hands in dark streets in the evening. He was sure. Now she probably sits on cold earth and cries bitterly. What a shock the thief experienced when he saw that the angry girl had already haunted him on his heels. After that, having dumped the boy off his feet with a powerful blow, she imperiously demanded that he immediately return her bloody money. However, he only got angry and began to wave threateningly with his sharp dagger, explaining, if she does not back down, he would earn a couple of ugly scars on a beautiful face. However, at the same moment, the girl masterfully knocked out the dagger from his hands and threw away. Then she also took her money from his tenacious hands, promising, now he will honestly answer her questions. Perhaps then she will generously forgive him. Of course, this clearance tried to somehow prove that the girl would not be able to do anything serious. However, he lost consciousness from one single slap in the face and woke up only after a couple of hours. Then the girl calmly explained that it was better for him to not argue and not be clever with her. She also decided to give this cadettor a new name. From now on, she will call him Bad, and he could respectfully call her older sister. Of course, the guy desperately tried to explain to Sori that he had already had his own name. However, the girl coldly reminded, it categorically does not need to argue with her if he does not want trouble. Now she calmly explained the badness that she has only 4 lanas. She somehow wanted to turn them into 100 people until the end of this day. Unfortunately, if Kalosha knew how to quickly earn money, he would not steal himself. However, there was one interesting game, and Sori immediately remembered. This village was famous for gambling, and it was annoying that she did not think about it before. Bades explained that dog running is quite interesting, but you can't earn a lot on them. Therefore, today it was better to play Hoshin. It was a dangerous but very profitable game. Sori became interested and asked the badger to immediately take her there. He tried to argue somehow, but the girl grabbed him by the collar, pulling him along the largest and most noisy gambling house in the whole town. Soon they fell into the house where men and women literally fought when one of them painfully lost large sums. Sori sat quietly in the middle of them, absolutely confident in herself. Even Badly was surprised. She looked very confident for the person who had just come to the city with miserable 4 lannons. Nevertheless, he decided to tell his elder sister in detail all the basic rules of gambling. They had wooden cards, which were called PHE. They depicted 12 different animals in pairs. 1 point was awarded for the rat, and then in order to 12. When 3 pairs were laid out in front of a person, he could put the desired amount on any of the steam. Then the cards turned over, and the one who put it on the strongest pair doubled his money. The rest of the people lost everything. The most interesting thing in this game began just from this moment. If the same animals appeared, then 24 points on top were automatically accrued, and the glasses for animals were given in the reverse order. For example, if 2 pigs turned out to be paired, in total they gave 26 points. However, there was another important rule. It was called a double tiger. A couple of tigers have always won. Although the couple of mice had the most points, they lost a couple of tigers. If the player could defeat the tigers, then his amount increased not 2, but 5 times. Obviously, the loss of such a combination was almost impossible. Although people knew this very well, they still continued to make risky bets, hoping for incredible luck. As a result, finally realizing all the subtleties, the girl decided to join a dangerous game. At this time, another bet was held, and the couple won in the middle. Elegant roe deer. Men immediately began to scream desperately that they had lost their money, and some lucky people joyfully rejoiced that they won. And Badchish did not understand why Sori still does not play. 5 games had already passed. She simply carefully watched what was happening. In fact, Badchish had nothing against such caution. Just the atmosphere became tense. If they continue to just look, they will be kicked out of here like onlookers. However, at that moment, grabbing a thief by the head, the hefty thug wanted to seriously talk to him. He was about to drive them out for inaction. But at this critical moment, the girl finally made her first bet. Obviously, Badish did not understand why she put all the money on the cow, because she could lose everything in one fell swoop. However, it was this couple that won, because there were 2 identical cards. Bad was shocked. The lady was incredibly lucky the first time. He now advised to divide the bet so as not to lose all the money at once. However, she again put the entire amount on a couple of rabbits. Bad from shock almost lost consciousness. However, the girl asked him not to worry in vain. After all, a truly magnificent woman with unique abilities sat in front of him. Soon the girl again managed to win a large amount of money. Obviously, Badish even thought that the lady somehow crashes and cunning. However, she calmly explained, each game has its own hidden pattern, which she simply understood and unraveled. Of course, by human standards, this could be called cunning and deception. But she studied the shape and texture of the tree of each card. The eyes of an ordinary person could not see such subtle differences. Finally, the organizers graduated with preparation and invited her to put on the desired card. And she put all her money on a card with the image of a rat. All other players also followed her example, and all bets focused on this map. Palais only calmly explained, these people already realized that she was quite unusual and lucky. As a result, when they solemnly turned the card, everyone was convinced. There were 2 identical couples again. Immediately, everyone began to joyfully demand that they be immediately given their honest winning. The organizers calmly explained that they would now bring money from their warehouse, where large amounts are stored. At that moment, Powish admired the incredible coolness of his older sister. He understood from the very beginning that she was a very unusual person. However, the girl reminded, as soon as they earn enough coins, they can calmly leave here. But at that moment, 2 impressive thugs already approached her from behind and politely asked to go with them. The girl seemed to guess right away. They are not going to give her money. But the thugs kindly explained that they would give out the money in another, more suitable place. After all, her winnings were too great for the usual payment. Without suspecting anything really bad, the gullible girl followed these courteous thugs. However, the faithful Palais was strictly forbidden to go further, which was very outraged by the fair Sori. After all, it was still her younger brother in spirit. However, Harshmen made it clear that this prestigious playing house is a place for big money and influential people. They could not let a miserable thief there in any way. As a result, the compassionate girl had nothing left but to take a generous handful of coins straight from the playing table and hand all this money to the embarrassed boy. She patiently explained it was his honest payment for the right service. Sori already realized that he was not allowed anywhere precisely because he was a famous thief. Therefore, she sincerely hoped, from now on he would live honestly and will never again steal in innocent people. However, she also strictly warned, If he finds out that he continues to lead the same vicious life, he will turn his spine with his own hand. After which, having farewells cordially, she retired, hoping, when they will meet next time, he will already live as an honest person. Soon, impressive guards brought the girl out of the noisy institution and led to another building, where the festive lights burned brightly. Immediately, she was warmly met by the courteous manager of this luxurious house. However, the girl calmly explained, apart from the fact that she generously gave the thief, the institution should pay her 200 precious coins. The manager politely explained, according to strict regulations, they give out every 100 people with gold. However, their gold ended, for which they were very ashamed and embarrassed. However, they could pay her gold toads if she was able to win 500 coins. Of course, it was a very obvious trick. They would not let her go until she loses all the money. And the insightful fox perfectly understood these disgusting crooks. However, they will not be able to deceive the powerful nine-tailed. Therefore, she confidently agreed to try luck again. The manager kindly explained, she can continue to play the same exciting game. However, now the girl should put at least 10 coins at a time. However, for starters, she asked to give her all the money that she had already honestly earned in previous rounds. At this moment, the respectful manager held her into an elite house, where the largest players of the city gathered, and asked to patiently wait until they prepared an impressive amount of money. In this prestigious playing house, the atmosphere was already completely different, more tense and serious. Here the bets were calculated not by a penny, but by solid amounts. At this moment, the provision of the manager brought her various colored signs. White represented 10 coins, red, 50, and black, whole 100. To begin with, a cautious girl decided to carefully observe the first 3 games before starting to risk large amounts. In fact, she already mentally imagined how the hero would be delighted when she saw how much money she managed to earn for their joint trip. Meanwhile, the brave guys finally reached that very rich mansion in the city. After waiting until the careless guards passed by, the clever body cleverly jumped over a high fence. Looking around everything that was coming down, the decisive Khan of Siki immediately quickly climbed after him. Then they ran through the vast territory of the house, like real experienced spies. The hero was in a hurry to save his uncle. After all, there was no time for thought. It was necessary to urgently find him in this labyrinth of buildings. Of course, the practical bottle understood that in a situation where they did not know anything about this mysterious place, it would be better to catch one of the servants and ask about the layout. However, it seemed very strange to Bottle that in the vast territory of the estate, almost no one was on guard. It looked suspicious for the home of such an influential person. At this alarming moment, bright torches began to light around them one after another, which means that these people knew in advance that the uninvited guests would come and carefully prepared a cunning trap. At that moment, armed spearmen surrounded them tightly from all sides, preventing them from stepping in any direction. However, the naive body did not know what was usually done in such critical situations. The experienced hero knew very well. Usually people give up without resistance and pray for mercy. Hearing these words, the hefty thug, standing in the middle of the formidable warriors, laughed loudly and contemptuously. He understood. Those who came to them were desperate, reckless morons. Once they dared to climb here, they should be ready to lose at least one hand or leg. Then the smart body realized they simply have no other choice. It would be necessary to use his precious combat amulets. He asked Kansiki to cover him while he would concentrate, read a complex spell. The hero wanted to know how much time he needed to hold out against this army. However, at that moment, a cunning guy, taking advantage of the distraction of the hero, already quietly hid behind the stone wall, hoping that the comrade would be able to clear their way to retreat. At that moment, part of the experienced fighters chased after the fugitive, and part attacked the hero to grab him alive. However, deftly using the head of one of the soldiers as a step, the warrior also acrobatically jumped over the fence. The commander immediately shouted angrily on his sluggish people, demanding that they immediately catch the insolent fugitives. They were granted very dexterous and dangerous guys this time. However, he was sure, all the same, they could not leave the pursuers. At this moment, the triumphant Sori just won another large bet with a pair of Pigkorov, and she gratefully took all the chips to herself. Fortunately, she had already earned more than enough. Now she could calmly go home, where her Kansiki probably waited anxiously. However, now she needed to choose a new desired bet for the final game, and she paid special attention to the map of the tiger lying right in front of her. Obviously, all those present immediately started and tensed. The puzzled girl did not understand what she did so special. Then an experienced man excitedly explained, "This bet means that it claims the deck will consist of the rarest pair of tigers." The manager explained in detail. "If it really turns out to be a couple of tigers, Then it will multiply her winnings 10 times. But if not, she will lose a third of all the money earned, that is, a third from all her winnings. The man considered that an inexperienced girl is not very versed in the intricacies of the game. Therefore, he generously proposed to cancel her risky bet, or to continue. Then she will have a chance to win 5 times more. However, she resolutely put everything on a powerful tiger, realizing, if she wins, she would take 5 legendary gold toads. As a result, solemnly turning the first card, everyone saw. There was an ordinary pair of cows. In the second, there was a pair of pig dog. And finally, the last bet. The long-awaited double tiger really flaunted there. As a result, the jubilant Sori really managed to win a grand victory. Therefore, the girl joyfully asked her uncle manager to immediately bring her the promised toads. However, the courteous manager asked the girl to follow him. After all, the winners with a double tiger received a special honorary treat. She became the real pride and legend of this gambling house. However, the prudent girl politely abandoned such a treat. She was quite enough for gold toads. The manager persistently tried to explain. She would regret it a lot if he just leaves. After all, it was a truly unforgettable experience that she could not even dream of. Indeed, in the ideas of a curious girl, it was something incredible and tempting. The foxes by nature were very curious creatures. But at the same time, in her opinion, Kanseki patiently waited for her. He, apparently, simply wandered around the city somewhere, because he did not have money at all for entertainment. But still, it was extremely interesting for her to see that they had such a special manage for the winners. Therefore, she agreed to follow the courteous manager with curiosity. They headed to the owner of this prosperous gambling house. The manager was sincerely surprised that the educated Sori did not know this outstanding person. He was considered the greatest and most influential person in all this vast settlement. And Sori was very interested in, who is this mysterious man so powerful? However, soon, sitting at near the luxurious table inlaid by jewelry, the servants left the guest to wait for the arrival of the master. The girl during this time with appetite drained all the exquisite drinks placed at the table. And when the legendary owner of the gambling house finally came, he was pleasantly amazed. His guest drinks expensive alcohol so excellently. Then he cordially greeted the unusual guest and courteously introduced himself. An influential man was called Yan Jukon.
So Sori, carefully examining the bottle she holds in her hand and making sure it is empty, says, makes people sit here and wait for him. The wine is finished. A question reaches her. Did she drink it all alone? Standing before her, Yan Juhon says that the girl drinks well. So Sori, studying the man with her gaze, mentally wonders, what's wrong with him? He looks terribly pale. From her lips slips, who? The man says, nice to meet you. He introduces himself, naming his name, Yan Juhon. So Sori, smiling radiantly, mentally asks, is this man the owner? She had not imagined such a one. Aloud, the girl says, nice to meet you, and introduces herself, naming her name. Yan Juhon says, well, what a pity. She ran out of wine. He orders to bring a few more bottles. Sitting at the table, the man says, he heard that she won 2,000 liang. So Sori, coquettishly tossing her braid over her shoulder, answers, that's right. Today she is very lucky. The girl asks, it seems she caused great damage? Is that why he wanted to meet her? Yan Juhon asks, can that be? Just a couple of thousand liang. He was simply curious to find out who pulled out a couple of tigers. The girl, leaning on the table and resting her head on her hand, asks him not to forget about her frogs. She needs money. The man replies that he will give her those frogs and let her accept the rest as a gift. A servant enters with a tray in his hands, on which stand 3 bottles. Addressing Yan Juhon, he says he brought wine. The latter, pointing to the table, orders to put it down. So Sori mentally notes that he began to speak to her informally. Smiling kindly and holding a bottle in his hands, the man offers the guest to pour a glass. With So Sori holding out a cup and watching the drink pour, he says that the wine smells wonderful. She adds, it seems expensive. Can you really drink it all at once, Wasum? Smirking proudly, Yan Juhon replies, it costs about 1,000 liang. If she can drink it, then go ahead. The girl exclaims admiringly, wow, and the bottle is big. Handing her the bottle, the man says, he is not bragging, but he has a lot of money. So the girl need not worry, he won't go broke. Taking the bottle from his hands, So Sori exclaims admiringly, he is cool. He can be respected just for his wealth. The girl pours the drink into Yan Juhon's cup, who is somewhat taken aback by her words. Looking intently at his interlocutor, the man says, really? He is hearing that for the first time. Placing the bottle on the table, the girl replies that people who achieve more than others are like warriors who have found peace. Not rushing to try the wine, the girl, resting her cheek on her palm, says, "Curious, how did he earn so much?" A blush appears on Jan Johan's cheeks. Lowering his eyes, he coughs and says, "She says the right things," and offers her to listen to his story, full of ups and downs, if of course she wishes. The sword, flipping in the air, sticks into the ground between the bodies of the warriors. The man, whose face is crossed by a fresh scar, screams in fear. Han Se-hee, holding a sword before him, freezes. Before him lie the bodies of warriors who greeted him so unfriendly. Laughter reaches the guy catching his breath after the battle. The squad commander, a bald, powerful man, says, and he knows how to use a sword. Looking at the frozen guy, he adds, "Even on such a narrow street, it's hard for a gang of robbers to defeat him." Taking a fighting stance, the man clutching a spear orders everyone to disappear. He declares that he himself will be the guy's opponent. The squad commander says his name is Kim Thaman. Han Se-hee's face shows no emotion. Only the corners of his lips slightly droop down. Kim Thaman exclaims, "This won't do. He says his name empty." Warriors must introduce themselves. The guy sighs. What a bore. Pointing the sword at the opponent, Han Se-hee says, "Let him pray to the ancestors to fend off his attacks." Kim Thaman replies that there is no warrior honor in him. The man exclaims, "Then let him die," and rushes at the guy. Kim Thaman and Han Se-hee rush towards each other. A man in mid-jump raises his hand with a spear, intending to strike the guy. Han Se-hee swings his sword, trying to block the blow. Kim Thaman shouts that he is clumsy. The man is already ready to lower the hand raised for the strike, but something stops him. Surprise flashes in his eyes. The spearhead grazes the wall, and the guy's sword flatly strikes Kim Thaman right on the forehead. Blood spurts from the wound on the man's forehead, and he falls backward. Han Se-hee, having delivered the blow, freezes while the opponent falls at his feet. The surprised warriors freeze with their mouths open. Looking at the spear still pressing against the wall, the guy says, he himself said it was narrow, and here he is swinging his spear. Raising his sword in front of him, Han Se-hee sternly asks, "Who is next?" He freezes, looking around in surprise. Where is everyone? The puzzled guy wonders. Their leader fell, and that's why they all ran away. Looking at the man lying on the ground, he says, "Is this idiot only capable of this?" Hiding the sword in the sheath, Han Se-hee says, "Well, fine," then he retreats. The guy runs swiftly down the narrow corridor between the walls. Young Ju-han, laughing, says, "That's why that bastard tried to deceive him, but he caught him and cut off his hand. Hilarious, right?" The girl giggles, then says, "Yes, hilarious." She thinks deadly boredom. Without consistency, she rubs something in, praising only herself. A question reaches Yang Ju-han sitting at the table. Will he allow a report? The man is clearly displeased with the outside interference. Calling the servant who dared to disturb them an idiot, he asks, didn't he forbid them to interrupt him while he was busy with guests? So Sori, turning away from him, breathes a sigh of relief and praises the gods. She was afraid of going crazy from boredom. The servant apologizes and says he must report that intruders have broken in. Yang Ju-han looks puzzled. What? Intruders? The girl immediately turns to him thinking, wow, it must be much more interesting there. Yang Ju-han says, let Thaman handle it himself. A reply reaches him, yes sir. Turning to the girl, the man says, ragamuffins always cause trouble. You have to do all the little things yourself. Without his help, they wouldn't see the light of day. Proudly smirking, he adds, they'll see soon enough. The man asks, did he stop at how he cut off the hand of the merchant who tried to cheat him? The smile fades from So Sori's face, who thinks, does he really want to continue? Sweating, she thinks that if she hears about it one more time, she will go crazy. The girl wonders how to escape. So Sori gets an idea. She needs to turn the cup upside down, pretend to be drunk, and leave. Meanwhile, Yan Ju-han continues the story, plus. Then suddenly things started to improve to such an extent that So Sori stops him, asking to wait. He says he took the bead that belonged to the dragon. The girl mentally wonders, how does he know about Aichu, the miraculous pearl in the dragon's mouth that brings wealth and luck? Smiling broadly, Yan Ju-han answers, of course, that's why he is rich. Smiling sweetly, So Sori thinks, this bastard has Aichu? What a coincidence. The girl asks, can she see it once? The smile leaves Yan Juhan's face. Sharply placing the cup on the table, he answers, no. Aixu was broken into two parts, and the dokebi somehow found out about it and stole it. Covering her mouth with her palm, Sori replies, what a pity. If the beat existed, she would gladly take a look once. She thinks that the interlocutor himself stole it from someone. If it was a dokebi, then wasn't it the elder Hongduki? He is still alive. The girl sinks into thought. She is not interested in Aixu, but Han Seihi is more interested in it than in a couple of tens of thousands of Yang. Isn't that so? Meanwhile, Yan Juhon says, and now he will tell how he came to live in Dokkan. The girl suddenly stands up. The man asks worriedly, what is it? Why did she get up? Heading to the door, Sosori answers that they will go home. Yan Juhon, grabbing her by the hand, says that the most interesting part is just beginning. Where is she going? She left so much wine, and now they will bring golden toads. Let her stay at least until... Sosori decisively pulls her hand out of his grip. Looking sternly at the interlocutor, the girl says that his stories are boring. She doesn't need his toads. Glowering at the back of her head, Yan Juhon asks, will she leave the golden toads? Opening the door, Sosori answers, yeah, let him use them himself. The man growls angrily. His ears grow larger. He grits his teeth. She just pushed him to tell the story, and now this? He says he hasn't told everything he wanted yet, and lunges at the girl. The nails on his hands turn into claws. A strong blow throws him back. The girl freezes in the doorway with her leg raised, watching the man fall to the floor. Sosori says that he added something strange to the wine and is plotting something vile, and now he even attacked. A guard stands by the door, near which large tripod lamps are installed. He is openly bored and yawns loudly. Crossing his arms on his chest, he swears, longing, everyone went to catch the burglars, and what is he doing here? He also wants to go there. Waving his sword, the man says with annoyance that today he is on duty, and his sword, bored, is crying. He does not notice that someone is watching him. From the warrior's lips bursts out, he is losing it, but a strong blow with the edge of the palm to the back of the head makes him fall silent. Bottle freezes for a fraction of a second, watching how the warrior falls face down to the ground. A slight smile slides across the shaman's lips as he says, well. Looking at the door, Bottle says, what a suspicious place. The shaman opens the door and enters the dark, long corridor. His hand reaches for the ring on the door, but trying to open it, he realizes it is tightly closed. Bottle wonders, what could be there? He drops to one knee, deciding to look into the gap between the door and the floor. He sees a man lying on the floor with his back to him. Rats are crawling near him. The young man is a little surprised. A man? He says uncertainly, uncle. The rats look at him warily. Rodents run away scared from the human body. Cold sweat covers Bottle's face, and from his lips slips. What huge rats! The human body, disturbed by the zealous flight of the rats, twitches. He falls on his back, and the prisoner's face turns to the shaman. He sees a half-chewed rat skull. Shaken, Bottle is unable to move. A moment, and he, sharply straightening up, curses. From the neighboring door, a voice sounds, who is there? The young man asks, uncle? If it is him, then let him say his name. A hand appears from under the door and a voice sounds, Mun Sanshik. The young man, leaning to the narrow gap, says that it is him, Bottle. The man is clearly surprised. Bottle? Mun Sanshik, lying on the floor, peers into the gap between the floor and the door. Is it really him? The young man answers, yes, it is him. Bottle promises to release uncle. He asks, does he have a key? This door is very thick. The shaman asks confusedly, really? And where are the keys? From behind the door comes the reply, probably with the one who runs this place. With Kim Thaman. Bottle says, aha, understood. Well, he will come soon. The young man runs swiftly down the corridor. A shout follows him. Wait! Looking through the narrow gap between the floor and the door, Moon Sunshek says that Kim Thaman is in charge of everything here. Even the authorities fear him. He is a warrior who can fight dozens. Bottle, looking back, asks, Swordmaster? From behind the door comes the reply, no, with just one sword skill, you can't become that strong. He is immortal, even surrounded by enemies. Imagining Kim Thaman as a terrible monster, Moon Sanshik adds, he is immortal, even if enemies surround him and strike with their swords. The shaman asks, does he have demon power? In response, he is asked to be careful. Turning around and heading to the exit, Bottle thanks the man, promising to be extremely careful. Stopping in front of the closed door, the shaman wonders, are there people who use demon power? Opening the door wide, Bottle mentally adds with a crooked smile, interesting. The servants freeze in surprise. Standing in the doorway, Sosori, with her hands on her hips, asks them, what? Did they think she would come out all in tears? She is leaving, so let them tell everyone about it. A voice sounds behind the girl. Oh, she. Sosori, having heard the insult directed at her, sharply turns her head back. A growl is heard. The man's hand holding the door leaf trembles strongly. Yanjuhan's face is distorted with rage. He promises to tear the girl to pieces, hang her in his room, and eat her. Looking at him puzzled, Sosori asks, what is he talking about? He better say where the exit is. The man's body begins to transform. Bending unnaturally, Yanjuhan says he is the Golden Dragon. No one has ever insulted him like that before. He promises that he will definitely eat her. He growls loudly. Sori looks at him in surprise. From her lips slips a confused, what? Wide-mouthed, the monster lunges at Sosori. The girl freezes in confusion, looking at the monster approaching her. Seeing a huge rat standing on its hind legs in the doorway, the servants run away screaming. The transformed Yanjuhan grins quite slyly. How noisy. They always react like this when they see people like him. Sosori looks at the huge rodent in surprise. From her lips slips heat. Watching how the huge rodent, on which hangs scraps of torn clothing, takes a step toward her, she asks, so he is a rat? Wide opening his mouth, with two huge teeth threateningly sticking out. He answers, yes, this is his true form, and he is very dangerous. Reeling back from him, the girl says with disgust, a gutter rat. Frowning, she adds, how disgusting. The monster's red eyes pierce her. His words clearly hurt him. Trembling with anger, he asks, how dare she call his body dirty? Shuddering with revulsion, Sosori says, did she really drink with a dirty rat from the gutter? She adds that now she will wash for 3 days. Sosori exclaims, what a horror! Yanjuhan, restraining himself with all his might, says, how dare she? At the same time, he insults the girl. Wide opening his mouth, no longer holding back emotions, he shouts that he will tear her apart. Rats running along the fence edge look at the guy with surprise, whose head cautiously peeks out from behind it. He turns his head to the left, and the rodents scatter in fear. Hansei understands. No one is there, and he jumps from the fence into the yard. Looking at the rodents staring down at him, he wonders, why are there no people, but so many rats? Lowering his gaze, he sees a rat sitting at his feet. A surprised and slightly puzzled expression appears on the young man's face. He sees many rodents with burning red eyes approaching him. Hansei recoils from them with disgust. The rats that have filled the entire yard relentlessly approach him. The young man grimaces, and from his lips slips, what is this? Hansei presses against the wall, surrounded by rats on all sides, but his gaze is fixed on the person standing behind them. A huge muscular humanoid creature, clutching a spear in its hands, approaches him. Its eyes burn with the same red flames as the rodents gathered around it. The rats part to let it through. The monster giggles. Its two front teeth clearly stand out in size among the others, and its eyes emit a red haze of inner energy. The guy, whose face is crossed by a long scar, without taking his eyes off it, says, he. Pointing at Hansei with his finger, Kim Taemin says, if he had surrendered, they would have cut off his hand, and that would have been the end of it. Frowning, the guy says, so his wounds didn't stop him. What did he do to himself? Taking a fighting stance, the man, squinting angrily, replies, the guy was surprised. He fought so many warriors like that, he lost count. Even though they were more talented, they still died by his hands. Kim Taemin, smiling, spins a spear above his head. Then the man sharply lowers the weapon, delivering a strike. At the place where the spear touched the ground, a huge crack opens up, reaching the guy's feet. Hansei looks puzzled at the ground that has split open at his feet. Red sparks blaze in Kim Taemin's eyes as he says, this is because of the power granted to him by Yanjuhan. No one among humans can compare to it. Grasping the sword's hilt to draw it from the sheath, the guy replies somewhat disdainfully. It seems this is not the power of Sanson, but a fragment of the rat's spirit. He asks, is Yanjuhan the same? Resolutely swinging the spear, the man asks, does he know something? then adds, but it's all useless, because Master Ju Han is 10 times stronger than him. Holding the sword out in front and showing his readiness for a duel, Han Se-hee replies that the value lies even higher in capturing him. Is that bastard young Ju-hon? Throwing the spear over his shoulder, Kim Thaemin raises his hand in front of him, saying, well, he'll recognize it, so what? There are already so many rats around him that, moving over the heads of their kindred, they rise almost to the height of the man himself. An anticipatory smile bears Kim Thaemin's teeth as he exclaims that the guy will die by his hands anyway. He throws his hand forward, and the crowds of rats rush towards the guy. Han Se-hee freezes, clutching a sword in his hands. With one swing, he cuts through the mass of rat bodies advancing on him. The guy desperately fights off the horde of rodents, but they keep pressing on. A thought flashes through his mind. They are countless. One of the rats jumps on him from behind. Han Se-hee looks in horror as a huge wave of rat bodies is about to crash down on him. Kim Thaemin leaps above them, raising his hand with the spear over his head. Ignoring the rodents that have fallen on him, Han Se-hee raises his sword, preparing to deflect the opponent's strike. Meanwhile, the rodents continue to attack the guy, almost burying him under their bodies. Han Se-hee exerts all his strength to fend them off, but their numbers keep growing. Soon, only the guy's head is visible above the writhing gray bodies. Kim Thaemin continues to shake the spear, but in the place where Han Se-hee stood, there is only a depression in the continuous flow of rodent bodies, which the rats hurry to fill. A triumphant cry bursts from the man's chest. Kim Thaemin aims the spear at the indentation. Rat bodies quickly turn the hollow into a mound, but the hill of rat bodies is cracking. Kim Thaemin sees how a splash of black energy scatters the bodies of rodents to the sides. A surprised expression appears on the man's face. Dark energy scatters the rats, and Kim Thaemin is left alone with Han Se-hee. Dark streams crash down on the man, knocking him off his feet and pressing him to the ground. Turning away from him, the guy says, well, now we can go catch Yeonju-kan. The man standing on the edge of the roof asks, was it him? Kanseki raises his eyes to him, filled with cold bluish light. Bottle, looking at him from top to bottom, says, Kanseki, is he the Black Tiger? Holding yellow amulets in his hands, Bottle, pointing a finger at Kanseki, exclaims, it's him! He looks at the guy whose eyes emit a bluish energetic haze. Black streams of energy swirl around him. The shaman wonders, is he connected to the Black Tiger? Bottle remembers that Kanseki was a genius since childhood. With just the trunk of young bamboo, he beat senior comrades armed with wooden swords. Looking at the sword in the guy's hands, the shaman thinks, he doesn't know how much he has grown. He would like to fight him without the power of the Black Tiger. Why did they clash like this? Meanwhile, Kanseki does not take his eyes off him, like a predator waiting for the moment to pounce on prey. Jumping from the roof to the ground, Bottle says that his sword is enveloped in the power of Sanson. He asks, is this the power of the Black Tiger? Or is it similar? Kanseki replies, why does he ask? It doesn't matter. Let him think whatever he wants. Sighing, Bottle raises the hand holding the amulets. A slight smile slides across his lips. The shaman throws the amulets in front of him, exclaiming, so he is right. The guy fixes his gaze on the attacking Bottle. A thought flashes through his mind. Amulets? If everything is left as is, it will be very irritating. He meets the flying amulets with a sword swing, deciding that this must be dealt with immediately. Bottle, adjusting the fingerless glove on his hand, smiles crookedly and says, Kanseki's skills have improved. The guy mentally wonders, when did he manage to put on gloves? Raising the sword above his head, Han Se-hee decides that he must not give him a break. The weapon in the guy's hands emits black streams of energy, but his movements slow down and he feels his body becoming heavy. Showing Han Se-hee the amulet, Bottle explains that this is a technique for paralyzing limbs. If a person touches this amulet, they freeze. He sharply spreads his gloved hands to the sides, releasing the amulet. Then he quickly brings them together, not letting it fall to the ground. The fiery aura emanating from the amulet envelops the young man's entire body. With a sinister smile, he says, and this hurts, but if he doesn't move, it will hurt less. Han Se-hee's body trembles from tension, and dark circles have formed under his eyes. He thinks that he was wrong to believe the young man was an ordinary person. Clenching his teeth, the guy thinks that he cannot lose. The black streams of energy emanating from the sword noticeably increase. So Sori, rubbing her forearms with her hands, shudders with disgust. She complains that out of ignorance, she drank with a dirty rat from the ditch, and adds that now she will be washing for 3 days. Slightly whining, she exclaims, "What a horror!" Yan Juhan, even squinting from barely restrained anger, insults the girl. Yes, how dare she? Wide opening his jaws, he shouts that he will tear it to pieces. A huge rat growling lunges at So Sori standing behind the threshold, who immediately, with a movement almost imperceptible to the eye, jumps up. Yan Juhan, standing on the threshold, turns his head around in confusion, trying to understand where the girl has gone. So Sori, sitting on a huge boulder standing in the middle of the yard, calls out to attract his attention and waves to him friendly. A light purple haze clouds the rat's eyes. Yan Juhan says with glee, she dodges his attacks. She is just a simple woman. Leaving the room and not taking his eyes off. So sorry, he says. Really? She is also aiming for Hsu? That's why she decided to go home when she found out he didn't have her. Rising to her feet, the girl answers, yeah, she wasn't going to, but that's the result. In short, she has nothing to do here, and she suggests to the Lord Rat to say goodbye here. Pushing off the stone with her feet, So Sori soars upward, saying, let her deceive gamblers for another 1,000 years and not get sick. The girl easily jumps onto the high fence. She looks down with surprise and some confusion. But immediately, So Sori is forced to dodge the huge rat's body chasing her. Yan Juhan shouts, leave her alive. That won't happen. The girl says that she is forced to warn him. When her tail comes out, it will be too late. He better listen to her while she is kind. A rat lands next to her on the railing. The monster's eyes shine with red, murderous energy. Throwing his hands up and completely freeing himself from the remnants of clothing, he, showing off his huge muscular body, shouts that these are his words. Foxtails appear from under the girl's skirt. Raising her index finger, above which a red spark flashes, she says, what a fool. Throwing her hand forward, radiating a red aura, the girl makes a slicing motion through the air and adds, he doesn't understand a damn thing. Red energy passes along the neck of the huge rat, which has raised its clawed paw to strike. Yan Juhan freezes and a red streak of energy passes over his body. A puzzled cry bursts from the rat's mouth, but the head, already separated from the body, slowly slides down the shoulder. So Sori stands frozen and the red energy radiating from her hand fades. The enemy's body falls at her feet. The girl says, he should have listened when she spoke. Her gaze falls on the skirt, on which drops of blood are visible. So Sori screams. Tears appear in her eyes. With the tip of one of the tails, she tries to wipe the stain, lamenting. The new skirt is now covered in rat blood. No! Looking at the rat's body, she complains. This won't come out. And you can't scold the dead now. Crazy. She freezes, clutching the tip of her tail in her hand. Then the girl sharply turns back, and from her lips slips, is that? She sees black streams of energy stretching towards the night sky over the fence. To So Sori, she says, isn't that the aura of the black tiger? Her face brightens and a smile appears on her lips. She says, could it really be Hansehi? Jumping from roof to roof, So Sori wonders, did he come here? A joyful smile lights up her face as she says, could it be that he wants to save her? Watching the black streams of energy become more intense, she adds affectionately, well, what a cutie. Smiling crookedly, Bottle, enveloped in a fiery aura, says, it hurts. But if he doesn't move, it will hurt less. A moan escapes from the mouth of Hansehi, to whom every movement causes incredible pain. He realizes he was wrong to think that he was an ordinary person. Clenching his teeth harder, Hansehi thinks that he cannot lose. The black streams swirling around the guy's body grow stronger. The smile slips off the shaman's face, and he becomes extremely serious. Gazing at the opponent, he notes that his energy has increased. From Kansehi's chest bursts either a sob or a moan again. Bottle thinks to use the chain spell in order to, overcoming the pain and the amulets binding him. The boy, although slower than usual, still continues to move forward quite quickly. The shaman staring at him clicks his tongue in annoyance. Behind the boy appears a huge tiger's head, woven from blue and black energies. His sword is about to strike Bottle. The shaman freezes, unable to tear his gaze away from what he sees, the black tiger. The tiger's head looms over the shaman, ready to engulf him, The youth throws forward a hand wrapped in fiery energy. Bottle raises his hands, palms facing the opponent. The fire, ready to obey the command, envelops his limbs. The palm, surrounded by flames, presses into the black tiger's nose. With one hand, the shaman holds the upper jaw, and with the other, pushing the lower, not allowing the huge maw to swallow him. Bottle has to exert incredible effort to restrain the energy beast. But under its pressure, the youth's feet still slip, forcing him to retreat. A triumphant smile illuminates his face, and from his lips escapes, "He doesn't even know how long he has waited for this day." With his own hands, increasing the flow of fiery energy, he exclaims that today he will catch the black tiger. Fiery energy crashes down on the opponent, but Hansei, unflinching, continues to hold the sword from which black streams flow. The guy freezes and looks up, where a faint bluish glow is flaring. Surrounded by the opponent's flames, he is unable to tear his gaze away from it. A bright, fiery flash still distracts his attention. So Sori, seeing how high the flame soared, says, "Dangerous." Standing on the fence with her hands on her hips, she asks, "And what about it?" Watching the battle, the girl says somewhat disappointedly, "Hansei is not here to save her. When it comes to fighting, he's the first." Squatting down, so Sori adds, "Well, at least it's interesting to watch." She decides to observe a little. With a swing of the sword, the guy extinguishes the fiery wall advancing on him. Preparing another amulet, the shaman says that this technique burns even ghosts, but he simply reflected it. He admits that the guy has gained great power. Throwing himself at the opponent, Kansehi says that he talks too much. A red energy chain emanates from the flashing amulet. Bottle directs its end at the guy. Laughing, the shaman exclaims, "Because he is having fun." The tip of the energy chain rushes toward the approaching Kansehi. The guy swings his sword, trying to block the opponent's attack. A fiery spiral wraps around the black streams. Struggling to hold the sword with both hands, Kansehi wonders, is this also some kind of technique? Meanwhile, Bottle pulls the chain with his hand, trying to snatch the weapon from the guy's hands. The red energy flow coils around Kansehi's sword. The guy realizes trouble. The black tiger's power is fading, and the shaman hasn't even fully revealed the chain technique. Bottle also notices that the black tiger's power has weakened. Pulling the chain, the young man thinks, this is good for him. Making a sharp lunge, Bottle shouts at Kanseki to surrender. With all his might, the guy tries not to let go of the weapon. A hoarse groan escapes from his mouth. He stares intently at the opponent. Continuing to pull the chain with one hand, the shaman with the other hand shows a new amulet. He asks, why did the guy remove the Sansons? The Kanseki he knew was kind and honest. He would never have done such a thing. The guy, with a bleeding scratch visible on his cheek, still holding the sword, replies that the shaman talks too much. Does he need permission from him to kill Sansons? Bottle, trying to control his emotions, lowers his gaze and says, permission? He says, permission? Raising the hand holding the amulet in front of him, he shouts furiously, one must answer for killing a person. And for killing a Sanson, too. The shaman asks, didn't he know that it's the same as killing mountains and earth? People like him must pay the price. Furiously flashing his eyes, Kanseki replies that he will not stop. To stop him, Bottle, anticipating his next move, recoils backward. Leaning forward and gripping the sword wrapped in an energy chain, Kanseki shouts furiously, to stop him, he must be killed. The shaman throws amulets at the guy. They rush towards Hansei, who is still trying to free his sword. A fiery whirlwind strikes right in the guy's face, making him choke from pain. Opening one eye slightly, he tries to see anything in the flames swirling around him. Bottle, taking advantage of the moment, significantly shortens the distance between them. Uncontrollable rage flashes in Hansei's eyes. His sword flies dangerously close to the young man's head. He barely manages to dodge. The guy's sword still continues its movement, and his gaze angrily pierces the opponent. The tip of the blade is directed straight at Bottle's neck, and he is forced to dodge again. Hansei's sword lowers, slightly touching the shaman's caftan lapel. The young man, stepping back to the side, is unpleasantly surprised by this fact. He looks at the damaged garment with slight distrust. Bottle decides he will not give up. Hansei raises his sword again, preparing for another attack. The shaman barely manages to dodge, but the tip of the sword again damages his caftan. With horror, Bottle watches the movement of the sword, rushing dangerously close to his hand. Kanseki directs the sword at the opponent with trembling hands, but two amulets strike his stomach. The boy's lips part. It is as if losing all strength, he sinks to one knee. Towering over the trembling Kanseki, the shaman mentally wonders, why is his sword sharper when he does not use the power of the black tiger? Bottle hears the voice. It's all over. The shaman, clutching the amulet in his hand, says with a cheerful smile, the time has come to repay. Bottle recalls how he barely managed to strike the opponent with the amulets. Fortunately, everything went according to plan, but disaster almost happened. Putting his hand in his pocket, the shaman thinks, what if? The trembling boy hears his voice. It's all over. Clutching the amulet in his hand, Bottle smiles and declares that the time of reckoning has come. He waves his hand, and the amulet flares with a fiery aura, taking the shape of a short chain. The energy chain lengthens and rushes toward Kanseki. She embraces the guy's body, entwining his arms and neck. Hansehi, losing his balance, falls face down to the ground. He manages to slightly lift his head to avoid breaking his face. Clenching the other end of the chain in his hand, the shaman, sorrowfully lowering the corners of his mouth, looks at the defeated opponent, preparing to use the next amulet. Bottle, staring at the guy, thinks, could this really be the black tiger? He thought he would be luckier. The shaman says he will ask only one thing. Was it he who killed Nonori? The dead lady Snow Rose surfaces in the guy's memory. Closing his eyes, Hansehi answers, yes, it can be considered that he did it. The amulet in the shaman's hand flares up, and from his lips escapes, he is truly crazy. Preparing to throw the flame-engulfed amulet at the guy, Bottle says, let Hansehi die. The shaman is already ready to throw the amulet, but he is stopped by a shout, stop! He looks back and sees a girl on the fence who declares that the guy must not be killed. Bottle asks, who is she? The girl, crouching down and resting her head on her palms, replies that she is so sorry. The shaman clarifies, is she nine-tailed? The girl is surprised. How did he know? Pressing his palm to his chest, Bottle bows his head in a respectful bow, saying that the old man with the white face told him. He adds that he is pleased to meet her and gives his name. Sosori responds that he is well-mannered. That means he can be asked simply, without using force. She asks him to release Hansehi. Bottle asks, does she know that he is the black tiger? The girl answers that she knows. The shaman is surprised. She knows about this and did nothing? The young man adds that he cannot do that. Sosori swears by her name, promising that the guy will no longer kill Sanson for no reason. Bottle asks, will she control him? He says he does not believe it. Rising to her feet, Sosori says, then. The girl jumps into the courtyard to the shaman. Sosori's eyes flare with red flames as she challenges the young man to fight. Sosori's entire figure radiates incredible power. Bottle is impressed. Even in human form, she has such energy. Nine-tailed fox. With a slight smile, the girl says she already said that if her tails appear, it will be too late. The shaman silently watches Sosori, feeling the streams of energy emanating from her. The girl's eyes turn yellow and her pupils elongate. Looking at the amulet blazing in the young man's hands, she realizes with surprise that he is still ready to fight. Sosori says, and he is interesting. She says, to convince him otherwise, do you have to kill him? But he is so well-mannered that she does not want to do that. Bottle intently stares at her, trying to predict her actions. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. Hansehi silently listens to their conversation. Freeing the guy from the chain, the shaman says, the power of the amulets will work for another quarter of a day, and it's better to lie still. Raising himself on his elbows, the guy asks, an uncle? Bottle replies that he was looking for him and saved him, so the guy can rest. He just needs to find a person named Kim Thaman. Kanseki answers that among those rat corpses there is such one. Bottle, shifting his gaze to the pile of rat bodies, says, oh, really? Good. The guy, trembling all over, struggles to get up from the ground. His hand immediately tightly grips the hilt of the sword lying on the ground. Looking after the hunched and struggling to walk guy, the shaman asks, where is he going? Let him rest. He will not die. Bottle sighs. Stubborn indeed, he says to Sosori, he is wandering. He, like the shaman himself, has no support in life. The young man asks, she sees him for the first time and already knows that? Then adds, yes, there was none. The girl says that he has no firm faith. She asks, is there still anyone in the world who would want to fight her? Laughing, Bottle waves his hand at her, saying, "How can he fight a fox?" Smiling, Sosori says, "He is strong, but Kanseki is weak. Therefore, she must be by his side." Bottle is surprised, but this is the Black Tiger. Devouring Sanson, she will regret it. The girl, smiling cheerfully, replies, "Since the guy met her, he has not eaten a single one. Will that do?" Turning away from the shaman, Sosori, waving her hand, suggests not to be enemies next time. She overcomes a rather high fence in one jump. Bottle exhales with noticeable relief. He says, "Fight with a nine-tailed fox? What is he doing?" Looking at his palm covered with sweat, he exclaims, "Even sweated all over." The shaman raises his face to the sky. He asks the master, "Did he send this man to show that he still lacks much?" High in the sky shines the lunar disk, illuminating the mountain peaks stretching towards it. The man strikes the drum with his palm. People are having fun near him. Around the burning fire dance humanoid creatures. Some of them are indistinguishable from humans, while others have too few human features. Lady Soroka persistently calls Honduka. Walking across the glade, she shouts his name. Behind her, a voice is heard. "Honduki is here." An old man in the white robe, stroking his luxurious gray beard with one hand, asks, "Who is looking for him?" Lady Soroka, waving to him, says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The old man replies, "Ah, she spent the night with him and could not forget him?" Soroka, clenching her fist, jumps up to him and shouts angrily, "That never happened. She is a Sanshin from Ulsan Ulkachi." Scratching the back of his head, Honduka asks for forgiveness, saying he was mistaken. Soroka is angry. What is this senile old man talking about? Ulkachi says, "All right, she came to talk about something important." The old man asks in surprise, "About something important?" Soroka replies, "Yes, the fate of the village depends on it." Ulkachi says she wants to have a serious talk with the old man. Honduka is surprised that she has an important conversation with him. Lady Soroka insists on her point, claiming that the fate of many people depends on it. Stroking his beard, the old man thinks, "The fate of the village?" The answer is yes, everyone must listen. The old man suddenly exclaims, "That is good." Ulkashi looks at him confused, surprised by his behavior. Spreading his arms wide to the sides, Honduka shouts, "Let everyone gather. Zansin from Olsen has come with news." Immediately, all heads present turn to them. One of them, located on a long blue neck, stands out strongly from the crowd. One of the Sansons exclaims, "News!" From the lips of the nearby Cyclops, Sanson comes a surprised, "What?" The whole crowd immediately rushes to them, eager to hear the story of Sanson from Ulsan. Soon everyone is gathered around the old man and Okachi. Joyful anticipation is written on their peculiar faces. Madame Soroka freezes in confusion, not understanding what is happening. The old man, pointing at her with his hand, says that now they will listen to Okachi. Soroka clearly feels embarrassed. They are looking at her like that. She begins to speak rather incoherently. She reports that trouble is approaching the village. Sanson the Cyclops asks, "What? What kind of beginning is that?" His neighbor says discontentedly, "Well then let him tell it himself." The Cyclops, crossing his arms on his chest and puffing up, exclaims, "He doesn't want to. Let him tell it himself." The neighbor says, "If he tells it, it will be uninteresting." In response comes "exactly." His chatter brings on gloom. The rather plump opponent asks, "Did he want to get hit in the eye?" They begin to push each other with their hands. The onlookers rejoice. "Oh, a fight!" Honduka shouts loudly, demanding silence. Everyone freezes, and the old man more calmly adds, "First, they will listen to what Ulkachi has to say." The Cyclops looks at the old man fearfully, still holding his hand on the neighbor's cheek. Ulkachi, after clearing her throat, says that she has something to tell. She asks, "They know the Scarlet Storm in Kvimak, don't they?" The Sansons in the crowd raise their hands, shouting, "Of course." Someone yells that they even saw them. One of them says he saw them 3 times. Another boasts that he went there a whole 30 times. His little neighbor shouts that he has been there 300 times. Ulkachki reports that some time ago, Alaya Groza and Kvimak were destroyed by someone. All the Takabi died. She adds that their next target is this village. A hand rises and a voice is heard. There is a question. The boy, continuing to hold his hand raised, says that Dokebi are immortal. How can they be killed? Ulkachki, admonishingly raising his index finger, replies that for them, Death is the inability to sing, dance, and fight. The boy, whose eyes are shining with tears and whose nose is running, says, "Is it like in broad daylight he himself turns into bast shoes and cannot move?" Mrs. Soroka confidently states, "Of course, he will not be able to move even at night." Sansoni begins to sob. The boy shouts that he does not want to. Raising his hand, Ulkachki says that unknown people are aiming at them. Today's feast must be finished. Duke says he has a question for her. Who wants to kill them? Mrs. Soroka answers that it is not exactly known, but there is a high probability that it is the Black Tiger. The old man is amazed. Black Tiger. The Sansons look frightened. From the crowd come shouts, "Black Tiger!" A voice is heard addressing Okachi, saying it is a pleasure to meet her. A girl who approached them adds that her name is Hanagoma. She asks for forgiveness, but as far as she knows, Black Tiger is already dead. Okachi replies that the rumors are inaccurate. Besides, many Sansons have died. Hanagoma says that Black Tiger does not want to kill Dokubi. She met him. He looked at her like a stone and passed by. Okachi answers that she knows. But the danger exists. The next target is the mountain dwellers, and she asks them not to ignore her warning. For a few moments, the old man and Hanagoma, who joined him, silently gaze at her. Spreading his arms wide to the sides, Duke, whose gray beard reaches the ground, asks Okachi to look around. Pointing to the crowd standing before them, the old man says that they, the mountaineers, exist only for feasts. If they do not hold them, then their life has no meaning. He adds, they have lived like this for hundreds of years and will not stop feasting because of danger. They are different from other Sansons. Okashi answers, "Good, there are Dokebi here who like to fight." How can she believe this? Honduka says that they do not like battles, but only repel attacks. Okachi, having grown magpie wings, rises into the air, saying she will be nearby. Her friend will arrive today or tomorrow at dawn. He will be able to help. The old man asks, "A human? What is his name?" The magpie, whose silhouette is already visible high in the sky, flying away, answers, "Bottle." Honduka says he will remember. Ulkashi flies over the forest, gradually completely turning into a bird. She continues flying over the trees, but something attracts her attention. The magpie notices a group of people in a tiny clearing. Interested, she descends lower and settles on the nearest tree. Looking at the squad of warriors, she thinks that this is Dokebi territory. Therefore, usually people do not come here. Looking at the man sitting on a boulder, who seems to be dozing, she thinks that he looks human, but there is definitely an unclean force in him. Settling more comfortably on a branch, the magpie realizes that these are unusual warriors and decides to listen to what they are talking about. Suddenly, she lets out a loud scream, and then the magpie swiftly falls from the branch. A hand grabs the branch on which the bird had just been sitting. The one transformed into a human, Ulkachi, is surprised. What is this? She sees a human figure on the opposite branch and hears a question. Why is she so interested in what is happening among humans? Narrowing her eyes, the young shaman adds, "Lady Okachi." Wings appear behind Okachi's back. She is surprised that this girl, almost a child, knows her and understands that they, as she thought, are dangerous. Taking off into the sky, she decides to look around later. Okachi understands that she must escape first. The shaman watches her with her eyes. She says with a sinister smile that Okachi probably thought this was their land, but not today. A surprised expression appears on Lady Magpie's face, and from her lips slips, "Why?" In the huge maw, barely restrained flames are visible. Ulkachki, flapping her wings, looks at the dragon soaring above here, asking, "Why is this Sanshin here?" The dragon opens its mouth, and a dazzling radiance bursts out of it. The sun brightly illuminates the village located at the foot of the mountains. Hanseihi, sitting at the table, exclaims incredulously, "Eichu?" A maiden's finger touches his lips, signaling that he should be quieter. Sosori says, "You can't speak so loudly about Eichu. Someone might hear. Let her say bead." But because her mouth is full of food, her speech is unclear. Raising a bowl to his mouth, the young man sitting in the tavern courtyard replies, "Let her finish eating, then speak. What are A doing, buddy?" He grumbles, "Why is it so necessary to talk about important things while eating? Someone stole his money, and now he is not in the best position." So Sori, following his example and raising the cup to her lips, asks for forgiveness. She adds that she earns several thousand yang in dokens while playing. But the young man replies, let her say that she spent all her money on gambling. The girl indignantly exclaims that she is telling the truth. He says, her. But he stops himself and immediately corrects, no, let her tell about the bead. The girl reports that a rat named Yang Ju-han possessed several beads, but they were taken from him by the dokebi. So Sori is corrected. No, he obediently returned them to the original owners. The guy looks at her suspiciously. Returned? The girl answers, what can a rat do against them? Cheerfully smiling, Sosori admonishingly raises his index finger and says, the mountain dokebi returned the beads to themselves. Hansei says that the beads should belong to the dragon. Why are they with the dokebi? Reaching for the food board, the girl answers that she does not know. But somewhere a dragon wanders without his bead. Watching how Sosori brings a small pie to his lips, the guy says they need to take the yochu from the dokebi. Chewing the food, the girl sighs. Oh, fool, she asks, is he going to start a war with the mountain dokebi? In response, it sounds, if necessary, then yes. Sosori casually waves his hand, saying, nonsense. Hansei frowns threateningly and, leaning slightly toward the interlocutor, asks, does she think he can't? Lifting the board with the 2 remaining pies on it, the girl says, how sensitive. Even the black tigers did not dare to cross the dokebi's path before. She asks, can I have another plate? The guy asks, well, okay. Are they so strong that the black tiger cannot resist them? So Sori answers, he just doesn't know how scary they are. The girl shouts to bring them another plate of injolmi, rice sweets, and the drink sujongwa. She adds, don't spare the nuts. The woman apologizes to them and says that they are already closing, but if they wish, she can gather some for them to take with them. So Sori is surprised. The sun hasn't even set yet, and they are already closing? The woman replies that today is Barimnal, the middle of the month. Smiling, the girl says, only because of that. She asks, is it a bad omen? The woman answers, no. On Barimnal, the dokebi hold a festival. She explains that this is exactly why they all return home early. Hansei asks, do they close early because of the dokebi? The woman replies that the 29th day is freed for people, so the 15th is for them. Today one can run into trouble. So Sori, raising her index finger to the sky, says that she has heard that too. The girl tells how some guys fought all night. She adds, and by morning one of them turned into a tree. So Sori recalls that an old man with a bump on his neck sang well. She adds that the dokebi gathered for the song. The old man got rid of the bump and received a lot of gold. The woman says, at their house, dokebi appear every Barimnal. So Sori asks, really? A woman says that they bring 5 children and ask to sell 1 plate of rice cakes. They give her 1 lang, and when they leave, it turns into a leaf. So Sori sympathizes with her. It's a pity. The woman replies, no pity for Kojure, to avoid bringing misfortune. The girl understands that she is talking about the ceremony when during a meal in the mountains, or conducting a shamanic ritual. A portion of food is first separated and thrown to the spirits as a sign that it is offered to them first. The woman exclaims, oh, how dark it has become while they were talking. She hurriedly turns around, promising to wrap rice cakes for them. Suddenly a voice is heard. It is a trembling boy holding out a coin in his palm asks for rice cakes. The woman, frightened, steps back from him and exclaims, he has come. So Sori says with affection, oh, just look at him. How sweet. She calls him, telling him to come to her. The trembling boy takes a timid step toward her. The girl asks him not to be afraid, she will not eat him. Hansei, handing the boy a board with 2 cakes left on it, asks, does he want to eat? So Sori exclaims, ah, her cakes. The boy quickly nods his head, and saliva appears at the corner of his mouth. The guy invites him to sit with them at the table, standing on a wooden platform right in the yard. He asks the woman to give them another plate of pies. She agrees, okay. Soon the boy devours the pies with both cheeks. The plate on the table is empty. Kanseki asks, did he come from the mountains? What is his name? The answer sounds, Kejinibi, that is broken mouth. So Sori, stretching his mouth with his fingers, asks, torn mouth? The boy shouts angrily, broken! Kanseki is interested. Will there be a festival today? Kejinibi turns his head to him. Huh? The guy says, of course, they were invited after all. At that moment, a woman carrying a bowl of pies approaches them. Placing a board with many miniature pies in front of the boy, she says, "Here, hold this." Kajanibi looks at the dish with eyes wild with happiness. Drool streams from his mouth. He leans over the plate, stretching trembling hands toward the pies. At the moment when the boy's hands drop, the guy snatches the plate, exclaiming, "No!" Kun Seki says, "Let him escort them. Not everyone can come, right?" Kejanibi answers, "No, they come to people during holidays, so they are allowed too." Smiling, the guy says, "Good. Let him show where the Takabi festival takes place." Handing the boy a plate, he adds, "And now let him eat." The moon disk illuminates the mountain peaks. Hansahi and Sosori follow through the forest after Kejanibi. The guy stops in front of a tree, on the branch of which a strange figure is visible. The girl, looking around, asks, "How much further to go?" A blue creature, sharply hanging down into the branches, shouts "Boo!" in the guy's face. Hansi silently looks at him. The Takabi widely opens its mouth and sticks out its tongue. Indifferently passing by him, the guy says, "It seems we have arrived." The one-eyed creature, struck by such ignorance, watches him with a surprised look. Continuing to hang upside down, the Takabi says disappointedly, "Why is this person so boring?" Sosori, sneaking up from behind, shouts right into his ear, scaring the unfortunate Takabi, whose huge eye widens even more. From the surprise, he falls straight to the ground, almost twisting his neck. Rising on short little hands, he asks, "Who is she?" In response sounds a contemptuous weakling. He raises his head and sees a girl with eyes burning with bright light. She asks, and he calls this intimidation? Sosori, shining with a smile, says that she will teach him real pranks. Let the youth watch and remember. Blue-skinned Tokabai, cautiously glancing at the girl, mentally wonders, what is this person talking about? She adds, if he doesn't know how to prank properly, then it's a failure. Hansahai, looking back, tells Sosori not to teach him strange things. A scream is heard, along with the sound of footsteps. Several children appear before them. One of them exclaims, "Who are they to teach a Takabi how to prank?" The boy shouts angrily that they need to be scolded. The girl standing nearby supports him. Exactly. Sosori, clutching her cheeks with her hands, is delighted. What kind of cuties are these? The guy reminds, that woman said that every full moon 5 little ones come. The boy with pointed ears angrily asks Kijinibi, "Hey, Toothless, did you buy rice cakes?" The girl echoes him. Did he buy them? 2 more Takabi children stand behind them. Kijinibi answers, not yet, but he will do it soon. The boy shouts, why hasn't he bought them yet? The girl calls him a coward. All the children join her shout, teasing Kijinibi, calling him a coward. He exclaims, it's not like that. Kijinibi shouts that he is not a coward. Then rice cakes appear from behind his back, lying on a piece of white cloth. Extending the food, the guy says, so they also want to eat rice cakes? If they guide them to the mountain pass, he will give these to them. The children freeze, enchanted, looking at the rice cakes. Thin streams of saliva flow from their open mouths. Lowering his palm onto the head of the panting Kijinibi, Hansahi says that Bezubik would buy the same ones. He promises to give everything if they show them the mountain pass. Resolutely wiping saliva with his fist, the boy with sharp ears replies, no. He reaches out with his other hand to cover the mouth of the girl, asking, no? Behind them a moan is heard. Hansehi says, he heard that people can get into this celebration, isn't that so? Accusingly pointing at him with a finger, the boy answers, if such a boring person comes, it will ruin the whole atmosphere. The girl with tears in her eyes echoes, ruin. Growing gloomy, the guy stammers and asks again, boring? Sosori laughs, saying that she is about to burst out laughing. A bundle of pies flies at the feet of the surprised boy. The children jump back in fear when a black sword appears before them. Holding a sword emitting black streams of energy in front of him, Hansehi says that then he will have to use force on these little ones. The children tremble fearfully before the blade pointed at them, wrapped in black energy. Hansehi orders them to show the way faster. Loud laughter is heard. Sosori exclaims, she cannot believe that people like them can talk about fun. She adds, that which makes a person feel fear, that which brings joy to the dokebi and to those who hear the stories. Amusement. The children, whose tears have not yet dried, listen attentively to the girl. She shouts, "It's a Takabe prank!" Pointing at them with her finger, she asks, "Do the kids understand her?" The children look fearfully at the departing Sosori. Beckoning them with her finger, the girl says she will show the basics. Let them come closer to her. The boy looks at her confused. Ashamed, Hansei, who has hidden his sword in its sheath, watches as the children run to Sosori. 4 little kids sit on the grass in front of the girl. She says, "Good." Then they begin. Sosori, bending down and picking up a stone, says, for example, this little pebble. The round stone she lifted from the ground exclaims, "Ouch!" The girl looks at the stone with amazement, which has eyes, a mouth, and even eyebrows. Looking at it, Sosori says, also a Takabe. She asks for forgiveness and asks, "Was any?" The round stone replies, "Its name is Toldol." Sosori answers, "Good." She demonstrates the Takabe to the children, saying, "If any person suddenly kicks it with their foot, it is light enough to fly very far, right?" Making a hand gesture to the boy not to come closer, she adds, "But if you don't notice this pebble and step on it incorrectly, even an 8-foot man can fall." Looking at Sosori, Hansei says, "What is she talking about?" With surprise, he sees a crowd of Takabe around him. One of them says, "Hey, is something interesting happening there?" Another suggests, "Let's go see." Takabe sit on the grass next to the children, and Sosori continues to enthusiastically tell them something. The young man silently watches them. Something makes him wary, and he, drawing his sword, looks back. Hansei sees shining lights in the distance. The man strikes the drum with his palm. Takabe are having fun next to him. They happily dance around the fire burning in the center of the clearing. Near large jars standing under the trees, men sit with bowls in their hands, cheerfully talking. Among them is Honduke. In one hand, the old man holds a cup, and in the other a bottle. He is clearly already tipsy. Raising his eyes, Honduke sees Hansei standing before him, gripping a sword from which black streams of energy emanate. The old man asks, "What did the Black Tiger forget at the Takabe festival?" Takabe sitting nearby look around fearfully. "Black Tiger?" The young man answers that he came for Aichu. Honduke replies, "If so, then let him return back. There is no Aichu here." Hansei asks, "Then where is it?" The old man replies, "Does he really think he will tell the Black Tiger where she is?" The guy, grinding his teeth, swings his sword, and black streams rush forward. Huge Takabe run up to the old man, wanting to protect him. Honduke himself remains unperturbed. The old man tells the guy not to behave recklessly. Despite being the Black Tiger, it will be difficult for him to handle them all. Glaring fiercely, Hansei replies that he has no such intentions. Let him just say where HU is. Answering him with the same determined look, the old man asks, "What if he doesn't say?" The guy replies, "Then there will be a battle." Hanagoma, approaching them, exclaims, "Ah, insolent one." Pointing at him with her finger, the woman says she will teach him manners and offers to show him the power of the Black Tiger. Hansei replies that he does not show his power. Standing surrounded by streams of black energy, the guy gloomily says, "It only devours everything without a trace." Hanagoma, crossing her arms in front of her, exclaims, "He is too much." Copies of the woman begin to separate from her. She finishes the phrase, "Self-confident." The woman spreads her arms to the sides and her copies surround the guy. Hansei watches her actions warily. The guy stands, holding a sword in front of him, from which a blue aura emanates, and black streams of energy flow, while the Hanagoma spear dance circles around him. Resolutely flashing his eyes, the guy raises the sword above his head. The dance around him accelerates the movement. An angry grimace appears on Hansei's face. He swings the sword, trying to stop the women circling around him. The guy freezes, not noticing that Hanagoma appears behind his back. Her hand strikes the guy with force. An explosion sounds, dispersing black energy into the air. In the place where Hansei stood, a large pit is visible. The guy manages to jump back. The woman is surprised. Dodged? Her image is two-dimensional and bends like paper. She joins the tall Dokebi who rushed to protect the old man. Hanagoma says, "He is definitely the Black Tiger." However, she adds, "This time he will have to evade all their attacks." Behind the guy stands a hostile mountain people. Hanagoma adds, "Let him surrender if he wants to survive." The shadow of a tiger created from black energy lunges at her. Hansei sternly says, He is the one who should speak. He asks, "Where is Hu?" Frowning severely, the woman replies, their conversation is not going well. Hanagoma makes a movement as if about to step towards the guy. The Takebi behind her are clearly ready to support her. Takebi are closing in from all sides on the guy standing surrounded by blue-black energy. Hansei decisively raises his sword above his head. The black streams of energy intensify. He is already ready to strike down his opponents with the sword when a voice sounds behind him. "Wow, here is Hondoki!" The tall Takebi protecting the old man look back in surprise and see a fragile girl figure, about half their height. Sosori orders them to step back and let her pass. Stepping forward, the girl asks Hansei, "Why does a fight start everywhere he goes?" Putting her palm to her mouth, Sosori loudly calls Honduka, "Where is he? Let him come out." Hanagoma, pointing at her with a finger, asks, "Who is she to behave so boldly with Lord Honduki?" Sosori utters an exclamation of surprise and carefully examines the woman, whose flat, two-dimensional image flickers in the air. She asks, "Why is she staring?" The girl, looking at her with admiration, asks, "This is the last work of the artist Choi Son-chan, right? The portrait of the girl he painted before his suicide." Sosori says, "But if Choi Son-chan saw such behavior, would he really be disappointed, as she thinks?" Hanagoma looks at her gloomily. Their conversation is interrupted by the approaching Hongduku. The old man exclaims, "Oh, who do they have there?" Hurrying to approach, Hongduka asks, "How did Mrs. Sosori end up here?" The girl says they haven't seen each other for a long time. Pointing with her finger behind her back, where the boy is frozen, Sosori tells the old man that he did not fight with him. She explains that he came here not for that. Hongduk objects, "But this is the Black Tiger himself, the one who devours Sanson." Sosori replies, telling him not to worry. Now she is beside the boy. And they don't need Aiju, so they should just give it to them. The old man replies that they don't have any. The girl is surprised. "Huh? Didn't they take them?" Laughing and scratching the back of his head, Hongduki says, "Actually, they already made a deal with the people and gave away the H-Jew." Anxious, Sosori asks, "What? He didn't exchange them for something useless, did he?" The old man answers, "Well, was it not allowed?" Sosori rushes to Hongduke, grabbing him by the shoulder, shouting, He's a scoundrel. How can one act so recklessly?" The old man, chuckling, replies, "It's a joke. Could he really do that? He can't even believe that Mrs. Sosori could fall for such a trick." The girl's face darkens, and she asks, "What? So he is laughing at her? A stupid outcast from the society of Dukebi." Laughing and showing almost complete absence of teeth, Hondoka asks, "Isn't the one who was pranked the fool?" Lady Sosori should know that this is the main rule in jokes. Clenching her hand into a fist, which she shows to the old man, Sosori shouts angrily that she will kill him. The girl grabs the old man by the beard. Honduke, continuing to smile, says that he exchanged them for the Emperor's sword. Sosori looks at him in surprise, still holding his beard in her hand. The old man tells, "When Donghae was an empire, before it split into two parts, there was a sword that only the emperor could wield. There is a legend that the spirit of a woman who loved the emperor and was killed possessed this sword." Releasing his beard from her hands, Sosori agrees it was a fair deal. But why does the Dokebi need such an old thing? The old man explains, "Because among them there are also those who want to possess a good blade. They did not need the Yokesju at all. A good thing for exchange appeared, and they made the deal." Sosori says, "Well done. Who took the Yokesju?" Honduke answers, "It is the high-ranking official, Chogabun." Hansei cannot hide his surprise. "Chogabun." The girl immediately turns her head towards him, asking, "Does he know him?" The guy answers, "If it is the one he thinks of, then he has more power than the king." Hiding the sword in its sheath, Hansei approaches Sosori. The girl says, "Quite famous, but then it will be easy to find him." She adds, "Then they leave and let the Dokaebi have fun further." The old man says, he would like to tell her something. Let them be careful. Sosori is surprised. Why? Honduka says, at the moment of the deal, he did not know that this man had another half of Yaishu. The girl is clearly unpleasantly shocked by his words. She asks again, "What? He has two parts of Yaishu?" The answer is correct. He is not an ordinary person. Hansei laughs loudly. Surprised, Sosori looks at him confused. The old man asks, "What is the black tiger laughing at?" With a crooked smile, the guy answers, "Isn't everything going well?" He explains he will not need to look for the second half later. Hansehi turns around, intending to leave the clearing. The girl looks after him, somewhat puzzled. Honduka says that the guy looks full of greed. The girl agrees with a smile. Having already decided to follow the guy, she stops as if remembering something. So Sori tells the old man that hard times have come for the Tokabi now, so he should also be careful. The girl runs after the guy, shouting for him to wait for her. Honduka and Hanagoma silently watch her go. The old man says, "Why is she warning about this? Could something really be about to happen?" The woman answers, "Dawn is already approaching. She does not think anything will happen today." Honduka agrees, indeed. On such a night, a huge lunar disk is visible in the gap of the tree crowns. A voice sounds, "So sad that there is no broom with me." Suribi stands on the forest path, raising his head to the sky. He says that now is the height of the celebration. One must go not to be late. Suribi examines the wooden sword in his hands. Raising it above his head, the Dokebi says, since then he has entered battle many times. But there was no one better than the person who fought with this sword. Continuing to walk along the path, Suribi says, as soon as the celebration ends, he must start looking for him. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Sasori says to Hansehi, sitting behind her by the fire, because of the full moon, no lights are burning in any house in the village. Turning to the guy, she asks, does he want to sleep? He is usually so active at night. What happened? Hansehi, tossing firewood into the fire, does not take his eyes off her and does not hurry to answer. Approaching him, the girl asks, maybe he wants to go to the village tomorrow and look for a horse? It seems they have a long journey ahead. Not waiting for an answer, Sosori plops down on the ground next to the guy. She looks at him questioningly, but he continues to sit, staring into the campfire. The girl asks, is he taking revenge for something? A surprised expression appears on his face. Looking at her, he asks, what is she talking about? Smiling, Sosori answers, she just wanted to ask him for a long time. Why does he hunt Sanson? For the same reason as the black tiger. Hansehi replies, does she mean that she knows the reason for the black tiger's hunt? The girl says she has some assumptions. Sosori adds, because, as if hesitating to continue the conversation, she falls silent. The smile no longer lights up her face, and somewhat embarrassed, she fiddles with the blouse's cuff. Sosori admits that she met him before. Hansehi looks at the girl in surprise. Bare shouldering, Sosori shows him crimson stripes, crossing each other like a cross on her skin. The guy asks, did she even fight him? Buttoning up her blouse, the girl answers, he was never equal to her in strength, but once he still decided to attack. They fought for about 2 days. Sosori raises her head and looks dreamily at the sky, saying, then she almost died and got this wound. It seems he had Hju. Hansehi, moving closer to her, asks with interest, when was that? Turning his head to him, Sosori answers, about 5, 6, no, maybe 10 years ago. She can't say exactly. If you live that long, it's hard to remember such things. Wait. Hansehi, turning away indifferently, says, nothing, forget it. Resting her head on her hand and looking at the guy with interest. Sosori asks, how does he know the black tiger? And why does he have his power? Hansehi silently looks at the fire. Raising his index finger, Sosori says, when she was treating him after poisoning, he kept mumbling, Blue Waters. Isn't that a fencing academy? The girl asks, is he from Blue Waters? But that's an academy for Sanson guards. The guy lowers his head and the corners of his mouth turn down. Sosori looks at him anxiously. Covering her mouth with her palm, the girl says, what? So she's right, but how? A graduate of Blue Waters who is supposed to protect the Sanson started hunting them. Hansehi's hand reaches for a hidden pocket. He hands the girl rice cakes on a white cloth and without looking at her, offers her to eat. Sosori immediately jumps to her feet and snatches the food from his hands, eating the treat, satisfied. Sosori asks, and why did she get these rice cakes? Putting the bundle on his lap, Hansehi answers. He already understood that when she eats them, she doesn't talk. So he saves some just in case. The chewing girl throws him a glance, thinking, how did this puppy get to know her so well? Is that normal? Need to be cautious. Meanwhile, the guy, unfolding the cloth, spread it on the ground and settled down for the night, covering himself with a blanket on top. He placed the sword next to him. The girl sitting by the fire silently watches his actions. Chewing the pie, Sosori continues to thoughtfully look at the sleeping guy. Having finished eating and licking her fingers, the girl lies down next to Hansehihao, pressing her forehead to his back and placing her hand on him. The disturbed guy, without looking back at her, asks, "What is she doing?" Sosori asks, "Maybe they should talk." The guy answers, "Let her move away first, then they will talk." The girl says, "No. If she lies like this, she can better convey what she wants to say." Hansei asks, "What is she talking about?" Sosori says, although she cannot see what is in his soul, right now he is trying to do the impossible. The fire continues to burn. In the night, the girl's voice is heard. Bottle said the same. He wasn't always like this. He is trying to be a person he is not. Sosori asks, "Something bad happened to him recently, isn't that so?" For a few moments, the guy is silent, staring into the darkness. Then he answers, "Probably he met her." The girl says, "No." Before that, he asks, "Why does she think so?" In response sounds, guilt, fear, these emotions come from it. She is worried about it. She does not know what he is going to do, but there is no need to worry so much. Sosori adds, if he loses himself, he will achieve nothing. Gripping the sword handle, Hansei asks, "Is she finished? Now let her move away from him. If she continues, he will kill her." Peeking from behind his back, Sosori, covering her smile with her palm, asks, "Didn't he like lying like that?" The guy clenches his teeth harder. It seems he is about to growl too. Sosori easily jumps up, and the guy's sword passes under her feet. Landing on the other side of the campfire, the girl says indignantly, "Did he really want to do that? He almost touched her." Kneeling on one knee and holding the hand behind his back, gripping the sword, the guy answers, "If she shows the power of Sanson, he will use the power of the Black Tiger." Sticking out his tongue and pulling down the lower eyelid of his left eye with a finger, Sosori says that he was careless. She takes a thoughtful look and, looking somewhere into the distance, chuckles. The girl jumps through the tree from branch to branch, climbing higher and higher. Settling on a thick branch and throwing her hands behind her head, Sosori says that it's not bad here either. And the stars, moreover, are clearly visible. She exclaims, "How beautiful." To the guy settling on the blanket, her voice reaches, "Wow, you can even see the fire of the Takabi there." Hansei angrily falls onto his travel bed and turns onto his side. The guy lies with his eyes open. Sleep is not rushing back to him. He remembers how the girl lay behind him, lowering her hand onto his thigh. Hansei shakes his head, trying to cast away unnecessary thoughts. He turns onto his back and mentally asks himself, what is he doing? He must not give in. Didn't he decide to discard human emotions? Hansei sharply turns onto his side and punches the ground with his fist. Mentally, he curses himself, reproaching his weakness. He thinks about how when he fought with Bottle, he was also weak. Despite the shaman's innate abilities, he even loses to the Black Tiger. Drilling the darkness with his gaze, the guy decides that he needs more Sansin power. He must definitely find Eichu. The warrior, staring into the darkness, sees the lights of the Takabi. The squad commander, whom Lady Soroka saw dozing on a stone, orders the warriors standing behind him to prepare. The man has a headband with a blue stone. He adds, when there is a signal, they will begin the invasion. Meanwhile, the Takabi continue to have fun by the dying campfire. A boy with sharp ears, waving his hands, exclaims, Black Tiger was surprised by Bezubik's prank, so he gave him rice cakes. And after another trick, he fainted. Addressing the Takabi sitting in a semicircle before him, attentively listening to his story, he adds, that's why Bezubik dragged Black Tiger, who was unconscious, into the forest. Kijinabi, puffing and waving his hands, shouts that this is not true. He says that it's not true, he only showed the way, because he gave him cakes. Behind him appears Himanduka. Placing his palm on the boy's head, the old man asks, is it true that he joked with the nine-tailed fox so much that she got scared and ran to the distant mountains? Raising tear-filled eyes to him, Kijinabi, clenching his fists, exclaims, that's not true, why does he think so too? Calmingly stroking his head, Honduka says, all right, he understands. Since it's already late, he should better go to sleep. Brightening up, the boy replies, okay. He asks the old man, pointing somewhere to the side, and what is that over there? Honduki, turning his head that way, says, what is he talking about? 3 signal fires blaze in the sky. The Tokebi wonder, "What is that?" Someone exclaims, "How beautiful." In the old man's pride and recalling the warnings of Okachi and So Sorry, it flashes. Could it be? Hondoka shouts for everyone to run immediately. Lights in the sky flare brightly, illuminating everything around with red-yellow light. Frightened, Tokebi freeze, unable to move from their place. An unknown force presses them to the ground, and they groan as they spread out on the grass. Explosions sound, and clouds of smoke and dust cover the clearing. The smoke disperses, and on the ground lie broken dishes, cutlery, and an umbrella. Hanegoma, standing near Hondoka, says, "What is this?" The old man replies, "He thinks it is what the Sensen warned them about." Kajinabi, pressing against Hondoka, says that he is very scared. Glancing sideways, the old man says, "They are here." On the clearing stand, warriors from the squad waiting for the signal to attack. The sergeant orders everyone to disperse. Crossing his arms on his chest, he adds, "Let them act according to the order." Kajinabi, trying to cover himself with the old man's long beard, asks, "Why does he look neither like a human nor a ghost?" Honduki answers that he also does not understand. A man's hand pulls the blade out of the sheath. Pointing the weapon at the old man, he asks, "Where is Ichu?" Hanagoma, who leapt up behind him, exclaims, He is a scoundrel." The woman attacks the commander, but he easily dodges. A confused expression appears on Hanagoma's face. Frightened and about to cry, the boy freezes amid the falling scraps of fabric. Kajinabi, whose eyes overflowed with tears, shouts, "Sister." The commander again points the tip of the blade at the old man. He asks, "Well, now do you understand that he is not joking?" Frowning under thick eyebrows, Handuk says, "This is displacement magic. He uses it in such a wide space." The sergeant replies that he can switch it to destructive at any moment. He better just give him the Echu. The old man says, "Let him promise that if he tells him everything, he will let them go." Gloomily looking at him, the man says, "He promises." Honduka says that Aichu is with a man named Chogabon. The elder replies that he does not intend to be satisfied with lies. The old man reminds that the Dokebi cannot lie. He asks to release his people. Raising his hand, the man answers, "Very well." Suddenly, he clenches his hand into a fist, giving the command to his warriors to destroy the mountain people. A booted foot crushes a plate lying on the ground. The warriors, raising blades above their heads, rush to carry out the command. The old man, at whom the squad leader's blade is pointed, asks, "What is he doing?" Honduka exclaims, "Didn't he give a promise?" The man calmly replies that he lied. The old man shouts indignantly, "Does he not fear the God of heaven and earth?" A slight smile slides across the man's lips, but his gaze remains just as cold. The elder replies, "If he existed, he would be an excellent prey for him." Honduka, spreading his arms to the sides and shuddering all over, says that he is a dead man. The old man raises his hands to the sky, shouting, "Wake up!" With a clap, he joins his palms in front of him, exhaling, "Huh!" The old man's long hair flares around him. Kijinabi watches the happening fearfully. Staying nearby, the long gray strands, soaring into the air, curl at the ends into loops. Looking at his palms, Kijinabi is amazed. The body has become so light. Honduka orders the boy to run away. He tells him to find the nine-tailed fox and ask her for help. The boy, jumping up, replies that he understands. He will definitely bring her. The old man, watching the lights flare at the ends of his hair strands, says, "Everyone was supposed to survive." He hears with surprise a voice behind him, the elder's voice telling him to worry about himself. The man, whose eyes burn with red lights, swings a blade. The blade falls on Honduke, and he, exhaling, drops to his knees. Glancing back, he asks, "How?" Not waiting for an answer from the coldly staring man, the old man falls to the ground. Turning into a bluish flame, Kijinabi, flying away, exclaims bitterly, "How could this be?" He freezes in confusion as a powerful gust of air rushes past him. His eyes become round when he sees a dragon above him. From the dragon's jaws gleams a dazzling radiance. He says, "It was in vain to think that one could escape." Glaring fiercely with eyes shining gold, he adds, "From Nurelmere." Sori and Hansehi took shelter from the rain under the roots of a giant tree. The girl says, "She slept so well. And why did this rain start?" The guy asks, "Is she okay?" Shivering and hugging herself by the shoulders, the soaked girl answers, "A little cold." Kan Seki says, "He is not talking about that. When he drew the sword, the girl looks at him in surprise. The guy, without looking at her, takes off his caftan. He extends it, shocked by his act towards Sosori. The girl asks, why is he so caring? Continuing to hold the caftan in his hand, he, carefully turning away to the other side, answers that he is now thinking about himself. A sly smile illuminates Sosori's face. Bringing her fingers to her lips, she says, he wants her to cover up. But she thought he wouldn't care, even if she undressed completely. Persistently handing her the caftan, he orders the girl to put it on quickly. The response is, okay, okay. They do not notice that someone is approaching them across the wet grass. Sosori freezes, peering through the veil of rain. The boy also stands still, looking at her. Looking at Kijinibi walking towards them, the girl says, that kid? Suddenly, the boy falls to the ground. Sosori runs swiftly to him, shouting, kid! Running up and reaching out to him, the girl asks, is he okay? What happened? Trembling, Kijinibi, bursting into tears and not trying to get up, says everyone is dead. Both the master and the little sister. Hansehi, who has approached, asks, who did this? The boy answers, the man with the sword. Shaman. He flew into the air. Kneeling down and lifting Kijinibi, the boy says, no, let him say nothing. They need to take shelter from the rain. Tears mixed with raindrops roll down the boy's cheeks. From his lips comes, but he just learned how to misbehave. He says that he can too. A moment and the boy is no longer in the guy's hands. Only shards of broken dishes remain. Hansehi looks at his palm in confusion. He notices blue-black streams of energy emanating from his sword. Sosori's hand clenches into a fist. Her voice reaches the guy. She doesn't know who it is, but he is definitely a scoundrel. The girl's eyes shine with red lights as she says, it's so easy to make a nine-tailed fox. Breaking away from the spot, she finishes the phrase mid-jump. Your enemy. Hansehi watches as she disappears from sight at incredible speed, leaving behind a red energy trail. The guy shifts his gaze to his palm. A small shard lies on his palm. The rain continues to pour. Hansehi's hand decisively clenches into a fist. The black streams intensify and rise upward. Blue lights ignite in the guy's eyes, and his body is surrounded by a blue aura with black streaks. He bursts from the spot and rushes after Sosori. With huge leaps, Hansehi moves through the forest, following the red energy trail left by the nine-tailed fox. Suribi stands under the pouring rain. His gaze is stern and his face is gloomy. Before his mental eyes appears a scene where the dokebi greet him. Long time no see. And the boy with sharp ears, joyfully jumping, shouts, Brother Saribi! The man's gaze falls on shards of dishes and a broken broom lying on the ground under the pouring rain. He again, as if in a vision, sees a tall dokebi cyclops clutching a wooden sword in his hand, asking Saribi to teach him to fight. They ask him, why does he need this? Suribi's gaze hits a broken bottle and torn pieces of clothing. Laughing, Handuka says he has gotten better at pranks. Hanagoma suggests they compete later. Suribi stands, clutching a wooden sword in his hand. He pays no attention to the pouring rain. A confused, who is that? Slips from his lips. Something catches Suribi's attention, and he turns his head in that direction. Gloomily and warily, he peers into the darkness. His hand grips the wooden sword's hilt tighter. Suribi takes a step forward. The rain continues to pour, but he doesn't care at all. Something rushes past the tree, leaving a trail of blue-black energy. Suribi breaks into a run, trying to make out anything through the veil of rain. He stops and freezes. Hansehi lands in front of him, surrounded by blue-black energy. The guy asks, is that him from that time? From surprise, Suribi's lips slips. Hansehi? The attention of the dokebi is drawn to something, and his gaze becomes wary. He asks the guy, what does he have in his hands? Hansehi continues to clench one hand into a fist, while the other holds the scabbard with the sword. The guy opens his palm, showing a shard. Raindrops run down Hansehi's face. Suribi's face darkens, and a light mist of energy emanates from his body. From his lips slips, this child. His eyes fill with blue light as he asks, isn't that toothless? The guy, clutching the shard in his fist, answers, correct. Dark streams of energy swirl around him. Suribi asks, is he the one who killed all the dokebi? Hansehi, from whose eyes a light haze of energy flows, gloomily looks at his hand clenched into a fist. Shifting his gaze to Suribi, he says, "So what? He could have done that to anyone." The Takabe asks, "What is he talking about?" and asks to be told the truth. The guy answers, "That's exactly what he said. That kid in Handoki, if there was an advantage, he would have swallowed them." Suribi, on whose side hangs sheaths with a real sword, clenches a wooden blade in his hands. He easily breaks the wooden weapon into two parts. Throwing the fragments on the ground, Suribi says that he gave him a chance to justify himself. That's all. Drawing the sword from the sheath, he orders the guy to draw his blade. Holding the sword in front of him, Suribi says that this time he will fight with a real one. Suribi and Hansehi freeze facing each other. Drawing the sword, the Takabe orders the guy to do the same. He says that this time he will fight with a real sword. Drawing the sword from the scabbard, Kansehi asks, "What does this mean?" The Takabe wields a sword. The guy asks, "Does he have a teacher?" Suribi answers that he has no teacher. Glaring gloomily, Kansehi adds, "But there was a man he wanted to call that." Suribi remembers the time when he just became a Takabe. He transformed right on the training ground. In front of him stood he, a gray-haired old man with a sword in hand. His name was Shinmengi. To him, Suribi was just a broomstick. Even seeing his transformation into a Takabe, he did not react. He just continued his activity. Remembering the old man's movements, literally hovering above the ground, Suribi says, "It was a dance." His movements were beautiful, and he was speechless. Suribi stood and just watched him. And so every day, at some point, he began to repeat his movements. The old man just sat and silently watched him, resting his head on his hand. This continued for some time. Suribi practiced, and Shinmengi observed him. And after many nights, Suribi was able to repeat his dance. He says that on that day, he reproduced everything exactly to the last movement. Shining with a smile, Suribi turned to the old man. Shinmengi sat on the porch, hunched over and gloomily hanging his head on his chest. The sword, as always, was next to him. Suddenly, the old man swayed and began to fall to the side. Stunned, Suribi froze, watching as the master fell to the ground. He rushed to Shinmengi, wanting to help. Suribi, having laid the old man more comfortably, could not understand the cause of his death. Shinmengi simply lay there, and a smile was frozen on his face. The Takabe sat all night, looking at his face. The old man died. Suribi remembers the looks of the people who filled the room and looked at him unfavorably. He immediately understood that the Takabe has no place in the world of humans. Suribi says, and when he had nowhere to go, he was accepted here. He remembers the cheerful Takabe who met him with open arms. His hands tremble, and incoherent phrases slip from his lips. This place, to treat it like this. Pulling himself together, Suribi expresses regret that he did not use a real sword in the previous battle. The guy holding a sword in front of him, radiating black streams of energy, says, "If he is a disciple of Shinmengi, then he masters the most ancient Donghei fencing style." Taking a fighting stance, the guy says, "Fine, he will give him a chance to no longer regret this." Suribi swiftly attacks Hansehi. The guy swings his sword, and black energy cuts through the space before him. Takabe is impressed by the demonstration of his power and barely manages to dodge, avoiding the blow. Suribi thinks that the guy has incredible energy. He will not be able to defeat him with his old sword. Hansehi swings his sword again, and Suribi is forced to retreat. In his head flashes, this is very simple. The guy, fiercely flashing his eyes, rushes into the attack. He swings his sword, and Suribi retreats again. Takabe notices with surprise that the Black Tiger's energy has begun to wane. He decides now, and in a jump overcomes the space separating them. Hansehi's sword passes beneath him. Suribi, in a jump, raises his sword, preparing to strike down on the guy. Takabe strikes and freezes, but Hansehi manages, swinging his sword, to jump aside. Suribi turns to the guy, who in turn looks back at him. Takabe says, he doesn't know what this power is, but it seems to have ended. Suribi, recalling the sadness in the guy's eyes when they talked about the death of Kijinibi, understands that he did not do it. He doesn't understand why he behaves that way. Takabe decides that Hansehi needs to be disarmed. Suribi lowers his gaze and sees a wound cutting through his side. The guy, raising his sword for a strike, rushes at him. Takabe dodges again, but Hansehi continues to attack. Suribi meets the guy's sword with his blade. He pushes the opponent back, but the guy continues to attack him again and again. Hansehi's sword whistles past Suribi's throat, who barely managed to jump back. Tokubi wonders, was he really fighting him last time? This time the attack was quite fast and precise. But Soribi has no time to think. He is forced to fend off Kansei's attacks. Their swords clash again and again. At one moment, one of the swords breaks, and a shard of the blade flies upward. It is carefully caught by a maiden's hand. Sori, with a displeased expression, asks, "What is this now? Are they fighting again?" Kansei lowers his head. He thinks that he has finally understood. After he gained the power of the Black Tiger, he did not properly fight with swords. He only used it. Glancing at Soribi, he thinks that now he has realized it. The Tokubi continues to hold the sword shard in front of him. Kansei decisively sheaths his weapon. He respectfully bows his head before the surprised Soribi. But a moment later, the Tokubi repeats his actions and also bows his head. Throwing the blade shard aside, the girl asks him, "Who is going to put the rubber shard?" The girl asks, "What are they doing?" A surprised expression appears on Soribi's face. He asks, "She is Lady Sosori, right? How is it here?" Approaching Hansei and placing his hand on his shoulder, Sosori says, "Before dying, Bezubik told about what happened at the mountain pass. She was returning there." The girl adds, "Let them not fight. Hansei has nothing to do with this." Soribi replies that he knows. He realized it during the fight. Sosori is surprised. "What? Then why are they fighting?" Bowing in a bow, the Tokubi answers, this is..." He asks the elder to forgive him. Turning crimson with anger, Sosori shouts angrily, "Hey, what kind of elder is that? One might think she is old." Soribi asks, "Then how should one address her?" The girl orders to call her sister. The Tokubi, bowing again, asks for forgiveness from Sosori's sister. She, already calmed down, waves her hand. All right. Turning around, she orders them to follow her. She managed to discover something. She looks back and asks Hansei, "What is he standing for?" She told them to follow her. The guy silently looks at a small shard lying on the ground under the pouring rain. He bends down and picks it up from the ground. Hansei again clenches the shard in his fist. The girl urges him, "Why is he so slow?" They stop in front of a huge puddle, and Sosori says, "It's here." The rain has stopped, and the forest is filled with pre-dawn twilight. The girl says to Soribi and Hansei standing on either side of her, "Traces of magic. If you look closely, you can tell that a person did this." Examining the water film in shards, she says, "The remnants of magic are the same as those found on the mountain ridge. To use that much, at least 10 people are needed." Hansei says, "This is a warlord." Sosori looks at him questioningly, and he adds, "The person who used this magic is a shaman from Dongshan." The girl says, "This is quite a famous squad in Donghae. Why did they do this?" The guy answers that he does not know the exact reason. Perhaps the target was the Yaechu Hongduke. The startled Soribi asks again, "Yaechu?" The Tokubi says that the elder Hongduke exchanged Yaechu for the imperial sword he wanted to possess. He adds that he should not have done that. Sosori asks, "Is that the one that just broke? Is that the famous sword?" Soribi answers, "No, he does not carry it with him because he has not yet met a suitable opponent for it." The Tokubi's hand clenches into a fist as he says, "If all this happened because of that sword," he adds that he wants to destroy it right now. Sosori says sadly that this sword is not to blame for anything. Looking at the water film on the ground, the girl sighs, "If only it had stayed here." The girl looks with surprise at how Hansei picks up a stone from the ground. Looking at him worriedly, Sosori asks, "What is he doing?" She sees a small pile of trash made of wooden sticks and rags gathered by him. The boy looks sadly at his palm. On it lies a small shard, all that remains of Kijinibi. Hansei throws the shard into the pile he gathered. After some time, the boy stands, kneeling beside a fresh mound of earth. Soribi and Sosori, sadly bowing their heads, stand nearby. Tokubi asks the boy rising from the ground, "Where are they going?" Hansei answers, "To Chogaban from Daikon." At the moment he has Yaechu, Soribi's hand clenches into a fist again. He asks to be taken with them, saying he wants to avenge the Tokubi. Sosori asks, why does he ask to be taken with them? He can just follow them, can't he? The Tokubi mumbles, but just the sky behind him begins to turn pink. He says that moving alone is hard. At that moment, the sun appears from behind the clouds, and as soon as the first rays illuminated the earth, Soribi disappears and a broom falls to the ground. Laughing, the girl picks it up, saying, "What a cutie. All right, they will take him with them. She asked the guy, frowning at her. He has no objections, right? The answer is, let him do as he knows. Turning away from her, Hansa, he adds, but he won't have a chance for revenge. So Sori replies, wow, their thoughts coincide? She turns her head and looks at the fresh mound of earth for a few moments. With sadness, the girl says, another bond between humans and nature has been broken. She asks them to forgive her. A small foot in a white stocking and a pink platform shoe steps onto a tree branch. The young shaman whom Lady Soroka met the day before stands on the branch and, placing her palm on her forehead, gazes into the distance. Behind the trees, gates and a stone fence built around the city are visible. The girl tells the squad commander, standing below, that they have arrived in Daechan. In response comes, is that so? Looking back at the warriors walking behind him, he raises his hand clenched into a fist and tells them that they are very close already. Frowning, he adds that their opponent is Cho Gabon. The goal is to take Hju. The man tells them to discard the thought that the one who possesses Hju is an ordinary person. They must think they are fighting with Sansen. The squad commander says that they should not spare their lives and asks if they understood. The warriors answer in unison, yes, Sergeant. Daechan. Above the gate hangs a sign. From inside come muffled strikes of training swords. Two men stand at the edge of the training ground watching the fight. One of them says that Taehin's skills have significantly improved. The girl running towards him at full speed is already calling him from afar. Sergeant Gino. Turning his head toward her, he asks questioningly, Henki? Stopping, the girl reports that a high-ranking official has arrived. Grasping his head with his hand, the man sighs. If it's an official, then it's probably Cho Gabon. He needs something again. He orders the girl to warmly receive the official and prepare a table with snacks and alcohol. The response is, yes, Sergeant. The girl runs away quickly. Sergeant Gino turns to the man standing next to him and, calling him Songguk, says that today he will be responsible for the training. He needs to meet with an official. Songguk asks, what does this perverted old man want again? Following the fleeing girl, Sergeant Gino replies that he does not know and promises to return soon. In response, all right is heard. Sergeant Gino puts on a black caftan. He glances at the cracked sign in the middle. Leaving the training ground enclosed by a stone fence, he walks across the yard. A surprised expression appears on Sergeant Gino's face. The face of the person waiting for him is hard to make out because of the cone-shaped hat pulled low over the forehead. From the wide sleeves of the gray chlamys, instead of a human hand, a black clawed limb is visible. The creature waiting for the sergeant has short legs and a square torso hidden under a cloak. A reptiloid head with small blue eyes and a black lock of hair looks at him from under a hat. He greets Gino and says they haven't seen each other for a long time. Sergeant, calling him Baru, asks, why did he become a guard? Baru answers, simply, he wanted to take a walk. Sergeant Gino thinks that he, as always, speaks strangely. Out loud he says, wow, and he thought he didn't like sun rays. Baru, also abruptly, emphasizing each word, answers that he is just shy. The man asks, because of what? Raising a clawed finger, he answers, because of the sky. Sergeant Gino, squinting one eye, skeptically looks at the black limb. Baru says, he doesn't understand. What does this facial expression mean? The man notices blue shoes and small sandals at the threshold. A grimace of disgust and distrust appears on his face. Sergeant Gino mentally asks, Cho Gabon! Could it be him? Anger distorts his facial features. Yes, it's him now. The man rushes forward. A black palm falls on his shoulder. Baru says that now is not the time. Gabon ordered to wait. Sergeant Gino decisively pushes away the clawed paw. He quickly runs to the closed door. The man flings open the door, leaves, and freezes on the threshold. The man in the room turns his head to him and says, what? This is Sergeant Khan. He adds that he sharply opens the doors. A man who cannot yet be called old, but has long entered the prime of life, looks reproachfully at the man, asking, why behave like that? Meanwhile, Sergeant Gino notices a white stocking and dress lying on the floor. He raises his eyes to the man holding the hand of a naked girl trying to cover herself with a sheet, who recently ran to him. Cho Gabon's shirt is unbuttoned. Both of them are sitting on a cover spread across the room, replacing a bed. Cho Gabon asks, why is Sergeant Khan silent? From the lips of the crying girl slips, Sergeant! The man shouts angrily, Henhi, and insults her. Grabbing the girl by the hand and looming over her, he asks, Does she want to tarnish their reputation? Seduce an official with such actions? Pushing the girl toward the exit, he shouts, "Out! He will punish her later." Chogaban, looking at him reproachfully, asks, "What is he doing?" Sergeant Gino falls to his knees before him and bows his head low. He asks to forgive them and promises that this will not happen again. The official says that Gino, and falls silent. Raising an unfriendly look at him, the man suggests he continue speaking. For a few moments, the official looks at him, then says, "Well, since he will take measures, that is enough." The sergeant thanks the official. Behind him rises a figure of Baru blocking the entire doorway. The guard says the sergeant's name, and he immediately becomes alert. Showing a clawed limb, Baru says he will no longer be lenient with him. With a wave of his hand, Chogaban stops him and says, "Enough, he does not want them to fight." Baru turns around and leaves with the words, "Well, since he says so." The official, addressing the sergeant, says, "He will tell him one thing." He replies, "Let him speak." Chogaban says, "His status has definitely become more stable, thanks to Gino, and he is always grateful to him." But the sergeant behaves so distantly. The man apologizes, explaining that he is just focused on work and does not notice it himself. Straightening his clothes, Chogaban says, "He understands." Understands. It seems the sergeant feels uncomfortable. He is just doing his duties. The official says that the sergeant urgently needs to come tonight. The man asks, "It's not because of Sobak, is it?" Chogaban laughs, then says, "Although he loves her, does Gino really think he would invite him just for that?" He adds that, of course, Sobak is different from other women. When she takes off her clothes, a blush appears on the official's cheeks. The sergeant interrupts him, suggesting not to talk about it. The man asks, "What did Chogaban want to talk about?" The official's face becomes serious. He says that people are arriving from Dangshan. It seems to be on the day of the Weaver's celebration. He thinks the elder knows this person, as he is well known. He adds that this is Sergeant Ohensak, and before the man's mental eye stands the squad commander, on whose armband a blue stone gleams. Stroking his beard, Chogaban says, "Judging by his facial expression, this man has made a name for himself." Sergeant Gino recalls, he heard that he became the head of the Royal Military Battalion. He asks, does Chogaban want him to guard him? The official answers, correct. Of those he can trust, there is only the sergeant, since Baru rarely appears outside. Gino says that the people of Fenman are not the personal bodyguards of the official. Laughing, Chogaban waves his hand. Let him not worry so much. If the problem is this, he has already received permission from his superiors. The face of the man who heard his words darkens. Chogaban adds, and more. Let Sobak know that he is waiting for her tonight. He mentioned this too, but thinks that Gino would better learn personally, right? The sergeant's eyebrows crawl toward the bridge of his nose. He thinks that even if he refuses, the official will force him to do it. A disgusting guy. The man says to Chogaban, who is putting on a hat, yes, he will personally tell her to visit the official at night. The response is, thank you. Rising and heading to the exit, Chogaban pauses for a moment near the kneeling sergeant. Placing his palm on his shoulder, the official says, then he leaves everything to him. Leaving the house, he calls Bara, saying that it's time for them to go. The official, accompanied by a guard, leaves. Sergeant Gino, standing on the threshold, watches them with his gaze. The man thinks about the difficult situation he found himself in. Behind him, on the floor of the room, sits a girl wrapped in a sheet, crying bitterly. Without looking back, he asks, how are her mother's legs? The girl sitting in the corner of the room turns her head and asks, what? Sergeant Gino says he heard that her knees hurt. Continuing to stand, looking somewhere into the distance, the man adds, next week they will be very busy, so she needs to see her mother in advance. He adds that he will tell her. The girl, tears streaming down her face, answers, no, she... As he leaves, the sergeant says that she can calmly dress and leave. He will say that no one should enter here. Walking through the yard, Sergeant Gino thinks with hatred about Chogaban. He decides that someday he will definitely get him. At the gates of the huge mansion stands Sergeant Gino, accompanied by warriors. A quiet chime is heard, coming from a small bell attached to a bracelet encircling the ankle of a woman's foot in pink shoes. The sergeant, standing with his arms crossed on his chest, becomes alert. The girl approaching them says, this is Sergeant Khan himself. The hems of her long garment flutter with each step, exposing her long, slender legs and black stockings to public view. The red-haired girl, from whose hairstyle stick out intricately decorated long hairpins, adds, "Long time no see." The warriors accompanying the sergeant openly stare at the courtesan. Gino completely ignores her presence. The man sharply looks back, and the warriors immediately turn away, putting on stone faces. The sergeant says that first they will search her. A girl from his squad immediately approaches the courtesan. Reaching out her hands to her, the girl asks for forgiveness. A surprised expression appears on her face, and she turns to the sergeant, saying, "And this is..." She shows a long hairpin with a sharp tip. Sergeant Gino orders the courtesan to pull hairpins out of her hair. He cannot allow her to pass with them. Frowning, she replies, "Everything she is wearing now was given to her by an official. Someone doesn't like her, so she hasn't seen him for a long time. Let her pass." Sergeant Gino sternly replies that he cannot allow it. The courtesan says that she also cannot agree with him. The man exclaims angrily, "How dare she?" A hand falls on his shoulder, and a voice says, "Enough, Sergeant Kan." Smiling, Chogabun steps forward and, spreading his arms, calls Sobok to him. Sergeant Gino looks at him angrily and a little confused. A drop of sweat crawls down the cheek of the man, stunned that Chogabun came all the way here. He thinks, but even when the royal inspectors came, he met them sitting in his place. Throwing herself into his arms, Sobok says she missed him very much. The official replies, "Yes, he did too." Hugging her by the waist and leading her along, Chogabun says, "Let's go, faster." The sergeant watches them with his gaze. The man mentally asks himself, could she really have caught Chogabun on her hook? But if so, why doesn't she ask him for money? Sergeant Gino comes to the conclusion, as he thought, the woman is not an ordinary shaman. She definitely has some goal. A warrior who approached him reports that guests from Dangshan have arrived. Looking at him, the sergeant replies, "Understood." Gino shakes the hand of the squad commander, who says that he is Oh Hensuk from Dangshan, and adds that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man replies that he is Sergeant Kang Gino from Fumun, and adds he is surprised that the other remembers him. Oh Hensuk says he remembers. He was disappointed because he showed his clumsy swordsmanship. Gino is surprised. Clumsy. Although he was young, he was discouraged for a long time because of that defeat. Meanwhile, the sergeant thinks, did he say that to mock him? Looking at the guest, he thinks that something seems strange to him. Oh Hensuk replies that he is flattering him. The sergeant mentally assesses him, cold and calm. He believes there is something else here. For a few moments, they exchange glances silently. Then Sergeant Gino says, he was confused because he met such a famous person. He asks the guests to come inside, saying that they have prepared a table with snacks and alcohol for them. Evening turns into night. A small arched bridge leads to a lit pavilion standing in the middle of a pond. In the pavilion, behind a large table set with dishes, Oh Hensuk and Sergeant Gino sit on the floor. The guest sits, crossing his arms on his chest and closing his eyes. The sergeant, looking at him, thinks he says absolutely nothing and just sits in this position. Examining Oh Hensuk, Gino wonders, on what business did he come here? Chogabun enters the room. He says, "Welcome," and adds that he was a little delayed. The men rise from their seats, and Oh Hensuk greets the official. Chogabun says, "So it's him?" Sitting at the table, the official asks to forgive him for the long wait. He asks, for what reason did he come here on the Weaver's Day? Oh Hensuk answers that it was a coincidence. He had no intention to be here exactly on this day. Casting a glance at him, Chogabun asks, then why did he come? Still standing, Oh Hensuk says that a rumor reached him. He says he heard that the official is preparing a conspiracy. Chogabun frowns at the guest. Sergeant Gino is clearly struck by his words. Oh Hensuk asks, the sword that belonged to Emperor Donhei and Aekdu, are they with him? A crooked smile appears on the official's lips. Chogabun, sitting at the table with a bowl in his hands, laughs loudly. Raising the bowl to his lips, the official says, the Emperor's sword. Looking at paintings and reading records about it, he tried to create the same one out of curiosity. Since it was just a fake, he simply gave it as a gift to an acquaintance. He adds how tired he is of the rumors that the H-Jew is with him. He asks Oh Hensuk, does he believe that this thing exists? The guest replies that he just wanted to make sure. Looking at him unfavorably, the official says, but he asks the question as if putting a blade to his throat. What is his true goal? Smiling, Oh Hensok answers, when he becomes the head of Dang Shan, he will have no time for meetings. This is just a courtesy visit. Sipping the drink, the official says, so many excuses. Well, thanks for that. And why does he take his precious time just because of this? Oh Hensok replies, there is another reason. Chogabon asks, and what is it? Oh Hensok, continuing to smile, says that they want to create another branch of the Dangshan residence in Dakhan. Sergeant Gino is clearly surprised by his words. The official replies that there is already a residence of Fianman here. Does he want to create his own as well? Then he needs to talk to Sergeant Khan. Oh Hensok states that there is no need for that. Bowing deeply, he says that soon he and the official will meet again. Sergeant Gino, rising to his feet, asks him to wait. He asks, what does all this mean? How does he intend to open his branch here? Oh Hensok answers that they will find out if they have patience. The guest turns around and leaves. Gino hurries after him. He calls out to Oh Hensok, telling him to stop. The sergeant's face looks worried and tense. In the middle of the bridge, Oh Hensok stops. On the shore, warriors from his squad are waiting for him. Oh Hensok's gaze is angry and alert. Sergeant Gino wonders, what is he staring at over there? A warrior standing nearby asks Sergeant Oh Hensok, what's the matter? He is dying out, and descending from the bridge answers, nothing. They leave. Chogabon, joining Gino, says that their guest has no manners at all. Isn't that so? He offers Sergeant Khan a drink, and adds that he will call Sobok to them. Bowing to the official, the man answers, no. He is far from alcohol and entertainment with women. He would rather leave them alone. Chogabon replies, well, let him do as he knows. Gino heads to the bridge and the official shouts to call Sobok. The sergeant thinks about Oh Hensok. Does he want to provoke Feeman? It seems he does not understand people very well. Behind Gino, two warriors from his squad appear with the words, yes, Sergeant. Gino orders them to watch the people from Dangshan. Let them find out what they are plotting. Two torches blaze in the clearing. A voice sounds. The fence is high and strong. The houses are arranged like a labyrinth. Oh Hensok, crossing his arms on his chest, says to the warrior standing before him, it seems attacking will not be easy. The material from which the houses are made will be difficult to set on fire. A young shamaness, approaching him, asks, is some kind of spell cast? Oh Henson answers that he does not know what they did there, but an ordinary shaman will not cope. A voice is heard, this is not the power of a human. Manhwa says that her poison cannot seep into these houses. This place is clearly under the protection of Sanson. Oh Hensok says thoughtfully, maybe that's what was in that pond. The shamaness asks, what was there? Oh Hensok answers, it was in the water, so he could not see clearly. The girl says, it seems it does not give him peace. The man objects, no, this time he is most worried about Kanjino. Laughing, the shamaness asks, could it be that out of everything that exists in the world, his rival will be a human? He answers that he has always said, there is no one scarier than people. The shamaness falls silent and listens to what is happening in the forest. She says, it seems several rats have followed them. Hensok says, apparently Kanjino sent them. One of the warriors, grabbing his sword, says that he will deal with them. He is stopped by a cry, stop! Everyone present looks at the man standing on the branch of a tall tree. Dressed in a bright blue suit and a blue caftan, the teenage boy says that he will take care of it himself. The shaman laughs, wow, Mr. Neuromir will be dealing with such matters? If he eats several people, will he be full? Jumping down from the tree, the one she calls Mr. Neuromir answers, no, but he is still hungry. He says he needs to eat them despite the fact that they are people. The shamaness exclaims, no, has he really forgotten why they are here? Neurilimir, scratching the back of his head, asks, wait a moment. She is interested. Didn't Makinal tell him? Neurilimir exclaims, ah, right. Then stubbornly adds that he will eat them anyway. The worried girl says that the nine-tailed fox will definitely come here. If not him, then who will fight her? Until that moment, he must not show himself. Sweating and looking away, Neurilimir answers, yes, that fox is generally a nobody. The shamaness, holding his hand and gently looking into his eyes, agrees. True, she is a nobody. She adds that she believes in Lord Neurilimir. He boastfully replies, yes, because he is Neurilimir. The fox, the black tiger, he will eat them all. Grabbing his hands, the girl joyfully jumps with him, saying that Lord Narilamir is the best. Mekva and Ohensok look at their merriment a little puzzled. Mekva, looking at them, thinks, even though these two are monsters who split Donkey into two parts, they behave childishly. The warrior asks the elder, what should they do with the pursuers? He answers, just let them go. He adds that it will be difficult for them to hide here from the eyes of the Fenman people anyway. They will show them what they have planned and let everyone there be alarmed. The warrior replies, all right, elder. Ohensok calls Mekva, and she immediately responds, yes, elder. The man says he heard that there is a person who uses the power of the black tiger. Let her say what she knows about this. Mewa, bowing her head, answers, yes, Sergeant. Recalling the guy, she tells that his name is Han Sehi. She adds that he is a warrior from the Blue Waters. Mewa says that in the sword he uses lies the energy of the black tiger. She remembers the horror the Sansons felt sensing the effect of his black energy. At that moment, a woman holding a child to her chest, bursting into tears, looks at the guy. Han Sehi's eyes fill with the glow of blue energy. Sosori appears at the moment when the guy's sword rushes toward the woman. Mehua adds that she does not know how they are connected. The girl looks confused, and Mehua says that a nine-tailed fox was with him. Night, a little earlier, in a small forest hut, Sosori sleeps right on the floor, arms spread wide. Turning onto her side, she mumbles, yum, yum. Her hand falls on some object, and the girl slightly opens her eyes. She sees with surprise her hand on the bloodied dog's head. Hiccuping from surprise, Sosori instantly finds herself on her feet. Having found herself outside the hut, she looks with surprise at the bloodied bodies of dogs lying on the ground. The girl asks, what is this? She hears someone's quiet crying and turns her head toward the direction from which it comes. Han Sehi asks, and what then? The woman holding a child to her chest, sitting hunched on a boulder, answers that she was kicked out of the house while pregnant. She adds, but it's not her fault that they are disgraced? The young man standing before her replies, that's true. Peeking from behind the corner of the hut, Sosori sees the woman telling Hansehi that after that she gave birth to a child and hid in this abandoned house. The girl is surprised. Is Sehi talking to some woman in the middle of the night? Tears stream down the cheeks of the woman who tells that unknown men came here and unleashed fierce dogs on them. So, Hansehi says, it seems they used dogs so that no evidence would remain. The woman says, even if they treated her like that, holding a sleeping infant to her chest, she asks, why should this little child be killed? The woman says that this is unfair. Drawing the sword from its sheath, the young man replies, it will be difficult, but Hansehi adds that she will no longer have to suffer. Streams of black energy emanate from the unsheathed sword. The woman continues to hold the child to her chest. She looks at the young man, and tears continue to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Hansehi strikes with the sword, and Sosori does not manage to stop it. The girl who ran up to them freezes in fear, slightly opening her mouth. The woman, whose face is visible in the streams of black energy, smiles and thanks the young man. Hansehi lowers his head and closes his eyes, accepting her gratitude. The young man hides the sword in its sheath, and Sosori, standing before him and leaning her hand against the wall, says, so that's it. This is the reason why he suggested spending the night here. She adds, how caring. A look of confusion appears on the girl's face as her hand sinks into the wall and she loses her balance. Screaming, Sosori falls along with the collapsing wall. Lying on the ruins, the girl winces and reaches her hand to her head. The boy standing in front of her waves his hand, dispersing the rising dust. Sosori asks discontentedly, why does he worry so much about ghosts but not about her? The boy answers that he was not caring, he only absorbed what was necessary. The girl gets up and, shaking off her skirt, says, no, he did listen to what was on her mind. Otherwise, he would have just absorbed it without any fuss. Hansehi sharply turns away from her. Surprise appears in his eyes, so Sori, approaching from behind, hugs him around the waist and presses her forehead to his back. Hansehi asks, what is she doing? The girl, continuing to press against him, replies that Sehi is a very generous person. This soul most of all wanted to tell someone about injustice, and only he listened to her. The boy says that he did it not because he learned about her feelings. Raising her head, Sosori asks, by the way, why doesn't he push her away? Glancing back, Hansei answers, it seems she likes it when he does that. The girl, jumping back, says, wow, with words like that, he makes you want to go far away. Looking at the bodies of the animals, Sosori asks, who did this? The guy answers that these stray dogs attacked, and Suribi dealt with them. The girl says, he is always so sweet, but during a fight he becomes ruthless. She asks, and where did this cutie go? Hansehi's face lengthens when he hears the girl call Suribi a cutie. He replies that he suddenly went somewhere. So Sori asks, where? The guy says he doesn't know. Isn't he her friend? The girl thinks. Then she says, we need to assume what a dokebi could do in a certain situation. If he left so suddenly, then maybe. She suggests that Suribi went to take revenge. Hansehi says, could it be that he wants to fight Dengshon alone? Meanwhile, Suribi moves swiftly through the night forest. He regrets leaving without Hansehi and so sorry. But he decides that this matter concerns only the dokebi. He must deal with it himself. Ahead, a city surrounded by a stone fence is visible. Suribi, enveloped in a bluish haze of energy that helps him move so swiftly through the forest, wonders, is this Daishan? Surprise appears in the dokebi's eyes. Suribi, settled on a branch, peers into the night forest. He says in surprise, are there people there? It seems there are many. Takabai is illuminated by a guess, and from his lips slips. Could it be? Breaking away from the spot and rushing forward, he exclaims, could it be? Suribi moves so swiftly towards his goal that it seems as if he has turned into a cluster of blue energy. Suddenly, from the branch under which he rushes, someone jumps. Someone's foot strikes Suribi in the back of the head, and the Takabi, knocked down by the strong blow, falls to the ground. Nurialmer lands near the fallen opponent. Suribi, looking back at him, asks, who is he? From Nurialmir's lips slips, because he is hungry. The snake, leaning on his hip, adds that he will even eat the Tokabi. The fallen Suribi asks the opponent, who is that? But the answer sounds, because he is hungry. Nurialmir says that he will even eat a Dokabi. Looking at the Mangacapped, Suribi wonders, can this little kid really do such a thing? At that moment, Nurialmir leaps up, intending to strike again with his foot the Dokabi lying on the ground. Suribi immediately rushes from his place. Nurialmir delivers an incredibly powerful blow to the spot where he had just been lying. Suribi cannot hide his surprise. Nurialmir freezes. At the place where he landed, a deep depression formed and the ground cracked. Suribi, standing on all fours, realizes that he faces a strong opponent. He thinks he will need a sword. Behind him appear warriors armed with swords. Suribi rises and the warriors surround him at that moment. Behind them appears the elder Ohensok. He is surprised. Could there still be Dokabi left? Suribi, glancing back at him, thinks he knows about them. Sergeant Ohensok demands that he turn around. Clenching his fists, Nurialmir shouts not to be killed. If he dies, he won't be able to eat. Suribi stands surrounded by warriors who have pointed their blades at him. He asks, are they people from Dangshan? One of the warriors rushes at him, raising a sword above his head. Suribi, taking a fighting stance, strikes him with his hand. At the moment the warrior falls, the Dokabi catches the sword he dropped. Two more warriors rush toward him, holding blades in front of them. Moving lightly, as if in a dance, Suribi glides past them, inflicting wounds. Ohensok's face darkens. The warriors, clutching their wounds, look at him in surprise. Drops of blood fall from the Dokabi's sword. He says he deliberately did not kill them. Suribi adds, until they respond, he will only inflict wounds. He says, if they do not want to die, chopped to pieces, let them tell him. Are they the people from Dangshan? The warriors gloomily gaze at the Dokabi. Sergeant Ohensok orders everyone to disperse. He grabs the sword hilt, saying, could the Dokabi be familiar with the art of fencing? It seems he is not ordinary. Raising his hand above his head, in which he grips the sword, Ohensok challenges him to fight. Looking at him, Suribi asks, their leader? Taking a fighting stance, the Dokabi says, if he defeats him, he will be able to hear the answer. Swinging the sword, he rushes at the opponent. Sergeant Ohensok easily parries his strikes. Their movements are so fast that it is hard to follow them. Continuing to fight, Sergeant Ohensok asks, from whom did he learn the art of combat? Not a single miss. Instead of answering, Suribi raises his sword above his head. But the opponent successfully blocks all his strikes. Ohensok says, amazing. He even wanted to teach his students his technique. Swinging the sword, Suribi demands that he be silent. In the eyes of the Dokabi flickers surprise, and in the eyes of his opponent, determination. With one swing of the sword, the sergeant diagonally cuts the Dokabi's body from shoulder to waist. Suribi cannot believe what happened. He looks at his opponent in amazement, but his wound is not as serious as it could have been. Instead of a terrible wound, only a long bleeding scratch. They stand facing each other. The man asks, "Did you manage to dodge?" Pointing the sword at the Dokubi, Ohensok says that he is stronger than he thought. It's getting more interesting. Sweat streams down the Dokubi's face. He understands that this man is incredibly strong. The sound of footsteps is heard, and an exclamation. Ah, how they annoy him. Rushing straight at the warriors blocking his way, Nurulmir shouts for them to leave quickly. They hastily step aside. Nurulmir, rushing swiftly towards the Dokubi, shouts that he will deal with him himself. He runs up behind Saribi, who senses his approach. The Dokubi, gripping the sword in his hand, swiftly turns back. Nurulmir's fist strikes the sword held out by Saribi. The weapon shatters into pieces from the blow. The dragon's fist, as if ignoring the obstacle, swiftly approaches the struck Dokubi. A strong blow throws Saribi far back. Nurulmir, holding his fist out in front of him, joyfully declares he couldn't withstand even one hit. The Dokubi sits, leaning his back against a tree. Saribi's body is enveloped in a blue haze of energy. The smile fades from Nurulmir's face, and he looks at the Dokubi with amber eyes with vertical pupils in surprise. Saribi, surrounded by the blue haze, rapidly soars upward. The blue energy rushes over the clearing and disappears beyond the treetops. Nurulmir, watching it with his eyes, says confusedly, "Oh, what is that?" The fleeing Saribi thinks that now he needs to retreat. To fight them, he needs a good sword. Confusion and misunderstanding flash in his eyes. An astonished "what?" slips from the Dokubi's lips. Sharp double-edged spikes with transparent tips protrude from his body. Overcoming the pain, he tries to continue moving. A cluster of blue energy rapidly descends somewhere into the mountains. Nurulmir, pointing with his finger, says, "Oh, it fell." The shamaness approaching him says, "That's right, because it is impossible to withstand this magic." Turning to her, the young dragon asks, "Did she do it? Well done." Meanwhile, the cluster of blue energy descends onto a mountain peak and rushes somewhere beyond it. Nurulmir exclaims anxiously, "It's running away again." The young shamaness is surprised. After such an attack, he is amazing. Clenching his fists, Nurulmir asks, "What kind of Dokubi is this?" He stood firm even after his strike. Smiling, the girl spreads her arms to the sides and answers that she does not know. It seems he is not ordinary. She asks the dragon not to be too upset. Nurulmir angrily exclaims, "Oh, that Dokubi." Ohensok, calling the shamaness Sanmi, asks, "Could it be that her magic did not work? It will be bad if they lose him." Raising his index finger and smiling, Sanmei answers, "Since he is not a shaman who can compete with her in strength, he will not be able to pull these thorns out of himself. The poison will spread, exhaust, and then kill him." Sheathing the blade, the elder says that a shaman like her cannot be found anywhere in all of Donkey. He looks at his bleeding palm, covered with small scratches. Then Ohensok clenches his hand into a fist with force. He thinks that he will remember this Dokebi for a long time. A cluster of blue energy rapidly approaches the ground. Saribi, pierced by stakes, falls onto the grass. A groan escapes from his mouth. The Dokebi examines the stake protruding from his chest. He tries to pull the stake out of his body. All his efforts lead to nothing. His hand begins to tremble. For some time, he lies motionless, realizing that the stakes cannot be pulled out just like that. He feels poison spreading through his body. Saribi bitterly says that not only did he fail to take revenge, but he also ended up in such a situation. He lost his dignity in front of all the Dokebi. He says, "It is necessary to inform Hansehi and his sister Sosori about the abilities of these people." He feels incredible weakness, and his eyes close. From the Dokebi's lips comes, "He cannot die like this." Saribi freezes and lies motionless. Someone stops near him at the edge of the clearing. Bottle says, judging by the prediction, he is supposed to have a fateful meeting here. He will have to stay awake all night. He notices the motionless lying body and exclaims in surprise, "Wow, who is this?" Dokubi. Kneeling beside the motionless Saribi on one knee, the shaman says, "Is it with him that he must meet?" Examining the stakes protruding from the Dokubi's body, Bottle says, "Was he attacked by magic?" The shaman pulls the stakes out of Saribi's body and throws them away. Patting the Dokubi on the cheek, the shaman tells him to come to his senses. He asks, "Who did this?" Saribi, sweat streaming down his face, barely says, "Dangchon, magic." Bottle asks, is it the magic of the people from Dangchon? And he, a Tokabi from the mountain ridge? Saribi barely lifts his head. From his lips comes, how? He closes his eyes and a groan escapes from his mouth. A haze emanates from his body. There is a small explosion that makes the shaman jump back. Clutching a broom in his hands, Bottle shouts, let him return. He hasn't died, right? The shaman examining the broom says, it seems not. He thinks, Dangshan, they are definitely plotting something, just as Lady Okachi told him. Earlier, in the clearing where the Dokebi used to have fun, he found only a fresh mound of earth. He surveys the clearing and finally it notices what he was looking for. Studying the watery veil on the ground, the shaman thinks that only this remains of the magic here. Putting his hand into the waist pouch, he says that now is not the time for this. Bottle takes out an amulet and watches as it is engulfed in flames. The shaman lets it go and the flame shoots forward. Bottle watches the amulet flying away from him. Then he bolts from the spot and runs after it. The amulet flies high above the treetops. It rushes swiftly over the forest and the shaman runs with all his might after it. Without taking his eyes off the amulet, Bottle says, wow, she went far. He runs up to the amulet fallen at the foot of the tree. Bottle freezes and looks at it, puzzled. He says with surprise, Lady Okachi was walking on foot? The sun generously illuminates the mountain, immersed in the greenery of trees and thickets. On one side of it, the entrance to a cave is visible. On the floor of the cave lie several dark feathers, and bloody stains are visible. Bottle freezes, unpleasantly shocked by the sight. A voice reaches him. Bottle, is that him? The wounded Okachi sits, leaning her back against the cave wall. One of her eyes is closed, and a pool of blood spreads around her. Bottle runs to Lady Soroka, reaching out his hand to the waist pouch on the way. The shaman throws the pulled-out amulet onto Okachi's hand. He says that he stopped the bleeding. Lady Soroka thanks him. Ulkachki adds that once again she is indebted to him. She recalls how he saved her chicks from a viper's attack. Lady Soroka says that he also healed her when a hunter's arrow hit her, and he also protected Olsen from the monster, shielding her with his body. Ulkachki says, and again he saves her today. Bottle asks, this didn't happen because of what he asked her, or let her better tell him. Frowning sternly, the shaman asks the question troubling him. Who did it? Black Tiger? Bowing her head, Ulkachki answers, no, not him. She says that it was done by warriors from the Dangshan residence, the girl shaman. Then she adds, and the dragon who lost the Aichdu Neuromir. The shaman does not hide his surprise. Neuromir? Ulkachki pronounces, no, wait. She can no longer call him a dragon. It was a greedy monster. Bottle's face darkens. Without raising his eyes, the shaman asks, where is he now? Lady Soroka, who already seems better since she managed to open her second eye, answers that she does not know. She only remembers that she was heading east. Bottle thoughtfully repeats, to the east. He says he understands this. Ulkachki looks at him challengingly. She says that in his eyes there is a light that was there at their first meeting. The shaman asks, what is she talking about? Lady Soroka answers, a cold light. He was a boy who could not even ask others for anything. Without raising his head, Bottle says, he learned a lot from her. Ulkachki continues, and now he smiles a lot. And that is great. A slight smile slides across the young man's lips. Looking at his interlocutor, he asks, does she really think so? Lady Soroka tells him not to forget about this smile. Since he has been pursuing the Black Tiger, he is gradually becoming himself again. The shaman replies that there are mass killings of Sansons and Dokebi. He cannot just watch this land suffer. Ulkachki takes his hand and pronounces his name, Bottle. The much better-looking Mrs. Soroka says, he does not have to save the whole world. Let him use his powers only for his own life. She adds that she has seen many great people who went mad because they wanted to save the world, and because of that committed terrible deeds. He must not become like that too. Squeezing his hand with her little fingers, she says she wants him to meet a good woman. Bottle says, plowed the land and lived an ordinary life. Carefully freeing his hand, the shaman asks him to forgive, but he cannot do that. Clenching his hand into a fist, Bottle adds, someone has to do it. Knowing that this is happening, he cannot just ignore it. Ulkachki looks at the young man confused. He leans his hands on the ground. For a few moments, they look at each other. Bottle says that he patched her up, but the wounds are deep. Let her rest here a little longer and then return to Olsen. He bows his head low before her, practically touching the ground with his forehead. Ulkashki quietly says, Budu. Without raising his head, the shaman says, let everything be well with her. For what she owes him, let her repay only with her well-being. Bottle, clutching a broom in his hand, says, Dangshan. Several black feathers fall from above. Above the head of the shaman standing in the forest clearing, a magpie appears. Sitting on Bottle's head, it asks, isn't that a dokebi? Raising his eyes upward, Bottle says, her wings haven't healed yet. She should sit quietly in the bundle. Why did she come out again? Spreading its wings, the magpie replies, it's stuffy there. And with admiration says, ah, fresh air. Bottle reproachfully says, he has forgiven all her debts. Why is she following him? The magpie, tilting its head to look at his face, answers, because she is worried. She intends to make sure he doesn't go mad. The shaman reminds, she herself said to live her own life, but it seems she has too much interest in others. Pointing with its wing in a direction, the magpie says, maybe. If they go that way, they will come to Dachon. She suggests getting information. The moon illuminates the mountain peaks. The shaman's voice is heard. Yes, yes, good. Let her just stay in the bundle. He will go for both of them. During the day, many people crowd at the gates of Dachon, wishing to enter the city. Spears cross, blocking the passage. The senior guard extends his hand, demanding to see a pass. The man he addresses responds indignantly. Since when have they started demanding his pass? Let them just let him through. The senior guard shouts, if there is no pass, entry is forbidden. This is an order from official Cho. People continue to crowd at the gates, but no one is allowed inside. People protest. What is this news? Someone says it started this morning. Hansahi asks, so sorry, will they be able to pass? The young man thinks he can return to the slope on the other side of the mountain, but it will take time. A heavy sigh reaches him, and he turns his head toward the sound. An elderly man with a load tied to his back, leaning on a staff, sighs. It's so hard, he will die soon. And the queue does not get any shorter. An idea illuminates Hansahi. A surprised expression appears on Sosori's face as she looks at the bundle that appears before her. The old man's luggage is already on the boy's back, and he shoves a huge knot into her hands. The girl asks, what is this? Kan Seiki explains that from this moment, she is the granddaughter of this grandfather, and he is his porter. Sosori exclaims joyfully, wow. The girl playfully presses her shoulder against the cautiously looking old man, and calling him grandpa, exclaims that she is his granddaughter. The old man laughs cheerfully. What a beautiful granddaughter he suddenly has. A voice calls out, come in, and the old man, accompanied by the young man and Sosori, enters the city. The girl tells Hansei that he is smarter than he seems. He asks, does she have such a bad opinion of him? Suddenly, the senior guard shouts after them, stop, you three, halt. He demands that they come closer and show their faces again. The upset girl says with annoyance, well then. And she had already thought that they got off lightly. Looking back, Sosori asks, what, is he talking about them? The man answers, yes, let him come to him. He needs to look at her face. Sori moves her face closer to his and asks, is this close enough? The man, stepping back, blushes. Turning away, he coughs embarrassedly. The girl asks, so did he check? The senior guard answers, yes, and asks, is she the granddaughter of that old doctor? Where is she staying tonight? With a naive look, Sosori says that now they plan to find a place. She explains that her grandfather has a bad lower back, so they need a better place. Smiling kindly, the man says that they should go to Hanolchong. It's not that expensive there, and recently they brought in good blankets. Bowing, the girl thanks him for his kindness. The man replies that there is no need to thank him. Sosori, turning to her companions, waves to them, shouting to her grandfather that everything is fine. Grabbing by the arm several stunned old men by her quickness, the girl urges him, suggesting to go faster. Smiling, the doctor says that it would be wonderful if she really were his granddaughter. Sosori replies with a smile. She really does not want to part with him. If he feels so sorry, then let him buy her a cup of soup. The old man readily agrees. Of course, after all, they help with his luggage. The girl exclaims that he is the best. Looking back at the guy, walking with a load on his back, Sosori reports, grandfather said he will buy them food, so let him go faster. Gloomily looking at her, Hansehi thinks, what else to expect from a nine-tailed fox? She can so easily gain favor. A sign with the tavern's name hangs. Standing beneath it, Sosori actively waves both hands at the old man, who, glancing back, waves at her in response with a hand gripping a club. The girl shouts for him to be careful. Pressing her hands to her stomach, Sosori says, she ate so much. Then she asks the guy standing nearby, now are they going to take the bead? She bombards Hansehi with questions. How does he plan to do it? With force or steal it? She warns him not to expect help from her. Turning his back to her, the guy replies that he never intended to use her for such a thing. The corners of the girl's lips drop down as she says, now she says use without hesitation. She asks, maybe they will call it cooperation? Sosori sees a happily smiling young couple walking down the street, holding hands. She watches how the large palm of the man gently holds the small hand of his companion. Sosori sadly lowers her head. Looking back, the guy anxiously asks, what's wrong? The girl reaches out and gently wraps two of his fingers. Smiling, Sosori says, if they walk like that, then maybe she will help him. Sharply pulling back his hand, Hansehi shouts, he doesn't need her help. He freezes with his hand stretched forward while the smiling girl continues to touch his palm as if drawn by a magnet. The guy waves his hand again, trying to free himself, but the laughing Sosori, showing wonders of flexibility, continues to touch his palm. He raises his hand above his head, but the girl does not back down. It seems she likes this game. Continuing to stand with his hand raised, Hansehi slightly brings his face closer to Sosori's face, asking, see, how does she do it? She doesn't even hold his hand, but she doesn't let go. Winking, the girl asks, isn't this the power of love? The guy with a grimace of disgust on his face says, enough. He, sharply throwing his hand forward, demands, stop talking nonsense. But the laughing girl, moving synchronously with him, continues to touch his palm with her palm. Making several sharp movements, he manages to free himself by pushing Sosori away. The girl, beside herself with rage, shouts, hey, does he really not like holding her hand that much? Holding out his palm in front of him, Hansei says, it seems this will help in sword fighting training. He suggests trying again, but let her move faster. Crossing her arms over her chest, Sosori, without looking at him, breathes out angrily, I won't. Turning away, the guy replies, well, as you wish. Smiling mockingly, the girl says that without her help, it will be difficult for him to take the bead. Hansei throws over his shoulder that he is not alone. There is a person who will help him. The sign says Residence Fenmoun. The warrior who opened the gates asks, whom are they looking for? The guy says his name is Hansei. He is indebted to a person named Kang Jino. Is he here? The girl silently stands nearby. The warrior says, so he is talking about the elder? Hansei replies, it seems that by now he has become the elder. He adds that he did not arrange a meeting but wants to see him. The warrior answers that the elder is a busy man, so he cannot say for sure. Let them wait here. The gates close, leaving the guy and the girl outside. Sosori says, it seems this is a famous place. Although the door was half open, she felt that there were many people inside. Hansei replies, this place is very famous. Raising her head to the sign, the girl says, Residence Fen? She complains that the letters of northern countries are so complicated. Hansei corrects her. It is Fenmoun. He adds, but 50 years ago it was called Fenshohan. He tells that Dongchan and Fanshohan have long opposed each other for the title of the best in sword fighting. The discord was started precisely by the people from Dongchan, claiming that two residences cannot have the syllable Chan in their names, meaning sky. They decided that as a result of the battle between the elders, the losing side would remove a syllable from the name. The guy finishes the story. Pyeongchon lost and became Pyeongmun. The defeated elder, unable to bear the shame, committed suicide. Hansei adds, after that, Pyeongmun began to gradually fall apart. Looking at the sign, he says, but lately it seems to be regaining its former fame. At that moment, the gates open. A joyful voice is heard. How much time has passed? Smiling elder Gino adds, long time no see. The girl looks with surprise as the guy, bowing respectfully, greets the man, calling him Brother Gino. Straightening up, the guy says, he became an elder. Straightening his shoulders, the man replies, as you can see. Hansei asks, could he listen to his request? The elder replies, it seems he has something urgent since he says this, even though they haven't seen each other for several years. The guy assures that it is indeed urgent. Sergeant Gino says, well, he is listening. Kansehi asks to be given Aiju. Sergeant Gino silently looks at the guy. He suggests he come through, saying that it is better for them to talk inside. Behind him, 2 warriors are visible. Kansehi and Sosori follow him through the courtyard past the gathered warriors. The girl feels out of place. The gates behind them are locked with a bolt, and a warrior slides a wide beam into the brackets. They are immediately surrounded by a crowd of warriors. Sosori asks the guy, what does this mean? He said this man would help them. Sergeant Gino advises Kansehi not to be foolish. He knows perfectly well what he is capable of with his students. Rolling up the sleeve of her blouse, Sosori asks with a predatory smile, oh, capable of what? The girl asks the guy, can she help him? What does he think? Kansehi's hand grasps the girl's bare wrist. He says, then let her help. The girl looks confused. She clearly did not expect such a reaction. Holding her hand, the boy asks her to behave quietly. He adds, please. Sosori looks at him in amazement. He asked her for something for the first time. Suddenly pulling her hand away, she shouts, don't grab like that! But he doesn't let go of her wrist, and they freeze like that with their arms stretched forward. Smiling crookedly, Sosori looks at the boy and says, wow, did he learn so quickly? Letting go of her hand, Hansehi replies, he just observed her actions and continuously trained in his mind. Looking into the girl's eyes, he asks her again to behave quietly, suddenly turning away so that even her braid flew up in the air. Sosori says, she doesn't like it, but since he asks, well, she will obey. Hansehi unbuckles the sword sheath from his belt and throws it on the ground. Sergeant Gino says, good, and orders to put them in the dungeon. People crowd at the gates leading into the city. From the gates comes a voice demanding to show a pass. The upset Bottle asks, since when is it necessary to show a pass here? The senior guard answers, since this morning, or at least let him show the feudal lord's name badge. The young man replies, but he is a shaman. How could he have a badge? A man standing behind Bottle shouts, hey, hurry up! Can't they see? People are waiting here? The guard states, if there isn't even a badge, then passage is not allowed. Let him prepare everything necessary and come back. The shaman mentally curses. He is in such a hurry. Where is he supposed to get all this? From behind the guards, a girl calls out to him, brother! Folding her hands in prayer, Sobuk, in modest clothing, asks to forgive her for being late. She explains that she waited for him since dawn, but he came at the moment when she had to leave briefly. Smiling broadly, Bottle thanks her for coming. Mentally, he wonders, who is she? The girl, handing papers to the senior guard, says that this is his pass. The man replies, everything seems correct. He allows the young man to pass. Bottle walks beside the modestly downcast-eyed girl. The shaman casts a thoughtful glance at his companion. Smiling, he says, probably he knows her. The girl answers that they used to study with a hermit. The young man was very young then. She asks, doesn't he recognize her? The shaman thinks for a moment, then says that he finds it difficult to remember people's faces and names. The girl's face becomes sad. Drenched in sweat, Bottle thinks, trouble. He does not remember her. Lowering her head, the girl says that she will not be upset about this. He had been cold to her before. She always only watched from afar, so he treated her that way. Grabbing his elbow and smiling, the girl suggests going faster. She says she waited for him a lot and prepared a lot of food. Bottle says confusedly, food? The young man asks, how did she know that he would come here? Taking him by the arm, the girl replies, does he really not remember anyone at all? Does he have no connection with people? Bottle confusedly repeats, connections. With people? The shaman remembers himself as a boy. His little fist is squeezed by small hands. The girl sitting on the floor holds his hand with both hands. Opening her eyes, she says that the brother has no connection with people. Pulling his hand away, he asks, then what is he connected with? From sorrow, tears well up in the girl's eyes. She asks, did he get angry? She just said what she sees. The boy demands that she say what he is connected with. The girl does not rush to answer, then still says, well, she answers, tiger, and imagines an angry beast's face with eyes shining with blue light. As if in a dream, Bottle hears her voice. He has a connection with the tiger. Turning his head to his companion, he says that he remembered. The shaman says that she is Sobok. The girl, looking him in the eyes, smiles. Bottle adds, a very good predictor. He exclaims, how she has grown. Sobok answers, yes, she asks, grown up a lot? Then says that she would like to be a child forever. The shaman says, so much time has passed. But in childhood, he did not see such an expression on her face. He adds, smiles. It seems things are going well. Sobok looks at him in surprise. The girl replies, ah, of course, she is doing well. Smiling joyfully, the shaman says that is wonderful. He reminds, she seemed to be talking about food. Then he suggests going faster, saying he is hungry. Sobok, continuing to hold his arm, points the way with her free hand, saying they need to go in that direction. The girl's hand tightens, crumpling the fabric of Bottle's shirt. She suggests going faster. A shadow passes over Sobok's face as she adds, brother! A small house with a thatched roof stands on the outskirts, surrounded by the greenery of trees. Behind them, mountain peaks are visible. Bottle's teeth sink into a chicken drumstick. Ulkachki eats quite messily, crumbling the flatbread and opening her mouth wide. With her mouth full, she grumbles discontentedly, human food is so salty. The shaman replies, she says that, but she is eating heartily. Ulkachki shouts that she eats to get better. Bottle replies angrily, shielding himself with his hand from crumbs flying from her mouth. Then she should not talk and be grateful for being treated. He turns to Sobok sitting next to him, telling her not to listen to Lady Ulkachki. Everything is very tasty. The three of them settled around a low round table. The girl, smiling, answers that it is an honor for her to set the table for Sansin, and she asks the young man, calling him brother, not to worry. The shaman thanks her and says that he has come from afar, so he is very hungry. He bites again into the chicken leg. Sobok asks, will they go to Chogabon? Smiling, Bottle answers that nothing can be hidden from her, and she confirms her assumption. Correct. The girl says that at the entrance they started requiring passes. This is related to the fact that something has been happening around Mr. Cho lately. Dangerous. The shaman agrees, saying that she is right. It is a dangerous matter. Sobok asks to be told everything. She really wants to know about it. Still chewing, Okachi watches as he decisively places the uneaten leg on the plate. Bottle says, Aichu, he came for him. Sobok does not hide her surprise. Aichu? Ulkaki says to the young man, is that even possible? He answers that everything is fine. Sobok's abilities can help them. Above the table with empty plates, the shaman's voice is heard. The people of Danshong are killing Sansons and Tokabi. Sobok says, it seems they are also looking for H2. That's why they are doing this. Glancing at Ulkachki, who continues to chew something thoughtfully, Bottle agrees, yes, that's right. The girl says, they are chasing people from Danshong because they kill Sansons? Bottle answers, yes, Lady Ulkachki also suffered because of them. Looking at him, Sobok says that the little brother has not changed at all. Lowering her head, she adds that he was always interested only in this. He despised people who mocked the gods and destroyed ghosts. The girl says that he never noticed those who were nearby. Bottle asks, how did she live all this time? From the shabby little house, the voice of Sobok is heard, how he himself sees it. When he and the mentor left her, she remained alone. The shaman asks, is it hard to live here? He says that with her abilities, one can get rich. What happened? Sobok, resting his head on his hand, replies with a sad smile that she cannot accurately predict the future for people and has even been slapped several times for telling the truth. Bottle says with sympathy, she had a hard time. He thinks it seems she suffered while he was away. The girl answers that she is already used to it. Enough talking about her. Her hand is searching for something in the waste bag. She extends several small, silvery peas on her palm. Bottle asks, what is this? Sobok explains. She made it from gravel from the goat trail, and now she will predict the future. The girl clenches the peas in her fist and closes her eyes. Bottle and Okachi do not take their eyes off her, frozen in anticipation. Sobok throws the peas in front of her. The shaman watches how they roll on the floor, thinking that their movements are different. For some reason, Sobok used gravel. The peas freeze. Sobok asks, is their mentor dead? Bottle answers, ah, yes, he forgot to tell her about it. A lot of time has already passed. Leaning over the peas, the girl says, it seems he was with him then. The shaman says, no, the mentor died alone. He asks, and what? Sobok asks, really? She sees that someone was with the mentor when he was dying. She thoughtfully says, maybe she misunderstood the prediction. Bottle says that he saw him already after death and cannot say for sure. He asks, is there anything else? Sobok, looking him in the eyes, says, recently he had an amazing encounter. Remembering Sosori and Hansei, the shaman, crossing his arms on his chest, answers, he thinks she can be called that. The girl clarifies, yesterday, the young man is surprised. What? Ulkashi reminds him that yesterday he met that guy. Glancing at the broom lying on top of his things, Bottle says, exactly. Sobok, gathering peas, says that she envies him. It seems that people who constantly meet new people live an interesting life. She adds that she wants to meet someone. The girl clenches the peas in her fist. Sobok throws the peas on the floor again. Her eyes widen. She cannot hide her surprise. The shaman says, a meeting with someone you can rely on? Did he understand correctly? Although he cannot say for sure. He asks the girl, and whose future is this? Sobok clenches the peas in his fist. She says that she dropped them by accident, and adds, it seems even he needs to practice in predictions. Rising, Sobok suggests having some tea. She says it will be more pleasant to talk that way. The young man agrees. Leaving the room, Sobok freezes. She looks at the trembling fist in which peas are clenched and thinks, will she meet someone she can rely on? Someone like that with her. Frowning, the girl thinks that something like that definitely cannot happen to her. The fist knocks demanding at the gates. A shout is heard, come out! The warrior, pulling out the bar holding the gate leaves closed from the slots, is surprised. Who is causing such a commotion at the Feman gates? Finally, he opens the gates and peeks outside. Before him stand guards, sternly looking at him. A kick knocks the warrior off his feet and forces the gate leaves to swing open. A man whose red clothing differs from the blue attire of the ordinary guards says that a criminal is hiding here and orders to find him. The response is yes. The guards burst into the courtyard of the Feman residence. They are immediately surrounded by warriors. The man in the red caftan exclaims, they fear nothing. Could it be that they intend to stop Ho-Un-Sik himself, the governor of Daishan? Armed with swords, the warriors glare at him gloomily. Sergeant Gino asks, on what occasion has the governor come to them? The man introduces himself. He is the chief sergeant of the Fenmum residence, Kang Jino. Pointing at him with a finger, Ho-Un-Sik says, a report has been received that there is a person here who killed a large number of people near the Kahin Pond. Danshan informed us about this. Sergeant Gino asks again, Danshan? The governor shouts, he knows they are hiding someone. If they do not hand over the criminal, a search will be conducted. The sergeant says that Ho-Un-Sik recently arrived in Daechon. Maybe he misunderstood something. This is not Kangsong. Meanwhile, more warriors are joining them. Sergeant Gino, behind whom stands a large detachment, asks, do they know where they are invading now? The frightened governor is outraged. What? He dares to threaten the official Donka? Gino states that he knows perfectly well what relationship Danshan has with Fenman, but he cannot just let them in. The sergeant, whose face darkened, adds, let it be passed on to the people from Danshan. If they have business with him, let them come in person. Suddenly turning around, he throws over his shoulder to the governor. Then they will have no problems. Ho-Un-Sik hisses angrily, miserable sergeant. Gino, without looking back, moves away from the scene of the incident. Sunguk, who met him, says, wow, he can be so scary. Those fools probably wet their pants. Grinning, the sergeant replies, what a misfortune. He adds, Abshiz, but Sunguk can give them a couple of their training pants. He replies that he will do just that. The men laugh cheerfully. Gino orders Sunguk to deal with all this. The response is, yes, understood. Han Sehi, in his assigned cell, sits in the lotus position, eyes closed. A voice calling his name reaches him, and he opens his eyes. On the other side of the bars stands Sergeant Gino. The guy says, he has come. The man asks to forgive him for how things turned out. Han Sehi replies, he thought the sergeant had a reason for that. Gino confirms his assumption. Yes, there was an order for his arrest. The governor Daechan just came. They got off lightly with him, but he does not know when he will return again. The guy says, I see, he caused them trouble. The sergeant interrupts him with a question. How has the guy been all this time? When he heard about the blue waters, it was already late, so his fate remained unknown. Rising from the floor, Han Sehi replies, a long story. He suggests talking about it later. They have no time now. They need to find the Yaitshu quickly, who are with Cho Gabon. The guy approaches the grill. The sergeant asks, "What did the official Cho say? Who told him that?" Han Se-hee answers, "Dokaibi." Sergeant Gino replies he does not understand what the guy's talking about. Did he dream this in his sleep? Kun Seki asks, has he ever lied to him? The man says, and indeed, in childhood he preferred silence. Under the prison vaults his voice sounds, but he is responsible for guarding official Cho. If Han Se-hee intends to do this, then he will have to fight him. In response, it sounds he does not want this either, so he is asking him for help. The guy says the sergeant used to say that he owed him his life. He came to collect that debt. Gino answers that he does not know why the guy needs Eichu, but everything related to official Cho is much more valuable than his own life. After all, Donghei's fate depends on him. Kun Seki asks, does he mean that Donghei's fate depends on the old official, intoxicated with power? The elder answers correct. He says that he has the strongest army in Donghei, which has enough strength to attack Kansen, where the royal family lives. And all this is only possible because of the wealth and power of the official Cho. He adds, there are no uprisings now, although the royal power has weakened, and neighboring states do not try to seize Donghei because they are afraid to get involved with Daechan. Kun Seki asks, then official Cho should become king? The sergeant answers he has enough strength. If Chogaban wanted, he could easily create a new country here. Gino says that he has no desire to gain more power. Therefore, official Cho left politics and came here. So Sori, sticking her head through the bars of the neighboring cell, says, that's interesting. Smiling, the girl asks, what does Cho Gebin want? The sergeant asks the guy, who is this girl? Maybe he will introduce her? She addresses him as if they are old acquaintances. Han Se-hee says that she is a nine-tailed fox. Her name is So Sori. Gino, smiling and trying to be kind, says calling her lady. He apologizes. The situation was urgent, so they overdid it a little. Smiling kindly, So Sori assures him that everything is fine. The food is tasty, the blankets are clean. Although it would be better if they were placed in the same cell. The sergeant replies that here women and men live separately. Or maybe they... So Sori blushes, lowers her eyes, and covers her burning cheeks with her hands. She says, although they are not spouses, everything else is like that. Han Se-hee says, just ignore her. He suggests continuing their conversation. The girl angrily exclaims, hey! The sergeant says that official Cho is only interested in sexual relations. People who lose interest in money and power become obsessed with sex. He adds that he even committed murders for this. So Sori asks, killed? Why? Han Se-hee answers her. There was a woman whom Chogebin raped. She became pregnant and decided to give birth to this child. But the officials set wild dogs on her, because in the future this could become a problem. Gino says in surprise, how does he know about this? The guy silently looks at him. The sergeant says that since he became responsible for his security, such cases no longer happen. Now the official pays them money and leads an idle lifestyle. The girl says, it seems that he trusts him very much. After all, no one would want to be controlled like that. Gino, clenching his hand into a fist, replies that he almost died several times arguing with the official, but still brought everything to this state. He mentally adds, although some shaman is interfering with him. Throwing his head back and looking the guy in the eyes, the man says he will not say that his methods are right, but this is the best way to protect people. Han Se-hee silently looks at him. So Sori says that she wants to break this grate and find out everything, but she will tell him something. The girl adds, the person who has the HQ is definitely abnormal, and soon nothing will remain of the sergeant's control. Gino, frowning at her, thinks, this girl is also sure that the HQ is with official Cho. The guy, calling him Brother Gino, says that he will ask him again. Han Se-hee asks the question, where is the HQ? The sergeant answers that he really does not know and suggests to finish it here. The guy, bowing in a bow, says that he understood him. Heading to the exit, Gino replies, well then let him rest. The dungeon door closes behind the sergeant. So Sori asks Han Se-hee, is he okay? Is he feeling bad because the sergeant didn't help? The guy answers, no. Gino said what he wanted to hear. He doesn't know where the HQ is. Snapping his fingers, So Sori says, by the way, if the person controlling Chogebon doesn't know this, there aren't many places left to hide the HQ. The guy answers, right. Tonight he will go for the peril. The rays of the setting sun illuminate Han Se-hee's cell, who is quite comfortably settled on the mattress. The guy thinks about where the ice Jew is and how to take it. Will he really have to fight with Brother Gino? He turns onto his back and continues to ponder. Looking at the ceiling, the people from Danshung are in Daechon. Does he need to fight them too? Where did Suribi go? A question reaches him. What? Can't sleep? If he acts at night, he needs to sleep now. Han Se-hee raises his head and looks at the girl in the neighboring cell. So Sori lies on her stomach, resting her head on her hands. She asks, what? He has a face as if he wants to ask her something. Lowering his head onto the pillow, Han Se-hee answers that it seemed to her. The girl says, there he goes again, acting like that. Sitting on the mattress, Sosori says, he definitely wants to ask. But she doesn't know what exactly, and she acts like an ordinary person. The boy lying with closed eyes absent-mindedly repeats, ordinary person? The girl replies, yes, after all, every person has something in life that causes them suffering. Han Se-hee opens his eyes and thinks, the question he wants to ask. He wanted to do it many times, thoughts get tangled, and it annoys him. He wonders, what was he going to ask? Covering her legs with a blanket, the girl says, if he doesn't want to, then let him not speak. His voice reaches her. There was one place, blue waters. So Sori is surprised. She did not expect to hear anything from him. The boy continues speaking. There he grew up and learned everything. One day monsters taking human form attacked blue waters. Later he found out that they were servants of Danshong. Han Se-hee covers his eyes with his elbow-bent hand. His hand trembles as he says, everyone died. The teacher who raised him, his friends, and even his beloved girl. Everyone. So Sori looks at him with sympathy. She asks, does he think they died because of him? The guy does not answer, covering his eyes with his hand. He wonders, why tell her about his past? She is Sanshin. For revenge, he just needs to absorb her to gain power. He remembers a little girl whose name translated as Frost, the young mistress of ManhwaCapped. He jumps up and shouts loudly, trying to drown out the memories. He looks at his hands in horror. Tannen, lowering his eyes, says he will meet the one who grants the solution. Worried. Sori, pressing against the bars, asks, what is it? Is he okay? Han Se-hee says, so sorry. The girl asks, what? The guy says that in the evening he will go look for Hu. He adds that she can leave him. So Sori replies, what is he saying? Is it because she refused to help him before? She was just joking. Han Se-hee, without raising his head, Mom, seriously. Looking at her, he says that he will have to kill her when he gets the weapon. So let her go far away so that she cannot be found. He needs to hunt the Sanson, and if she wants to stop him, suddenly turning away from her, he adds, then let her kill him now. With sadness, Sosori says, yesterday's soul wished for only one thing. She wanted her story to be heard. She adds that Han Se-hee is the same. He really wants to say something, but because of the suffering, it becomes hard for him to breathe. The guy, having turned away from her, continues to sit motionless. For a few moments, the girl silently looks at him. Realizing that the conversation is over, Sosori also turns away and sighs. She lowers her head, closes her eyes, and freezes. The guy, continuing to sit motionless, is also silent. Outside the window, it quickly gets dark. Han Se-hee glances at the girl lying in his cell. Sosori lies with her eyes closed, and it seems that she is sleeping. The guy looks at her for a few moments, no longer hiding. The sun sets behind the mountain peaks, leaving the small hut in darkness. The knife blade passes over the whetstone. Bottle carefully examines the blade. Ulkachi, holding a broom and looking at it attentively, says to the shaman sitting behind her, it seems this guy has already recovered. He is probably a very strong Dokaibi. Looking back at the young man, she asks, by the way, did that girl go for tea and hasn't returned yet? Bottle, in front of whom on a piece of cloth lie the whetstone and knives, answers, it seems so. Ulkashi wonders, can she be trusted? She feels that the girl is hiding something. The shaman, thoughtfully looking at the ceiling, says he doesn't even know. He remembers little about her. A question reaches the teenage Bottle. Do they really need to go? He answers a question with a question. Why is she asking? In response, he hears quietly spoken words. Just a girl about the same age, almost wringing her hands held before her, adds, just like that. Suddenly turning away from her, he says, enough talking. He has many things to do. She rushes to him and grabs his hand. With tears in her eyes, the girl asks, then, can they take her with them? Pulling his hand away, Bottle shouts, what is she carrying? He is not going to play games, and he cannot take such a burden with him. The confused girl freezes, holding her hands in front of her. Tears stream down her eyes. Bottle leaves without looking back, and she continues to stand there. Tears flow down the girl's cheeks, and from her lips escapes, brother. Sobok, seeing nothing because of the tears, says, Bottle, brother? The shaman, recalling that distant farewell, almost cries himself. Ulkashki asks, did he remember something? Bottle answers, it seems he did not act very well. Crossing her arms on her chest, Lady Soroka exclaims, is that so? She asks. What was his character like before meeting her? What did he do? The shaman answers a little embarrassed. Well, he thought she was fine, but now, he says that Sobok fell from the mountain and was covered in bruises. She begged him to take her with him, but his path was very dangerous. So he deliberately behaved harshly to push her away. At that time, he thought it was a cool thing to do. Ulkashki calls him names, which surprises the shaman. Even like that, Mrs. Soroka demands, then let him apologize to her. It is never too late to do so. The young man agrees, yes, he needs to apologize. Ulkashki says, although she doesn't even know if such a heartless child can apologize. Looking away to the side, Bottle replies, enough. He is trying. The voice of Sobok reaches him. Brother Bottle. A girl's voice is heard from behind the door. Let him come out. A person has come who will help them. Bottle hurries to the call with the words, a person who will help? In the rays of the setting sun, he sees Sobok smiling, next to whom stands the little shaman Sanmi. Slightly tilting his head to the shoulder, Bottle asks, and who is this child? Will she help them? The girl, smiling radiantly, says, nice to meet you. She adds, her name is Sanmi. Ulkashki, who came out after the shaman, is surprised. Huh? This girl? Bottle, looking back at her, asks, does she know her? Sanmi, smiling sweetly, exclaims, ah, Mrs. Ulkashki, they have met again. Mrs. Soroka says that this girl attacked her on the mountain pass. The shaman says so. Sanmi is involved in the killing of the Takabi. He says he smells blood here. At this time, warriors surround the hut, and one of them stands on the roof right above the shaman. Bottle, descending from the porch, puts on the shoes standing on the step. He asks Sobok, why is she treating him this way? The girl answers, and themselves. They knew her and so easily believed all this. Looking at him sternly, Sobok says, when they studied with the hermit, does he even know what she had to go through? Shyly lowering his head, the shaman admits that he does not remember this. Sobok shouts angrily, exactly. After all, for him, she was always a nobody, like small grass or a pebble on the path. Pressing his hand to his chest, the shaman admits, he really has such a side. He asks, is that why she brought these people? Then adds, they are destroying Donkey's life force. Rage distorts Sobok's facial features when she shouts, and what now? What has Donkey done for her? Bottle, shyly lowering his head, says, if she thinks so, then he has nothing to say. The girl shouts to the warriors, what are they standing for? Let them grab this man as soon as possible so he doesn't spout nonsense. Sanmi, waving her hand, says, well, all right. Obeying her order, the warriors rush forward. Men armed with swords come out from behind the corners of the hut. Raising his leg, Bottle says, so many people have gathered to catch them. He forcefully puts his leg down on the ground. A stream of power crashes down on the warriors, forcing them to stop. Sanmi, taking a fighting stance, also demonstrates her strength. Directing the flow of energy at the enemy, she mentally asks herself, is this displacing magic? Incredibly powerful energy flows emanate from the Sobok courtyard. The warriors are seized by an involuntary tremor. One of them exclaims, his body. The second, trying to stay on his feet, says, oh, what is this? Sanmi mentally wonders, not knowing spells, to use such magic. Bottle rushes forward swiftly. The shaman throws his hand forward, attacking Sanmi. The young shamaness, recoiling backward, immediately launches a counterattack. Approaching Bottle, she says, his skills are amazing. He almost killed her. Clenching a knife in his hand, the shaman replies, she may not say it, he knows himself. He believes he delivered the perfect strike and understands that the girl is far from ordinary. Behind Sanmi appears Sergeant Oh Hensok. The man says, and he fights well. A red aura flares around the sergeant as he asks, is this the shaman bottle? His energy crashes down on the shaman, frozen with a knife in his hands. The young man, rubbing his neck with his hand, mentally wonders, who is this person? It feels as if a knife was stuck in the back of his head. Standing behind him, Okachi exclaims, it's him, the head of Danchan. She has seen him. He has the power of the deceased. A voice sounds, is this his snack? Bottle and Okachi freeze. Looking back, they see on the roof of Neuromir's house. The dragon says, and the magpie he didn't eat that time is here. Neuromir jumps from the roof, on which besides him, there are also warriors. Ulkachi says, he appeared. This boy. Neuromir's landing makes the ground tremble. The dragon's eyes shine with golden energy. He shouts that this time he will not let go. Bottle assesses the situation. Behind is the shamaness and the man with the power of the deceased. The young man shifts his gaze to the new opponent, mentally saying, and there is a dragon in front. The shaman turns to the mistress of the house saying, Sobok? Bottle says, maybe he will die here, so now he will tell her something. He would like to talk about it over a cup of tea, but as it turned out, he has no time. The girl responds, she is listening. Looking at her face, the shaman asks for forgiveness for everything. A confused expression appears on Sobok's face. The girl shouts, what is he apologizing for? He doesn't remember anything. These useless words are not needed now. Ashamed, Bottle lowers his eyes and answers, it's true. At that time, he was focused on something else and doesn't remember the details. But he feels that he treated her badly. He asks to forgive him for apologizing so late. The girl's body shakes with a strong tremor. She says, and now? Sobok explodes with a scream. He thinks she is okay? Not at all. Looking at her with pain, Bottle thinks. The expression is either angry or sad. Now he understood. He never had interest in women because her face constantly appeared before his eyes. Taking gloves out of the waist pouch, he thinks that although he was faster than the others, he neglected this area. Putting on the gloves, he says that she is right. He doesn't think it is so easy to forgive him. They need more time to talk. Taking a fighting stance, he adds, therefore he will definitely survive and apologize to her properly. His voice reaches the Soboks. It's dangerous here. Let her move away further. The girl runs away silently and the shaman prepares to fight. Neuromir rejoices, loudly wishing himself a good appetite. Laughing joyfully, he attacks the shaman in a jump, raising his fist clenched above his head. Neuromir's fist hits the youth's cheekbone. The speed and strength of the dragon are simply incredible. Bottle cannot react in time. The dragon, around which streams of energy swirl, waves its arms left and right. But something makes him stop, and he exclaims, what is this? Showering the opponent with insults, he tries to resist the flow of power that has fallen upon him. Losing spatial orientation, the dragon vigorously turns his head around, shouting, where is the shaman? He will devour him. Turning his head back, he sees how Ukachi, flapping its wings, flies away. The fire literally explodes the space around. Amulets whirl in the air, surrounded by flames. Sanmei is clearly impressed by what is happening. Ukachi looks back at Badil, who says this is splitting magic. And usually he uses 3 scrolls. The shaman looks extremely composed. His hand is wrapped in flames. In Ukachi's eyes are anxiety and doubts. Lady Soroka flies away. The young shaman watching her sighs sadly. Missed it. Sanmi asks Bottle, has he decided to save Lady Okachi and die instead of her? Smiling, the shaman waves his hand, in which he holds an energy lasso. He says, he thinks she is confusing something. His voice reaches the shaman and the elder. He is a hunter who has been hunting them for so long. Neuromir frowns angrily when the shaman says, he just wanted Lady Okachi to be far from the dangerous place. Clenching a shining stream of red energy in his hands, Bottle says, well, the time has come. He will avenge the Sansen and the Dokebi. Covering her smile with her palm, the shamaness says, he has a lot of power, but could it be that he thinks he can handle them? He is very overconfident. Neuromir hisses angrily. How dare he say that? Fiery energy envelops his body as he exclaims, some little human, to Neuromir himself. Fiery energy crashes down on the shaman. Covering with his hand, Bottle looks intently ahead, thinking, is this dragon energy? He feels his whole body going numb. He glances back. noticing the approaching warriors. The shaman realizes that because of this, his paralysis magic has stopped working. His hand squeezes the energy lasso tighter. He says, "Interesting." Bottle asks, "Does the dragon want to taste his power?" Neuromir shouts furiously, "No one interfere in this battle." The dragon attacks the shaman in a leap, but at the moment the fist crashes down on Bottle, he manages to jump back. Neuromir looks stunned at the young man landing a little distance away. From his lips comes, "What?" The shaman thinks the previous attack was the same. The dragon's power is immense, but the strikes are simple. Neuromir again lunges at Bottle, shouting, "Die!" The shaman's hand, around which an energetic lasso coils, rushes towards the dragon. A surprised expression flashes in Neurolimir's eyes as he realizes that his hand flies far above the target, and the opponent's fist is ready to strike him. The shaman throws his hand forward, striking the dragon. Screaming, Neuromir is thrown backwards by the youth. The blow tosses the dragon's body high into the air. With incredible force, Neuromir crashes to the ground. Waving the energetic lasso, the shaman says it's very simple, as if a raging boar attacks. He adds with a smile, "It's a pity the dragon's power will be lost." Bottle barely manages to crouch, and the elder's sword passes over his head. The shaman falls to one knee, and a hoarse breath escapes from his chest. Ugh! Ohensok raises his blade, taking a fighting stance. Bottle, holding a knife in one hand, holds the other hand in front of him, wrapped in an energy lasso. He asks, does he want to play with the sword? He is always ready. The sergeant, raising the blade above his head, rushes into attack. Bottle successfully parries his knife strikes. The blade striking the knife's edge causes sparks to scatter abundantly around the opponents. Ohensok, waving the sword, says, "It seems this shaman wields a sword." Bottle again successfully blocks the strike with the knife. The shaman, swinging, makes a short knife slash. The sergeant sees the knife rushing towards him. Ohensok deflects the knife with a blade swing. Red energy blazes around the rapidly flying knife. A moment later, the same red energy envelops the sergeant's body. Smiling Bottle says that he is good. He used a little magic since he is not a warrior. He orders the sergeant to stand still. Red energy enveloping, Ohensok's body fades. The shaman cannot hide his surprise. From his lips slips, "What?" The enemy's sword crashes down on Bottle. The sergeant delivers a slashing blow and for a moment freezes with the sword raised. The shaman manages to retreat, and the blow does not harm him. A girl's voice reaches him. It seems Lord Bottle forgot about her. Joyfully smiling San Mi, around whom red energy streams swirl, says, since she is here, he can consider his magic forbidden. Disconcerted Bottle says, "Cruel. How can one leave a shaman without magic?" At that moment, the dragon attacks him from behind. Bottle feels the force approaching him. Neuromir rapidly approaches the shaman, showering him with insults and threatening to destroy him. Bottle freezes, surrounded on all sides by warriors, the shamaness, and the dragon. A smile slides across his lips, and he says, "How interesting." Bottle says, "Well then, let him try." His hand is enveloped in a red glow. Folding his hands in front of him as if in prayer, he suggests having a proper good time. His body is enveloped in red-yellow flames. Han-Sehi lies on a mattress in the cell. The grate, illuminated by the setting sun, casts a shadow on his bed. The guy lies motionless. It seems like he is sleeping, but his eyes are slightly open. Songguk, opening the cell door, says that they are releasing him. He can come out. Sitting on the mattress, Han-Sehi asks, "Who is he?" The man explains that he is the deputy head of Faemun. His name is Hon Songguk. He came on the head's orders and will now open the second dungeon. So Sori, coming out of the cell and stretching her whole body, says, how well she slept. The man looks at her confused, asking, "What is this? When did he manage to open it?" The girl wonders, why is he looking like that? He should have let her out first. He didn't do that, so she opened it herself. Songguk, handing over a bundle and Han-Sehi's sword, says, "The head said they were deliberately put here. It seems to be true." He suggests the guy take his belongings. When the guy takes the sword and the bundle, Songguk says there is no time and suggests following him. A thin crescent moon is visible in the dark sky among a scattering of stars. Picking up her skirt, the hem of which is stained with dirt, Sosori says, what is this? Dirty water got on her new skirt." Making a disgusted face, Sosori asks, "Can't they take another path?" Songguk apologizes, saying there is only this one. Stopping in front of the tall stone fence, he says that they have arrived. Pointing to the door by which a guard stands, the man adds that they can exit through this door. Songguk says, "The chief said he is very sorry and sent this." He hands over a small bundle to Han Sehi. Unfolding it, the guy sees small ingots. Sori exclaims, "Wow, with this money she can buy herself any clothes she wants." The guy says, "Got it." He hands the pouch to the girl, saying, "Let her take it." She asks confusedly, "Huh? What does that mean?" Kan Seki replies, "Let her buy herself good clothes and wear them so that they emphasize her beauty." Sori says, "Wow, what is he doing?" As if saying goodbye, the guy's hand lowers onto the girl's shoulder. Kan Seki presses her to his chest. Then, stepping back a little and looking into her face, he says, "Yes, that's right. This is a farewell." From Sori's lips escapes, "What?" But the guy only presses her tighter to his chest. The girl asks, "What is he saying?" The guy steps back and, bowing his head, is silent for a few moments, worried and ready to cry. So Sori exclaims, "Hey, this is not funny at all. He should say that if he meets her again, he will kill her." Han Sehi, stepping back a step from her, says he is serious. Without raising his head, he adds that he has a request. So Sori asks again, "A request?" The guy says, "Whatever happens to him." He asks, "Will she go to the White Mountain Ime?" The girl asks confusedly, "White Mountain Ime? Why?" Han Sehi answers, "Manda, when she comes there, she will find out." He asks her to forgive him for being cold to her, and adds that it was an act. His attitude towards her, he falls silent, and so Sori asks, "Well, what is he?" The guy sharply turns around, turning his back to her. The girl, looking after the departing Han Sehi, asks him to wait. She is already ready to rush after him, but freezes upon hearing his voice. Looking back, Han Sehi smiles and thanks her for everything. So Sori blushes rapidly. She stands still, watching Han Sehi walk away. The guy, without looking back anymore, walks down the alley. Soon his figure is visible at the very end of the narrow street. Distressed, so Sori grabs her head, muttering, "Oh, he is leaving like this," and she cannot follow him. Songguk, standing behind her, says, "He has gone, but they are looking for him. What will she do?" So Sori sharply turns to him and shouts fiercely, "Let him wait a little. Doesn't he see what she is thinking?" The man recoils from her in fear. Looking at the pouch of money, the girl says, "He has gone mad." Located at the edge of the forest, Okachi peers into the distance, where flashes of fire are visible and dark energy rises to the sky. Lady Soroka is clearly worried. A mournful bodle slips from her lips. A small hut is engulfed in flames which are growing stronger. Some of the warriors continue to advance, while others are still trying to get back on their feet after the shaman's attack. Bottle, clutching an amulet in his hand, thinks that he is tired of fighting several opponents at once, and the amulets are running out. He glances at Sanmi, thinking that it is all because of her. She is the one preventing him from casting spells. The elder says, "Amazing. He did not know that there was a person in Donka who could use magic on such a scale." The man's eyebrows knit together at the bridge of his nose, as he says that in that case, he must match his skills. Evil smirking, the shaman waves the amulet clenched in his hand, saying, "Ha! And who asked him to hold back?" Mentally he curses, "Is that not all yet?" Behind him an angry dragon's voice is heard. Didn't he ask them not to interfere? Fiercely flashing his eyes, surrounded by bursts of fiery energy, Neuromir shouts that he will devour him now. Bottle covers his nose with his hand, saying, "Ugh, the smell of soybean paste. He said his attacks don't work." The shaman calls him a foolish dragon. With a wicked grin, he adds, "Ah, he is not a dragon without H2. Has he now become a water serpent?" Neuromir is beside himself with rage. With a loud cry, he rushes at the opponent, swinging his fist. The shaman, forming a fiery sphere between his palms, says that this boy learns nothing. He throws his hand forward, directing the fiery sphere at the opponent. Neuromir covers his face with his hand. Snorting angrily, he tries to see anything through the raging fire around his hand. The shaman asks, "Well, how?" He says that this fire even wounded the black tiger. The dragon hisses angrily, "Black tiger. Let him not compare him to him." Neuromir shouts fiercely that he is a dragon. Throwing his hand forward, his nails turning into claws, the dragon shouts that he is Neuromir. His hand grabs the stunned Bottle by the throat. The shaman struggles to breathe even a little air. Baring his grown fangs angrily and flashing fiery golden energy in his eyes, Neuralmere insults the shaman, saying that he has finally caught him. Sanmi laughs, as expected from the master. Let him devour him. Squeezing Bottle's throat harder, Neuralmere replies, fine, he will devour him. The dragon widely opens its rapidly transforming mouth, intending to fulfill its promise. Grabbing the opponent by the hand that is gripping his neck, Bottle barely manages to squeeze out. This is not the appearance of a dragon. This is a water serpent. Neuralmere, whose face has turned into a dragon's snout, shouts for him not to call him that. He is a dragon, and with Aitsu, he would be the strongest dragon. The shaman, barely stretching his lips into a smirk, says that dragons fly in the sky. They do not want to come down to the earth. If he devours people, then what kind of dragon is he? Bottle calls him an unworthy monster. The dragon's eyes blaze with golden flames overshadowing everything around. Neuralmere, not releasing the shaman's throat, waves his hand, lifting him above his head. The dragon throws Bottle to the ground with great force. A stream of blood bursts from the youth's mouth. Darkness thickens. The shaman lies on the ground, arms and legs spread wide. The dragon relentlessly advances on him. At this moment, the broom begins to move. Showering Bottle with insults, Neuralmere promises to make his death agonizing. The shaman replies, what a monster. A leaf falls onto his lips. Sanmi waves his hand, telling the dragon that he is not yet allowed to show his form. The dragon tries to object. The shamaness says, let her look at him. He can no longer do anything. Even a person can easily break his neck. Sanmi asks the dragon to look at her and breathe deeply. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Watching the dragon turn into a human, she says he is doing well. Neuralmere, having taken human form, exclaims, good, and now he will smash his head. The elder, silently observing what is happening, becomes alert. Blue energy strikes the dragon. Above them, Suribi, enveloped in blue energy and having taken human form, soars upward. With difficulty, the shaman turns his head, and seeing the Takabi flying over him, is surprised. Him? Suribi catches the young man. Neuralmere shouts angrily, him again. The alarmed elder exclaims, Sanmi! The shamaness, already swinging the amulet, exclaims, yes. The stakes rush toward the target. Bottle, cursing, thinks he needs to dodge. Sanmi, seeing that the stakes did not reach the target, exclaims in astonishment, what? The lady magpie, closing her wings, hovers in the air. Several feathers circle around her. Suribi carries away the shaman, who, looking back, shouts anxiously, Lady Ulkachi? Lady Magpie responds, Bottle. A purple five-fingered hand woven from energy reaches for her from behind. Ulkachi shouts, let it run away. The shamaness, Balsam Gamshawness, holding out her hand wrapped in purple energy flashes, says that she constantly interferes and irritates her, therefore. Sanmi shouts that she will put an end to this. Ulkachi looks back and sees a huge hand about to grab her. The purple hand clenches into a fist, but Suribi manages to grab Ulkachi by the wing and now swiftly runs away, carrying the shaman and dragging Lady Magpie behind. Looking at him, the shaman thinks, this guy? Suribi looks composed and rushes forward swiftly. Bottle thinks that he is far from an ordinary dokebi. Watching them leave, the shamaness says, she did not know that he was on their side. How did that happen? Neuralmere, standing next to her, trembles with barely restrained anger. Breaking away from his place and shaking his fist, he rushes after them, shouting, everyone stop! Sanmi exclaims excitedly, ah, Mr. Neuralmere. The elder, stopping near her and crossing his arms over his chest, says, it is not good that the shaman and dokebi have become allies. They will definitely become an obstacle. Behind their backs, a voice is heard. Let them think they are lucky. Sobok says, he fought like that because he did not expect an attack. If Bottle had been ready for it, they would definitely have suffered. Sanmi asks angrily, who allowed her to open her mouth? The sergeant says to the shaman to bring Neuralmere. The girl is surprised. What? Oh, Hensok says, the enemies are wounded, but they cannot underestimate them. What if Neuralmere starts the pursuit? There should be no flaws in their plan, so let her bring him. Sanmi hurries in the direction the dragon ran. Looking back, she says she understood and promises to return soon. The sergeant turns his head to the girl and asks, she is Sobok, right? He asks, can they start today? Sobok answers, as he wishes. Turning away, the man says that then he will prepare. The girl says, let him keep his word and not kill official Chogabon if she brings us. The sergeant interrupts her, saying he has heard enough. How long will she keep repeating this? Sobok answers, she just does not trust people. Oh Hensok casts a sidelong glance at her, then says, good habit. Sobok's hut continues to burn. Looking at the broken dishes, the girl kneeling down says, this time it turned out well. What a pity. She adds, there is still no person who can try this. In her memory, the man's face distorted by anger appears. She screams, calling this man uncle, saying she does not want to be a courtesan. The man replies, what is she talking about? Her mother left a debt of 2,000 yuan. She just needs to please the guests. She can't even do that. Sobok falls to her knees and grabs his trouser leg, begging, no! The man shouts for her not to talk nonsense and just work. With tears in her eyes, she admits that she loves one person, and next month she will have to receive a guest in bed. Please, she does not want this. Rage distorts the man's face. He asks, is she talking about that guy who studied with the hermit? Is she serious? She still goes to that shaman? The sobbing girl answers, he is not like that. She can now also tell fortunes and will earn money from it. She begs not to send her to the brothel. With a kick, the man throws Sobok away. He says, she is so obsessed with that hermit. She doesn't even remember who raised her. Leaning over the girl sitting on the floor, he adds, there is no choice. Pleadingly looking at him, Sobok says, what is uncle doing? Scattered clothes on the floor, sorrowful sobbing is heard in the room. Uncle looks contemptuously and says, ugh, disgusting girl. At that moment, the door bursts open. The man looks at the woman, sternly gazing at him and stammering says, dear, she asks, why is he so surprised? Squinting one eye, she looks at him attentively. Then she shifts her gaze to the girl wrapped in a blanket and says, Sobok? Her? The man rushes swiftly to the door, saying he needs to meet with Chkun Shek. The woman silently watches him leave. Sobok says, Aunt. The woman, grabbing a rolling pin, turns to her, saying, what? Even reached her husband? She is even worse than her sister. Crying, the girl shouts, no, Aunt! Uncle was the first to... Swinging the rolling pin, the enraged woman shouts for her to shut up. Beating Sobok, she shouts for her to die. Sobok looks at the broken dishes lying on the ground. Tears flow from her eyes and from her lips escapes. When she, looking at the fire-damaged dwelling, Sobok says, she still has tears, and she thought they were gone. The girl stands in front of the damaged little house, lowering her hands. She looks at the open chest in which there is a mirror and says, thank God this thing is intact. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Sobok says, I need to prepare. On the day her aunt beat her, she swore to take revenge. Sobok lights a candle and sits down on the ground, looking into the mirror. Her hand reaches for the jars standing in the chest. The girl sinks into memories. In fact, she hesitated. It is the fear of a person who lives for revenge. The death of her sister made her think. If he stops her, if he takes her away from here. She wanted to forget everything and run away. Young Bottle asks in surprise, why can't he go? She grabs his hand and begs, Brother Bottle, please. Not letting go of his hand, she asks, then let him take her with him. Just don't leave her here alone. Bottle sharply pulls back his hand and shouts, what nonsense is she talking? He is not going to play games, and he cannot take such a burden with him. He leaves, and Sobok watches him go. Tears run down her cheeks like streams, and a quiet and hopeless whisper breaks from her lips. Brother. The sobbing girl desperately calls out, Brother, Bottle! But the young man walks down the road, not looking back and not showing that he heard her. Remembering how he goes further and further away, Sobok says, no one pays attention to her, no matter what happens to her. She feels only pain, and even Brother Bottle. Standing on the road and watching him go, Sobok, covering her ears with her palms and closing her eyes, says, now she wants nothing. Absolutely nothing. She opens her eyes, and anger distorts the features of her face. The girl says, nothing. She will kill them all. She remembers her uncle's distorted face when she pulled a long hairpin out of his body. The man looks at the girl sitting on the mattress next to him in a blood-stained shirt and with loose hair, frightened. In her hand, she clutches the hairpin stiletto with which she inflicted wounds on him. He asks fearfully, "What? What is she doing?" Sobok laughs. Apparently, he did not recognize her. How insulting. With a mad smile, the girl says, "By the way," she looks at him for the first time, raising her head. With mockery in her voice, she adds, "Uncle." The bloodstained man exclaims, "What? Sobok?" And this is her gratitude. With mad fury and a triumphant smile, the girl drives a hairpin into his chest. The first revenge. Laughter freezes on her lips. The first murder. She looks at her bloody, trembling hands, in one of which she still clutches the hairpin, and laughs again. But this is no longer a triumphant laugh. The fear that she had killed a person consumed her. But when she looked again at the face of her uncle, who died a torturous death, her fear disappeared. Looking at his blood-splattered face, she coldly and clearly says, "Ha ha." A satisfied smile slides across the girl's lips. Sobok feels satisfaction. She stands immersed in this feeling, rejoicing that she has carried out her revenge. Sobok stands on a high cliff, and the waves, thrown up, soar high above her head. On the girl's face, from which drops of water flow, a smile. She felt joyful excitement when she managed to push her aunt into the river. She remembers the bodies of men drowning in their own blood. She killed all who tormented her because of their animal desires. After that, they began searching for the killer of government officials. Hiding under a cloak, Sobok throws pebbles, which she uses for divination. They could not catch her because she knew the future. After so many years, she had one last revenge left, which she especially cherished. Sobok, dipping a finger into one of the jars, paints her lips with bright paint. Closing the jar, the girl says that everything is ready. She remembers the face of Bottle, who asks her to forgive him for the past. Sobok thoughtfully says, "Brother Bottle." Glancing at the burning candle, Sobok says, "It seems she will not be able to accept his apology." Taking off her clothes, the girl adds, "Because she does not have the right to do so." Remaining only in stockings and a jumpsuit consisting of a corset with short shorts, Sobok, clutching a caftan in her hand, says, "Sir, I am going." She asks him to wait for her. The girl, sticking a long hairpin into her hairstyle, says, "This is the last one." Putting on the caftan, she adds, "Revenge that will end her life." Chogoban Palace. High above the building, a thin crescent moon is visible. Sergeant Gino walks across the bridge. With surprise, he sees a huge humanoid muscular monster standing with his back to him, with a long tail and a frame of small wings. A black mane of hair descends from the head along the spine to the very tip of the tail. Gino recognizes Baru and asks, "What is he doing here?" Throwing a glance at him over his shoulder, the reptiloid answers, "What do you mean?" "He lives here. This palace was built for him by Chogabon." The sergeant is surprised. Is that so? He thinks, is that why so much fish was brought here recently? He looks at the wing skeleton and webbed paws of Baru. The sergeant thinks that he had suspected before that he was not human, and now he is sure of it. Gino mentally wonders, who exactly is he? Raising his head to the starry sky, Baru asks, "Did he hear that sound?" The sergeant asks, "What?" He heard nothing. Looking at the sky, Baru, in his usual abrupt manner, replies, "It is a battle. The sounds of fighting are not like those among ordinary people." Gino is puzzled. Not among people? Baru says, "Yes, he can feel it. Perhaps it is related to the man who was staring at him when he was in the pond." Gino asks, "Is he talking about Sergeant O. Hensok from Danshon?" Baru, without looking back at him, answers, "Correct. He is not human." The sergeant asks, "Then who? A ghost?" Baru says he does not know, then adds that he has lived 500 years but has never seen anything like this. The sergeant says this man was talking with an official about H-Jew. Baru exclaims, "What?" Gino says, Baru is probably aware that the H-Jew is with Chogabon. These people want to get it. Baru replies that he has waited 500 years and will not allow it. The sergeant, clearly unpleasantly impressed by his words, asks, "How long has he waited? Who is he?" Baru answers that he is a water serpent. Gino says he lent his power to an official to get the H-Jew, but the water serpent can simply take it, can't he? Baru throws a glance at the sergeant over his shoulder. He admits that he does not know where it is. Chogabon promised him that he would take the H-Jew when he dies. Gino, smiling, says, "So that promise, Yao." He thinks he hasn't heard such a thing in the world of betrayal for a long time. Even people don't say that. Looking back, the sergeant says, it seems Sobok has arrived. He adds that he needs to go. Gino, already intending to leave, suddenly turns to his interlocutor and says, if he has problems, he will help. He makes a promise. Baru, throwing a glance at him over his shoulder, replies, thank you. Smiling, the sergeant asks, what will he do if he gets the H2 and becomes a dragon? Looking up, Baru answers that he will definitely fly in the sky. The sergeant asks, is that all? Baru, continuing to stretch his face toward the stars, answers, yes, that's all. Gino says with a smile, if so, then he will wait for the day when Baru becomes a dragon. The crescent moon above the mansion briefly hides behind dark clouds. The female warrior searches Sobok, whose revealing outfit is only slightly covered by a cloak. The courtesan asks, how much longer will they keep searching her? She adds, let them search as much as they want. A light red haze emanates from the hairpin in her hair. Sobok says she has nothing. Buttoning up her cloak, the courtesan says that an official is waiting for her, so she will go. The female warrior asks her to wait. A shout reaches Sobok. Stop! The sergeant Gino standing before her says, she came again with that ornament on her head. He already told her not to take it. Looking at him, Sobok thinks that because of Gino, she has not been able to carry out her revenge for a long time. In 3 months, he has not once lowered his vigilance. Even the amulet that helps avoid encounters does not work. The girl says, how persistent. She asks, does he not like the hairpin or her personally? If he wants, he can take her. Gino replies that he would gladly do that. Only today he will report it to the official, and next time he will not let her through. Sobok says, as he wishes, and let him not forget to tell the official to give her a hairpin that will be much more beautiful than this one. She says, well, and decisively walks past the sergeant. Gino, looking back, watches her with his gaze. He orders the warriors to escort the girl to the official's room so that she does not turn anywhere. Sobok, accompanied by 2 warriors, stops at the threshold and, addressing the gentleman, reports that his girl has come. The warrior standing at the door says that she is late today. Then he orders her to come in quickly. The warrior accompanying her is surprised. Why late? It is only 1 o'clock at night now. The second warrior puts a finger to his lips, signaling him to be silent. Sobok answers, yes, she is already coming. The girl climbs the steps. She opens the door, thinking that having worked so long as a courtesan, she has realized something. One must be a rock. Looking at the man sitting on the sofa behind the low table, she mentally adds, a gentle one, suitable for climbing. Bending a knee, Sobok greets Chogebin, thinking at the same time, to hide her peak in the fog. The official, smiling joyfully, says, she has come? She thinks that people who have reached the top of the rock do not return there anymore. Leaving the table and heading towards the girl, the official says that he has been waiting for her so long. Approaching, Chogebon grabs her cloak with his hand, saying, let her come to him. Sobok's hand decisively falls on his hand. The official, looking into her eyes, asks, what is it? A thought flashes through her mind, to be a misty mountain. Slightly turning away, Sobok looks extremely upset. It seems another moment and she will cry. Mentally, she continues her monologue. It is necessary to give the appearance that he has risen, but not to show the summit. The girl pretends to wipe a tear from her eyelashes. The official anxiously asks, did she cry? Did something happen? She thinks. Then a person has the desire to climb again. With a saddened look, the girl says that she has her own past. It seems she has not told him yet. Smiling and reaching out his hands to her, the man asks, what is important in that past? Only what matters is that they are here. Let her come to him. Rising from the floor and turning away, Sobok says that she is a failure. She had to endure so many torments before meeting him. She admits that she has committed many terrible deeds. The girl throws off her cloak from her shoulders. The official standing behind her looks at her puzzled. Terrible deeds? What is she talking about? Sobok replies, if he finds out, he will be disappointed. Showing him her bare shoulder and not looking back at him, the girl says, a man loves a woman until he knows her past. The official, smiling, says, can one act like that? He is different from simpletons. The girl standing half turned to him, smiling mysteriously, says, she doesn't even know. She knows almost nothing about him. Chogebon replies that he also knows her poorly. She is the first woman to refuse to accept his gifts. Sobok, lowering his eyes, says, "One man abandoned her." The official asks in surprise, "Wow, are there even such cases?" Kneeling before him with a sweet smile, the girl answers that it was in childhood. She adds that today she met that man. Looking attentively into her eyes, Chogabon asks, "Is that why she was crying?" Untying the belt on his caftan, Sobok answers, "No, this time she turned away from him. Now she has her master." He, laughing heartily, replies, "Right, right. But then why was she crying?" Opening the caftan and exposing his skinny torso, Sobok asks, "Does he know a woman named Sojong?" The official, having lost his caftan, sits down, and the girl stands up and takes off his hat. He asks, "And who is that?" Sobok answers, "She heard that in the past he had a relationship with her." The girl lowers the hat to the floor. A man's dissatisfied voice reaches her. "Is she going to interrogate him?" Sobok reaches for a hairpin, saying, "But she told about her past. Now it's his turn." Smiling at her, Chogabon asks, "Why is she interested in knowing about this? Now he only has her, so let her go to him." Pulling out the hairpin, Sobok replies that she cannot help but be interested in this. Raising her hand above her head, in which she holds a sharp, long hairpin emitting a red aura, Sobok says, "It was her sister." The official, attempting to stand up, shouts, "What?" The girl plunges the hairpin into his chest. Blood spurts. Chogabon chokes on a scream and falls backward. A thought flashes through his mind. The body does not move, as if paralyzed. He realizes that this is not an ordinary hairpin at all. The man tries to call for help, but Sobok's hand covers his mouth. The courtesan, whose hair is splattered with blood, brings her face close to his and asks, does he remember now, the girl who was eaten by dogs along with her little child? She adds that it was her sister. Staring at her, the official mentally wonders, could he really die at the hands of this scum? He, the one who obtained Exu. It cannot be. Red sparks flare in his eyes. No, it cannot be. The girl's hand continues to cover Chogabon's mouth, and his eyes increasingly emit a red haze. The official's hands reach out to the girl, who clearly did not expect such active actions from him. His nails dig into Sobok's bare back. The girl arches in pain and clenches her teeth to hold back a scream. The warriors standing behind the door become alert. One of them says, "It seems he is more aroused today than usual." The second, yawning, replies, "Apparently the older he gets, the more energy he has." In the room, on the blood-soaked floor, scattered belongings lie around. The hairpin, which served as the murder weapon, lies in a pool of blood. A quiet, unhappy laugh is heard. Chogabun's blood-covered body shudders, and a moan escapes from his mouth. A girl's voice is heard. Without the magic-infused hairpin, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Sobok, covered in blood from head to toe, stands looking at the official's body convulsing. She says, but the murder will not cool her anger. She wants his torment to last long. Her hand tears open the man's abdomen, making him choke from pain. She says, what he values more than life. Sobok adds, so much that he even hides it inside his body. But there is no way in the world to hide the power of magic. Chogabun lies in the middle of the room in a pool of his own blood, and the girl sitting beside him tries to feel something inside his abdomen. Finally, she finds what she was looking for. In her palm lies a small, glowing sphere. Like a mesmerized, Sobok looks at her, realizing that this is a Yichu. She did not think that she was so small. Pressing the second hand clenched into a fist to her chest, she adds, and so beautiful. Seeing the shining sphere in her palm, the official finds the strength to rise. Fangs are visible in his mouth. He reaches for her, muttering, no, his Yichu. The girl immediately hides the H2 in her bra. She wonders, did he really swallow it along with the amulet? That's why she couldn't detect the H2 using her abilities. He is very clever. Sobok grabs his head with both hands, and he bares his fangs. Bringing her face close to him, the girl says, may the gentleman live very long. In a world without the precious H2, he must live with pain and regret. The official curses. The girl forcefully pushes him away, and he falls, hitting his head hard on the floor. His unnaturally elongated mustache flares up in the air. Deep scratches left by his claws are visible on the girl's back and arms. Sobok freezes for a moment near Chogebun sprawled on the floor, whose hands and feet show long, curved claws. The girl thinks, it seems the wounds on his back are deeper than she thought. Looking over the man, she realizes he has lost a lot of blood. Drops of sweat stream down her face. She thinks it is still early to go out, but she needs to hurry. The warriors still silently stand by the door. The girl, whose wounds are hidden by a cloak, steps out and carefully closes the door behind her. She moves away, accompanied by the gazes of the warriors. One of the guards says, "And they finish quickly." The second replies, "Apparently the old man overdid it today." Sobok, whose face is streaming with sweat, leaves, trying not to show her weakness. The warriors, chewing flatbreads, sit on the ground near the gates. Songguk asks, "Are there still hungry ones?" Sergeant Gino says that they do not know when the battle will begin, so let them eat well. He notices Sobok standing in front of the guards at the gate. The girl says she needs to go. One of the guards says, "And they finished quickly today. Let her wait a little." Sobok agrees with him. "Okay." Looking closely at her, Gino thinks, "This woman looks strange." The guard hands Sobok a pass and she thanks him. The sergeant, seeing that the girl is leaving, curses, "The guard let her through." Looking at the ground, Gino notices drops of blood trailing in a chain to the gates. The sergeant rushes forward, shouting to stop the girl and not let her leave. The guards are puzzled. What happened? Meanwhile, Sobok is running at full speed down the deserted street. The girl mentally showers Kanjino with insults. From Baru's mouth stick out birds' feet, tail, and wings. Throwing back his head, he swallows the bird. On the ground near his paws lie several fish and a bird carcass. Baru freezes, then turning his head to the side, looks at a distant bright glow somewhere beyond the fence. He says, "There. Isn't that Cho Gabon's room?" In the basin of water lies a blood-stained rag. Several more lie next to it. The bandaged official lies on the bed. Two doctors bustle around him. They look around the door in surprise, and one of them asks, "What's the noise?" They freeze when Baru appears in the doorway. The water serpent asks, "Gabon, what happened?" His huge paw, grabbing the official by the unbuttoned shirt, lifts him and shakes him. Leaning over Chogabon, Baru asks, "Has he died?" One of the doctors dares to say that he should not be held like that. Baru angrily shouts for him to shut up and pushes him away with his paw. While the second doctor rushes swiftly to the exit, Baru, holding the official by the chest, lifts him above the mattress, saying that he cannot just die like that. Let him tell him where the Aashu is, and then he can die. Chogabon barely utters, "Sobok." Baru asks, "What? Sobok?" The official explains that she took the Aashu and it needs to be found. He adds that Sobok threatened to destroy it. He tries to say something more, but the clawed paw loosens and he falls onto the mattress. Baru, running at full speed, shouts, "How dare she destroy his Aashu?" The guards standing before the door converse among themselves. One of them says, "It seems Baru went in there to kill someone. Can they just stand like that?" The second replies, "Even if they go in, what will change?" The guards are puzzled. What is going on here? Baru bursts out of the door, and the guards scatter fearfully in different directions. Wide-mouthed with fangs bared, the water serpent shouts that he will definitely find it. The guard at the gate asks the commander, "He heard that the official is in critical condition. What will happen to them?" The man, pressing his palm to his forehead, replies, "Better if he doesn't ask, his head is already spinning." He adds, "Like thunder out of a clear sky." Something catches his attention, and an astonished, "Huh?" slips from his lips. Looking at the running Baru, he says with surprise, "What is that?" The water serpent growls menacingly, "Out of the way!" It rushes past the commander, who recoils in fear. Baru speeds down the deserted street. From around the corner of the building, Kansehi watches him. His hand tightly grips the sheath with the sword, from which streams of black energy emanate. The guy thinks, so he is Sanson. Moreover, incredibly strong. With Aashu, he could defeat him. He turns his head and looks at the magnificent palace, thinking, "Now I need to find the pearl." He realizes that something is definitely happening here. Starting off, Kansei thinks that this works to his advantage. Sobok, laughing, runs swiftly down the street. Something makes the girl become alert. Running out from around the corner, she sees a squad of warriors. One of them, addressing the elder, says, "Well, it seems she has come." Ohensok, standing with arms crossed over his chest, replies, "Good. Let them act as they were previously instructed." Next to him, surrounded by soldiers, stand a young shamaness, a dragon, and Manhwa. Sobok stops and, catching his breath, says, "Thank God they are here." Ohensok says they came early just in case. He asks, "What about H2?" The girl's hand reaches for the bodice to take out the pearl. Everyone freezes as she extends a small, blood-stained, shining sphere on her palm. A hand with thin, graceful fingers reaches for the Ishishu lying on the girl's palm. Manhwa, examining the pearl, says, "This is the Eichu." Two warriors stand up behind Sobak. The girl asks, "They will kill her, won't they?" Manhwa replies indifferently, "She is sorry, but a fortune teller must be able to foresee her own death." Sobak answers, "If that's the case, she is ready to die, but before that she wants to see how they destroy the H2. Manhwa asks, "And what will that give her?" Sanson Snake adds, "No need to worry. They will destroy H2, so let him rest in peace." Swords pierce the girl's body from behind. She bursts out from her mouth. She knew it. The girl's skin begins to peel into many rectangles. Manhwa rushes to her, exclaiming, "What?" Sobak's body turns into many amulets. Neuromir exclaims, "What does this mean?" Manhwa looks at her palm in horror. On the trembling palm lies a small, unremarkable stone. Manhwa forcefully throws it to the ground, cursing loudly. The young shaman, removing the amulet, says that this magic can only be used at a short distance. If you survey the area, a voice reaches them. "And who is this?" Hensok peers into the darkness. A squad of warriors runs down the street, led by Elder Gino. Hensok recognizes him and says, "This is Khan Gino." They were following Sobak. He says he will deal with them, and orders Manhwa and Sanmi to find the girl. The dragon asks, "Aren't they going to search for H2? He adds that he will also go to look for Sobak. Hensok calls out to Neuromir, who is already trying to leave. He says it is good that he wants to find her, but let him keep in mind that she belongs to their master. Did he understand? Glancing angrily at the sergeant, the dragon replies that he knows that. Hensok, without looking at him, replies, "Good. In that case, he hopes for him." Neuromir replies that he understood, and with a giant leap, leaves the squad. Sergeant Gino and his warriors stop in front of Hensok and his squad. Gino asks Hensok, "Is this his handiwork?" He adds, "Let him draw his weapon." Hensok asks, "Does he dare to command a Danshan warrior? Does he think he will do as he said?" Gino, behind whom stands a large squad, replies, "He better do as he said." Hensok, drawing a sword from its sheath, says, "Let Khan Gino be honest." Holding the sword in front of him and showing readiness to fight, he adds, "After all, he does not want to fight him." A crooked smirk appears on Hensok's lips as he says, "Let him admit that he just wants to repay for that shameful incident." His warriors also draw their swords and hold them in front of themselves. Sunguk gives the command to prepare, and the warriors of the Feimun squad raise their hands with swords above their heads. Gino, drawing his blade, says, "Since he became the sergeant, he has not used his sword. He has dreamed of this moment for so long." Swinging the sword in front of him, Sergeant Kang adds, "He will win against Danshan and return the syllable Chan to the name of their residence." Hensok replies, "Kang Gino wants to seem cool. It sounds like the sergeant has a personal grudge against him." Smiling, he adds, "Fine, he will give him the chance to fulfill his dream. If Kang Gino wins today, he will return to him the right to the syllable Chan." Sergeant Kang looks skeptically at the opponent. Will Feeman be able to become Fichan again? Without looking back at his warriors, he says, "Let all who serve Feeman listen." He says that today they have the chance to look again at their cherished sky, and he is ready to risk his life for this. Gino calls on the warriors to follow him and reclaim their sky. Sunguk replies he knew that someday this day would come. The warriors of Feeman raise their hands with blades up, shouting, "To battle! Let's return our name that was stolen." Hensok, raising his sword above his head, rushes into attack, shouting, "Forward!" Kangino, raising his sword, rushes to meet him. The blades of the elders cross. A fierce battle breaks out between the warriors. Frightened people shout, "Monster!" The water serpent gallops down the street, ignoring the frightened passers-by. A thought beats in his head, somewhere here. He feels the power of the dragon. This is definitely Aikdu. Throwing aside everything in his path as he goes, Baru huffs, "How annoying." Neuromir watches as the cart soars into the air. One of the passers-by, mistaking him for an ordinary child, shouts for him to leave. It's dangerous there. The dragon jumps up, kicking the cart. Baru barely manages to jump back, avoiding the blow. Hands on hips, Neuromir, surrounded by light golden streams, says, "What an impudent one. Dares to attack him?" He adds that he has no time for him now. Baru stares at him, thinking, This puppy. Could it be? He says his name is Baru, but who is that guy? The dragon, looking intently at him with shining golden eyes, replies that his name is Mir, and his existence means nothing to him at all. Baru naturally knows that Mir is a synonym for the word dragon in the donkey language. Baru says, Mir, he is a dragon? The water serpent laughs. Mir angrily exclaims, how dare he? He does not bow his head to him and laughs. Has he completely lost his mind out of fear? Baru's clawed paw twitches as he says, Mir, that is a good name. Holding his paw ready to strike in front of him and widely opening his jaws, Baru says, today he will kill him and take that name for himself. Lightning bolts flash around Mir as he raises his hand and says, first this bird, then the Dakebi, and now some water serpent. Are they mocking him? The dragon bares his fangs in a snarl and glares fiercely. In the blink of an eye, he takes off, and to Baru's surprise, heads somewhere sideways, flying over the fence. The water serpent shouts after him, where is he running off to? And after that, he dares to call himself a dragon? Mir angrily shouts that he is not running away. If it weren't for his urgent business, he would have eaten him long ago. Let him consider himself lucky. A huge paw grabs his leg. Mir looks back in surprise. What? The one who grabbed his leg, Baru says. He is looking for a woman named Sobok? The dragon growls angrily. Who is that guy? Baru pulls the shouting Mir down, saying that, in that case, he definitely cannot let him go. Warriors watch the scene with open mouths. Standing before them, Kanseki swings a sword emitting black energy and says, whoever wants to fight, let them come out. Pointing the sword at them, he says, if they do not want to, then let them get out of his way. Chogabun lies in bed, staring at the ceiling. A guy bursts into the room, his eyes flashing blue lights and surrounded by streams of blue-black energy. The official asks, who is he? Kanseki looks at him disappointedly, realizing that the H-shoe is no longer here. Struggling to sit on his bed, Chogabun says, him too? He also came here to take the H-shoe from him? Throwing himself at the guy, he showers him with insults and calls him a bandit. He chokes on a scream as the guy's hand squeezes his throat. Hansehi holds him in front of himself on an outstretched arm, and black energy flows around them. The guy's hand squeezes Chogabun's throat harder, and he begins to suffocate. Piercing him with his gaze, Hansehi thinks, despite the fact that Yochu has soaked his body, he will not be able to resist the power of Sanson. Although the old man looks alive, it has long been otherwise, but he believes that this person will be useful to Gino. The guy tells the official, if his wounds are healed, he will not die, but for the rest of his life, he will be disabled. Therefore, there is no point in trying. He becomes alert, then looks back, thinking, these sounds? Is a battle happening somewhere? In two places, and in one of them, a fight between Sansons. In the other place, it seems there are many people. A thought flashes through his mind. Gino is there? So he is fighting Danshon? Hansehi, without looking, throws the official away. He thinks that among Danshon's people there are those who possess the power of ghosts. Breaking out of the room, he rushes over the heads of the stunned warriors, deciding that Kang Gino probably does not know about this. Mentally, the guy asks the sergeant to hold on until his arrival. Warrior Oh Hensok is knocked back by a strong blow. He drops to one knee and, leaning on his sword, catches his breath. Songguk, raising his sword above his head, exclaims, excellent! We must continue the offensive. Oh Hensok delivers a chopping blow. Gino successfully parries his attack. Their blades cross again and again. Gino realizes that his opponent is much stronger than all the warriors he has met, but still he can keep track of his sword. His training was not in vain. Looking at Oh Hensok, he understands that he is still not fighting seriously. Parrying another blow, Gino thinks anxiously that the opponent's sword does not deliver real attacks. Raising his sword to eye level and looking from under it, Oh Hensok says, he has grown during this time. Sergeant Gino shouts angrily, let him fight properly. Is he mocking him? Oh Hensok replies, what is he talking about? He is strong enough. Such warriors in Danha can be counted on one hand. Although no, maybe he is stronger than all. If we talk about people, Gino asks again, about people? What nonsense is he talking? Preparing to strike, Oh Hensok says, he admits that Sergeant Khan is one of the strongest warriors in Dana, and he will show him his strength because he has reached the highest level. In Ohensok's eyes, red sparks flare up, and his lips stretch into a smile as he utters, and how futile all his efforts were. Gino is stunned. He mentally wonders, what is this? Is there a mist forming around him? He realizes he must be careful as he does not know what it is. Thin streams of red energy swirl around Ohensok's sword. With one movement imperceptible to the eye, he shatters Gino's sword and with two crosswise strikes slices through his torso. Blood spurts from the mouth of the shocked Gino. Like a felled sergeant, he falls to his knees. Towering over him, Ohensok sheaths his sword. Gino thinks, so that was real power? Pressing his hand to his chest, he mentally wonders, but how, after all, he only had one sword in his hands? Did the attack come from two sides? Taking a step toward him, Ohensok asks, and how does he like his strike? Leaning toward Gino, he adds that he did not even see him. With this power, he can even attack Sanshin. Sergeant Khan asks in surprise, Sanshin? Ohensok asks, but can he believe that there is someone who can stop his attack? That even such power has a countermeasure? Gino looks at him questioningly. Straightening up, Ohensok says, now he will consider him a monster or a genius. He adds, but the real genius is already dead. Turning around and moving away, Ohensok says, if he survives today, let him forget what happened. Without looking back, he adds, if he does not want to be consumed by the ghost as well. Gino watches him with a grim look. A warrior's shout reaches Sunguk, who rising to his feet yells, where is he going? They are not finished yet. At that moment, the enemy's sword cuts through Sunguk's abdomen. The man freezes with his sword raised. A scream bursts from his mouth. Sunguk is puzzled. He clearly remembers piercing his heart. Falling, the man asks his opponent, is he a ghost? Sunguk falls face down to the ground. A shout is heard. Deputy! One of the warriors, looking at the enemies with hatred, exclaims, how dare they? Their deputy! He will not forgive them for this. Gino, stretching out his trembling hand in front of him, says, no, everyone needs to run. The sergeant, seeing that he is not heard, shouts, no! Words along with blood burst from his mouth. Right now, losing consciousness and falling to the ground, he adds, run away. Bottle barely opens his eyes. He sees above the treetops a starry sky with a thin crescent moon. A question slips from his lips. Where is he? Ulkachki leans over him asking, has he come to his senses yet? Lying on the grass with a knapsack carefully placed under his head, the shaman asks, where are they? The answer sounds, they have gone beyond Dashkon. Waving his hand in the direction of Saribi, who is standing with his back against a tree, Ulkachki says, this Dakabi brought them here. Raising himself on his elbows, Bottle says to Saribi, it seems now he owes him. The shaman introduces himself, giving his name, and asks what the Dakabi's name is. He answers that his name is Saribi. He adds that the shaman saved him, and he only repaid him in kind. Saribi says, since he has come to his senses, now he can go. The Dakabi decisively walks away. The shaman asks, is he going to fight them? But he is not fully recovered yet. Saribi throws over his shoulder, there are his friends. He must go. Bottle asks, is that, by any chance, Hansehi and Sosori? The Dakabi, turning to him, asks in surprise, how did he know? Could the shaman really know that too? Pleased with himself, Budelsipol, smiling, tilts his head to the shoulder. He admits he just guessed. Not many people befriend a Dakabi, and he knows that Hansehi is looking for Yaechu. The shaman says that he will go too. He asks Lady Okachi to help him, otherwise he cannot move. Soroka asks, does he really want to use that? The answer is correct. Saribi wonders, and how does he intend to go in such a state? The shaman replies, he will find out if he waits a little. Ulkachi holds an amulet in her hand, a yellow rectangle covered with hieroglyphs. Bottle bites his finger until it bleeds. The Dakabi, standing aside, asks in surprise, what are they doing? The shaman brings his hand to the talisman so that the blood falls on it. The talisman flashes with red streams of power. Streams of energy strike Bottle's chest. They wrap him and the shaman closes his eyes. Saribi, without taking his eyes off what is happening, says, this is... At that moment, Bottle opens his eyes wide. As if nothing happened, he gets up and says to Dakabi, that's it. Let's go. Saribi jumps back from him in fear. Dakabi, not hiding his wary attitude towards what he saw, asks, what is this? Raising his index finger, Bottle explains, This is magic that takes life force as collateral to heal the body. After that, he will probably lie in bed for about 10 days. Looking at the shaman confidently walking across the clearing, Takabe asks, "Isn't that dangerous?" Bottle answers, "Well, maybe a little." Looking at the city visible ahead, the shaman says, "These people definitely want to get Aiksu for something bad. If they delay, a terrible disaster will happen." His hand clenches into a fist as he says, "Moreover, they also persuaded Sobok to do this." Looking resolutely ahead, the shaman suggests to his companions to go now. He adds, "We need to stop them." Sobok, trembling all over, moves with difficulty along the street, continuing to laugh gloomily and abruptly. Raising her head and staring intently ahead, she thinks about the fact that she has almost reached the place that was in the prophecy. Before her mental gaze, the face of Bottle rises again, asking to forgive him for what happened in the past. She turns her head from side to side thinking, why does she need these useless thoughts? Barely moving her feet, the girl reflects that she should not have let him escape. She should have killed him by putting poison in the food, and she herself should have died with him. From her chest burst either a sob or a moan. Staggering, Sobok leans on the wall with his hand. On her back, covered by a cloak, a large blood stain spreads. The girl thinks, so that's how it is. The prophecy said she would meet a person who would matter to her, but could such a thing really happen to her? Tears and drops of sweat run down her cheeks. She bitterly asks herself mentally, could the only wrong prophecy have been about her death? Funny. Exhausted, the girl with a moan sinks to the ground. Sobok thinks with sadness, could she really die like this, alone on the road? Although, that's exactly what she deserves. She notices a woman walking down the street and wonders, who is out so late here? The girl thinks, could they have found her? She tries to stand up, leaning on a stone fence. Sobok understands that she will not succeed. She has lost a lot of blood and can hardly see anything anymore. So Sori runs up to Sobok and grabs her by the shoulders, asking anxiously, what is wrong with her? Is she badly wounded? So Sori asks the girl to pull herself together. Almost losing consciousness, Sobok thinks, the prophecy said that she would meet the one who would gently take the burden that lies on her. Could this really be that person? She is disappointed. So this is not Brother Badil. Sobok reaches out her hand to the bodice, admitting to herself that deep down she hoped for this. So Sori looks at the pearl extended to her in amazement. Sobok asks her to destroy it. Taking the item from the girl, the nine-tailed fox replies that she cannot destroy it. So Sori adds, but she knows who can, so she will pass it on to him. Sobok asks, and who is she? Holding the girl close, so Sori echoes, who is she? She says nine-tailed fox and gives her name. Stepping away from her, Sobok exclaims, just as she thought. The girl asks, does she know a person named Bodil? So Sori is surprised. How does she know him? Sobok exhales, so they are acquainted. So Sori says with a smile, of course! Bottle is a good and handsome guy, but he tends to focus too much on his work. Covering his tired eyes, Sobok answers, correct, Ishish. At such moments he is sharp and inattentive to others, and he doesn't even know how to think about other people's feelings. She asks So Sori to give the H2 to him, then adds, let him also say that he is very sorry. The fox replies, good, and asks, what is her name? The girl barely pronounces her name. Sori says, although she met him only once in her life, she thinks he will forgive the girl no matter what she does. So let Sobok sleep peacefully. The girl thinks, her innermost burden. She thanks So Sori for taking her load. She was sure that it was Aiksu. Sobok, sobbing, says, thank you. But it turned out that this cargo was what was on her soul. Sobok quietly whispers again, thank you. Her hand falls limply to the ground. So Sori continues to support the limp girl. She calls her by name, Sobok. Pressing his hand to the girl's chest, So Sori says, I carry her. The fox touches her chest with the same hand, saying that she will keep her burden here. Purple energy swirls around them. So Sori, looking at the amulets flying above them, burning with purple flames, wonders, what is this? Continuing to support Sobok's limp body, So Sori lifts her head and from her lips slips. Is that? She sees a young shaman joyfully jumping on the fence. Sunmi says, could she really fight the nine-tailed fox? It's an honor for her. The girl controlling amulets with a purple aura folds her palms in front of her, introducing herself. She is a shaman from Dongulcho. Her name is Sanmi. She adds, if the nine-tailed fox is obedient, then she will not hurt her. Right before Sosori appears, the half-human, half-snake true form, Senshin Manhwa. She says that finally they have caught up with the nine-tailed fox. Leaning her hand on the ground, kneeling on one knee, Sosori insulting them asks, do they really think these will help them win? She swiftly attacks Manhwa, finishing the phrase, these cheap tricks. Sanmi, intertwining her thumb and index finger on her hand, quietly whispers a spell. It strikes Sosori in the back, knocking her down and pinning her to the ground. Raising her head, the nine-tailed fox sees Manhwa towering above her. Senshin, looking at Sosori, thinks that she is incredibly fast, even under the barrier's effect. If such a monster manages to get beyond the barrier, the shaman says, it's no coincidence that so many rumors circulate about her power, so she shouldn't think that she will hold back with her. Sosori, clenching her hand into a fist, says, amazing, her skills surpass human limits. Sanmi replies that Sosori herself is quite strong, but the barrier spell will become stronger. The barrier that previously held back all the dokebi now focuses on her alone. Sosori says with hatred, it turns out she is the one who killed the dokebi. She shouts that she will tear the shaman's head off. Purple flames blaze from the girl's eyes. Sanmi answers, first she should get out of the barrier and only then threaten. Flames ignite in Sosori's eyes and her pupils become vertical. She says they will see if she is still as arrogant. Waving her tails and fiercely flashing the glow of inner energy in her eyes, she adds, when her head is torn off. Manhwa warns Sanmi to be careful. This abnormal one is real. The shaman replies, as long as she is under the barrier's effect, she won't be able to oppose anything. So let Manhwa not worry and step back. Meanwhile, surrounded by flames, Sosori rises. She waves her hand toward the shaman, directing power at her. A flash of flame tosses Sanmi into the air like a paper doll. A scream bursts from the young shaman's mouth. Manhwa manages to catch the falling girl just above the ground. Sanson looks at the approaching Sosori with horror. Shrouded in the flames of energy, the nine-tailed fox stomps her feet so hard that the street surface cracks beneath her feet. Fiercely flashing her eyes, she says, finally, no more annoying barriers. Sanmi takes a fighting stance, exclaiming, this is a monster! Manhwa straightens up, preparing for a fight. With mouth wide open and showing fangs, Sanson attacks Sosori. A poisonous cloud, pierced by thin green streams of energy, strikes the nine-tailed fox, who is forced to cover her face with her hands. Sosori waves her palm in front of her nose, saying, ugh, what filth. At least she should brush her teeth sometimes. How disgusting she really is. Manhwa is dismayed. Her poisonous fog does not affect the nine-tailed fox. Sanmi, holding an amulet before her, whispers a spell. It seems as if the earth itself rises and coils around Sosori's legs. Clutching several amulets in each hand, the shaman says, it's a pity she didn't give up when she had the chance. Now she will regret it. With a sharp movement, Sanmi throws the amulets at her opponent. With a wave of her hand, Sosori tries to stop the amulets flying at her, asking, is that all? But to her surprise, the yellow rectangles continue to fly straight at her. They pierce Sosori's body, and the girl exhales. How painful. Sanmi, smiling joyfully, says, let her take these seals a little more seriously. Even one amulet is strong enough to incinerate the spirit in the most distant parts of his soul. Crushing one of the amulets in her hand, the nine-tailed fox, fiercely flashing her eyes, exclaims, as soon as she gets her, there won't even be a wet spot left. With a jerk, she frees her legs from the magical bonds. Sosori rushes swiftly at the opponent standing before her. Manhwa shouts fearfully, Sanmi! The girl prepares to throw new amulets. The amulets fly towards Sosori, approaching them. The fox covers her face with her hand, but one of the talismans wounds her in the stomach. Manhwa shouts fearfully that these talismans are nothing to her. Sosori, engulfed in a fiery aura, rushes at them. Small but sharp fangs are visible from her wide-open mouth. Streams of fire, obeying the fox's hand movement, rush toward the shaman. Sanmi raises her hands above her head, defending against the attack. Her entire body is immediately covered by numerous amulets. The shamaness, with a self-satisfied smile, soars above Sosori. Only her face is visible from the mountain of amulets. Rectangles of amulets rush toward the frozen nine-tailed fox. Like enchanted, Sosori stands, unable even to cover her eyes. The amulets pierce the girl's body. Blood splatters. Sosori falls prostrate, and a small glowing sphere rolls on the ground from her. Manhwa, looking confused at the defeated fox, asks, What was that just now? The shamaness, standing behind her, sighing wearily, answers, "That was something else. The power of these foxes really matches the rumors." She explains that she used the same spell that Sobok used earlier. Although many seals had to be used, it was worth it. Manhwa says that she managed to defeat the nine-tailed fox. She is truly a strong shaman. Sensen adds that she will take the Yochju and makes a move forward. She is forced to berries by a strong flash of flame. The scorching fire strikes Manhwa's face. Senmi stands between her and the fire. From the shaman's lips slips, "It's him again." He was practically dead, no more than a living dead. So how is it possible? Bottle stands on the fence, stretching out his hand, near which fiery remnants of energy still stream. The shaman, whose face is distorted with anger, clenches his hand into a fist, insulting them. He looks at Sosori, covered with talismans, lying on the ground with arms spread out. Bottle shifts his gaze to Sobok's body, and from his lips slips, "How dare they?" Drawing a knife, he shouts that he will never forgive them for this. He will get them all. Bottle threatens to burn them all. In his palm, lowered to the ground, fiery energy forms. He shouts that they will suffer. He will burn them until even their ashes are gone. Drawing a knife from its sheath, Sanmi mockingly asks, "Does he even have enough strength?" Holding the knife before her, the shamaness asks, "Does he really think he can defeat her?" Her, the one who recently defeated the nine-tailed fox? Raising the knife before him, engulfed in a fiery aura, Bottle says, "Took up the dagger? What, ran out of amulets? He won't know if he can or not until he tries." The shaman raises a knife above his head, trailing a blazing fiery streak. The growing fire is visible from afar. It soars above fences and houses. The blow hits Neuralmere right in the face. It is so powerful that it throws the dragon's body backward. Neuralmere crashes his back into a stone fence, making a huge hole in it. Growling fiercely, he jumps up and, raising his fist to strike, rushes forward. The dragon delivers a powerful blow to the opponent. But the water serpent simply caught his fist with its huge paw, saying it expected more from the dragon. It gives Neuralmere a strong kick, and he flies away. The dragon tumbles down the entire street. Neuralmere falls to the ground, hitting his face hard on the solid surface. He lifts his head and sees Ohensuk with warriors in front of him. From the dragon's lips slips, "Oh, it's him." Rising, Neuralmere clenches his hand into a fist and says he is on time. He needs time to shift into his true form. He cannot allow this under-dragon to surpass him. Ohensuk asks, "This serpent, you mean?" Rising above him, Baru, swinging his paw, shouts for the man not to dare interfere. The water serpent lowers its paw onto the elder, but he easily passes beneath it. Baru is surprised. A man managed to dodge his strike? He notices a bleeding scratch on his hand. Ohensuk, clutching a sword in his hands, looks over his shoulder and says, "He is apparently that creature from the pond." Baru pronounces in his usual manner, pausing after each word, "The power he possesses is the power of ghosts." He assumes that the sergeant is stronger than this child, considering his strike. Neuralmere shouts, opening his mouth wide and showing sharp fangs, "The elder is stronger? He is stronger! He is a dragon!" The serpent would already be dead if he were in his true form. Waving his sword, Ohensuk says that Neuralmere does not need to show his true form to defeat some pathetic snake. He adds that he will deal with it himself. The sergeant says to Bar, since he is a snake, he probably wants to get the pearl. He is inside his body, and he can try to pull the pearl out of him. The water serpent, around which fiery flashes begin to swirl, says that no man possessing the power of a ghost dares to lie to him. Flames ignite in his eyes as he shouts that he will tear him into the smallest pieces. Baru is surprised, watching how the sergeant lowers his sword. He wonders, could it be that he is underestimating him? The water serpent dismisses this thought. No, something is wrong here. Staring at Ohensoka, he thinks that if he is careless and approaches him, he will kill him. Baru freezes, holding a clawed paw in front of him, ready to strike. He believes that because of the power of this ghost, it should not be regarded as a human. Continuing to scrutinize the enemy, the snake thinks. The sergeant is cautious. Even when he exposed himself for an attack, he did not rush to take the chance. A tough opponent. The opponents stand facing each other, not rushing to attack. Baru thinks, it turns out, one wrong move. Without taking his eyes off Ohensok, he finishes the thought, determines the winner. The dragon, running up to the elder, shouts, "Hey, why is he standing there doing nothing?" Neuralmere, standing near Ohensok, shouts, "Let him transform into his true form now." At that moment, Baru rushes forward. Red sparks flash in the sergeant major's eyes as he swings his sword. Ohensok receives a powerful blow and blood spurts from the wound he inflicted on the snake. The blow throws the sergeant far back. After rolling several times on the ground, he freezes. The water serpent stands, slightly bent and leaning on the ground with one hand. His other arm is severed above the elbow. He raises his clawed paw to his eyes and growls, "How dare he!" Baru, whose breathing is heavy and ragged, insults the sergeant. The serpent roars, "How could he do such a thing with his hand?" Warriors point their swords at him. With warlike cries, they pounce on him. But their swords cannot harm the tough hide of the water serpent. The warriors stop and look at him with a mixture of fear and amazement. Baru, waving his paw, shouts, "Let them fall!" His strike throws the warriors' bodies backward. Neuralmere decisively steps toward Baru. A malicious grin plays on the dragon's lips. Widely stretching his lips in a smile, he shows sharp fangs. Neuralmere stops and laughs loudly, exclaiming, "Finally!" The water serpent, missing a limb, stands before him. Neuralmere's fangs begin to grow and his face changes. He says that finally he can shift into his true form, now that no one here can stop him. Transforming into a dragon, he roars that he will show him what it's like to fight a real dragon. Baru is impressed. He really is a true dragon. He feels how strong Neuralmere's aura is. In Baru's eyes, little flames ignite, and his hand is enveloped by fiery streams of energy. The serpent thinks that he must defeat him before he becomes even bigger. The sergeant, approaching them, tells Neuralmere that he did not allow him to transform. The dragon replies embarrassedly, "What?" Oh, he thought the sergeant was dead. Approaching him, Ohensok, clutching a sword in his hand, asks, "Is he upset?" Let him, of course, excuse it, but that's not enough to get rid of him. Raising the sword before him, the sergeant offers the water serpent to continue the fight. Baru is amazed. He hit him with all his strength, and in the end there isn't even a trace on him. The serpent is confused. He can barely fight the dragon, and now he has to fight this one too? He understands that nothing good will come of it. A voice sounds behind him. Is Baru already running away? Looking back, the first thing the serpent notices is a sword around which black energy flows. The same voice asks, didn't he want to become a dragon? Baru asks, who is he and how does he know him? In response, it is said, it doesn't matter. Doesn't he want to find out if he can help him or not? Hun Sehi, clutching a sword in one hand, presses the other to his chest, saying that he will help him become a dragon. The guy says, let Baru take on the dragon. He will deal with the swordsman. The water serpent asks, why did he decide to help him? What's his benefit? Hun Sehi answers, it's quite simple. He intends to kill them and take the H2 for himself. Baru replies that the H2 is his. The guy asks, doesn't he want to become a dragon? The serpent exclaims, I do. That's why he needs the H2. Kanseki says that he will not become a dragon just by stealing someone else's H2. He needs to obtain a dragon's name. When he defeats that dragon, he will be able to get a real dragon's name, not Baru. What then is the point of this H2 to him? The water serpent is impressed by the boy's words. The dragon roars angrily. Who does he think he is? The H2 belongs to him. He must not even dare to touch it. With a sinister smile, the boy asks Neuralmere, does he not recognize him because he is in this form? The dragon, leaning towards the elder, asks, is it really him? Ohensok replies, he believes so. It's just that this is another spirit hunter. Looking at the boy standing surrounded by black streams of energy, he adds, the one who wields the power of the black tiger. The huge bulk of the water serpent looms over the boy. Baru says that tonight he will finally become a dragon when he takes his name. Raising his head to the sky, he adds, and finally when he becomes a dragon, he will soar in the heavens. Neuralmere growls angrily. a half-dragon and the black tiger. Now Hensok has no reason to stop him from transitioning to his true form. Towering above them, the dragon calls Baru a worthless half-dragon. So he coveted his name? He adds that the heavens are his territory. The serpent's audacity knows no bounds. The enormous dragon opens its jaws, from which bursts a bright radiance, and loudly roars. Let him fall prostrate before the god of the heavens. Baru, looking up at him from below, thinks, only his roar is so terrifying. He is strong. Kanseki asks, why is he doing nothing? Let him rise. Raising his eyes upward, he adds, to the heavens. With a growl, the water serpent lunges forward. Baru jumps high up, trying to reach the dragon. Attacking Nurulmir, he shouts for him to give his name. Baru's clawed paw sinks into the dragon's body. Nurulmir roars loudly, widely opening his jaws, from which golden light bursts forth. While the dragon tries to shake off the serpent, the elder and the young man measure each other with their gazes, not rushing to attack. Hensok says, well, now only the two of them remain here. He swings his sword. Seki's eyes are filled with the glow of blue energy. He thinks he no longer hears the sounds of their battle and wonders, has he already defeated Gino? Wherever he goes, he causes a massacre, just like that day. He mentally returns to that distant day. The village is engulfed in flames. A voice is heard, run, Seki. But the man immediately falls silent, struck down by a sword. The boy's heart seems ready to burst from his chest. It beats so loudly. A scream bursts from his mouth. Master! A man standing with a sword in his hands over the teacher's body says, well, now let Suman Jong tell him. Hensok shouts furiously, who is stronger? Let him answer. The frightened boy cannot take his eyes off this terrible sight. Piercing the opponent with his gaze, Hansehi says his name. Hensok. The sergeant asks, does he know him? The guy answers, he gained this power to deal with him. Raising a sword emitting black energy before him, Hansehi says, this time he will not lose to him. Hensok also raises his sword before him, preparing for battle. Hansehi attacks the opponent so fast that his movements are indistinguishable to the human eye. The opponent's swords clash with a loud clang, and immediately the guy jumps up, striking. But his sword again meets Hensok's sword. Continuing to parry the blows raining down on him, the sergeant asks, this time? Have they already fought? He demands that the Black Tiger answer him. Hansehi is surprised, a sword that can withstand the power of the Black Tiger. He peers into the enemy's weapon. It's making a feint. He forcefully pushes the opponent away. Hensok, under whose feet the earth cracked, falls backward. Hansehi says, Moon's Wrath. Still holding the weapon above his head, the sergeant asks, how does he know the name of this sword? Attacking the guy, he says that he must be a student of Suman Jong. Is he the child who cowardly ran away back then? Hansehi exclaims, why is it him, of all people, who uses this sword? The sergeant asks, what is it? Is he not allowed? He sees no point in wasting such a sword by leaving it on a dead man's grave. A cry of rage bursts from the guy's mouth. He swings the sword in front of him, delivering a slicing strike. Hansehi unleashes all his anger and the pain of his soul on the opponent. The sergeant is impressed. So this is the power of the Black Tiger. Hensok deflects another blow with a wide swing. The guy, accelerating his movements, intensifies the pressure. The sergeant continues to fend off Hansehi's attacks. Carefully scrutinizing the opponent, Hensok says, he is weaker than he appeared to be. The sergeant lunges forward, swinging his sword. Hansehi misses the strike, and the opponent's sword slices through his torso. Hensok sharply shakes the blood off his sword, saying, he won't lie, the return of the Black Tiger made him nervous. But apparently his strength is in the hands of some weakling. Gathering his strength, the young man charges at the opponent, demanding that he shut up. Hensok raises his sword before him, saying, finally he decided to fight for real? Well, let him show what he can do. At that moment, the water serpent falls to the ground. The dragon, towering above him, asks, does he understand now? Baru growls in response. Wide opening his jaws, from which radiance bursts forth, Nurulmir adds, does he understand their difference in strength? Baru thinks that he does not know. He lacks a hand. But he did not think that Nurulmir would be so much stronger. The dragon says that his end has come. He opens his jaws even wider, from which an unbearably bright radiance bursts forth. Nurulmir breathes out flame, and a pillar of fire shoots toward the frozen Baru. An explosion occurs, and a flash of flame covers the entire space.